On that day, all of humanity was forcibly drawn into a real and brutal survival game of the Great Voyage. The man struggled in the game for 5 years, and once infatuated with the school beauty, Su Yin, giving her all his resources. Su Yin had long been having an affair with Yang Qi, a rich second generation, and had even poisoned him to steal his fleet and wealth. Before his death, Lin Yuan swore a blood oath that if he could do it all over again, he would never be a sycophant again and would make those two pay the price. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a stone-paved seawall path. What came into view was that coastline that was both familiar and unfamiliar. This is Origin Island. Just as its name suggests, this is where it all began. Lin Yuan was not only reborn, but he was also reborn at the point in time when he had just transmigrated into the game world. Lin Yuan's breathing gradually quickened, and his eyes flashed with a light called ambition. The answers to those top-level mysteries that wouldn't be solved for another 3 to 5 years are now all in Lin Yuan's mind. Moreover, Lin Yuan can recruit top talents in various fields in advance. Thinking of Su Yin and Yang Qi, Lin Yuan sneered inwardly. This time, it was finally his turn to play with these two. Just then, a majestic and vast voice, neither male nor female, resounded through the sky. Welcome to the real-world game, where everyone can participate. Uncharted waters. Call of the Abyss. Currently, billions of players have been assigned to different starting islands. You have only 2 identities, crew member and captain. Before the game officially begins, you must assemble a fleet. The fleet consists of a captain and several crew members, with a total number not exceeding 10. Players who fail to form a team before sunset will be automatically removed from the game. The captain starts with 1,000 gold coins, which can be used to purchase ships, items, and supplies. The crew members have no startup capital and cannot buy a boat, but you are an indispensable part of the fleet. So what are you waiting for? Swear an oath of blood and establish a pact. Quickly assemble your fleets. The mysterious voice abruptly stopped. The entire dock was deathly silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into chaos and noise. Only Lin Yuan remained calm, exuding the composure of a powerful figure. He had already experienced all of this once before. Lin Yuan skillfully summoned his transparent panel. Seeing the word captain in the identity column, Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just like in my previous life. Very well. Now there's only one most important thing to do. That is to get all those future God-level crew members onto their pirate ship before everyone can react. Lin Yuan didn't know the exact location of the future Empress and the others, but he remembered their names, and that was enough. Lin Yuan walked towards the lighthouse and found the communication function on the attribute panel. The regional channel was already in complete chaos. He opened the built-in search option in the communication function and entered those names that would one day become household names. Fortunately, although there were hundreds of thousands of players on Origin Island at this time, there were no duplicate names. Friend requests were sent out one by one. These future bigwigs were, at this moment, just anxious and apprehensive crew members. They accepted friend requests almost instantly. A group chat called the Loving Family has already been created. Lin Yuan pulled 6 people together at once. Yiningli, the future Empress. Hiletian, the future #1 ship doctor in the entire server, a biohazard maniac. Sun Hao, the future #1 ship-themed chef in the entire server, and a master of swordsmanship. Shun Tian, the future #1 navigator in the entire server, the Thunder Valkyrie. Xia Yuan Zhou, the future #1 gunner in the entire server, the Destroyer. Seeing these names gathered together, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. In their previous lives, any one of these people could have shaken the entire ocean if they had stepped forward. If this had happened in the previous life, these people on the same boat would have caused a sensation throughout the entire sea. However, because their qualifications are hidden, even they themselves don't know about them yet. Of all these people, only Lu Xuanju was Lin Yuan's close friend. It could be said that he got in through personal connections. Lu Xuanju is a helmsman. Although his qualifications are not as good as others, they're still considered above average. In his previous life, when Lin Yuan was betrayed by the ship's first mate Su Yin, Lu Xuanju died first in order to take a knife for him. It's one thing if the old crew members from the previous life don't want to take them, but Lu Xuanzhu is the one person they absolutely cannot leave out. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and typed text into the transparent panel. He expressed his desire to invite everyone to join him in building a great enterprise and promised that not only would food and accommodation be provided, but also social insurance and housing fund benefits. Lin Yuan then explained that he was right below the lighthouse, and that as long as one came to the seawall, one could see the lighthouse and come directly there to find him. This is undoubtedly a good start. A navigator is essential for a ship to sail smoothly at sea. Not to mention that the actual navigation conditions in this area, known as the Endless Sea, are much worse than in ordinary oceans. Shen Tian, being among the top navigators, was the perfect fit. To Lin Yuan's even greater surprise, the future Empress, Yin Yingli, actually took the initiative to ask to meet him. Moreover, she came here on the mission of investigating the true situation of the others. This is crucial to whether Lin Yuan can successfully recruit the entire team. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening. He had to take down Yin Yingli soon. In his previous life, Lin Yuan lacked the qualifications and only had the privilege of seeing her once from afar during a game event. At this moment, a rough and powerful voice came, interrupting Lin Yuan's thoughts. The other person teased him, asking if he was thinking of something good, as he was practically drooling. Lin Yuan suddenly snapped out of his daze and saw a disheveled boy patting him on the shoulder, grinning foolishly. This man was a head taller than Lin Yuan, with broad shoulders and a muscular build, and a square face with distinct features. Although the other person was only 19 years old, just like Lin Yuan, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. At first, Lin Yuan thought it was Yin Yingli who had come, but then he realized that it was actually Lu Xuanzhu. Lin Yuan was so angry he almost punched the other man, and couldn't help but curse, which startled Lu Xuanzhu. Lin Yuan was just thinking about beautiful women when Lu Xuanzhu's face suddenly appeared right in front of him, which was a huge shock to him. Lu Xuanzhu scratched his head sheepishly, still wearing that signature silly grin, and quickly apologized to Lin Yuan. Then, Lu Xuanzhu asked Lin Yuan if he had really become the captain and if he could take him along. Lin Yuan answered without hesitation, "How could I possibly be left out of this kind of thing?" Even Lin Yuan himself didn't realize that his tone had suddenly become much gentler when he said those words. Lin Yuan stepped forward and gave Lu Xuanzhu a tight hug, saying softly, "Good brother, it's so good to see Lu Xuanzhu again." Lu Xuanzhu felt uncomfortable being hugged by him. Just then, a clear and pleasant female voice came from behind, asking who Lin Yuan was. A figure appeared not far away, but she looked at Lu Xuanzhu and asked a question. The moment Lu Xuanzhu turned around and saw who it was, he froze on the spot. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. This guy's IQ automatically drops to 0 whenever he sees a top-tier beauty. Lin Yuan could only explain that Lu Xuanzhu was just a big fool, and that he was the real Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used his shoulder to push the petrified Lu Xuanzhu aside and stood in front of the girl. The person who arrived was Yin Yingli. Compared to the powerful Empress she became 5 years later, she was less domineering and more naive now. But her stunning beauty remained undiminished, and even her loose casual clothes couldn't hide her breathtaking curves. Yin Yingli frowned slightly and asked Lin Yuan with great vigilance why he had pulled them into the group. Lin Yuan, with a sincere smile on his face, replied that it was fate and he was just randomly inviting people. Yin Yingli asked if it was true, and Lin Yuan nodded emphatically, indicating that it was of course true. Yin Yingli spoke as if she were evaluating a product, saying that Lin Yuan had given her a good first impression. She continued, saying that the other captains were either arrogant or made all sorts of outrageous demands. Lin Yuan, however, seemed afraid they wouldn't join. No wonder she's the future Empress. Her intuition is terrifyingly sharp. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but his smile remained unchanged. Lin Yuan admitted that Yin Yingli was right. He genuinely wanted them to join. Perhaps it was his sincerity that gave Yin Yingli this feeling. As mentioned in the group chat, these crew members are already quite fortunate to have received an invitation from the captain. Lin Yuan's heart was in his throat as he cautiously asked Yin Yingli if she would be willing to join his fleet. Yin Yingli didn't answer immediately. She lowered her head, seemingly making a final decision. Every second felt incredibly long to Lin Yuan. A moment later, Yin Ingli raised her head, a bright and confident smile blooming on her face, indicating that she was willing to join. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan felt as if a ray of light shone from Yin Ingli's face and shone directly into his heart. Everything brightened up. The future Empress was in their grasp. Yin Ingli looked at Lin Yuan's somewhat dazed expression and asked him what was wrong. Lin Yuan snapped out of his daze, smiled, and extended his hand to welcome Yin Ingli to the group, asking her to put in a good word for him in the group chat if possible. Yin Ingli grasped Lin Yuan's hand, her palm warm and strong, assuring him that he could rest assured that none of the people in the group would be missing. Lin Yuan sincerely praised her, feeling that Yin Ingli was indeed very charming and gave people a very reliable feeling. Lu Xuanju, who was standing next to her, finally restarted successfully. He scratched his head shyly and introduced himself to Yin Ingli. At that moment, a voice that was all too familiar came and called out Lin Yuan's name. Lin Yuan's smile vanished instantly. Su Yin, she still came. What was destined to happen couldn't be avoided. Su Yin, accompanied by Yang Qi, stared in astonishment at Lin Yuan and Yin Ingli. The two were chatting and laughing, seemingly on good terms. In Su Yan's eyes, Lin Yuan had always been a simp who pursued her without ever leaving any other women around. She couldn't understand how Lin Yuan could hook up with a woman prettier than herself in such a short time. She didn't understand, and she absolutely wouldn't allow it. She could keep Lin Yuan hanging on, but she would never allow this dog to show any signs of slipping out of her control. Lin Yuan greeted Su Yin with feigned surprise and even mentioned the gifts he had given her when she graduated from high school, asking if she liked them. This was still the same humble rhetoric from her previous life. Su Yan's face stiffened, and she completely ignored Lin Yuan's words, letting out a cold snort. Su Yin questioned Lin Yuan, asking why he was so happy when everyone else looked so worried. Could it be that this good-for-nothing had already found a fleet? Lin Yuan asked himself why he needed to seek help, because he was the captain and others were always the ones asking him for favors. Upon hearing this, Su Yin was taken aback and asked him in return that he was actually the captain. At this moment, Lu Xuanju stepped forward and questioned Su Yin about whether she had just called Lin Yuan a piece of trash. Lu Xuanju rolled up his sleeves, seemingly determined to teach Su Yin a lesson. Lu Xuanju could be quite foolish at times. Even Lu Xuanju could see that Su Yin was stringing Lin Yuan along. He had advised Lin Yuan against this many times. Lin Yuan stopped Lu Xuanju because he was more interested in watching Su Yan's performance next. Sure enough, everything was exactly the same as in her previous life. After confirming that Lin Yuan was the captain, Su Yan's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Her face instantly lit up with a fawning smile. She quickly walked up to Lin Yuan and affectionately grabbed his wrist. Su Yan called out to Lin Yuan affectionately, indicating that she knew he genuinely liked her. He had pursued her for so many years, and she remembered it all. Yang Qi wasn't very bright either. He didn't realize at first that Su Yin was seducing Lin Yuan. Upon hearing that his girlfriend was praising Lin Yuan while simultaneously belittling him, Yang Qi was instantly enraged. In a fit of anger, he blurted out the truth, asking Su Yin if she had thrown all the gifts Lin Yuan had given her into the trash. Su Yan's smile froze instantly. She quickly turned around and gave Yang Qi a murderous look. Yang Qi had been trained quite well and immediately became obedient, shrinking to one side. Su Yin thought she had Lin Yuan under her control, but Lin Yuan ruthlessly shook off her hand. Lin Yuan coldly stated that he had just added a rule. Neither the beast nor the two of them were allowed on the ship. Su Yin was taken aback at first. She didn't understand why the simp she knew had suddenly become so assertive. Then it dawned on her. Su Yin looked incredulous and questioned Lin Yuan about how he dared to insult her, saying that he had never treated her like this before. Then, Su Yin asked Lin Yuan if he was bewitched by the vixen next to him. The vixen Su Yin was referring to was Yin Ingli. Upon hearing this, Yin Ingli was no longer willing to tolerate her. Yin Ing stepped forward and slapped Su Yin hard across the face. The blow nearly twisted Su Yan's face. Su Yin, who had been pampered all her life, had never suffered such humiliation before, and immediately went berserk like a mad dog. She angrily cursed Yan Ingli, bared her teeth and claws, and lunged at her, wanting to attack her. Seeing this, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all. He stood in front of Yan Ingli to protect her, and then delivered a straight kick. This kick, somewhat driven by personal emotion, landed squarely on Su Yan's abdomen. Su Yan collapsed to the ground instantly, like a turtle lying on its back, then clutched her throbbing stomach and curled up into a ball. Lin Yuan spoke coldly, saying that since Su Yan had insulted others, wasn't it only right that she was beaten? Chapter 5. The Pirate's 5 Insurances and 1 Fund. Well done. Yan Ingli looked at Lin Yuan, finally feeling a surge of satisfaction. Just now, Lin Yuan stood in front of her and kicked Su Yan over with a clean and swift motion, without any hesitation. On the other side, Yang Qi, seeing his girlfriend being beaten, was embarrassed and was about to rush over. But he had only taken one step when he met Lu Xuanzhu's eyes, which were as big as copper bells. Lu Xuanzhu didn't say a word, but slowly clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles. When that overbearing force pressed down on him, Yang Qi immediately cowered. His legs went weak, and he swallowed back all the words he was about to say. In the end, he could only pretend he hadn't seen it. Lin Yuan glanced down at Su Yan, who was collapsing and crying on the ground, and sneered. "Let's go, this place is unlucky." Yan Li and Lu Xuanzhu immediately followed. Before leaving, Lin Yuan added another sentence. "Su Yan, our game has only just begun. Just you wait and see." After the three left, they headed towards the plaza where the most players were. Lu Xuanzhu was incredibly excited, his face flushed. "Brother Yuan, you've finally come to your senses. That kick just now was so cool. You should have beaten her up like that a long time ago." Yan Ingli couldn't help but ask, "Who exactly is that woman? I almost threw up my breakfast when she opened her mouth just now." Lin Yuan put his hands behind his head and said in a relaxed tone, "Just a clown who has never treated me like a human being." Su Yan's appearance was indeed unexpected, but this kick was merely interest. How could a debt of a life from a past life be repaid so easily? Lin Yuan understood the future of this game better than anyone else, and he knew what would happen in the next 5 years. He had plenty of time and means to make Su Yan and Yang Qi understand what true despair was. To exact revenge, he had to destroy their spirit. At this moment, Yan Ingli suddenly spoke up. "By the way, what exactly is this 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund that you mentioned in the group chat before?" Lin Yuan extended his fist, raising his fingers as he spoke. "The 5 insurances are war loss compensation insurance, medical insurance for illness, unemployment insurance for looting, accident insurance for sea monsters, and liability insurance for treason. As for the gold, it's the treasure reserve." Yan Ingli was taken aback. "Pirates have such a thing?" "Of course." Lin Yuan smiled. "If we're going to build a fleet, we can't just make empty promises. The crew members risk their lives for me, so I have to provide them with security," he explained simply. "War damage compensation insurance. If a crew member dies in battle, their family or designated heir can receive compensation. Medical insurance. If a crew member is injured or falls ill, the fleet will cover the cost of medical treatment. The robbery unemployment insurance ensures that even if the crew fails to plunder for an extended period, they won't starve. The sea monster accident insurance provides additional compensation if an accident occurs while encountering a sea monster. The most ruthless measure is the treason liability insurance. If a crew member is killed by a traitor, the fleet will use all its resources to issue a death bounty on the black market, relentlessly pursuing the matter until the crew is dead. The Treasure Reserve Fund consists of 10% of the profits from each raid, deposited into the fleet's common fund to purchase expensive treasure maps. Once the treasure is unearthed, it will be distributed fairly according to contribution. Yan Ingli's eyes brightened as she listened. She had initially only thought Lin Yuan was a little different, but now she truly admired him. "Did you just come up with all of these?" Lin Yuan said with a half-serious smile. "Not really. I used to fantasize every day about how I would lead a fleet if I became a pirate captain." Yan Ingli looked out at the distant sea and suddenly smiled. "It's quite interesting. Actually, when I used to play pirate games, I also longed for that kind of freedom and romance." A sea breeze blew as the two stood side by side. Lin Yuan looked at the vast blue sea and said with certainty, Don't worry. Tonight, we will have our own boat. Hey, why didn't you two leave without saying anything? Lu Xuanzhu walked more than 10 meters before realizing that no one was around, so he scratched his head and ran back. Seeing the two gazing at the sea, he imitated them, squinting his eyes and looking up at the distance at a 45-degree angle, trying to put on a profound expression. Unfortunately, his face was anything but serious. It just made people want to laugh. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and got straight to the point. There's still some time before the game officially starts. Since you're all now my prospective crew members, I'll assign you some tasks. Any objections? The two replied in unison, no problem. Lin Yuan first looked at Yaningli. I'll leave the procurement of supplies to you. Go to the market on the island and compile a list of the most cost-effective and practical items. This is very important. Upon hearing this, Yaningli's eyes lit up instead of being afraid. Isn't this just like going to the market? A piece of cake. Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. After saying that, she turned and left in a hurry. Lin Yuan added after her, don't forget to invite people to the group while you're at it. Yaningli waved without turning her head. Got it. Lu Xuanzhu immediately panicked, pointing to himself. Brother Yuan, what about me? What am I supposed to do? Lin Yuan lowered his voice and whispered in Lu Xuanzhu's ear. Zhuzi, I have a special mission for you. Lu Xuanzhu's eyes lit up instantly. A special mission? What mission? Lin Yuan asked. Do you still remember Su Yan? Lu Xuanzhu's face fell. Brother Yuan, you're not still thinking about her, are you? What are you thinking about? Lin Yuan pulled his head back and lowered his voice. From now on, I need to know her every move, especially which fleet she and Yang Qi have joined. Lu Xuanzhu's eyes widened. You want me to follow her? Chill. Lin Yuan glared at him. You big oaf, you're more conspicuous than a flagpole. They both know you. How are you going to get along with them? Then what am I supposed to do? Find someone clever, reliable, and unnoticed to keep watch for us. With that, Lin Yuan took out a heavy bag of gold coins from his system space and stuffed it into Lu Xuanzhu's hand. Here are 20 gold coins, enough for you to hire people. The rest can be pocket money to buy some food. The money bag clattered as it was handed over. Lu Xuanzhu's eyes widened, and he pulled out a gold coin, popped it into his mouth, and bit down hard. Wow, Brother Yuan, this is real gold. Lin Yuan raised his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. Nonsense. Did you remember what I told you to do? Lu Xuanzhu quickly stuffed the money pouch into his pocket, patted his chest, and assured him, I remembered. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. Leave this to me. I'll handle it perfectly. Chapter 6. The only hidden god-level talent in the entire server, the Sea King. Lin Yuan had Yaningli and Lu Xuanzhu split up to handle tasks, ostensibly to relieve the captain's pressure, but in reality, to completely get rid of the two of them. Because what he's about to do must not be seen by anyone. It concerns whether he can truly dominate the seas in the future. He is about to awaken a talent, a god-level talent that every player on the entire server dreams of obtaining, Sea King. Of course, not the kind of womanizer who flirts with everyone, but a true king who can rule the ocean. In the previous life, it took players 3 whole years after the game started to piece together a shocking secret using ancient stone tablets and fragmented documents scattered around the world. It turns out that an ancient ritual was hidden on the starting island, Origin Island. Completing it would awaken the Sea King's talent. Unfortunately, everyone was too late. This ritual had to be completed within a year of the server's launch. Thus, this opportunity, which could have changed the course of the game, became the biggest regret for the entire server. But now, Lin Yuan has been reborn, and this opportunity has returned to his hands. Those with the talent of the Sea King are said to be able to control the sea, communicate with sea monsters, and even trigger earthquakes and tsunamis. And 90% of the map in this game is the ocean. Obtaining the Sea King here is practically equivalent to getting an invincible ticket. Lin Yuan knew very well that the crew members he would recruit in the future would be more monstrous than the last. If he, as captain, didn't have some trump cards up his sleeve, how could he possibly keep them in check? Since he couldn't win through sheer talent, he'd have to resort to some minor cheats. Anyway, minor cheats don't really count. The tide was rising at that moment. Lin Yuan didn't waste any time and headed straight for the central square of Origin Island. There were 9 fountains in the square, which looked ordinary, but in his previous life, they had been proven to be the first key location for the ritual. Relying on his memory, he precisely located a stalk of seaweed, faintly glowing, hidden in an inconspicuous crevice in each fountain. This thing is called tide weed. It only appears briefly during high tide. If you miss the time, no one can find it. Having obtained all 9 tide grasses, Lin Yuan immediately turned and headed towards the shipwreck beach at the northernmost point of the island. On the beach, a huge, decaying shipwreck lay half buried in the mud and sand. Ordinary players would only see it as background scenery. But Lin Yuan knew that the real ritual props were hidden here. He bypassed several rotten but still deadly traps, crawled into the captain's cabin, and found a dark safe under the moldy bed. The box was enchanted by a secret technique. It was impervious to fire and could not be cleaved by an axe. Around the box were carved a ring of terrifying sea monsters: kraken, leviathan, and black tortoise. These were all emperor-level sea monsters that would strike fear into the hearts of countless players in later generations. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and turned the relief mechanisms one by one according to his memory. With a click, the box opened. There were no gold coins, no equipment, only a bone brush and a tattered parchment scroll. The ritual props were complete. Lin Yuan packed up his things and headed straight for Poseidon Reef, the easternmost point of Origin Island. The location was remote and rocky, and few people usually came here. But the game had just launched, and players were wandering around exploring everywhere. Soon, someone noticed Lin Yuan. "Hey, look, what's that guy doing sneakily?" Who knows? Probably driven crazy by this lousy game, preparing to jump into the sea and start over. Lin Yuan was too lazy to pay attention. He climbed onto the largest reef and unrolled the parchment. It was covered with ancient sea god runes. An ordinary player would be overwhelmed just looking at it, but Lin Yuan had already memorized these steps. He pricked his fingertip, and blood immediately gushed out. Then he dipped a bone brush in his own blood and, stroke by stroke, copied the runes from the parchment onto the cold reef. With each stroke, he felt a sliver of his energy being drained away. When the last stroke was completed, the entire rune seemed to come alive, flowing subtly. Lin Yuan wove 9 tidal grasses into a crown and placed it in the center of the rune. Everything was ready. He stood in the middle of the reef, facing the surging sea, his voice low, yet it seemed to be a declaration to the entire ocean. "Sleeping divine will, lost authority of the Sea King. Today, I, in my mortal form, call upon your name. This throne of the sea deserves my place." The sound faded, the sea breeze continued to blow, and the waves continued to lap at the shore. Nothing had happened. The players watching from afar were first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Holy crap! Guys, come quick. There's some Chinibu middle school syndrome doing a ritual here. The throne of the ocean? Who does he think he is? SpongeBob SquarePants." The laughter grew louder. Even Lin Yuan's heart sank. Had he gone wrong? Or had something changed after his rebirth? But in that instant when his mind wavered, an irresistible and terrifying force, like a giant hand reaching out from the depths of the ocean, suddenly seized his soul. The next second, his consciousness was violently dragged into endless darkness. In the real world, the weather changed drastically. The once clear sky was instantly swallowed by dark clouds. Violent lightning danced wildly within the clouds. Centered on Poseidon Reef, the once calm sea suddenly collapsed, forming a bottomless, enormous whirlpool. On the reef, the runes drawn with Lin Yuan's blood burst forth with a ghostly blue light, shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, a blood-red warning popped up on the panels of all nearby players. Warning, an unknown ancient ritual has been detected, and the energy in the area is changing drastically. Those who were just laughing were all dumbfounded. What is that thing? Did he really trigger a hidden event? The entire Origin Island regional channel instantly erupted in chaos. But at this moment, Lin Yuan could no longer hear any sounds from the outside world. He fell into a dark and silent illusion. Terrifying pressure pressed down on him from all sides. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move, and even thinking became difficult. But in this deathly silence, he heard strange sounds. It was the heartbeat of the ocean. It was the murmur of a sea monster. It was the call of sunken treasure. It was also the roar of countless drowned people. Immediately afterward, a blurry yet towering figure appeared before him. The figure wielded a golden trident, as if stepping out of ancient mythology. It slowly raised its hand, lifting the trident above its head. A muffled thud exploded. Terrifying energy emanated from the tip of the trident. Lin Yuan felt his soul shatter in an instant. But the next moment, a gentle yet immense power returned. He pulled the fragments back together, condensed them, and reshaped them. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The illusion vanished. The strange phenomena subsided. The sky cleared again, and the sea returned to calm. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. But the surging power within him, a power that seemed capable of commanding the ocean, clearly told him that the ritual had succeeded. The only hidden god-level talent in the entire server, Sea King, was his. Chapter 7. Successfully Awakening the God-Level Talent Sea King. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred, and the attribute panel immediately popped up. Strength soared from 5 to 11. Constitution increased from 4 to 8, agility to 7, and spirit to 9. Identity, Captain. Funds, 980 gold coins. Talent, God-Level Sea King. Combat Power Rating, Tier 1, 9 stars. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan's heart raced. He succeeded. He had truly awakened the God-Level Sea King talent. He immediately checked the talent details. Aquaman, the only hidden talent, God Tier. Main effect, Abyss Domination. Controls ocean energy and marine life. Can manipulate water currents and sense the presence of beings in the water. Side effect, Water Affinity. Significantly reduces stamina consumption and greatly increases lung capacity when swimming in water. Currently at Tier 1. Further advancement is possible as proficiency improves. Currently, the Abyss Ruler can control a maximum of 50 kilograms of water flow and can command ordinary marine life to perform simple tasks. It sounds like this is just the beginning, but Lin Yuan knows very well that the truly terrifying aspect of this talent lies in its future. The higher the talent level, the greater the potential for development, and the more times it can be awakened. Ordinary bronze, silver, and gold talents cannot be awakened a second time, while God-level talents can be awakened at least 3 times. What does this mean? It means that from the very beginning, Lin Yuan had already reached a limit that others could only dream of. As the Sea King talent took shape, a gentle energy flowed within his body. Like spring water, it nourishes his internal organs, even strengthening his cells. His appearance remains thin, showing little change, but his explosive power is completely different. Now, a single punch from him is enough to overwhelm an ordinary strongman. More importantly, his combat power rating has skyrocketed to Tier 1, 9 stars. And this is only after his awakening. Just as Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile, a commotion erupted from afar. Quick, it's over there. That's the guy who created the beam of light. Don't let him get away. A large number of players rushed towards Poseidon Reef, their eyes bloodshot and faces filled with greed. They didn't know what was happening, but they all understood that whoever could trigger such a phenomenon must possess a great secret. An ordinary person would have panicked long ago if surrounded by so many people. But Lin Yuan only glanced back. The next second, to everyone's astonishment, he leaped from the reef into the sea. The rock was at least 10 meters high, and its base was riddled with both visible and hidden reefs. A slight misstep would have resulted in death or serious injury. Everyone was stunned. Is he insane? Did he jump into the sea to commit suicide? What was wrong with that person just now? Little did they know that Lin Yuan's leap was far beyond that of an ordinary person. With his surge of power, he directly crossed the most dangerous reef area and landed precisely in the sea. He was completely unharmed the moment he entered the water. The icy seawater enveloped his entire body, yet Lin Yuan felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he felt as if he had returned home. Water affinity activated. Cool energy flowed through his blood, and his body seemed to merge with the seawater. Swimming used to require vigorous strokes, but now he can swim twice the distance with only half the effort. He's faster and burns less energy. Most incredibly, he can swim hundreds of meters in one go without even needing to catch his breath. This is God-level talent. Some might think, since he has the talent of a sea king, he can just roam freely in the sea. So what's the point of having a ship? But Lin Yuan knows better than anyone else. A ship is more than just a tool. That was their home at sea and the refuge of their companions. In his previous life, he had lived in this game for 5 years, witnessing countless monsters and countless players die from their overconfidence and underestimation of their opponents. This sea is far more terrifying than it appears. Even with the Sea King's talents, one person couldn't possibly withstand all the dangers. Moreover, there will be various game events later, with the first-place winner receiving a large amount of resources. In some areas, he might not be able to compete with players of legendary skill. But with the right crew, it's a different story. A strong fleet is the Real foundation. Lin Yuan swam with increasing enjoyment, and if he didn't have important business to attend to, he would have liked to swim until sunset. Soon, he came ashore from another reef area, opened the control panel, and checked Yan Ingli's progress. He was surprised to find that the group chat had already received over 200 messages. Lin Yuan quickly scrolled through them, his eyes lighting up. Under Yan Ingli's persuasion, the remaining people had all agreed to join his fleet. This saved him a lot of trouble. Sure enough, Yan Ingli not only seemed reliable, but she was also truly dependable. But as he continued reading, Lin Yuan's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle. The group name was still outrageous. In the dark sewers, Yan Ingli asked in the group chat, "Did you guys see the strange phenomenon just now?" Sun Hao said he only received a system warning and didn't know what had happened. Hiletian blurted out, "It looks like some lunatic is performing some kind of ritual." Shen Tian immediately chimed in, "Wow, so scary. Is it an evil ritual?" Yan Ingli added insult to injury. Could it be that one of them has gone mad because they couldn't find a fleet? The group chat erupted in laughter. Lin Yuan's lips twitched as he looked at the messages. The lunatic they were talking about was him. However, he didn't want to reveal that he had prematurely awakened his Aquaman talent. Explaining would be too complicated. So Lin Yuan decisively pretended not to know anything and started typing in the group. "I'm so busy. Just got back. I've read the chat history. Welcome everyone to join." Lin Yuan closed the control panel, his mood completely lifted. The crew was in place, and he had acquired a god-level talent. Add to that his 5 years of seafaring experience from his previous life, and his ability to foresee future events. If this game were a competition, he would already be half a lap ahead of everyone else. But Lin Yuan felt it wasn't enough, because he knew that there was still a divine artifact on Origin Island, the spirit contract soul-binding stone. It can bind the soul of its owner to the soul of any other creature. And coincidentally, the young Kraken, a king-class sea monster, is also on this island. A god-level sea king talent, coupled with a future emperor-level sea monster. Lin Yuan couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become in the future. Even more outrageous is that the spirit-packed, soul-binding stone and the young Kraken are still being sold as ordinary commodities, waiting for someone with the right destiny to buy them. Other newcomers had no idea of their true value and mostly spent their money on ships and supplies, completely ignoring them. But Lin Yuan knew. That's why he left this matter until the end. Chapter 8. Obtaining the Divine Treasure, the Spirit Contract Soul-Binding Stone. The market on Origin Island is mostly frequented by NPCs from the game. But these people aren't wooden figures. They have their own temperaments and thoughts, just like people who have truly grown up in this world. Lin Yuan had just headed toward the market when Yan Ingli sent him a message. She had compiled a list of all the supplies he might need for the voyage, photographed it, and sent it to Lin Yuan. The list was very detailed. The guide included everything. What to buy, which shop was the cheapest, the shop number, approximate quantities to buy, unit price, and total price. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the information. It has to be said, having such a reliable and meticulous crew member to help with miscellaneous tasks is truly comfortable. Actually, he already knew what to buy. The tea on Origin Island is ridiculously cheap, while the next port, One-Eye Port, is buying it at high prices. Lin Yuan estimated that the Spirit Contract Soul-Binding Stone and the young Kraken together would cost around 900 gold coins. If he used all the remaining money to buy tea, transport it to One-Eyed Port, and sell it, the price difference alone would be enough to cover the expenses of the next month's voyage. This was the most perfect start he could imagine. As for sending Yin Ying to the market, it was originally just to get her away so that he could complete the Sea King mission alone. But now, seeing how hard she was working, Lin Yuan felt a little reluctant to waste her efforts. Let's buy some things according to the list later. Those food items are indeed cheap and don't take up much space. As for the ship and other large quantities of supplies, Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry at all, because someone else would pay for those things. The reason he had Lu Xuanzhu assign someone to keep an eye on Su Yin was already quite clear. Less than half a day remained before the game officially began. Lin Yuan had been working all morning and was parched. Upon entering the market, he first spent a gold coin to buy a bottle of fine wine. For an ordinary novice, buying wine for a gold coin was practically a luxury. But for Lin Yuan, wine wasn't a pastime, but a boost to his stats. He was a natural drinker, and his alcohol tolerance far exceeded that of ordinary people. A swig of strong liquor sent a spicy, warm rush through his body. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh. Awesome. Finally got a drink. Fueled by the alcohol, he walked briskly towards the most secluded northeast corner of the market. There stood a triangular tent made of canvas and tree trunks. Scattered skull decorations hung from the top of the tent, and 2 wooden sticks were stuck on either side of the curtain. Green flames burned eerily in the lanterns. Before you even get close, a pungent smell of potions fills your nostrils. This is a wizard's monster shop. Almost every port market has one of these shops, standing out from its surroundings, and it's always located in the most secluded corner. If you're lucky, you might find genuine magical treasures. If you're unlucky, you might end up with a bunch of fake junk and even be cursed for no reason. So the best way to deal with witch merchants is to say as little as possible. If you see something you like, pay for it and take it. Don't haggle, don't chat, don't be curious. Lin Yuan knew this rule very well. After entering the tent, he paid directly, picked up the spirit contract soul-binding stone, and turned to leave. But just as he was about to step out the door, a hoarse, dry voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Captain, your greed will bring you misfortune." Lin Yuan abruptly stopped. Those words struck him like a bolt of lightning. He immediately turned around. The old wizard in the tent, however, was calmly stuffing gold coins into his pocket, head bowed, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yuan frowned. He hadn't even negotiated the price. So how could he be greedy? What did this so-called misfortune refer to? He didn't rush to ask, nor did he leave immediately. He simply stood there, staring at the old wizard. The smell of the potion inside the tent grew stronger, making his nose sting. For a full minute, the old wizard showed no sign of distress, simply putting the money pouch back into the box. Lin Yuan finally spoke. "Was it you speaking just now?" The old wizard shook his head, a meaningful smile appearing on his pale face. "It wasn't me who spoke." Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. "Then who was it?" The old wizard slowly raised his head, his voice so low it sounded like it came from a coffin. A being even sea monsters fear. Lin Yuan stared at him for a few seconds. This guy clearly wasn't planning on speaking human language. Asking further would only lead to more riddles. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Once outside the tent, Lin Yuan downed the remaining half bottle of wine. That last bit had definitely made him uncomfortable. However, the next second, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained the artifact, the Spirit Contract Soul Binding Stone. Spirit Contract Soul Binding Stone can bind any 2 different souls together in the form of contract, thus producing unexpected effects. 300 gold coins for a priceless artifact. This is a steal." Lin Yuan quickly suppressed his earlier displeasure. In his previous life, he had seen too many witches and sorcerers. Feigning supernatural powers was their usual practice. No need to take it too seriously. He stored the Spirit Contract Soul Binding Stone in his storage space, then passed a wine vendor and bought a bottle of fine ale for 1 gold coin. He no longer needed to worry about ships and supplies. With Su Yan's beauty, cunning, she could definitely infiltrate a fleet. Once she finds a powerful backer, Lin Yuan only needs to seize the opportunity to strike. The ship will be his. The supplies will also be his. After all, he was a pirate for 5 years in his previous life. Robbing ships and goods is nothing new to him. Soon, Lin Yuan moved to the fishmonger's stall. His gaze instantly locked onto a glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a small octopus, about the size of a palm. A pale blue light flowed across the surface of the glass bottle, clearly indicating it was an enchanted item. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to contain what's inside. A young kraken. The second core treasure Lin Yuan was looking for was right before his eyes. He glanced at the price tag. 800 gold coins. More than he currently had left. Lin Yuan, of course, wasn't going to be taken advantage of. He immediately feigned drunkenness, pointed at the bottle, and shouted, "Boss, why is this little octopus so expensive? Is the octopus skin made of gold, or is the octopus meat made of gold?" The fishmonger was a burly man with dark skin. As soon as he smelled the alcohol on Lin Yuan, he waved his hand impatiently. Go away, and stop acting like a drunkard." Lin Yuan was perfectly sober, but he continued to pester him verbally. "Boss, do you even know how to do business? I'm a customer. I didn't cause any trouble. I just want to know, why is this little octopus so expensive, and why is it packaged in an enchanted bottle?" The fishmonger's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. "Oh, you can even tell this is an enchanted bottle?" Lin Yuan grinned. "I'm not stupid. It's glowing even in broad daylight. It's definitely not an ordinary bottle." Upon hearing this praise, the fishmonger immediately broke into a smug smile. "Finally, someone who knows their stuff? Don't let its small size fool you. I almost lost my life trying to catch it." Lin Yuan immediately became interested and leaned forward. "Oh, tell me about it. If the story is interesting enough, I might actually buy it." Chapter 9. The Young Kraken. The fishmonger lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, but his face grew increasingly grim. He said the sea was unusually calm that day, without a single cloud in the sky. He had called his cousin to go out to sea, hoping to make a big profit while the weather was good. But the boat had barely left the nearshore waters, and the nets had only been cast for a short time, when the sky suddenly changed. One second it was a bright, sunny day. The next dark clouds loomed overhead like a black cloth covering the entire sea. The air was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Then thunder roared and a torrential downpour began. The fishmonger realized something was wrong and immediately woke his cousin to haul in the net. But the net was strangely heavy. At first, the two thought it had burst, and were both surprised and delighted, pulling it up with all their might. When they peered into the net using the flash of lightning, the two men froze. There were no fish in the net. Inside was a huge, rock-like mass of flesh, bloody, the blood dripping down the deck as the rain washed over it. The fishmonger pointed sharply at the glass bottle, his eyes filled with hatred. "That's it." Lin Yuan looked at the tiny octopus, no bigger than a palm, in the bottle and immediately grasped the key point. He said, "Isn't your cousin here too? With him as a witness. Won't others believe us?" The fishmonger was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice. His cousin was dead, killed by this octopus monster. Lin Yuan instantly understood. The NPCs in this world didn't know what a kraken was until the players arrived, bringing the legend with them. But now, the legend wasn't fully formed yet. This creature before them was the juvenile form of a future emperor-level sea monster capable of upending the ocean. Lin Yuan feigned shock. How could something so small, with such large mesh in the fishing net, possibly be caught? Was it originally hidden inside that lump of meat? The fishmonger glanced at him and nodded. "That's right. That thing was hauled up with the lump of meat. Back then, it was a little bigger, just big enough to fill this bottle. Now, after being starved for so long, it's probably emaciated." Lin Yuan glanced at the glass bottle. The young kraken huddled at the bottom of the bottle, its tentacles limply pressed against the glass, looking utterly emaciated. Lin Yuan pressed on, asking what the lump of flesh was. The fishmonger gritted his teeth and said he didn't know exactly what it was, but it was definitely the corpse of some kind of sea monster, and certainly not an ordinary one. It was at least a leader-level monster. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew all too well the different levels of sea monsters: soldier level, boss level, elite level, lord level, overlord level, calamity level, king level, emperor level, and sovereign level. Boss level sea monsters were generally 3 to 5 meters tall. But how big was a juvenile kraken? The size of a palm. This tiny creature was able to hunt down boss-level sea monsters hundreds or even thousands of times its own size. No wonder it's a future Emperor-level monster. These stats are simply outrageous. Lin Yuan asked again, "So how did you catch it?" The fishmonger took a deep breath, as if he were back in that storm. He said that little beast was burrowing into the meat and eating. He and his cousin watched that scene, their minds blank. The dominant sea monster that ruled that area was actually devoured into chunks by such a tiny creature. The two men stood on the deck, frozen in shock for a long time. It wasn't until rainwater filled their noses that they snapped back to reality. But in that instant, the octopus monster moved. It sprang out of the chunks of flesh with a whoosh as fast as a bullet fired from a musket. The fishmonger hadn't even seen what happened when his cousin's head was pierced, and he collapsed onto the deck, blood mixed with rainwater flowing to his feet. At that moment, he felt no fear. He had only one thought left: kill it. But after the octopus monster landed on the deck, it remained motionless. The fishmonger didn't know if it was overeating or preparing for its next attack. He turned and rushed into the captain's cabin, taking a glass bottle from the safe. This bottle had previously been used to trap another evil creature, but he had later asked a wizard to destroy it, leaving the bottle empty. As the fishmonger rushed back to the deck with the bottle, he saw the octopus monster's tentacles coiled up like springs gathering power. He then realized that the thing didn't fly, but rather propelled itself by its tentacles. The next second, it sprang up again, heading straight for the fishmonger's face. In that life or death moment, the fishmonger reacted with the fastest instinct he'd ever had, raising his bottle and aiming it at the oncoming octopus monster. Then, the thing crawled into the bottle's opening. The bottle instantly sealed shut, truly trapping it inside. The fishmonger let out a long sigh, a relieved smile finally appearing on his face. He said the bottle was one of the few genuine ones he'd bought from a wizard in the northeast corner of the market. The bottle alone cost him 750 gold coins. That's why it had to be sold as a bundle. It wasn't that he was being greedy. The total price was 800 gold coins, with the bottle accounting for 750. Lin Yuan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he almost burst out laughing. In other words, in the fishmonger's eyes, this future Emperor-level kraken was only worth 50 gold coins. Buy a bottle, get a divine pet for free. Even more outrageous was that this bottle, capable of trapping a young kraken, was definitely no ordinary item. Buying it for 750 gold coins was a huge profit, not to mention the bonus of a future ocean overlord. However, Lin Yuan didn't have enough money right now. To win the deal, he had to haggle. He immediately suppressed his excitement, put on a sincere expression, and gave the fishmonger a thumbs up. He said, "Brother, this story is really interesting. It's clear you're a brave and strong person. As for your cousin, I'm sorry." The fishmonger's expression softened considerably after hearing this. He asked Lin Yuan his name. Lin Yuan said his name was Lin Yuan. The fishmonger smiled and said it was a good name. Lin Yuan pressed his advantage, his tone becoming somewhat melancholic. He said that he was actually also from a fisherman's family. His father, like the fishmonger, had spent his whole life selling fish. But when he was 12, his parents perished in a shipwreck. So, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship when talking to the fishmonger. This wasn't made up. Lin Yuan's background was indeed like that, which made his words all the more sincere. The fishmonger's smile froze, and after a few seconds of silence, he patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. He said somewhat apologetically that he had reminded Lin Yuan of painful memories. He then introduced himself as Ding Peng and invited Lin Yuan to go fishing together sometime. Lin Yuan readily called him Brother Ding, further bridging the gap. However, he quickly showed a regretful expression, saying he was setting sail that very night and didn't know when he would return. Ding Peng's eyes clearly showed disappointment, but he still sincerely wished him a safe journey. Lin Yuan thanked him. At that moment, Ding Peng flicked the glass bottle. The bottle made a crisp sound, and the young kraken inside trembled slightly. Ding Peng looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with anticipation. He said, "After hearing this story, others will either not believe it or be scared away. What about you, little brother? Will you still buy the monster in this bottle?" Chapter 10. Taking down the young kraken. Spend money to buy an octopus monster? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, feigning disdain. "Brother Ding, to be honest, this thing won't do me any good and might even bring disaster. If I really buy it, wouldn't I become a traitor? Of course, he wouldn't reveal his true thoughts. The first step in bargaining is to devalue the item to nothing. Ding Peng, having worked as a fishmonger for so many years, had a keen eye. He could tell that Lin Yuan wasn't entirely uninterested. So, he feigned reluctance and sighed. How about this? I'll give you a 20% discount. Consider making friends. 20% off, 640 gold coins. Lin Yuan quickly did the math in his head. He had 678 gold coins left. After buying it, he'd only have a few dozen left. But he still needed to buy a ship and resell tea. Less startup capital would slow down his development. The young Kraken was important, of course, but Lin Yuan wanted a perfect start. So he continued to haggle. Brother Ding, 20% off isn't enough. Think about it. Even haunted houses have to be discounted by half if they don't sell. This octopus monster in your bottle is even more frightening than a haunted house. How about 50% off? The blade struck him squarely in the waist. Ding Peng panicked immediately. How can this be? This bottle alone cost me 750 gold coins. Selling it to you at 20% off is practically free from the monster. You won't lose money buying the bottle. Lin Yuan leisurely took a sip of his wine, but his eyes suddenly sharpened. Brother Ding, you just said that this bottle is tied to the octopus monster. Only it can trap this monster. His tone was unfriendly, yet every word struck at the heart of the matter. You also said that the bottle had previously contained other evil objects, which the sorcerer disposed of for you. If this octopus monster could also be disposed of, you should have done so long ago. After all, it killed your cousin. Destroying it would have allowed you to take revenge and free this expensive bottle. But you didn't. Lin Yuan stared into Ding Peng's eyes and said, word by word, so there's only one possibility. You can't handle it at all, and you can't bear to throw away this bottle you bought for 750 gold coins, so you can only sell it and recoup your costs. Brother Ding, am I right? Ding Peng's face stiffened. At that moment, he felt as if Lin Yuan had stripped him naked, and he couldn't speak for a long time. That's right, if he could kill this monster, he would have done it long ago. Finally, he let out a long sigh, completely deflated. Fine, if you really want to buy it, 60% off. That's the lowest price. 480 gold coins. Lin Yuan almost laughed out loud. This price was already much lower than his expected price, but he still pretended to be pained, shaking his head and sighing. 60% off is still a bit much. How about you throw in a fish tank too? Ding Peng was taken aback. You really want to release it to keep as a pet? Of course not. Lin Yuan waved his hand. I just have a little hobby. I like keeping some ornamental fish on the boat. Ding Peng didn't want to argue anymore. He just wanted to get rid of this nuisance as soon as possible. All right, I'll give you a fish tank too. Deal. Lin Yuan immediately took out a heavy bag of gold coins from his storage space. Ding Peng nodded and called over a simple-looking girl beside him, asking her to take the glass bottle down. Judging from her tone, she was probably his daughter. The girl carefully handed the cold glass bottle to Lin Yuan. The moment the transaction was completed, a relieved smile finally appeared on Ding Peng's face, as if he had escaped a nightmare that had haunted him for days. He then picked out a half-meter-long ordinary fish tank for Lin Yuan. Cash on delivery. The moment Lin Yuan's finger touched the bottle, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a sacred relic-grade item, the Sealing Crystal Bottle. Sealing Crystal Bottle, forged by the most powerful sorcerers, a crystal bottle capable of sealing demons. Effect development progress, 1%, sacred relic grade. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The equipment quality from lowest to highest is common, medium, high, excellent, rare, legendary, relic, immortal, and divine artifact. He initially thought this bottle would be at most rare, but it turned out to be a relic, and the development progress was only 1%. If it were fully developed, wouldn't it be able to seal even the legendary Leviathan, the behemoth that supposedly devoured islands? Inside? This was a huge win. Before he could even catch his breath, a second notification appeared. Congratulations to the player for capturing the Emperor-level sea monster, Kraken. Kraken, one of the most powerful sea monsters in legend, enormous in size, with countless thick tentacles capable of instantly shredding ships. Growth stage, juvenile. Lin Yuan almost lost his composure. He bought a divine artifact for 300 gold coins, a sacred relic for 480 gold coins, and a king-level sea monster. That totaled 780 gold coins. Compared to their true value, it was practically free. Now, of his 1,000 gold coin starting capital, he had 220 left, enough to buy a basic two-masted ship, and then he could throw the rest of the money into tea. However, Lin Yuan knew very well. For a novice to accurately bet on the most profitable commodity on their first voyage would easily arouse suspicion among the crew. Therefore, he had already devised a plan. First, he would spend 20 gold coins to buy a batch of food and necessities according to Yan Ingli's list, just to make a show of it. Then, he would use the remaining 200 gold coins to go all in on tea. That's what you call being greedy to the end. After putting away the demon-sealing crystal bottle, Lin Yuan didn't leave immediately. He looked at Ding Peng, his expression becoming serious. "Brother Ding, I'm its owner now. You should tell me why even the sorcerer couldn't deal with it." Ding Peng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Actually, after I caught it, I went to the sorcerer immediately, wanting him to use the most vicious magic to kill this beast and avenge my cousin. But the sorcerer refused as soon as he saw what was in the bottle." At this point, Ding Peng mimicked the sorcerer's hoarse and eerie tone. He said that if I kill it, I will bear the most vicious curse in the world. The ocean will never forgive me. If I flee inland, the ocean will swallow every inch of land, because it is the emperor of the ocean. After saying this, Ding Peng quickly returned to his normal tone, afraid Lin Yuan would change his mind. But you know how sorcerers are, they just spout mystical nonsense. Don't take it too seriously. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan wasn't frightened at all. In fact, he couldn't suppress the smile playing on his lips. The stronger the Kraken was, the stronger he would be once it bound to his soul. This sorcerer's words didn't sound like a threat at all. They were clearly a subtle way of praising Lin Yuan's future success. Lin Yuan waved his hand, smiling easily. "Don't worry, Brother Ding. Once I buy it, I won't regret it." He put the fish tank into his storage space and turned to leave. He'd only taken a few steps when Ding Peng called out from behind. "Young man, you can't completely trust what Wushang says, but you can't treat it like a joke either. Be more careful in the future. Who knows, you might actually be able to raise it into some kind of ocean emperor." Lin Yuan didn't turn around, but simply waved his hand behind him, his voice confident. "Got it, Brother Ding." Chapter 11. Soul Binding Successful. Combat Rating Advancement. After leaving the market, Lin Yuan had only one thought in his mind. Bind to the Kraken immediately. That was the legendary Ocean Emperor, even if it was only in its juvenile form now. As long as the binding was successful, it would be his greatest trump card in the future. He made his way to a secluded corner of Origin Island, surrounded by dense bushes, where no one could find him. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and retrieved the demon-sealing crystal bottle and the spirit contract soul-binding stone. Inside the bottle, the young Kraken seemed to sense something, its small tentacles constantly patting the bottle's walls, appearing somewhat agitated. Lin Yuan held the spirit contract soul-binding stone in both hands, closed his eyes, and immersed himself entirely in it. The next second, a system notification popped up. "Use the spirit contract soul-binding stone?" Lin Yuan answered without hesitation. "Yes." Warning: players, please maintain high concentration and refrain from any unrelated actions. Search complete. 2 wisps of soul energy, besides the user, have been successfully captured. Emperor-level sea monster, Kraken juvenile. Square-like viper family, black-browed viper. Black-browed viper? Lin Yuan's heart sank. These venomous snakes are extremely deadly on the island. A bite is practically a death sentence. Even worse, he's currently undergoing a soul ritual, rendering his body completely immobile. Warning: detected severe fluctuations in player's consciousness. Binding carries an extremely high risk and may lead to soul tearing. Continue. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Lin Yuan's forehead. Giving up meant all his previous efforts were wasted, and he still had to face the venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Continuing is gambling with your life. Lin Yuan's eyes hardened. He'd take the gamble. He forcibly suppressed his fear and refocused all his attention on the Kraken. Player's consciousness is stable, meeting the binding conditions. Please select to bind your soul. Lin Yuan immediately selected. Emperor level sea monster, Kraken juvenile. Confirm binding? Confirm. Hurry. Binding successful. Congratulations, player Lin Yuan. Your soul has established an eternal bond with the Kraken. The strange stone in his hand instantly turned into light fragments, scattering in the wind. At that very moment, Lin Yuan felt as if another consciousness had been forcibly shoved into his mind. He could feel himself kneeling on the grass, and he could also feel the 8-tentacle miniature Kraken in the crystal bottle. Two perspectives, two bodies, yet sharing one soul. A powerful tearing sensation surged through his brain, like flames burning within. Ugh! Lin Yuan couldn't help but groan. After an unknown amount of time, the pain finally subsided. In its place came a strange sense of coexistence. He opened his eyes and looked at the crystal bottle. The little Kraken at the bottom of the bottle lay quietly, its two tiny eyes also watching him. At the same time, another scene appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. It was a view from inside the bottle. Through the distorted bottle walls, he saw his own pale face. Success. Soul binding, it really worked. The Kraken inside the bottle seemed to sense his excitement, its 8 small tentacles waving merrily. But before Lin Yuan could even rejoice, a chilling sound suddenly came from the grass. The sound of a snake hissing. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. That painful roar had alerted the black-browed viper lurking nearby. He tried to dodge, but the stiffness from the soul binding hadn't completely subsided, and his body wouldn't obey him. The next second, a jet-black venomous snake shot out from the grass like a black lightning bolt, its fangs aimed straight for his neck. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Was he, with his god-level talent at the start and just bound to the Emperor's sea monster, destined to die at the mouth of a venomous snake? Just as the fangs were about to pierce, the demon-sealing crystal bottle suddenly glowed faintly. The Kraken within the bottle had actually broken free of its seal. A small black shadow shot out, its speed almost invisible to the naked eye. It arrived faster than the venomous snake, slamming into the lunging black-browed viper. A muffled thud. The snake's head was instantly killed mid-air. The headless snake body crashed to the ground, still twitching. The crisis was over. Lin Yuan's stiff body finally regained feeling. He gasped for breath, his back soaked with cold sweat. He looked down and saw a little Kraken curled up beside the snake's corpse, clearly much weaker. Just now it had saved him. To save him, this already weakened little creature had exhausted its strength, forcibly breaking through the seal. This was the bond that came with souls being bound together. Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and immediately picked up the little Kraken carefully, placing it back into the sealing crystal bottle. Good job, we're partners now. He gently tapped the bottle. Just bear with it a little longer. Once I have a boat, I'll get you a bigger fish tank. When you grow up, you can swim freely in the sea. The little Kraken seemed to understand, gently bumping its soft head against the bottle in response. Just then, a tender yet urgent thought suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Hungry, want to eat. Lin Yuan was startled. It was the Kraken communicating with him. The fishmonger Ding Peng had said that when he first saw this Kraken, it was much larger than it was now. But now, with its body sprawled out, it couldn't even cover the bottom of the bottle. This wasn't a juvenile. It was clearly starving. Lin Yuan pointed to the snake carcass on the ground and asked it telepathically, "You want to eat this?" The little Kraken immediately bumped against the bottle, its expression affirmative. Lin Yuan lifted the snake's tail and stuffed the black-browed viper's corpse into the bottle opening. The next second, the little Kraken's mouth parts at the base of its tentacles suddenly opened, like a small black hole. With a slurp, the entire venomous snake, thicker than its body, was swallowed whole. Even more outrageous, after swallowing such a large snake, its body didn't swell at all. It was as if the flesh and blood had been completely digested the moment it entered its body. Lin Yuan was speechless. No wonder it was a king-level sea monster. Even its eating was so domineering. After eating its fill, the little Kraken lay contentedly at the bottom of the bottle, like a lump of soft mud, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yuan smiled, closed the bottle, and stored it in his storage space. Then, he opened his attribute panel. The brand new data instantly made his breath catch in his throat. Chapter 12. the Ghost Fleet's pursuit. After completing the soul binding with the Kraken, Lin Yuan's attributes skyrocketed. All four dimensions surged, either approaching or even surpassing the limits of ordinary people. Most dramatically, his mental strength increased by 7 points, soaring to 16. At this moment, the world in Lin Yuan's eyes completely changed. The sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, the details of the waves crashing against the rocks, even the rustling of insects crawling in the mud. All were so clear they seemed to be right next to his ear. His brain processed at several times the speed, like an old computer instantly being upgraded to a top-of-the-line server. His combat power rating also surged to Tier 2, 5 stars. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and a slow smile crept onto his lips. Keep in mind, the game hasn't officially launched yet, players' talents haven't awakened, and most are still stuck at Tier 1, low level, not even having left the starting area. But Lin Yuan has already reached the mid-Tier 2. While others are still struggling in the mud, he's already entered the game like he's cheating, equipped with God-tier gear. Add to that the Sea King talent and the young Kraken. He wasn't afraid of taking on 100 men, let alone 100. Thinking of this, Su Yan's face flashed into Lin Yuan's mind, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He had previously planned to use a scheme to lure Su Yan away and then seize the ship. But now, what was the point of scheming? Before absolute power, plots and tricks were child's play. When the time was right, he would board the ship, seize it, and leave. Lin Yuan immediately opened the interface and sent a private message to Lu Xuanju. Shuzi, I asked you to have someone keep an eye on Su Yan. Any news? After sending the message, there was no reply for a while. Lin Yuan closed the interface, preparing to return to the market and exchange all the remaining gold coins for tea. But as soon as he stepped out of the bushes, a bone-chilling cold suddenly seeped into his body. Without any warning. The next second, everything went black. The light in the entire world seemed to have been extinguished instantly by an unseen hand. The world spun around him. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, he was in a completely different place. A crimson sun hung in the sky. Beneath his feet was a black sand beach. The sea before him was deathly still, devoid of any life. In the distance, a dilapidated ghost ship slowly emerged from the darkness. Its hull was wreathed in eerie green flames, and countless ghostly roars, both excited and twisted, echoed from its deck. A chilling, despairing atmosphere washed over them like a tidal wave. At the same time, a deep, hoarse voice resonated directly within Lin Yuan's soul. Greedy one, we've come for you. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. He recognized that voice. It was inside the witch merchant's tent. The words, Captain, beware, your greed will bring you doom, were not a hallucination. Combining this with the eerie illusion before him, Lin Yuan instantly understood. It was at the Ghost Fleet. In his previous life, nearly 2 years after the game's launch, this cursed fleet, led by Hunter Jones, finally became known to the players. They are the nightmares of the sea, preying on powerful and greedy souls. Once targeted, they suffer constant mental corruption. Those with weaker wills collapse and go insane on the spot. The unlucky ones are hunted down by ghost fleets at sea, and even after death, their souls cannot escape. They're dragged into ghost ships to become new undead crew members, serving on board for eternity. In his past life, Lin Yuan, though greedy, lacked the strength to attract this fleet. But this life is different. God-level talent, an Emperor-level sea monster, sacred relics. Everything he acquired through his rebirth perfectly fulfilled the conditions of both power and greed. Even before the game officially launched, he was already being targeted by the Ghost Fleet. Any ordinary player would probably have been terrified to the point of collapse by now by this mental pollution. But Lin Yuan was no ordinary person. His mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. He knew that this was just an illusion. It was a mental intimidation projected by Hunter Jones across the endless sea. Trying to scare him? Lin Yuan stared at the approaching ghost ship and suddenly grinned. That smile was both insane and arrogant. The next second, facing the raging ghost fire, he roared, "Old Ghost Jones, you think you can scare me with this little bit of mental pollution? If you got the guts, come here yourself. Bring one of your crappy ships, and I'll tear them down one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire illusion shattered like a mirror. The blood sun dissipated, the black sea crumbled, and the ghost ships and the howling of the dead all vanished. The warm sunlight fell on Lin Yuan again, and the sea breeze still whispered in his ears. It was as if nothing had happened. But Lin Yuan knew very well that this grudge had been formed. The pursuit of the ghost fleet was a death sentence for the weak, but for the strong, it was a tremendous opportunity. Sinking the ghost ship would not only yield the blueprints for its construction, but also a large amount of rare materials. This was an opportunity others would kill for. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and made a note of it for the time being. Just then, a notification popped up on his screen. Lu Xuanju had replied, "Brother Yuan, we've found the person who's been following Su Yin, but you'll never guess who it is." Lin Yuan immediately replied, "Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me." Lu Xuanju quickly sent a message. "Yang Qi, Su Yan's boyfriend." No, now I should call him her ex-boyfriend. You might not believe it, but he was the one who approached me. It turned out that after Su Yin got together with someone new, she dumped Yang Qi like trash. This would be outrageous for anyone else, but for Su Yin, Lin Yuan wasn't surprised at all. That woman only ever uses others. Once she's no longer useful, she kicks them aside. Lu Xuanju continued to explain. After being abandoned by Su Yin, Yang Qi completely lost his backbone. Now, no one was willing to take him in, and when he was at his wit's end, he happened to see Lu Xuanju hiring someone to keep an eye on him. He knew that Lu Xuanju and Lin Yuan were very close, and he also knew that Lin Yuan was the captain. So he took the initiative to approach Lin Yuan, hoping to see if there was a chance to join his fleet. Immediately afterward, Lu Xuanju sent another message, his tone clearly excited. "Brother Yuan, there's more good news. I didn't even mention the commission, and he said he'd do anything as long as he could get on the ship. He wants to see you right now. We can probably save on those 20 gold coins." Lin Yuan's smile grew increasingly playful as he read the message. Yang Qi, that good-for-nothing who was manipulated by Su Yin to the point of losing himself, actually delivered himself to their doorstep. This was truly an unexpected gift. Lin Yuan raised his hand and slowly typed a few words. "Okay, not bad. Let him add me as a friend. Save 20 gold coins? No, a living, resentful pawn who knew Su Yin inside and out. His value was far more than 20 gold coins." Chapter 13. The Most Suitable Candidate. Yang Qi and Su Yin, once inseparable, are now worlds apart. One on board and the other discarded. Lin Yuan knew very well that even though Yang Qi had been abandoned by Su Yin, he understood Su Yin far better than anyone else. After adding each other as friends, Lin Yuan didn't waste any words, just casually probing a few times, and Yang Qi's resentment and unwillingness were palpable even through the screen. Lin Yuan quickly obtained the information he wanted. The captain Su Yin had recently hooked up with was named Takasugi Koji, a Japanese national. This surprised Lin Yuan somewhat. He hadn't expected Su Yin to hire a foreign captain this time. In that case, it was even more necessary to thoroughly clean up this fleet. According to Yang Qi, Takasugi Koji was a complete lecher, utterly infatuated with Su Yin. However, he wasn't stupid. He immediately saw that Su Yin and Yang Qi's relationship was more than just casual. Therefore, no matter how much Su Yin pleaded, he refused to let Yang Qi board the ship. In the end, faced with the choice of survival, Su Yin didn't hesitate to prioritize her own safety, abandoning Yang Qi completely. Lin Yuan glanced at the message, a slight smile playing on his lips. This Takasugi Koji was rather interesting. However, daring to bring a woman like Su Yin onto his ship was quite a stroke of luck for him. The next second, Lin Yuan sent Yang Qi a message. "If you want to live, do me a favor. Yang Qi replied almost instantly. Don't just say one. I'll take 100, as long as you let me join your fleet." The fish had taken a bait. Lin Yuan continued typing. "I want you to keep a close eye on Su Yin. Tell me her every move immediately. If you perform well, I might consider taking you in after it's all done." Yang Qi agreed without the slightest hesitation. For him, this was the only chance to escape being erased by the system. Lin Yuan was satisfied. There was no one more suitable than Yang Qi to track Su Yin. A dying man, desperate to survive, would work harder than any hired informant. As for taking Yang Qi in, Lin Yuan hadn't considered it from the beginning. A pawn is a pawn. Once its value is used, it should be discarded. Ultimately, Yang Qi was nothing more than a tool tamed by Su Yan. His ability to be with Su Yan was merely due to his privileged background, unlike Lin Yuan in his previous life. Now, abandoned by Su Yan and erased by the system, it was the perfect punishment for him. After dealing with this matter, Lin Yuan opened the fleet's group chat. Group name: The Dark Sewers. Lin Yuan sent a message directly. Everyone, assemble at the market entrance. Immediately, Shen Tian was the first to jump out. Yay, coming right away. Sun Hao followed closely behind. Received, coming right now. Tonight's dinner depends on the shopping results. Yanning Li, already on my way. Xia Yuanzhou, okay. Lu Xuanzhu also popped up. Brother Yuan, what are you wearing? I'm afraid I won't be able to find you. The number one handsome guy on the island. Giletian immediately chimed in. Lu Xuanzhu, how much do you charge for a compliment? Count me in, Lin Yuan said, too lazy to waste words. Don't ask what I'm wearing. For convenience, everyone post photos. He then posted a selfie. The other crew members followed suit with their photos. Lu Xuanzhu's selfie was the most outrageous. The camera zoomed in directly on his face, the unflattering angle making his large face appear strikingly large. Not long after, at the entrance to the Xiyuan Island Market, a bustling and noisy scene unfolded. A white-haired girl with pigtails stood on tiptoe, looking around in the crowd. That was Shen Tian. She was short, with delicate, doll-like features and large, bright eyes. She had two shallow dimples when she smiled. Standing there, she looked like she had stepped out of an anime. So sweet, it was almost unreal. But precisely because she was so conspicuous, trouble soon came knocking. A bald, burly man with several accomplices approached with lewd eyes. Little sister, you're so cute. Why are you alone? The bald man grinned, approaching step by step. Shen Tian's expression changed, and she immediately backed away. She was all too familiar with that look in his eyes, greedy, lewd, and with an undisguised possessiveness. But she had only taken 2 steps back when her back slammed against the cold wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. Seeing this, the bald man, as if seeing prey caught in a net, lunged forward and grabbed her wrist. Haven't found a fleet yet, huh? I'm the captain. Come with us, and I'll guarantee you a life of luxury. Let me go. Shen Tian struggled desperately, but the other man's hands were like iron clamps, gripping her wrists painfully, and she couldn't shake him off at all. Several thugs surrounded her, completely blocking her way. The bald man laughed even more brazenly. Come on, little sister, have some fun with your brothers. Shen Tian clutched her head, her voice trembling. Don't force me. Just then, a figure silently appeared behind the bald man. There were no footsteps, no movement, as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was Lin Yuan. He had seen Shen Tian's photo in the group chat earlier, and after arriving near the market, her white twin ponytails were so eye-catching that he recognized her at a glance. He happened to see her surrounded by people. Shen Tian was his prospective crew member. Since she was his crew member, she couldn't be bullied. Lin Yuan didn't waste any words and directly grabbed the bald man's wrist. His 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. A crisp crack. The bald man's wrist was broken on the spot, and a scream instantly rang out. The bald man released Shen Tian, clutched his broken hand, and rolled around on the ground frantically. The accomplices finally reacted, staring at Lin Yuan in terror, too scared to even breathe. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Breaking a person's bones and still maintaining such a calm expression? Lin Yuan coldly glanced at them. You're all asking for it too? The men trembled in fear. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly turned cold. Get lost. The thugs, overjoyed at being granted a reprieve, quickly grabbed the still screaming bald man and scrambled away. Before leaving, one of them couldn't resist uttering a threat. You wait. My boss is nearby. I'll call him over right now. You're dead. Lin Yuan sneered. Fine. I'll wait here. I'm not going anywhere. If your boss doesn't come, I'll look down on you all. A second-tier, 5-star combat power is nothing short of a dimensional attack on these ordinary people. It doesn't matter who comes. Then, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at the still shaken Shen Tian. He extended his hand, the coldness on his face disappearing, replaced by a gentle smile. Tian, right? I'm Lin Yuan, your future captain. Chapter 14. The fleet assembles. Captain Lin Yuan. Tian timidly raised her head, her voice still trembling. When she saw the face before her, exactly the same as in the group chat photo, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and her eyes instantly lit up. It really is you. Hello, Captain. The next second, Lu Xuanzhu also squeezed through the crowd. He immediately spotted the white-haired girl behind Lin Yuan and froze, unable to utter a word. Yuan, Brother Yuan, who is this? Lin Yuan casually asked. Didn't you see the group photo? Tian. Lu Xuanzhu immediately straightened his back, adjusted his clothes, and forced what he thought was a very handsome smile. Hello, my name is Lu Xuanzhu. Nice to meet you. Seeing his silly expression, Tian couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that she had calmed down, Lin Yuan spoke up. The scenery on this island is all right. Have you explored it yet? Tian shook her head, lowering her head. No, I've been very scared since I transmigrated here. Luckily, everyone in the group is here, and Sister Ingli has been encouraging me. Otherwise, I might still be hiding in some corner, trembling. Lin Yuan looked at her and gently stroked her white hair. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Once you're in my fleet, as long as I'm still here, no one can bully you. Tian stiffened. She instinctively resisted being touched, especially having her head patted. But this time, she didn't flinch. A sense of security spread from the top of her head like a warm current, dispelling all her unease. She clenched her fists and nodded vigorously. Thank you, Captain. Lu Xuanzhu, watching this scene, didn't know what possessed him, but he grinned and reached out to imitate Lin Yuan. Don't worry, little sister. I'll protect you like a real brother. His hand had just reached out when Tian suddenly looked up, slapped his hand away, and her eyes instantly turned icy. Don't touch me. Lu Xuanzhu froze on the spot. Tian hid behind Lin Yuan again, her tone firm. Only brother Lin Yuan can. Lin Yuan was also a little surprised and could only pat Lu Xuanzhu, giving him a helpless look. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a steady voice rang out. Excuse me, are you brother Lin Yuan? The newcomer was a spirited middle-aged man with a meticulously groomed beard who looked very reliable. Lin Yuan nodded. That's me. The man immediately smiled. Finally found my people. My name is Sun Hao. I don't have many other skills, but I'm good at cooking. From now on, I'll take care of the ship's meals. Lin Yuan shook hands with him. That's great. Another person joined the fleet, and the atmosphere was just getting lively when a furious shout suddenly came from afar. Boss, it's him. He's the one who broke Baldy's arm. Lin Yuan turned around and saw the thug who had just run away. Lin Yuan also recognized the boss next to him. He had seen him in the group photo album. It was Letian. Letian, a cigarette dangling from his lips, arms crossed, sported a striking green seaweed-like hairstyle, a white tank top, and was covered in tattoos, his eyes both wild and hard. He recognized Lin Yuan too. You're the captain from the group chat? The air instantly tensed. Tian immediately shrank behind Lin Yuan, only her wary eyes showing. Sun Hao's smile vanished as well. Lu Xuanzhu even rolled up his sleeves. Try to cause trouble for my brother Yuan? Lin Yuan raised his hand to stop him, calmly looking at Letian. You're their boss. Letian raised his chin. Yes, I am. Lin Yuan asked, what do you want? Letian sneered. My man's hand was crippled by you. As the boss, I have to get an explanation, right? Lin Yuan's tone remained unchanged. He harassed a girl, so I crippled one of his hands, which is lenient. What? Lishan's face changed instantly, and he turned sharply to glare at his underling. That bald guy harassed a girl again? How many times have I told you? We guys don't have any other rules, but we have one hard and fast rule. No harassing women. He suddenly stopped, but the ferocity in his eyes was barely concealed. He deserved to be beaten. With that, Letian kicked his underling in the backside. Get lost. Baldy's become captain. All that's gotten to him. He doesn't even acknowledge me anymore, and he won't let me join the fleet. If it weren't for our past friendship, I wouldn't have bothered coming today. And now he's getting beaten up again because of a woman? Serve him right. He then looked at Lin Yuan and grinned. He won't let me join the fleet, but I don't care. I've already found a new fleet anyway. This reversal came so quickly that even Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had originally thought there would be a fight, but unexpectedly, Lin kicked out his underling first. This guy looks like a scoundrel, but he still has a bottom line. But things have escalated to this point. It's not something he can just join on his own. Lin Yuan stared at him. Give me a reason to let you on board. Lin spat out his cigarette, and stomped it out. First, Lin, keep my word and don't touch women. Second, I only respect those who are stronger than me. He pointed to a nearby stall. Arm wrestling. You win. I'll acknowledge you as captain. With that, he dragged over a table and 2 chairs, slamming them onto the floor. Everyone gathered around. This wasn't a simple test of strength. It was a public demonstration of the captain's capabilities. Lin Yuan didn't waste words, sat down, and extended his hand. Their hands clasped. Lin took a deep breath, veins bulging on his arm, and exerted all his strength. Lin Yuan's arm remained motionless, like a steel pillar nailed to the ground. Lin Yuan uttered 2 words calmly. That's it. The next second, he lightly pressed down on his wrist. Bang! Lishan's hand was slammed hard onto the table, cracking the wooden surface. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Lin stood frozen in place. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, but then extended a little finger and gently beckoned to him. A provocation. A blatant provocation. Lin refused to believe it, grabbing the little finger with both hands, using every ounce of strength he had. The result was the same. He couldn't budge an inch. The next second, Lin Yuan gently pressed down, and he was defeated once again. Lin looked at his hands, then at the nonchalant Lin Yuan. His arrogance crumbled, replaced by shock, defeat, and fervor. Suddenly, he stood up, grinning. Lin, am convinced. From this day forward, I only acknowledge you, Lin Yuan, as my captain. A crisis was thus crushed by Lin Yuan's absolute power. Just then, a clear female voice rang out from outside the crowd. Shen Tian. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Tian rushed out as if she had found a savior and threw herself into the arms of a tall woman. Sister Li. The person who came was Yin Li. She gently rubbed Shen Tian's head, but her gaze swept across the entire scene. She saw everything. The cracked table, the awe in Lishan's eyes, and the shock on Lu Xuanju and Sun Hao's faces. She whispered, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Shen Tian quickly shook her head. "No, I'm just so happy to see you." Then, she leaned close to Yin Li's ear and whispered, "Sister Li, you and brother Lin Yuan are both very, very good people. With you two here, I feel at ease." At this point, most of the core members of the immortal boat pirate crew had arrived. Lin Yuan, Lu Xuanju, Shen Tian, Sun Hao, Lin, and Yin Li stood at the market entrance. Now, only one crew member was missing, Xia Yuanzhou. Chapter 15, Positions Finalized. Xia Yuanzhou finally arrived. He was tall and slender, his shoulder-length hair neatly styled, his eyes gloomy, and his entire being seemed shrouded in mist, exuding a coldness that kept strangers at bay. With this, all 7 members of the immortal boat pirate crew were assembled. Lin Yuan stood at the market entrance, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The honest and loyal Lu Xuanju, the sweet on the outside but explosive on the inside Shen Tian, the shrewd and worldly wise Sun Hao, the rebellious Lin, the capable and assertive Yin Li, and Xia Yuanzhou, who just arrived and seems to live his own world. These 7 people are all quite talented, but now that they're together, to put it nicely, they're a team with potential. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of rabble. But Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. The ship had only just set sail. He spoke, his voice not loud, but it instantly silenced everyone. Everyone's here. I won't waste any more words. Remember 3 things. First, this world is dangerous and cruel. People can die at any time. Second, I am your only lifeboat. Third, once you're on my ship, you must abide by my rules. My rules will ensure your survival, and you'll live better than anyone else. His words were domineering and direct, offering no comfort or empty promises. Lu Xuanju and Shen Tian listened with eyes full of admiration. Yin Li and Sun Hao remained calm, and Lin and Xia Yuanzhou also abandoned their nonchalant attitude, their eyes becoming more serious. Lin Yuan then changed the subject. The first thing to do upon boarding is to assign positions. He looked at Yin Ingli. Yin Ingli, first mate, the second in command on the ship. While I'm not here, her word is law. No one objected. Everyone had witnessed Yin Ingli's ability and presence. She simply nodded calmly and accepted the position. Sun Hao cook. Sun Hao patted his chest with a smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone has meat at every meal. Lu Xuanzhu, helmsman. Lu Xuanzhu immediately perked up. Okay, Brother Yuan, I promise I'll steer wherever you point. Shen Tian, navigator. Shen Tian nodded vigorously. Yes. Xia Yuan Zhou, gunner. Xia Yuan Zhou raised his eyelids and only uttered 2 words. Okay. Finally, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on Letian. Letian, ship's doctor. The air went silent for a moment. Letian froze for a second. Then, as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world, he picked at his ear. What did you say? What do you want me to be? Lin Yuan's tone was calm. Ship's doctor. Damn it. Letian kicked over a nearby cargo box with a loud bang. Who do you think you are? I'm here to fight, not to be a nurse who bandages people's wounds. He pointed at his own nose and roared at Lin Yuan. I lost the arm wrestling match, so I'll acknowledge you as captain, but don't even think about treating me like a piece of trash. Lu Xuanzhu's face darkened, and he was about to step forward when Lin Yuan stopped him with a look. Lin Yuan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled. He had known all along that Letian would explode. But he also knew that the future Letian would be the #1 ship doctor in the entire server. This profession is the most suitable path for him. Lin Yuan looked at him and slowly asked, Do you think a ship's doctor is just a healer? Just a useless person? Letian sneered. Otherwise what? Lin Yuan's first words made his expression freeze. Do you know that mixing sea snake venom with 3 kinds of herbs can paralyze the nerves of a soldier-level sea monster in 3 seconds? Letian was taken aback. Lin Yuan continued. Do you know that stimulating specific acupoints can triple a person's strength within 10 minutes, with the only cost being a day of weakness? Lishan's pupils constricted sharply. Lin Yuan's third sentence struck him directly. And do you know that some surgeries can transplant organs from sea monsters into humans, granting them special abilities? Letian froze. This wasn't the ship's doctor he'd imagined at all. This was clearly poison, medicine, dissection, modification, experimentation, all the things he was most interested in. From a young age, Letian had loved the unusual and loved studying strange biological structures. Every word Lin Yuan said seemed to hit his sweet spot. Lin Yuan smiled and said, This is what a ship's doctor should be doing. This position is 1,000,000 times more exciting than you can imagine. Now, do you still think a ship's doctor is a wet nurse? Lishan's Adam's apple bobbed, and his tone changed. Then can I conduct biological experiments and research on the ship? Lin Yuan nodded. As long as you don't harm the crew or endanger the ship, you can research whatever you want. The arrogance in Lishan's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by an irrepressible fervor. Fine, I'll take this ship's doctor. The troublemaker was subdued on the spot. The way everyone looked at Lin Yuan shifted from trust to a deeper sense of awe. This captain wasn't just a fighter. He seemed to know what everyone truly wanted. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, and several shimmering parchment scrolls appeared before everyone. These are crew contracts. Sign them with your blood, and from now on, we are truly a family. Of course, the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund I promised will take effect immediately after signing. Yin Ingli was the first to step forward, without the slightest hesitation. She bit her finger, dripped blood onto the first mate contract, and wrote her name. The next second, the contract transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into her brow. Yin Ingli's body trembled, and her eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Countless pieces of knowledge exploded in her mind. Ship command, team management, resource coordination, the duties of a first mate. Those previously unfamiliar contents were instantly understood and absorbed by her, as if by instinct. She covered her forehead, her voice trembling slightly. What is this? Lin Yuan explained calmly. Signing a crew contract for the corresponding position will automatically grant you basic professional knowledge. These things ensure the ship can navigate normally at sea. As for more advanced abilities, they will be unlocked gradually with experience. Hearing this, the others could no longer sit still. Lu Xuanzhu was the first to rush forward and sign the helmsman contract. A surge of light entered his body, and he immediately shouted, "Holy crap! I feel like I could sail a ship in a storm with my eyes closed." Sun Hao also signed the ship's cook contract, his smile growing wider, as if 100 different ways to cook sea monsters had already appeared in his mind. Xia Yuanzhou silently signed the gunner contract, his eyes sharpening noticeably. He Letian was even more impatient. The moment the blood-red words were written, he froze, his face practically overflowing with fervor. So that's how it is. There can't be water around when dissecting this sea monster. What? Its heart actually has 7 hidden nerve nodes. Everyone was captivated by the professional knowledge they had gained. Only Xintian remained standing there. She watched everyone's transformation, her eyes filled with longing, but when she looked down at her own fingers, fear brought tears to her eyes. Yan Ingli walked to her side, her voice softening. "Don't be afraid. It's not scary at all. After you sign, we'll be true partners." He Letian, a cigarette dangling from his lips, said gruffly, "Little sister, what are you dawdling about? It's better than being erased by the system, right?" Xintian clenched her small fists, bringing her fingers to her lips, but hesitating to bite down. Just then, Lin Yuan raised his hand and ruffled her hair. "Don't be afraid, Tian Mei, we're all here." Xintian stared blankly at him, then looked at the sincere faces around her. At that moment, she finally understood that she wasn't alone. She nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face, but a smile played on her lips. The next second, she closed her eyes and bit her finger hard. Blood seeped out. With trembling but determined hands, Xintian carefully wrote her name, Shun Tian, stroke by stroke, on the navigator contract. Chapter 16, Who Told You Ships Can Only Be Bought? Why not just rob them? After signing the blood pact, Shun Tian looked at the small cut on her fingertip, her face turning pale. He Letian glanced at her and said nonchalantly, "It's just a small wound. Just put it in your mouth and suck on it, and the bleeding will stop." Although Xintian found him frivolous, she still did as he said, half believing him, considering he was a ship's doctor. A faint taste of blood spread on her tongue, and when she took it out again, the wound had indeed stopped bleeding. At this point, everyone had officially completed their blood pact. Lin Yuan looked at the team before him, a sharp glint in his eyes. In the future, these people were destined to shake the world. But the next second, the system's cold announcement crashed into everyone's minds. Note, there is still 1 hour until sunset. Final warning, players who fail to form a team as required before sunset will be permanently removed from the game. The entire Origin Island fell silent instantly. The regional channels were completely overwhelmed. Is there a captain who will take me in? I can do anything. Oh no, I don't want to die. I'm so envious of those who have already formed teams. The erasure is probably just a scare tactic, right? This place is so realistic. How could it be a game? Wake up. We've been transported into an absurdly realistic game world. Despair spread like a plague. Looking at the pale-faced, vacant-eyed people around her, Xintian couldn't help but whisper, "Captain, don't we still have 3 spots left in our fleet?" "Perhaps." Lin Yuan interrupted directly. "A large number of people isn't necessarily a good thing. They can only hope for the best." With that one sentence, he shut down Shun Tian's next words. Seeing the somewhat tense atmosphere, Sun Hao quickly rubbed his hands together to change the subject. "Captain, now that everyone is here, shouldn't we buy supplies and then go to the port to check on the ships? We should have a ship, right?" Yan Ingli immediately looked at Lin Yuan. She was the first mate, and her biggest concern was the ship. All eyes immediately fell on Lin Yuan. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Yuan calmly said, "To be honest, we don't have a ship yet." The air fell silent for a second. The next moment, everyone exclaimed in unison, "Ah!" Elishan's eyes widened on the spot. "No boat? How can you go out to sea without a boat?" "By swimming." Yan Ingli frowned. "Have you not bought it yet? Or haven't you prepared it at all?" Lin Yuan retorted, "Who told you that ships can only be bought?" Hiletian paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Not buying? Are you going to rob someone else?" He said this with a hint of sarcasm. But the next second, he saw Lin Yuan smile, and the laughter deepened. "That's right," Lin Yuan said, emphasizing each word. It was robbery. Li Shan's eyes lit up instantly, and he became excited. Really? Stealing a ship? That's so exciting. Of course it's true. Shin Tian asked uneasily. Captain, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Not good. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold. I've said it before, this game is cruel. Being kind to others is being cruel to yourself. He looked at Shin Tian, his tone calm, yet sharp. Remember, being able to survive is the greatest good thing in this world. At this point, Lin Yuan changed the subject. Moreover, what I'm going to steal isn't an innocent person. There's a woman in the target fleet who publicly humiliated Ying Li and betrayed me, deceiving me of my feelings and trust. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly lowered. So, this isn't robbery. It's revenge. Ying Li's eyes turned cold, and she immediately understood. Su Yan. That woman was also on that ship. Without the slightest hesitation, she coldly replied, I have no objection. Tian excitedly cracked his knuckles. Steal a ship? Ha ha ha. I love this. Lu Xuanzhu was even more direct. Whatever Brother Yuan does, I'll do. Sun Hao smiled slightly. The crew's duty is to carry out the captain's orders. I have no objection. Seeing that everyone agreed, Shan Tian nodded vigorously. I'll listen to Captain Brother too. Xia Yuan Zhou remained concise. Feasible. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I've already arranged for spies to keep an eye on them. Once we have enough intelligence, we'll make our move immediately. After saying that, he looked towards the market. Now, let's go and get some goods. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the tea shop, Lin Yuan, along with Lu Xuanzhu and Shan Tian, directly purchased 16 cases of top-grade tea. Because I bought a lot, the boss gave me a discount. A box only cost 12 gold coins. Lin Yuan had already instructed Lu Xuanzhu to give the remaining 20 gold coins from hiring the crew to Ying Li, so that she could only buy food and necessities. After all, they had already decided to seize the ship. Since they're going to rob, most of the supplies will naturally be bought for them in advance by someone else. Not long after, Ying Li arrived with Tian, Sun Hao, and Xia Yuan Zhou. The group was carrying large and small bags and was panting heavily. Tian threw his things on the ground and cursed. I'm exhausted. Lin Yuan looked at them and suddenly laughed. Don't you know that every player has a storage space? Ying Li's expression stiffened slightly. She really did forget about it in her busyness. Tian jumped up and down on the spot. You should have said so earlier. I carried it all the way. My arms are almost broken. Ying Li immediately glared at him. Put it down gently. Tian chuckled. It's all right, my bag is full of iron lumps. It won't break if I drop it. Lin Yuan walked up to the pile of supplies and casually waved his hand. The piles of food and supplies on the ground vanished instantly, all stored in the storage space. Then he pointed to the 16 large wooden crates next to him. Put the tea in too. It will make it easier to move around. The size of a player's storage space is related to their strength attribute. Lin Yuan's strength has now reached 14 points, and his personal space is like a bottomless pit, easily swallowing 6 boxes of tea. Lu Xuanzhu then packed 4 more boxes. The remaining boxes were then collected and stored by the others. In the blink of an eye, the ground was completely empty. Ying Li frowned, walked to Lin Yuan's side, and asked in a low voice, Lin Yuan, we're seizing a ship, so I understand why we need to buy fewer necessities. She glanced at the tea leaves that had just been collected, her tone tinged with doubt. But I don't understand. Why did you spend almost all your money just on tea? This thing can't be eaten, and it can't be used as a weapon. What use will it be for the subsequent ship seizing operation? Chapter 17. 10 minutes until the erasure. Lin Yuan nodded, his tone steady. That's right, he only bought tea. Upon hearing this, Ying Li immediately frowned. In other words, they invested almost all of their startup capital into tea. This isn't investing, this is going all in. She couldn't help but remind her, you should know that you can't put all your eggs in one basket. What will we do if the price of tea plummets at the next port? Lin Yuan, however, remained completely calm. Don't worry, it will definitely fetch a good price. Tian crossed his arms and sneered. What makes you so sure? Lin Yuan glanced at him and said calmly, I found a monster shop in the northeast corner of the market, and there's a navigation log inside. It clearly states that the next port will buy tea at a high price. Navigation log? It was written by Lin Yuan, of course. He had long known that his ability to always have advance information would eventually arouse suspicion. Instead of having to explain every time later, it's better to find a perfect excuse for predicting the future now. A mysterious nautical book is enough to shut everyone up. Lin clearly didn't believe it. What if that merchant is cheating you? Lin Yuan was prepared. I verified it. That book not only describes the next port, but also the situation of Origin Island. The island's size, special products, and market purchase price. I asked the NPCs one by one, and everything matched up. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions immediately changed. If it's true, then Lin Yuan's move wasn't impulsive. Rather, he had preemptively grasped the secrets to wealth and the shipping routes. Lu Xuanzhu was the first to speak out. I support Brother Yuan. Shen Tian quickly nodded. I also believe in Captain Brother. Lin curled his lip. Whether it works or not, we'll know when we get to the next port. But Yiningli was not easily fooled. Her gaze sharpened, and she pressed on. You said you bought 16 boxes of tea at 12 gold coins per box for a total of 192 gold coins. You didn't buy a boat, so where are the remaining 800 plus gold coins? Lin Yuan certainly couldn't say that he had bought the Kraken and the Spirit Contract soul-binding stone. So he shrugged, looking helpless. I bought the flight log. Yiningli almost couldn't hold back. A book cost 800 gold coins? More or less. Yiningli rubbed her forehead, took a deep breath, and could only sigh in the end. You're the captain, and the money is yours. I have no right to interfere. Now I can only hope that the book is really worth the price. She knew it very well. If the voyage log is genuine, it would be worth at least 800 gold coins, or even 8,000. Next, Lin Yuan exchanged the last 6 gold coins he had for several bottles of fine wine. At sea, alcohol is a form of hard currency. Once everyone awakens their talents, it will be a good time to open the bottle and celebrate. Just then, Yang Qi sent a message. A long string, densely packed. Lin Yuan quickly scanned the area, his gaze darkening slightly. Suyan's fleet is now full of 9 people. Captain Koji Takasugi bought a 2-masted ship and moored it at pier number 3, berth number 68. Yang Qi even went to confirm it himself. Suyan's position is suspected to be that of first mate. The last paragraph is filled with breakdown and the will to survive. Lin Yuan, I almost risked my life to investigate all this. Everything I could find is here. You see my value now, right? Don't forget your promise. Time is running out. Give me an answer. It's clear that Yang Qi is really fighting for his life. As previously agreed, Lin Yuan should now accept him into the team. But that's absolutely impossible. Lin Yuan would never let someone like Yang Qi board the ship. However, we cannot afford to break off relations now. If rejected, Yang Qi will be left with no other options and will likely immediately turn to Takasugi Koji, selling out Lin Yuan's entire plan. Therefore, the best approach is to give him some hope first. Anyway, it won't be long before it's erased. Lin Yuan replied casually. Well done, come find me at the island market. After sending the message, he closed the panel and looked at everyone as if nothing had happened. Let's go. The erasure is about to begin. Let's go to the square. The next second, a system announcement popped up. Note, there are 10 minutes left until sunset. Final warning. Players who fail to form a team as required before sunset will be permanently removed from the game. That sound was like a death knell, striking into everyone's mind. Yiningli looked up into the distance. The orange-red sun is slowly sinking below the horizon, its last rays shining on Siwan Island in a breathtakingly beautiful way. The air was heavy and oppressive, like the stillness before a storm. Billions of people may soon be reduced to tens of millions. This is the rule of this world. The weak are not even qualified to enter the next stage. Lin Yuan and his group walked silently toward the square. Just then, a couple rushed over like madmen. Both of them had tears streaming down their faces and looked on the verge of collapse. The man grabbed Lishan's shoulder, his voice trembling. You've already teamed up, haven't you? Lin disgustedly shook him off. What's it to you? The man knelt down with a thud. There are only 7 of you. There are still spots available. Please let my girlfriend and me join. We'll do anything. The woman next to him was crying so hard she couldn't speak. Lin Yuan gave them a cold look. Our fleet only needs elites. 7 people are enough. The man's eyes instantly turned red. Just let her join. I don't want her anymore. Please save her. Shin Tian felt a little reluctant, lowered her head, and hid in Yan Yingli's arms. But Lin Yuan's expression remained completely unchanged. The weak are eliminated. That's the rule here. Should we let this burden get on board? In the future, should we have a few legendary-level crew members take care of them like nannies? Impossible. As darkness fell, the man went completely mad, lunging forward and grabbing Lin Yuan's leg tightly. Please, please. Lu Xuanzhu's face darkened, and he immediately stepped forward to pull him away. My brother Yuan has made it very clear. Get out of here. Amidst the chaos, a figure stumbled and rushed over. It's Yang Qi. He ran wildly, gasping for breath while clutching his knees, his eyes filled with the madness of someone who had survived a disaster. Lin Yuan, I finally found you. He raised his head, his voice hoarse and urgent. It's time to keep your promise. Lin Yuan slowly lowered his head, looking at Yang Qi, who had rushed over desperately. He first looked blankly at the crew members beside him, then blinked, as if he had no idea what was going on. Then, a slight smile played on his lips as he asked in a tone so relaxed it was almost irritating. Fulfill the promise? What promise? Chapter 18 Erasure begin. Yan Yingli recognized Yang Qi at a glance. She was about to speak when Lin Yuan raised his hand to stop her. Then, he gave her a look. Yan Yingli understood instantly. Lin Yuan had previously mentioned that he had spies watching Su Yan's side, and that someone would notify him as soon as Su Yan's fleet bought a ship. The fact that Yang Qi is here alone and looking disheveled indicates that he didn't even join the fleet. In other words, Su Yan abandoned him. The so-called eyes and ears refers to this pitiful creature whose value has been completely exploited. Yan Yingli understood Lin Yuan's plan, so she immediately shut up and stood aside to watch the show. Yang Qi was frantic with worry. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Lin Yuan, "Don't play dumb. You promised me." He pinned all his last hopes on Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan is not speaking or responding now, looking at him like he's trash. This feeling of being played was so devastating that Yang Qi completely broke down. Yang Qi, what are you trying to do? Lu Xuanzhu had just subdued another troublemaker when he turned around and stood in front of Lin Yuan, coldly cursing. How dare you yell at my brother Yuan? Get out of my way. Yang Qi grabbed at the screen like a lifeline and immediately opened the chat history. Look, he agreed. He promised to let me join the fleet, but now he's trying to renege on his promise. The evidence is right in front of us. Lin Yuan finally reacted. He patted his head, as if he had just remembered. Oh, you mean that promise? A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Yang Qi's eyes. But the next second, Lin Yuan said calmly, I did promise to consider it. He paused deliberately, watching the hope on Yang Qi's face gradually fade away. Then he slowly added, Now I've thought it over. The conclusion is, you are not worthy. These words were like a knife, stabbing directly into Yang Qi's heart. He completely exploded on the spot, pointing at Lin Yuan and cursing. Lin Yuan, you untrustworthy bastard. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Yuan made a move. No one saw how he made his move. There was a muffled thud. Lin Yuan punched Yang Qi in the face. Yang Qi's nose collapsed on the spot, blood gushed out, and he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. This was after Lin Yuan had held back. He looked down at Yang Qi, his voice chillingly cold. I didn't want to get my hands dirty. Too bad your mouth is too foul. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The couple who had just been embracing and crying on the ground, along with Yang Qi, who had been knocked down, all 3 of them let out heart-wrenching screams almost simultaneously. Their bodies began to disappear. It is not death. Instead, it was erased. Starting from the fingers and toes, the flesh and blood seemed to be gnawed at by an invisible monster, breaking apart little by little, turning into tiny data points that drifted in the damp, cold night wind. The 3 people rolled around on the ground, convulsing and howling in pain. They watched helplessly as their bodies disappeared inch by inch, and there was nothing they could do. That kind of fear is more cruel than death. The sun sank completely below the horizon. Night falls. The erasure has begun. Looking across the entire Origin Island, everyone who failed to form a team was swallowed up by the rules at the same time. Screams rang out from all directions. Some people knelt down and begged for mercy. Someone was running frantically. Someone hugged their companion and cried out. But it's of no use. Rules are cold and unforgiving. Without a fleet, they vanish. The once beautiful and peaceful One Island has been transformed into a living hell in the blink of an eye. This massive cleanup lasted a full 10 minutes. Tian was so frightened that she covered her ears, buried her face in Yan Ingli's arms, trembling all over, and didn't even dare to open her eyes. The screams gradually faded away, and the entire island fell completely silent. In the sky, that cold, indistinct male and female voice rang out again. Congratulations on completing the first challenge. The surviving players all now own their own fleets. Tonight at 9 p.m., you will awaken your talents. The weak cannot survive on the ocean. Currently, the waters near all islands remain closed. Players with boats are advised not to leave the dock without permission. Otherwise, they will be responsible for the consequences. Advance announcement. The game will officially begin at midnight tonight. Tian's voice trembled with tears as she whispered, "Is it over?" Yan Ingli gently patted her back. "It's over." Tian then slowly raised her head and opened her eyes. The surroundings were empty. The once bustling crowds were gone, leaving only the rainy night, darkness, and suffocating silence. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and a light drizzle fell, making the entire Origin Island appear even more gloomy. Fortunately, she had Lin Yuan, Yan Ingli, and everyone else by her side. This warmth offered her a small measure of reassurance. Yang Qi was erased. Su Yin and Yang Qi, that despicable couple, one of them finally died. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the result. He casually opened the regional channel and glanced at it. Regional channel, Origin Island. Great. I survived. Don't be too happy yet. From now on, we are all competitors. When will the sea area open? I'm already thinking about going out to sea. It should be midnight tonight when the game officially starts. I just saw someone sail out in a boat. Where is he? Is he still alive? Don't even mention it. The ship had barely sailed 200 meters when it was torn apart by an unknown force. Now all that's left on the sea is a plank. That's too harsh. Let's just wait for further notice. I always felt that there was something even more terrifying behind it. Hopefully, I can awaken a powerful talent by 9 o'clock. The ocean is full of water. If I could awaken the ability to control the seawater, wouldn't I be invincible? Really, that's wishful thinking. The channel is noticeably quieter now. The messages kept popping up so fast I couldn't keep up. Now it only appears every few seconds. Origin Island originally had hundreds of thousands of players. After this erasure, only a few thousand people remained. In other words, after tonight, hundreds of fleets will depart from here and sail into the unknown sea. The dock was already filled with all kinds of boats. Some fleets spent all their resources to buy sturdy, large ships. Some fleets are very shrewd, buying only small boats that are just enough to serve them, leaving more funds for supplies and trade goods. Each team has its own choices and its own plans. But let's talk about fleets that don't even have a single plank of wood left. It seems that only Lin Yuan and his group are involved. The rain gradually stopped. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He planned to wait until his talent awakened before taking action to seize the ship. The group found an open space and lit a campfire. Sun Hao set up the pot and laid out the fresh ingredients he had purchased one by one. Finally, it was his turn to make his move. The firelight rose, dispelling the chill of the rainy night. This also temporarily suppressed the bloodshed and fear brought about by the previous erasure. Chapter 19: Awakening the Second Talent. Sun Hao has always loved cooking. After becoming a ship's chef, a wealth of culinary knowledge was directly injected into his mind, and his skills took off immediately. A pot of mixed soup was served. The ingredients looked ordinary, but the aroma made everyone's mouths water. Tian carefully took a sip, and her eyes instantly lit up. Wow, this tastes so good. The oppression brought on by the previous purge seemed to be washed away by this sip of hot soup. Hiletian nodded repeatedly. That's amazing, uncle. What kind of treasure did you put in there? Lu Xuanju was even more extreme. He started crying while drinking. Uncle, I've never had such delicious soup in my life. Sun Hao was delighted by the praise and waved his hand sheepishly. It's nothing, it's just that I added some sea salt. As he spoke, he took out a small bottle containing glistening white particles. Lin Yuan recognized him at a glance. Crystallized island sea salt. This is no ordinary seasoning. It's a 3-star premium product. A small bottle is worth 50 silver coins, a true luxury item to add to sea salt. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, silently drank 3 large bowls, and then down a bottle of sugarcane wine. After all, he knew very well that this might be the last normal dish Sun Hao would ever cook. After his talent was awakened, everything this ship's chef made started heading in the direction of culinary disasters. If you don't eat more now, you might not have the chance later. After a hearty meal and drinks, everyone gathered around the campfire to chat. A sea breeze blew by, the firelight flickered, and the atmosphere was unusually relaxed. But just then, a cold system notification suddenly sounded. It is currently 8:59 p.m. Talent Awakening is about to begin. All players, please prepare yourselves. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone's expression changed. Nervous, expectant, and with a hint of indescribable fear. The types and levels of talents are often related to a player's personality, hobbies, and aptitude. However, there are exceptions. For example, an entire fleet will be affected by the captain, and similar changes will occur in the main talent direction. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had seen a boatload of gorillas. Because their captain awakened a beast-like berserk gorilla, the entire crew ended up with gorilla-type talents. Those who awaken their talents are also called awakeners. Lin Yuan was also an awakened in his previous life. His talent is called drunkard, and it's at the platinum level. The effect is simple. Just by drinking alcohol, you can temporarily boost your attributes. Not top tier, but not weak either. They can survive by playing it safe. However, its drawbacks are also fatal. Without alcohol, half the game is wasted. In her past life, Su Yin seized upon this point and set a deadly trap for him. In this life, Lin Yuan already possesses the god-level talent of the Sea King. But a thought still kept popping into his mind. Since alcohol cannot exist without water, could a drunkard and a Sea King undergo some kind of transformation? Will he awaken a second talent? Lin Yuan didn't have high hopes. After all, I had never heard of any player being able to awaken 2 talents in my previous life. He already has a godlike talent, which is more than enough for him. It was exactly 9 p.m. Boom! The celestial phenomena changed abruptly. Above the night sky, a huge vortex appeared out of nowhere, as if it were about to swallow up all the stars. Dark clouds churned, golden lightning crisscrossed the edge of the vortex, and the sea instantly became turbulent. A strong wind swept in from the sea and extinguished the campfire. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only a few sparks struggling to remain. Everyone except Lin Yuan was extremely nervous. They looked at each other, encouraging each other with their eyes. The next second, an anomaly occurred. A blazing red light erupted from Yin Ingli's body first. Following that, Shun Tian, Hiletian, and Sun Hao. Each person shone with a different colored light. Talent Awakening has begun. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. If everyone else is shining while he stands alone in the dark, that would be incredibly awkward. He had even prepared his explanation. He'll just say his Aquaman talent has just awakened to fool everyone. But the moment that thought crossed my mind, buzz, a golden light, far more dazzling and domineering than that of the others, suddenly erupted from Lin Yuan's body. Golden light shot into the sky, tearing through the darkness. Second talent, Awakening. Lin Yuan's consciousness was instantly pulled into a golden ocean. Countless fragments of profound information flooded into my mind. The Immortal of Wine. Level, God level. Main effect, drunken waves. Drinking alcohol stacks drunkenness. The higher the stack, the stronger the attributes. Reaching a certain number of drunkenness stacks unlocks specific skills. Using skills consumes drunkenness. Side effect, extremely high alcohol tolerance. The body's immunity to alcohol is significantly increased, making it extremely difficult to get drunk. Side effect, self-sufficiency. In emergencies, alcohol can be synthesized within the body, but this will consume a lot of energy. Current stage, first stage. The intoxication effect can stack up to 2 layers. When 2 layers are reached, the skill Drunken Fist Style 1 is unlocked. Awakening status, not awakened. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. 2 god-level talents. He actually awakened his second talent. Moreover, this immortal of wine is the ultimate evolved version of the platinum-talented drunkard from his previous life. Not only can he become stronger by drinking, but he can also make up for his most fatal weakness. No wine? Then let's make it ourselves. In critical moments, alcohol is synthesized directly within the body. This means that as long as he can hold on, he will not be restricted by means of cutting off alcohol. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally understood. Because his 4-dimensional attributes had long surpassed the limits of ordinary people, and his aptitude was judged by the system to be at an extremely high level, his second god-level talent was triggered. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force exploded from within his body. Muscles, bones, and spirit are all undergoing a crazy transformation. Lin Yuan immediately opened the panel. Strength, 14 to 17. Constitution, 10 to 15. Agility, 10 to 15. Spirit, 16 to 17. Identity, Captain. Funds, 0 gold coins. Talent, God-level Sea King, God-level Wine Immortal. Title none. At the bottom, the combat power rating is also updated. Combat power rating, Tier 2, 9 stars. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the power within his body that seemed to tear everything apart, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This is a huge profit. However, at that moment, a scorching heat suddenly rose up beside him. Lin Yuan turned his head to look. Yin Yingli was enveloped in crimson flames, and a noble blood-red phoenix faintly appeared behind her. The phoenix spread its wings and let out a clear cry that seemed to shake the very soul. Her talent also awakened. Blazing Blood Phoenix. Level, God level. Main effect, Blood Phoenix Pact. Can convert one's own or an enemy's blood into blood flames and manipulate the blood flames to transform into any shape. Secondary effect, Blood Phoenix Rebirth. The more health consumed, the stronger the attack. When your health drops to 5%, Rebirth is triggered, restoring you to 50% health. Cooldown, 1 week. Can be used once. Secondary effect, Blood Phoenix Blessing. Increases fire resistance and doubles the Constitution attribute points gained. Current stage, first stage. Awakening status, not awakened. Another God-level talent. Yin Yingli's attributes have also undergone a dramatic change. Strength, 4 to 8. Constitution, 5 to 16. Agility, 5 to 7. Spirit, 7 to 10. Position, first mate. Funds, 0 gold coins. Talent, Divine Blazing Blood Phoenix. Title none. Combat power rating, Tier 1, 9 stars. Chapter 20 Alienation. After Yin Yingli awakened the Blazing Blood Phoenix, she took off immediately. The most overpowered aspect of this talent isn't just its offensive capabilities, but its combination of high survivability and high damage output. A surge in Constitution leads to a dramatic increase in maximum health and negative resistances. Even more absurd is the secondary effect, Blood Phoenix Blessing, which grants her double Constitution points. In other words, while others gain 1 point of health, she gains 2. The main effect, Blood Phoenix Contract, is even more ruthless. The more health it consumes, the stronger its attack becomes. For Yin Yingli, health points are not just a matter of life, but also a source of damage. The thicker the bloodline, the more terrifying the burst. This is the level of prestige associated with an Empress. Following that, the other members of the Immortal Boat Pirates also completed their awakenings one after another. Navigator Shun Tian, with the talent Thunderstorm Pivot, is at a god level. Ship's Doctor He Letian is a genius biochemical suturing master, a god level talent. Sun Hao, the ship's chef, possesses unparalleled talent for dark cuisine. He's a god level chef. Gunner Xia Yuan Zhou, with the talent of Destruction Overlord, is a god-level character. Helmsman Lu Xuanzhu possesses the innate beast transformation Raging Wave Rhinoceros, a king-level talent. The strange phenomena in the sky slowly dissipated, and all the newly awakened players were still immersed in shock. Lin Yuan was no exception. He looked down and saw that a black gourd had appeared at his waist without him noticing. The gourd looked like it was made of black gold, with exquisite gold patterns engraved on its surface. It was understated yet luxurious, exuding a high-class feel. Lin Yuan took it down and held it in his hand, finding it more and more pleasing to the eye. This is precisely the mutation that occurs after the talent is awakened. Some people will directly obtain items related to their talents after awakening. Some will develop special characteristics, and some will have nothing at first, only to have their talents manifest when they advance to a certain level. Lin Yuan's Immortal of Wine belongs to the first type, directly manifesting a wine gourd. As for his other talent, the Sea King, it's a late-stage talent. Only after advancing to a certain stage will his truly unique weapon appear. Furthermore, the higher the quality of the talent, the greater the probability of mutation. The mutated form is not fixed. It evolves along with the talent as it grows stronger. It might start as just a small pistol, but after a few upgrades, it could become a world-destroying cannon. Lin Yuan glanced around and quickly discovered that, apart from Lu Xuanzhu, all the other crew members had undergone obvious mutations. A phoenix totem, lifelike and glowing with a faint red light, now adorns Yin Ying's collarbone, both sacred and dangerous. A small dark cloud floated beside Shen Tian, with lightning flashing wildly within it. The cloud seemed to have a life of its own, bouncing around her and making Shen Tian giggle. Tian was carrying a medical kit. But this thing doesn't look like a first aid kit at all. The box was covered in writhing flesh and blood, and its front had a grotesque mouth full of sharp teeth. What would make a normal person's scalp tingle would be unnerving, but Li Shen's eyes lit up as he eagerly opened it. Inside was a bunch of bizarre medical instruments, all in biological form, as if they had been taken from the body of some kind of monster. This dark and otherworldly style perfectly suits Li Shen's aesthetic. Then look at Sun Hao, who now wields an outrageously large dragon-slaying blade. The blade exudes an imposing aura. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was about to shout, "Brothers, come and chop me." But ironically, this is his personal kitchen knife. Using this thing to cook, it's no wonder the finished product won't turn out well. In Xia Yuanzhou's hand appeared a bolt-action sniper rifle, which looked like a heavily modified 98K. Its lines were cold and hard, and it exuded a murderous aura. It was not like an ordinary firearm at all, but more like some kind of hero-level weapon. A sacred phoenix tattoo, a living thunderstorm cloud, a flesh and blood medical kit, a dragon-slaying cleaver, a heavily modified sniper rifle, plus Lin Yuan's black gold wine gourd. The configuration of this ship is so outrageous that it makes you question reality. Lu Xuanzhu, however, had nothing. He looked down at himself, then at the others, and was completely dumbfounded. Are we really playing the same game? Her tone was full of envy and despair. Lin Yuan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. This is called mutation. Don't worry, Pillar, yours might be a late-stage mutation. As long as you keep getting stronger, one day your own mutation will appear. After comforting Lu Xuanzhu, Lin Yuan relit the campfire and took out fine wine and wine glasses from the storage system. He raised his glass and smiled. Congratulations, everyone, on awakening your talents. Tonight, we must celebrate. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. Everyone gathered around the campfire, raising their glasses, their faces beaming with barely suppressed excitement. Even the usually composed Xia Yuanzhou had a slight smile on his lips. Shen Tian couldn't hold her liquor and only dared to take a small sip. Yiningli, however, was very generous. She raised her glass and drank it all in one gulp, which immediately drew cheers. After the celebration, everyone began to check their respective panels and introduce their talents and abilities to each other. Lin Yuan did not reveal the secret of his dual talents, only mentioning the wine immortal. After the exchange, everyone fell silent, because they discovered that, apart from Lu Xuanzhu being a king level, all the other crew members were actually god level. This only made things worse for Lu Xuanzhu's already wounded heart. Just then, the system announcement sounded again. Announcement: Talent Awakening has ended. Players can check the awakening status of their island. Lin Yuan immediately opened the panel and clicked on Origin Island. Talent Awakening Origin Island. Number of players remaining, 3529. God tier talent, 6 people. Dominator level talent, 0. King level talent, 1. Grandmaster level talent, 2. Silver tier talent, 547 people. Bronze level talent, 2,881 people. Upon seeing this data, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Something's really off about Origin Island. At the same time, the regional channel was in complete chaos. Holy crap, our wretched island actually has 6 god-level talents. Is it reasonable that the number of god-level beings is greater than the combined number of dominators, kings, and grandmasters? I have a bad feeling about this. Just wondering, are these 6 god-level powerhouses all in the same boat? Haha, stop joking. If we're really on the same boat, what's the point of the others playing? If they're really in the same boat, Su Damong, will eat shit upside down. Soon, someone else did the math. If billions of humanity were to enter the game, and after the initial elimination, only 1% remained, that would still be tens of millions of players. According to the system's published probability of God-level awakening, theoretically, there may not be more than 10 people in the entire game who awaken God-level talents. But now there are 6 of them on a mere Origin Island. What does that mean? The most talented players in the entire game are likely all concentrated on this island. Chapter 21 Personal Missions begin. In the regional channels, everyone was still frantically refreshing the screen. If someone really awakens a god-level talent, that would be too outrageous. Where's the pro? Need help getting carried? I'll shout 666. Does your thigh need an accessory? I eat little and work fast. Looking at these messages, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The next second, he posted a message anonymously. Once the game starts, you'd better pray your ships are fast enough. If I catch up, your ships, supplies, and everything else will become my spoils. Ha ha ha. These words immediately cause an uproar in the entire channel. Holy crap. Boss, spare me. I'm willing to hand over 30% of the supplies. Just please don't hit me. What are you pretending to be mysterious for? What kind of skill is it to hide your face and give away your secrets? If you've got the guts, give me your name and come and clash with my hungry wolf. Don't go throwing your life away upstairs. What if he really is one of those god-level beings? Lin Yuan did not reply. That's exactly the effect he wanted. Before the person even appeared, fear had already taken root in everyone's hearts. Once the server-wide event starts, he can take advantage of the information gap to first become number 1 in the server and then officially make his name known. After turning off the panel, Lin Yuan looked at the crew members beside him. After awakening their talents, the others were all excited, except for Lu Xuanzhu, who stood by the campfire with a noticeably somber expression. He was tall, but at that moment he looked particularly lonely. Lin Yuan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Pillar, with king-level talent, is already among the very top players. As he spoke, he pulled up the talent data of Origin Island and let Lu Xuanzhu see it for himself. On the entire island, you're the only one at the king level. 99% of the others are only at the bronze or silver level. It's not that you're weak, it's that our team is ridiculously strong. Lin Yuan's tone was very steady. There are 7 of us in total, 6 god level and 1 king level. This kind of configuration is a miracle in itself. You will always be our partner. You can entrust your back to us. Our backs also need your strongest shield to protect us. These words were not empty words of comfort, but rather clearly stated Lu Xuanzhu's position. The gloom in Lu Xuanzhu's eyes finally dissipated, and he nodded emphatically. Brother Yuan, I understand. But just then, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. That sounds nice. He Letian, holding the bloodied and mangled medical kit and a scalpel in his hand, spoke in a sarcastic tone. But some people still seemed to be a bit of a loner. The anger that Lu Xuanzhu had just suppressed was instantly reignited. What did you say? He clenched his fist tightly, about to make a move. Letian, however, was not afraid at all, and instead raised his chin in a provocative manner. What? You want to hit me? I suggest you think carefully. You're just a king-level player, but I'm a god-level player. As he spoke, he lifted the strange medical kit in his hand. This treasure of mine is not just for show. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Just as the two were about to explode, Lin Yuan spoke in a cold voice. Enough. He stepped between the two, his eyes fixed on He Letian like knives. We are a team. We don't need internal strife. He Letian, are you questioning my decision or testing my patience? He Letian's smile froze on the spot. After the arm wrestling match and the job assignment, he had come to a complete understanding that the captain in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, Lin Yuan also possesses god-level talent. He Letian's throat tightened. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't utter a single word. He knew very well that if he said another word, Lin Yuan's punch would be even harder than when he punched Yang Qi. Seeing that he had shut up, Lin Yuan directly announced the punishment. You're deliberately undermining the team's unity. You'll be washing the decks for the next week. He Letian's expression changed, and he was about to argue, but Lin Yuan glared at him, and his voice immediately became softer. But we don't even have a boat, so what are we going to do with the deck? Lin Yuan spoke calmly. The boat will be here tonight. After those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Time quickly came to 9:30 p.m. There are only 2.5 hours left before the game officially starts. Seizing the ship is now an urgent matter. Lin Yuan glanced at everyone and gave the order directly. Go and familiarize yourselves with your talents. We'll be moving soon. I need the strength of all of you. The group immediately dispersed to study their abilities. Just as Lin Yuan had focused his consciousness into his mind, he suddenly froze. On his panel, an option he had never seen before appeared. Personal task. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This is not a standard system function. Could this be a hidden perk specifically for him? He clicked on it immediately. Mission summary. On Origin Island, a player posing as a captain ignored system warnings, kidnapped several NPCs, and killed one NPC in the process. Task type. Bounty mission. Mission objective. Kill the captain who kidnapped the NPC. Deadline. Before midnight tonight. Reward. Blueprints for the class C2-masted ship Changfeng. Task details will be displayed after acceptance. The moment Lin Yuan saw the reward, his eyes changed instantly. Before the game even officially started, some people dared to kidnap NPCs and even kill them. The system certainly won't let this kind of person go. For Lin Yuan, this mission was practically a freebie. The only problem is that time is too tight. The reward is too tempting. Class C2-masted ship blueprints. As long as you have enough materials, you can build a true early-game god ship directly. With the Changfeng, not only can you get through the early stages, but you can also take off when it comes to grabbing resources and participating in events. If they can finish this quickly, they might still be able to catch up with the original plan to seize the ship. This task is one I must accept. More importantly, the idea of kidnapping NPCs before the game starts gave Lin Yuan a strong sense of familiarity. In his previous life, around this time, Su Yin, that woman, cried and begged him to kidnap a few NPCs to serve her as servants. The reason is simple. Life on the ship was not as comfortable as she had imagined. Su Yin was pampered since childhood and was always waited on in her family villa. She simply couldn't stand the dirty, chaotic, and miserable life at sea. But Lin Yuan was too timid at the time and dared not disobey the system's warning, let alone attack the NPCs, so he gave up in the end. But in this life, Su Yin has changed captains. Her new captain was clearly not as timid and hesitant as Lin Yuan had been. Could it be? Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he immediately accepted the mission. The next second, the mission details unfolded. Captain Koji Takasugi, a native of Japan. After awakening his talent, he ignored system warnings and kidnapped a total of 6 female NPCs. During the incident, one male NPC who attempted to resist was killed, and several others were injured or maimed. Please investigate this person's whereabouts and eliminate them before the game officially begins to complete the bounty. Chapter 22 Lustful Rubber Man. Sure enough, after Lin Yuan was reborn, many things changed. The original trajectory of history has begun to deviate. The culprit behind this kidnapping of NPCs is none other than Koji Takasugi. Even more coincidentally, Lin Yuan was originally planning to rob his ship tonight, and now the target of his mission is also him. Kill someone, complete the mission, and get the C-class biplane ship blueprints. Then, While you're at it, take over Koji Takasuji's ship. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Yangshi had already told Lin Yuan the location where Takasuji Koji's fleet was docked, so finding them wouldn't be difficult at all. Lin Yuan gave everyone half an hour to familiarize themselves with their newly increased attributes and newly awakened talents. The members of the immortal boat pirates didn't dare waste any time and immediately began to explore their abilities. If other players on the island saw this, they would probably be devastated on the spot. The game hasn't even officially launched yet, and everyone here already has legendary stats, with fierce competition already underway. 10 p.m. Lin Yuan gathered everyone together and shared the personal missions he had just received to the fleet channel. Yan Ingli immediately grasped the key point and asked, "Why don't we have mission functions, but you do?" Lin Yuan replied calmly, "Because I am the captain." These 6 words are both domineering and simple. Everyone fell silent instantly. Lin Yuan continued, "The captain we're tasked with killing happens to be our target tonight. His ship is also our target, so I took the job." Elishan's eyes lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get him." But Shen Tian hesitated. She looked at the mission description and whispered, "But the mission requires me to kill him." Lin Yuan looked at her, his tone calm but cold. "Sweetie, you saw it too. He kidnapped innocent NPCs and even injured and maimed many of them. You've been to market. What's the difference between those NPCs and real people?" Shen Tian fell silent. Lin Yuan continued, "In this ridiculously realistic game, slaughtering innocent NPCs is no different from being a murderer in real life. When we kill them, we are acting on behalf of God and cleaning up the mess. Don't feel guilty." Shen Tian bit her lip and finally nodded. She was still afraid. The thought of actually killing someone made her heart race. But she also understood that Lin Yuan was right. This world is no longer the world that used to be based on reason. On the other side, Siwan Island, Pier 3, Berth 68. An E-class, 2-masted ship rested quietly under the moonlight. This ship nearly emptied most of Koji Takasuji's startup capital, which is why he is now extremely proud of himself. Takasuji Koji was not tall, only a little over 1.6 meters. He wore a straw hat with a round top, had Su Yin by his side, and was followed by 3 crew members. He led his men down the deck and into the deepest part of the ship's hold. As soon as the wooden door was pushed open, the light of the torch shone in. In a corner, 6 young female NPCs were tied together, each one trembling with fear. Koji Takasuji leaned close to Su Yan's ear and grinned lewdly. "So, my beauty, are you satisfied now?" Su Yan's face looked very pale. Only after joining this fleet did she truly see what Koji Takasuji was all about. This man is not a captain at all, but a beast in human skin. He harassed her constantly. His eyes were disgusting, and his face was lewd. Su Yin used to be a pampered young lady. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. If she hadn't acted impulsively, why would she have chosen someone like that? But now, it's too late to say anything. Su Yin frowned as she looked at the tied-up girls. Why are they all women? Koji Takasuji, however, said matter-of-factly, "Women are great. From now on, they'll be the maids on the ship. Isn't that wonderful?" Su Yin sneered. "The ship is full of heavy work. They have skinny arms and legs, and some of them don't even look like adults. What can they do?" Her words were half a question and half an expression of her pent-up frustration. Koji Takasuji's face darkened, and he suddenly roared, "Shut up. I'm a captain here. What I say goes." Su Yan's pent-up anger finally exploded. She glared at Koji Takasuji and gritted her teeth as she cursed. "Captain, you're a stupid and disgusting pig." No sooner had he finished speaking than Koji Takasuji slapped him across the face. Snap! Su Yan's face turned to the side from the slap, and her ears were ringing. Koji Takasuji roared, "You idiot! How dare you curse me? Without me, you'd be dead out there by now." Su Yin only awakened the bronze-level talent Enhanced Vision, which gave her almost no combat power. Koji Takasuji awakened the silver-level talent Rubber Man, and his combat power has reached the first-tier 3-star level. The gap between the two sides is too large. At that moment, Su Yin felt like a doll being manipulated at will. She was once proud and aloof, used to others flattering and obeying her. But now, she is being humiliated by this trash. This is worse than killing her. Rage completely extinguished reason. Su Yin screamed and lunged forward, grabbing Takasugi Koji's neck with all her might. The incident happened suddenly, catching Koji Takasugi off guard. She tackled him to the ground, and his straw hat rolled to the side. But soon, Su Yin couldn't hold on any longer. The 3 crew members nearby reacted immediately, rushed over, roughly pulled her off Takasugi Koji, and held her down tightly. Koji Takasugi scrambled to his feet, picked up his straw hat again, and glared at her with a sinister look in his eyes. The next second he kicked out. A bizarre scene unfolded. His legs stretched out like rubber, and despite being half a meter away, he kicked Su Yin hard in the stomach. Su Yin was in so much pain that her face turned deathly pale, her stomach churned violently, and she almost fainted on the spot. Koji Takasugi grinned maliciously. "Tie her up." The 3 crew members immediately took action. Koji Takasugi approached step by step, the firelight distorting his face. "Tonight, let's start with you." With her last ounce of strength, Su Yin spat out a vicious curse. "You beast! If you dare touch me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost." At the same time, the area outside the dock was deathly silent. There was only a little over an hour left until midnight. The game is about to officially begin, and the teams with ships are mostly waiting on their ships for that moment to arrive. Lin Yuan, leading the immortal ship pirates, approached pier number 3 silently, like ghosts in the night. They stopped not far from berth number 68. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. His ears caught an extremely faint sound. That wasn't an ordinary scream. Instead, a roar filled with humiliation, anger, and hatred came from deep within the ship's cabin. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Did you hear that?" The crowd looked at each other blankly and shook their heads. Lin Yuan did not explain further. After his mental attributes were enhanced, his 5 senses were already far beyond those of ordinary people. He heard that roar clearly, though others couldn't hear it. Something happened on the ship. Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold as he said to the group, "You all wait here and keep a close eye on the group messages." Chapter 23, Ding Peng's Daughter. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up like a cheetah in the night and pounced directly on the ship at berth number 68. He gripped the bottom edge of the gun sluice gate with both hands, and with a sudden burst of strength, he climbed up silently. Looking through the gun slit, inside the cabin, a short man wearing a straw hat was leading 3 burly men, cursing and swearing, towards the deck. Lin Yuan recognized that face of a Japanese person and that distinctive physique at a glance. Target, Koji Takasugi. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold. He waited until the footsteps of the others faded away before climbing into the cabin, landing so quietly that not even the wooden planks made a sound. The cabin was a mess. Hammocks swayed, and bottles were scattered everywhere. Laughter and the clanging of bottles echoed from the deck. Clearly, Koji Takasugi and his group were drinking, waiting for the game to officially begin. This was an opportunity for Lin Yuan. He crouched low and made his way to the deepest part of the cabin. Soon, a heavy wooden door blocked their way. Lin Yuan gently pushed open the door crack. It was pitch black inside. He took out a kerosene lamp, and the moment the dim light came on, a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared before him. Su Yin. Their eyes met, and both of them froze. Lin Yuan was surprised to find Su Yin bound hand and foot and locked up with other captured NPCs. Wasn't she the female crew member that Koji Takasugi valued most? Su Yin couldn't understand why Lin Yuan was here. The next second, her throat moved, and she was about to scream. Lin Yuan instantly closed in, making a shushing gesture with one hand and tightly covering her mouth with the other. He leaned down, his voice as low as a knife. "If you make even the slightest sound, I'll knock your teeth out one by one." Suyan tiremblet, her pupils kontrak sharply. Where's the Lin Yuan in front of me now? Even a trace of the sycophant he used to be. The coldness, the ruthlessness, and the oppressive atmosphere made it hard for her to breathe. She nodded frantically, indicating that she would never shout anything. Lin Yuan then released his grip, his eyes showing no pity whatsoever. "Why are you here?" Su Yin gasped for breath. a look of humiliation flashing in her eyes, but she still lowered her voice and quickly explained. That bastard Koji Takasugi is a pervert. I insulted him, and he locked me up. As she spoke, she put on a pitiful expression, tears welling up in her eyes. Unfortunately, this approach was ineffective against Lin Yuan. He had long since stopped believing a single word from this woman. Your captain is from Japan? Koji Takasugi. Suyin suddenly looked up. How did you know? I came here to steal this ship. One sentence completely stunned Suyin. Seize the ship. She almost cried out, but immediately covered her mouth and looked at Lin Yuan in horror. Lin Yuan was too lazy to waste words and asked coldly, Tell me, what talent did he awaken, and what level is it? Suyin's eyes darted around, as if she wanted to regain the initiative. Promise to get me out of here first, and then I'll tell you. Lin Yuan smiled. That smile was full of mockery. He raised his hand and patted Suyin's face, his tone icy. Do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me right now? Suyin broke down instantly. All her pretense crumbled, and she began to sob. Brother Yuan, please save me. That Japanese guy is going to do this to me tonight. Lin Yuan almost frowned from disgust. Save her? Impossible. But it's possible to get information out of her. I can save you, but you have to do as I say. Upon hearing this, Suyin was immediately overjoyed and even wanted to pounce on him and act coquettishly. Brother, you're so handsome. Lin Yuan pushed her away. Stop putting in my bowl. I'm about to throw up. Suyin's face stiffened. Lin Yuan stared at her. Answer the question. Takasugi Koji's talent level. Suyin dare not try any more tricks and could only confess honestly. I don't know the level of how long his body can stretch like rubber, but it's much stronger than mine. And you? Improved vision, bronze level. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly. Sure enough, it was the same as in my previous life. He continued. Who else on the ship has awakened a talent? There's another one, Koji Takasugi's friend, named Kojiro Omeshi, who is also a bronze level. He's very strong, but I don't know his specific talents. Strength type, bronze level. There's nothing to fear. What does it look like? He had a pompadour hairstyle and a scar on his face. Once the intelligence is obtained, Suyin's value is gone. Lin Yuan pushed her directly into the corner of the wall. Get out of here and stay put. Suyin dare not resist and could only grit her teeth and shrink into the corner. Lin Yuan carried the kerosene lamp and continued walking deeper into the warehouse. As the lights swept across, 6 young girls huddled together, all bound and trembling with fear. Lin Yuan's eyes darkened. Koji Takasugi is indeed a complete scumbag. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the face of one of the girls. He recognized that face. Memories quickly surfaced. It was this girl who handed him the glass bottle containing the Kraken embryo. She is Ding Peng's daughter, Ding Yueru. At this moment, Ding Yueru looked haggard. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was still sobbing silently. Lin Yuan's heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition surged up instantly. He approached and asked in a low voice, Do you remember me? Ding Yueru slowly raised her head, looked at him for a long while, and finally recognized him, nodding silently. Lin Yuan's voice grew even deeper. Ow, is brother Ding Peng. Upon hearing her father's name, Ding Yueru could no longer hold back, and her suppressed sobs erupted instantly, her whole body trembling as she cried. Lin Yuan understood without her needing to answer. The man that Takasugi Koji killed was actually Ding Peng, the man who sold him the Kraken larvae. At this moment, Lin Yuan closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, all that remained was a chilling, killing intent. Now this is more than just a task. This is a blood debt. He stepped forward and untied the ropes binding Ding Yueru, his voice low but firm. Don't be afraid. I will avenge brother Ding Peng. Afterwards, Lin Yuan untied the ropes binding the other girls one by one. He looked at everyone and said in a low voice, You all stay here and don't make a sound. Once I've dealt with those scumbags on deck, I'll take you out. Chapter 24 Suyan, a human shield. Suyin moved closer to Lin Yuan, her voice trembling. Are you sure you can manage on your own? That Japanese guy is really amazing. Lin Yuan sneered. Look down on me? Don't even mention one. I'd beat 10 of you. Besides, I'm never alone. After saying that, he sent a message directly to the fleet's communication group. Su Yin immediately stretched out her bound hands, putting on a pitiful look, hoping Lin Yuan would untie her. Lin Yuan didn't even look at her. He grabbed her wrist with his other hand, his grip as tight as an iron clamp, causing Su Yin to cry out in pain. From now on, behave yourself. Let's go. Su Yin felt wronged and resentful. You untied them all. Why didn't you untie me? Lin Yuan laughed, but his laughter was icy. Because you have other uses. Su Yin tried to use her high-pitched voice to coax. Lin Yuan, why have you become so fierce? Be gentle. Shut up. Lin Yuan's voice turned cold. If you say another word, I'll beat you up first. Su Yan froze instantly. She still felt pain in her stomach from that kick earlier, and she knew very well that Lin Yuan wasn't just bluffing. So, Lin Yuan dragged Su Yin, who was bound hand and foot, step by step from the cabin to the deck, just like he was hauling cargo. The deck was brightly lit at this time. Koji Takasugi is drinking and partying with his crew, fantasizing about becoming king and conquering the world after the game begins. Suddenly, one of the crew members' expressions changed drastically. He raised his weapon, pointed it at the wooden ladder, and shouted in terror, "Someone's boarding!" The bustling deck fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to look. When Koji Takasugi saw who it was, and then saw Su Yin being held by Lin Yuan, his anger surged to the top of his head. He yelled in broken Chinese, "Baka! Who are you? How dare you board my ship and kidnap my beautiful lady?" Lin Yuan burst out laughing. "Little Ingzi, stop trying to shift the blame. Didn't you tie her up yourself?" With just one sentence, Takasugi Koji's face turned red. He flew into a rage. "She's my crew member. Without me, she would have been wiped out long ago. Her life is mine to do with as I please." After saying that, his eyes hardened. "But you, who trespassed on my ship, are you here to die?" Lin Yuan took a step forward, his aura growing even stronger. "My name is Lin Yuan. I'm here today, not only to take your life, but also your ship." Koji Takasugi was furious. "You wish. You dare to steal my ship? Then die." He roared and swung his right arm backward. The next second, the arm stretched out like rubber, instantly reaching 7 or 8 meters in length, and a taut sound filled the air. Immediately afterwards, his arm snapped back, and his fist slammed into Lin Yuan like a cannonball. A straw hat, a cherry blossom native, a rubber body. This configuration does resemble that of a protagonist from certain One Piece anime. Unfortunately, in this real-world game, Koji Takasugi's Rubberman talent is only at the silver level, and more importantly, he doesn't have the protagonist's halo. Lin Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids when faced with that punch. Bang! A dull thud. The fist missed Lin Yuan. Instead, it hit Su Yin squarely in the face. Su Yan's head snapped back, blood gushed from her nose, and she saw stars from the blow. That's right, Lin Yuan directly used her as a human shield. Koji Takasugi was dumbfounded. My beauty! His punch was originally aimed at Lin Yuan, but ended up hitting Su Yan's face instead. He didn't feel sorry for Su Yan as a person, but for her pretty face. After all, for a lecher like him, if his face were ruined, he would lose more than half of the fun. You deserve to die, Koji Takasugi exclaimed in a fit of rage. The next moment, he began to swing his arms wildly. Rubber fists, potato machine guns. A barrage of fists rained down on Lin Yuan like machine gun bullets. Lin Yuan remained calm and even whistled. Koji Takasugi grew angrier the more he hit him, and the angrier he became, the harder he hit. But soon, he realized in despair that despite his best efforts, he hadn't even managed to harm a single hair on Lin Yuan's head. Because Lin Yuan blocked Su Yin in front of him. Su Yin blocked all the punches. Even for those shots that missed, Lin Yuan would deliberately take a step so that Su Yan's face would be precisely hit. After a barrage of attacks, Koji Takasugi was panting heavily, his arms aching. Looking at Su Yin again, she had been beaten beyond recognition. That once beautiful face that captivated countless men is now swollen like a pig's head, a bloody mess, and on the verge of death. Lin Yuan felt only satisfaction. I made you betray me. It makes you deceive your feelings. He casually tossed Su Yin aside, like throwing away trash. She then looked up at Koji Takasugi and said with a contemptuous tone, That's it? Sakurako, is that all you're capable of? What a waste of that ability. These words pierced Koji Takasuji's heart like a knife. He was already exhausted, and this mockery almost made him faint. He pointed at the crew behind him and roared, "A bunch of useless trash. What are you all standing there for? Kojiro, kill him." With a roar, the man with the airplane-shaped hairpin, Yumijiro, grabbed his weapon and led a group of crew members toward Lin Yuan, shouting that he would chop him into mincemeat. But after running a few steps, they suddenly stopped, because behind Lin Yuan, the crew members boarded the deck one after another. Each person exuded an unfathomable aura, and some even carried bizarrely shaped weapons, creating an oppressive atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. Kojiro and the others immediately chickened out. But Lin Yuan did not allow the crew to take action. He pulled out the black and gold wine gourd from his waist and tilted his head back to gulp down several mouthfuls of strong liquor. The liquor dripped down his chin. He burped and swayed unsteadily, looking like he might pass out at any moment. But in reality, he was perfectly lucid. The wine immortal effect allowed him to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. His current state of intoxication was merely a matter of physical drunkenness without mental sobriety. The next second, Lin Yuan suddenly rushed out. The alcohol transformed into power, and his attributes surged. He appeared unsteady, yet every step he took was actually deliberate and methodical. When the enemy threw a punch, he dodged it as easily as if he were stretching. Someone rushed up to him, and he pretended to fall, but his back landed squarely on the other person. In a short while, screams filled the deck. Before Kojiro could react, all the crew members around him had been beaten flat on their backs by Lin Yuan. By the time he came to his senses, Lin Yuan's fist was already in front of him. Kojiro was so frightened that he crossed his arms to cover his face, his voice trembling as he cried out, "Please, please, please." Chapter 25, Shin Tian's Rampage. Lin Yuan's punch almost knocked the soul out of Maijiro's body. The fist stopped less than an inch from his nose. The cold wind blew in his face, making Kojiro's legs go weak and his back instantly soaked with sweat. He thought he was going to die, but Lin Yuan suddenly stopped. As soon as Kojiro lowered his arm to cover his face, revealing his forehead, Lin Yuan flicked his finger. Bang! A sharp flick on the forehead sent him sprawling to the ground, a large bump visibly rising on his forehead. Lin Yuan said coldly, "Spit out." Kojiro clutched his head, wincing in pain, and after a long pause, managed to stammer, I want to make a bet with you." Lin Yuan was amused. "Go on." Kojiro scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting around. "I admit I can't beat you, but I want to fight your crew one-on-one. If I win, you'll let me go." Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. "You think my crew is weak?" Normally, Lin Yuan wouldn't bother arguing with him and would just send him away. But things are different now. The crew members have just awakened their talents and are all eager to try them out. Lin Yuan simply waved his hand. "Fine, I'll give you the chance. You can choose any of them." Lin Yuan was the first to step forward, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. "Come on, choose your grandpa, he." The others did not back down, but Shun Tian instinctively hid behind Yin Ingli, her face pale, like a frightened fawn. Kojiro's eyes lit up immediately when he saw it. The opportunity has arrived. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, pointed at Shun Tian, and smiled triumphantly at her. Lu Xuanzhu immediately flew into a rage and stood in front of Shun Tian, shouting, "Have you no shame? Picking a young girl? If you got the guts, choose me." Kojiro remained adamant. "I choose her." Shun Tian waved her hands repeatedly, her voice trembling with tears. "Please, please don't choose me. I really don't want to fight." The more afraid she was, the more excited Kojiro became. "It's safe now," he said in a pretentious tone. "Little girl, don't worry. I just want to live. I will definitely show mercy." Shin Tian clutched her head, trembling all over. I really. Lin Yuan's face darkened. He already regretted agreeing to the bet. He knew that the Japanese were shameless, but he never expected them to be this shameless, specifically targeting the most vulnerable. Just as Lin Yuan was about to end the farce, Shun Tian, who had been hiding her face in her arms, suddenly revealed an extremely eerie smile. Her voice was low and trembling, yet filled with madness. "I really want to kill you." The next second, Shun Tian suddenly looked up. Everyone was stunned. The timid little girl from a moment ago now had a completely changed look in her eyes. The clarity was gone, replaced by violence, excitement, and madness, with a sinister smile on her lips, like a little devil crawling out of hell. Yumajiro's mind went blank. He had only one thought left. Were there any normal people on the ship? Shintian gave him no time to react, her petite figure rushing out in an instant. The dark cloud beside her suddenly churned and transformed in the blink of an eye into a giant hammer crisscrossed with lightning. Sanhao was stunned and hurriedly asked Yin Yingli, "Sweetie, what's going on?" Yin Yingli whispered, "Don't worry, Shun Tian has a dual personality." Sanhao was shocked, huh? Yin Yingli nodded. She told me privately. She also wanted everyone to know, but she never had the courage to speak up. She said that if the situation occurs, I can tell you so that you won't be afraid. Sanhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kojiro was so scared he almost peed his pants. He intended to squeeze the softest persimmon, but the soft persimmon split open and a crazy little girl jumped out. He turned and fled, scrambling and stumbling towards Koji Takasugi. "Captain, save me!" Koitaki cursed angrily. "Useless." But it was too late. Shun Tian leaped up and slammed the lightning hammer in her hand hard into Kojiro's back. Boom! A burst of electricity erupted, and Kojiro screamed in agony as he collapsed onto the deck, convulsing violently. His flesh was charred black from the electric shock, and he no longer had the strength to cry for help. But Shun Tian didn't stop. "Ha ha!" She laughed in a sickly yet unrestrained manner, swinging her lightning hammer and smashing it down again and again. Kojiro's struggle, convulsions, and eventual unconsciousness unfolded so quickly it was chilling. Lin Yuan hadn't expected Shintian to be so different, and immediately rushed over. "Sweetie, are you all right?" Upon hearing his voice, the madness in Shintian's eyes vanished instantly, and she returned to being that innocent and clear-headed little girl. She looked at Lin Yuan with a confused expression and murmured softly, "Captain, I'm so sleepy." Before she could finish speaking, she closed her eyes and collapsed limply. Lin Yuan caught her steadily. The crew members gathered around, and Yin Yingli told Lin Yuan about her dual personality, which made Lin Yuan understand. Just then, a gunshot rang out from behind. Bang! Lin Yuan turned around abruptly and saw Xia Yuanzhou holding a sniper rifle, smoke still rising from the muzzle. Looking further away, Koji Takasugi was lying face down on the deck, shot in the calf, blood flowing everywhere. It's obvious that this guy was trying to escape in the chaos. Xia Yuanzhou was a man of few words, but he was meticulous. He knew that Lin Yuan and Takasugi Koji still had scores to settle. He could have easily shot Lin Yuan in the head, but he only managed to break Lin Yuan's leg. Lin Yuan nodded to him, his eyes turning completely cold. "Zhu Zi, drag that dog over here." Without saying a word, Lu Xuanju picked up Takasugi Koji like a chick and brought him in front of everyone. Koji Takasugi burst into tears, terrified. "The ship is yours. You can have it all. Please spare my life. I apologize. I really apologize." Despite his gunshot wound, he stood up unsteadily and bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. "I shouldn't have kidnapped the NPCs, and I shouldn't have hurt them. I'm so sorry." The bow was both standard and skillful. But Lin Yuan wasn't buying it all. Koji Takasugi killed Ding Peng. Although Lin Yuan and Ding Peng weren't close, Ding Peng was a good person, and this debt must be settled. Lin Yuan had Lu Xuanju hold him down, and then he threw a flurry of punches at him. Clap, clap, clap. Fists rained down on him. Lin Yuan coldly questioned, "Tell me, did you kill a fisherman?" Koji Takasugi shook his head frantically. "I don't know. I really don't know." "Have you ever killed someone?" Koji Takasugi was taken aback. "Humans? Aren't they NPCs?" Lin Yuan slammed his fist down. "I said they are human, and they are human." Koji Takasugi panicked completely. "Yes, I killed one, but didn't I just apologize?" Lin Yuan's eyes were icy. "What's the use of an apology? You apologize for murder. You apologize for lying. You apologize for polluting the environment. Do you think that bowing will make everything all right?" Koji Takasugi stammered, I admit to killing someone, but whether he was a fisherman or not, I really don't know. Lin Yuan was too lazy to listen anymore. He knew that Koji Takasugi was a rubber man, and that ordinary punches and kicks would have limited effect. So he opened the black gold wine gourd. Wine is also water. Lin Yuan activated his Sea King talent, and the wine in the gourd instantly flew out, condensing into sharp water blades in midair. He glanced down at Shun Tian to make sure she was still asleep and wouldn't see what was about to happen. The next second, the water jet shot out and pierced into Koji Takasugi's chest. Chapter 26 Suyan. Lock her up and treat her like a dog. The water jet pierced through his chest in an instant. Koji Takasugi's head drooped, and he died on the spot. The next second, a system notification popped up. The bounty mission is complete, and the blueprints for the Class C two-masted ship Changfeng have been sent to the storage system. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at him, only coldly tossing out, "Throw him into the sea." Sun Hao stepped forward, pointed to the remaining Japanese people, and asked, "What about them?" "Throw them back to the dock," Lin Yuan said calmly. "They killed people on the island, so they should be handed over to the island's rules for trial." Everyone immediately took action. At this moment, Lu Xuanju pointed to Su Yin, who was almost unrecognizable in the corner. "Brother Yuan, what should we do with her?" The ship's doctor, Hiletian, thought Su Yin was also a victimized NPC, so he quickly squatted down and checked her breathing. "He's still breathing, very weakly, but we should be able to save him in time." "Save her?" Lin Yuan scoffed, his eyes filled with disgust. "She's with those Japanese people. She was kidnapped simply because she had a falling out with the captain. The reason those girls were captured was to serve this young lady. If we're really going to assign blame, she's the root of all evil." Lu Xuanju tentatively asked, "Should we throw it into the sea too?" "No." Lin Yuan's voice turned deep. "Seal him into the lowest storage compartment. Letting Su Yin die like this is too easy for her. In her past life, she treated Lin Yuan like a dog, exploiting him like a tool. In this life, Lin Yuan truly treated her like a dog. More importantly, he has other uses. Kraken needs to devour living souls to grow, and those whose souls are devoured are trapped in purgatory, suffering pain every second without ever being freed. Su Yin is the perfect person to be a sacrifice." Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and quickly made arrangements. "Yiningli, take care of Shun Tian. Lu Xuanju, lock Su Yin in the hold. The rest of you, clean the deck, familiarize yourselves with the new ship, and prepare for departure." He glanced at everyone and said, "I need to go back to the island. The boat will depart promptly at noon." "Clear." The crew acted immediately. Lin Yuan and Lu Xuanju went down to the lowest level of the ship's cabin and opened the cold and damp storage compartment. Su Yin was thrown in like a tattered sack. Before closing the door, Lin Yuan suddenly called out to Lu Xuanju, lowering his voice, "She can't die now, but we can't let her be comfortable either." Lu Xuanju blinked. Lin Yuan asked, "Do you need to go to the toilet now?" Lu Xuanju immediately understood and chuckled, "Brother Yuan, I get it. Make her something warm." Lin Yuan nodded, then turned to Ding Yueru and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." The other kidnapped girls were also released. The market at night is far less bustling than it was during the day. The stench of fish, rotten vegetables, and alcohol mingled together, making it hard to breathe. Lin Yuan, carrying a kerosene lamp, led Ding Yueru through the empty streets. "What's your name?" Lin Yuan asked. Ding Yueru. "Brother, what about you?" Lin Yuan. "Brother Lin Yuan, thank you for saving me." Lin Yuan didn't say much, but simply escorted her all the way to her home behind a fish stall. The entire street was almost completely dark, except for one house with its lights on. "That's the Ding family." "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Yuan knocked on the wooden door. A familiar voice came from inside. "You're here." Lin Yuan frowned. Why does that voice sound like Ding Peng? The wooden door creaked open. As soon as the door opened a crack, Ding Yueru rushed in and clung tightly to the person who opened it. By the light, Lin Yuan could see that familiar face clearly. Ding Peng. He's still alive. He was lame in one leg and leaned on a rough wooden crutch under his right arm. Lin Yuan's tense heart instantly relaxed. It turns out that Ding Yueru never said her father was dead from beginning to end. She was simply influenced by anger and misjudged the situation. "Moon, you're back." Ding Peng's voice trembled, and his eyes instantly reddened. He held his daughter tightly with one hand, as if afraid she would disappear again at any moment. "Dad, I'm home!" Ding Yuan also cried. "And the villagers searched for you all night. We just got back and we thought..." Ding Peng choked up and couldn't continue. Ding Yuan looked at his legs and felt heartbroken. "Dad, your legs are like this and you still went out to look for me?" "Silly child." Ding Peng wiped away his tears. "You're my only daughter. Even if I have to crawl, I'll find you." She then remembered Lin Yuan and quickly said, "Dad, it was this brother who saved me. He's incredibly capable." Ding Peng looked up and was stunned. "Lin Yuan? Young man, is that you?" Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. "Brother Ding, it's me. I thought it was you." "You thought I was dead?" Ding Peng said it for him, then burst into hearty laughter. "Don't worry, I'm tough. It was old Wang next door who died. What a pity. He lived alone, and no one will care about him now that he's gone." At this point, Ding Peng sighed and patted his leg. "Those bastards broke my leg, so I won't be able to go out to sea for the next 2 months." Lin Yuan laughed and said, "Then Brother Ding should stay home and rest for a few days, so that the fish in the sea can catch their breath." Both father and daughter were amused. Ding Peng looked at Lin Yuan with increasing gratitude. "Young man, you saved my daughter. I could never repay this kindness with my life." Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Brother Ding, don't make it sound so heavy." Ding Peng looked him up and down again. "Those people are not to be trifled with. Are you all right? A bunch of chickens and dogs, taken care of in no time." Lin Yuan spoke of it casually. Ding Peng listened with increasing satisfaction, his eyes lighting up. "Amazing, truly amazing. He's not only handsome, but also incredibly agile." That gaze was already somewhat like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Lin Yuan immediately sensed that something was wrong. If the conversation continues, Ding Peng might actually offer his daughter to him in marriage. He quickly said, "Brother Ding, I'm relieved to see you're all right. My fleet is setting sail soon and won't be staying any longer," etc. Ding Peng immediately called out to him. "There's nothing of value in the house, but there's one thing you must accept." He had difficulty walking and gestured for Ding Yuan to come inside and get it. Soon, Ding Yuan came out carrying a rusty iron box. Ding Peng opened the iron box, took out a sealed jar of fish bait, and solemnly handed it to Lin Yuan. "This is a secret fish bait passed down through our Ding family. Using it will greatly increase the chances of catching rare fish species. You're about to go out to sea. This will come in handy. You might just catch something valuable with one cast." Lin Yuan politely replied, "This is too valuable. I can't accept it." But its eyes were already glued to the bait. "This isn't something money can just buy." Ding Peng was adamant and shoved it directly into his arms. "You have to take it." Lin Yuan immediately changed his tune, ending the conversation decisively. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Brother Ding." Ding Peng then smiled with satisfaction. "I'm the one who should thank you." A system notification then sounded. "Congratulations to the player for obtaining the rare item, Ding Family Secret Fish Bait. Ding Family Secret Fish Bait significantly increases the probability of catching special fish species. However, it's also possible to catch something ominous." Chapter 27. The fleet's name is confirmed. The Immortal Ship Pirates. Lin Yuan accepted the secret recipe fish bait sent by Ding Peng, but an ominous thought flashed through his mind. Before trapping the Kraken in the demon's sealing bottle, it had indeed contained other evil objects. Now that I think about it, those things were probably caught by Ding Peng using this kind of bait. But Lin Yuan remained completely calm. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Besides, he possesses the demon-sealing crystal bottle. If he manages to fish up something strange and unusual, it might not be a bad thing. The more bizarre, the more valuable. I glanced at the time. There were only about 10 minutes left until midnight. Lin Yuan bid farewell to Ding Peng and his daughter, promising to come back and visit them whenever the flight route passed through Xiwan Island. This trip was incredibly fruitful. With a new ship in hand, supplies plentiful, and an extra C-grade bimast ship blueprint, along with a can of rare-grade bait, his proficiency with the Immortal of Wine talent had skyrocketed after the recent battle, bringing him just one step away from reaching the second tier. Lin Yuan was in a good mood and walked briskly towards the dock. But as he walked, a strange sense of unease suddenly welled up from the bottom of his heart, and it grew stronger and stronger. Then he felt as if his body was expanding. Even though there was nothing around him, it felt as if he was being squeezed tightly by some invisible container. The next second, a naive yet painful thought echoed in his mind. I feel so uncomfortable. It's the little kraken. Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately took out the demon-sealing crystal bottle. He glanced at it once, and his eyelids twitched violently. The bottle is completely stuffed. The young kraken, which was previously small, has now grown to an enormous size, its massive body almost filling the entire crystal bottle without leaving any gaps. Lin Yuan instantly understood. A few hours ago, he fed the little kraken a whole, highly venomous black-browed viper. Unexpectedly, after digesting it, the creature grew several times its original size. Help me! Little kraken's was growing weaker and weaker. Lin Yuan could even feel the squeezing and tearing sensation coming from the depths of his soul, which was intensifying as the bottle trembled. If it's not released soon, the demon-sealing bottle might really burst. Lin Yuan dared not delay and sprinted back to the dock like a blur. Once on board, ignoring the astonished looks on the deck, he rushed into the captain's cabin and slammed the door shut. Then he took out the large fish tank that Ding Peng had given him, used his Neptune talent to draw in seawater, and fill the fish tank. Twist the bottle cap. The small kraken was poured into the fish tank. Thump! The moment I fell into the sea, the terrifying feeling of being squeezed completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. In the fish tank, the little kraken stretched out its tentacles and rolled around happily in the water, as if it had finally escaped from its cage. Lin Yuan let out a long breath and couldn't help but smile. He opened the little kraken's properties panel. Kraken. Power, unknown. Physical constitution, unknown. Agility, unknown. Spirit, unknown. Rank, Emperor. Developmental stage, juvenile stage. Skills, flying headbutt, poisoning spray. Poisoning jet? Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. Kraken itself doesn't have the poison attribute, so it shouldn't be able to awaken poison-type skills. The only explanation is that black-browed viper. That thing can secrete deadly poison. After the little kraken swallowed it, it not only grew up, but also gained its abilities. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This Emperor-level sea monster can actually acquire the opponent's skills by devouring them? That's absolutely outrageous. But what happened next was even more outrageous. Just then, a warm current suddenly surged through Lin Yuan's body, sweeping away his previous fatigue. He opened his attribute panel and took a look. Strength increased from 17 to 18. Agility increased from 15 to 16. My spirit rose from 17 to 18. Little Kraken's growth actually benefited him. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, and his whole body was filled with an explosive sense of power. This feeling of becoming stronger is so exhilarating. He looked at the little guy in the fish tank and found him more and more pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but want to pick him up and kiss him. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yan Ingli stood outside the door. She saw Lin Yuan rush onto the ship and then dash into the captain's cabin. Knowing Lin Yuan as she did, this man was always calm and collected. His sudden panic meant something was wrong. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Lin Yuan looking at the little octopus in the fish tank with a fatherly smile. Yanning asked abruptly, "What happened?" Lin Yuan immediately snapped out of his daze and casually said, "I bought a small octopus earlier. I almost forgot. It almost suffocated in the bottle just now. May I come in and take a look?" "Of course." Lin Yuan nodded, then asked, "How is Shun Tian?" Yan Ingli walked into the captain's cabin and said, "She's awake. She's fine. She ate a big bowl of rice and is back to her cute and cuddly self." Lin Yuan was relieved. Yan Ingli stopped in front of the fish tank and carefully examined the little kraken. The little guy swam around in the water, looking lively and cute, but the subtle ferocity it exuded made it hard to treat it as an ordinary pet. Yan Ingli narrowed her eyes. "It's quite intelligent, and it doesn't seem to be an ordinary octopus. It has a very special aura." Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This woman's intuition is incredibly accurate. He chuckled, half jokingly. "Maybe. Of my initial startup capital, besides buying the Voyage log, some of it was spent on this." The fishmonger also said it's not an ordinary octopus. Yan Ingli shrugged. Maybe it will really grow into the legendary sea monster, just like the Kraken. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He gave Yan Ingli a deep look, but couldn't tell whether she knew anything or not. After a moment, he said casually, "Then I'll take your good wishes. For now on, let's just call it Kraken." Yan Ingli laughed. "I have no objection. If we call it that every day, it might actually become a dog." Lin Yuan responded meaningfully. "Who says otherwise?" At this moment, Yan Ingli changed the subject. "Speaking of which, don't you think we're still missing something?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What's missing?" Yan Ingli looked around the captain's cabin and said seriously, "We have ships and people, but we don't have a soul. Our fleet needs a name that the sea will remember." Lin Yuan nodded. He had actually thought about this problem a long time ago. His crew members are all exceptionally talented and are destined to stand at the top of the world. Such a team is not worthy of an ordinary name. A group of teammates who are comparable to gods, and the ship they are riding isn't a celestial boat? Lin Yuan spoke slowly, as if announcing a future legend. "The immortal ship pirates." Yan Ingli repeated in a low voice. "Immortal boat pirate crew." The next second, her eyes lit up. "Great! I like this name." Lin Yuan made the final decision. "Then it's settled?" Yan Ingli nodded emphatically. "The immortal boat pirate crew." Lin Yuan glanced at the time. It's almost midnight. He stood up, his voice steady and powerful. "Is everything ready?" Yan Ingli replied. "It was all completed before you came back." "Very good." Lin Yuan pushed open the door and went out. "Go and call everyone up to the deck. Ready to set sail." Chapter 28, The Immortal Ship Pirate Crew Sets Sail. Yan Ingli handed Lin Yuan a piece of paper. "Here you go. I've inventoried everything on the ship. Consider this the spoils of this hijacking." Lin Yuan took it and saw that the handwriting was neat and the categories were clear. It has to be said that Yanning is such a worry-free person as the ship's first mate. While others are still waiting for orders, she has already done everything that needs to be done. The stolen ship supplies couldn't be directly viewed in the system's back end. They had to be inventoried manually. Lin Yuan glanced at the list and quickly determined that Takasuji Koji had indeed spent almost all of his initial investment. Not a single gold coin was found after he died. In other words, this guy has staked almost his entire fortune on this ship. Based on Lin Yuan's 5 years of experience as a captain in his previous life, this E-Class 2-masted ship is worth at least 800 gold coins. In this game, the lowest level is the F-Class small sailboat, which is crude and simple, and it's like paper when it encounters wind and waves. Above that are E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. As for SSS and above, there are legends of them, but Lin Yuan never saw one in his previous life. Currently, apart from navigational necessities such as compasses, tools, pots, and pans, there are not many truly valuable materials on this ship. 10 units of timber, 3 units of steel. This amount of material is insufficient even for upgrading, let alone building new ships. Lin Yuan then looked at the blueprints for the Class C2-masted ship, the Changfeng, in his hand. Crafting requirements: 110 units of wood, 60 units of steel, and 10 goldfish fins. The materials are far inferior. The golden poacher is even more troublesome. Lin Yuan had heard of this kind of fish. It was rare and incredibly fast, with a pair of golden fins like wings that disappeared in the water in a flash. In his previous life, he had spent 5 years trying to catch one, but he hadn't managed to catch a single one. However, the fact that it requires special materials indicates that the Changfeng is by no means an ordinary ship and may even have unique skills. It's the challenges that make things interesting. Lin Yuan put away the list and then found a ship user manual on the captain's desk. Turning to the first page, ship information immediately comes into view. The 1,000 miles. Quality E, durability 300, armor 10, speed 25 knots, capacity 400 units. Level 1. Cannot be upgraded or evolved. No skills. Combat power rating, Tier 2, 3 stars. The description is simple. A standard 2-masted ship for its class. No surprises, but it's good enough. At least among the current player base, Qianlaho is already considered to be in the top tier. After all, The game hasn't officially started yet, and most players only have 1,000 gold coins as starting capital. Those who can afford this kind of ship either snag a bargain or invest all their money in it. As for supplies, some people simply don't buy it. Their thinking was simple. As long as my ship is strong enough, other people's supplies will be mine. This is the pirate mindset. Cruel and direct, yet perfectly suited to this dog-eat-dog world of gaming. And this is precisely why Lin Yuan decided to become a pirate in the first place. It's almost time. Lin Yuan walked out of the captain's cabin and onto the deck. Yin Yingli was standing by the railing gazing at the distant sea, with Shun Tian standing obediently beside her. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Shun Tian immediately flashed a bright smile. "Captain," sweet and clean, as if that dangerous personality had never existed before. Lin Yuan glanced at her and made a mental note of it. He would find out the secret of Shun Tian's dual personality sooner or later. A ship's bell hangs by the door of the captain's cabin, which is used to tell time, give warnings, and summon the crew. Lin Yuan raised his hand and knocked. Ding, ding, ding. The clear sound of the bell pierced the night and echoed throughout the entire ship. Soon, the crew members arrived from all directions, and all eyes were on Lin Yuan, filled with anticipation, excitement, and a touch of nervousness. Lin Yuan scanned the crowd and announced, "A true fleet cannot just have ships, it also needs a name. My first mate and I have already discussed it, and from today onwards, our fleet will be called the Immortal Boat Pirates. What do you guys think?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan's gaze turned to He without making a sound. This person loves to nitpick. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then surprisingly nodded. "The Immortal Boat is all right. Anyway, I'm not good at naming things, so I'll just make do with it. Improvise." This was the highest praise he could give. Shin Tian was the first to cheer. "The Immortal Boat Pirates. The Immortal Boat Pirates." She was as excited as a little fan, jumping around on the deck. Sun Hao was laughing uncontrollably while holding a beer. "Captain, are you saying our whole ship is full of gods?" Lin Yuan countered, "Isn't that right?" His tone was firm, radiating undisguised confidence. "Including me, there are 7 people on the ship, 6 of whom have god-level talents. It is absolutely unique in the entire gaming world. We deserve the title of Immortal Boat." Lu Xuanzhu immediately put on a mask of pain. "Brother Yuan, please stop talking. I feel like my heart is bleeding. There were 7 people on board, 6 of whom were god-level beings. But he happens to be the only one at the king level." A burst of laughter immediately erupted on the deck. Just then, the system's voice, neither male nor female, came again from the horizon. "Attention, all players. Year 1 of the nautical calendar, January 1st, midnight. You have all witnessed this moment that will go down in history. Listen, the sea is calling you. I hereby declare the game officially open. Will you die in obscurity or become a legend and be remembered for eternity? Will it be forgotten by the tides, or will it be sung by the gods? Now, it's your turn to make a choice. Set sail." The moment the sound faded, countless fireworks exploded in the night sky. A dazzling light tore through the darkness, illuminating everyone's face. Excitement, anticipation, ambition, fear. A brand new era has officially begun at this moment. On the Qianli, all the crew members looked at Lin Yuan. They were waiting for the captain's first order. Lin Yuan stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea, his expression calm. The sea breeze lifted the hem of his clothes and also stirred the sails of the ship. The next second, he shouted in a deep voice, "The immortal ship pirate crew, raise the sails and set sail." "Yes, Captain." A resounding, unified response echoed across the deck. The crew members immediately rushed to their respective posts. Raise the sail, take the helm, and check the ropes. Moments later, the sea breeze filled the sails. The Qianli slowly broke through the harbor's surface, carrying this ship full of gods towards the dark and vast sea. Chapter 29, Shun Tian's older sister. January 1st, year 1 of the nautical calendar, 009. The weather is clear near Saiwan Island. Hundreds of ships departed the port at the same time, a dark mass rushing towards the sea. Some went east, some went west, and no one knew where the next port would be. But Lin Yuan knew. He directly told the helmsman Lu Xuanzhu the location of One-Eyed Port. The 1,000 miles set sail with full sails, cutting through the waves at breakneck speed. At this rate, it would reach One-Eyed Port in less than a week. No one on the ship was idle. Guillotine converted the storeroom into a medical room and laboratory, while Sun Hao inventoried the food and planned the meals for the next few days. Yan Ingli moved into the room opposite the captain's cabin to continue researching her talent. Lu Xuanzhu steadily steered the ship, while Xia Yuanzhou hid in the shadows, cleaning his sniper rifle. Shen Tian stood at the bow of the ship, using binoculars to observe the sea and the weather. Lin Yuan walked to her side. Busy. Upon hearing his voice, Shen Tian immediately put away her binoculars, turned around, smiled, and nodded vigorously. Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at her full of energy. You're in good shape. When the captain praised her, Shen Tian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled like a kitten whose head had been patted. But the next second, Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. I came to see you to apologize. Shen Tian was stunned. Apologize? Captain, what are you apologizing for? Lin Yuan looked at the sea, his voice calm, yet sincere. The matter concerning the Japanese people. I shouldn't have let him choose an opponent from among you. At the time, I just wanted to give you guys a chance to show your skills. I didn't expect the guy to be so shameless and point the finger at you directly. Shen Tian didn't expect Lin Yuan to bring this up specifically. She was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly made a face at him. I don't accept it. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Shen Tian smiled and said, because I have never blamed Captain Brother. You are the captain, Han. I am a crew member. I believe that every decision you make has its reasons. At this point, she tilted her head, her tone suddenly becoming more meaningful. Besides, I'm not someone you can just bully. Lin Yuan saw her feigned ease and already understood. I'm relieved to hear that. He paused, then changed the subject. There's something else I'd like to ask you. Shen Tian blinked. Lin Yuan slowed his voice. Yan Ingli has already told me about your second personality. I still have some questions I'd like to ask. If you don't want to talk, you can refuse. Upon hearing this, Shen Tian's body visibly trembled. She lowered her head, her two index fingers nervously poking together, and her voice suddenly became very soft. Actually, I originally wanted to tell the captain. I just haven't mustered up the courage yet. Lin Yuan didn't urge her, but said gently, It's okay. Do you want to talk now? Shen Tian raised her head, her eyes less innocent than usual and more complicated, like a memory and also like a dependence. She has a name. Her name is Shun Meng, the Meng in Dream. When I first became aware of her existence, I treated her like my own older sister. Lin Yuan listened quietly. Shen Tian continued. My memories of her and me are separate, at least for now, like the sun and the moon. I fall asleep when she appears. I don't know exactly what she did or what she said, but every time I wake up, the things that scare me, the things that I dare not face, are resolved by her. At this point, Shen Tian's voice trembled slightly. Many people say that Shan Ming is just a protective mechanism in my brain. But I don't think so. I've always felt that she was a real person. A person who lives in another place. A sister I will never see, but who will always appear when I need her most to protect me. Shen Tian's eyes slowly reddened. If I could, I really would like to say it to her in person. Thank you. The sea breeze blew across the bow of the ship, and Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply reached out and gently placed his hand on Shen Tian's shoulder. Some comfort needs no words. The most regrettable thing for a person is that they never even had the chance to say thank you to the person who saved them the most. After a long while, Shen Tian sniffed and forced a smile. Thank you, Captain. I feel much better after I said it out loud. Lin Yuan nodded, but his gaze sharpened. Then let me ask you a crucial question. Shen Tian looked up. Lin Yuan said, when you signed the crew blood pact, you were clearly very scared, and you didn't even dare to look at your wounds. Why didn't Shimeng appear under those circumstances? Shen Tian was taken aback, and then surprise flashed in her eyes. Wow, Captain, you even noticed that. She smiled a little shyly. That's right, Shimeng didn't show up that time. And before that, when I was cornered by that bald perverted man. If it weren't for Captain Brother's timely arrival, Shun Meng would have almost been caught in the crossfire. At this point, Shun Tian's expression turned serious. Actually, the conditions under which she appeared have been constantly changing. Life was simple when I was a child. For example, if there's broccoli in my lunch that I don't like, she'll come out and eat it for me. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Shun Tian herself was amused. But things are different now. Now she only takes over my body when I'm in real danger, such as when I'm seriously injured or even die. She frowned, her tone tinged with distress. I feel like she's forcing me to grow up. She doesn't want me to depend on her for everything. When she signed the blood pact, she probably thought that such a small wound wouldn't kill her. After saying that, she gave a dry laugh. Lin Yuan smiled too. It seems this older sister is quite concerned. We need to protect you, but we also need to train you. I can't let you die, but I can't let you become too useless either. Shun Tian nodded. You do not say. But the next second, the smile on her face slowly faded, and a hint of worry appeared between her brows and eyes. She looked at Lin Yuan and asked softly, Captain, what do you want to say? If one day in the future I really become very strong and powerful, so will Xin Ming never appear again? Chapter 30, Preparing to Write the Voyage Log. Shun Tian's question immediately made the atmosphere heavy. In this cruel world of sailing, she was too timid and too dependent on others. Lin Yuan knew very well that she had to become stronger. But the problem was, once Shun Tian became so strong that she no longer needed her second personality, the Shun Ming she treated as her older sister might never appear again. For Shun Tian, it wasn't just about losing a personality, but about losing a loved one. Lin Yuan remained silent for a long time. He could evade the issue or avoid it, but he understood even more clearly that ultimately, a person has to rely on themselves to survive. No matter how much Shun Ming resembled her sister, she was ultimately not a truly independent life. If one day that personality took over the body and did something irreversible, who would bear the consequences? Reality is never kind. Finally, Lin Yuan softened his tone and smiled at her. Xin Ming definitely wants you to become stronger. Otherwise, she wouldn't have trained you so many times, right? Shun Tian looked up and listened attentively. Lin Yuan continued, As for whether she will disappear, I don't think so. If she is truly a good older sister, she will always be there for you and will be happy for your growth. These words contained some element of comfort, but Lin Yuan spoke the truth. What he didn't know was that his words carried great weight in Shun Tian's heart. She truly believed him, and her gaze gradually hardened. Yes, Shun Tian promises Captain Brother, and also promises Sister Xin Ming, that I will definitely work hard to grow. She clenched her little fist, as if making a vow to herself. One day, I will become a strong woman like Sister Yin Ingli, who doesn't need to rely on anyone. Lin Yuan smiled. Yes, learn from your sister Yin Ingli. I believe you can do it. It's getting late, go and rest. Shun Tian nodded obediently and turned to leave. Yin Ingli had already made an extra bed in her room for Shun Tian to sleep with her. With Yin Ingli looking after her, Lin Yuan felt at ease. After Shun Tian left, Lin Yuan was the only one left on the bow of the boat. The night was deep, and the waves lapped against the hull of the ship. The moonlight spread across the sea, like a path sparkling with diamonds. This moment is unusually quiet. Lin Yuan took out a bottle of wine from his storage system, stood at the bow of the ship, and drank it while enjoying the sea breeze. He didn't return to the captain's cabin until he felt sleepy. Upon entering, he first glanced at the fish tank. Little Kraken was still sleeping soundly inside, its tentacles floating gently, like a harmless little creature. Lin Yuan lay down on the bed and habitually turned on the communication function. While others scroll through their phones before bed, he watches T channels. Once the game officially started, the World Chat channel was also opened. Although it's called World, it only covers the currently open sea areas. In this game, the ocean isn't fully open at once, but rather unlocked step by step. Unopened areas are shrouded in fog, and players who venture in recklessly are almost guaranteed to die. For the next 5 years, the main sea area that players will explore will be called the Endless Sea, essentially a massive dungeon. Currently, only 1/10 of the Endless Sea is open to the public. Legend has it that there are 8 other seas as vast as the Endless Sea. In his previous life, Lin Yuan spent 5 years struggling, barely even completing half of the Endless Sea. But that was his previous life. In this life, he possesses his memories, and his starting point is completely different. There is another key mechanism. Players start on different islands, and the open sea areas they see also differ. What's foggy for Lin Yuan might be normal sea area for other players. However, the total proportion open to everyone is the same, 1/10. No one can change this rule. This is precisely why some people exploit loopholes. For example, if they can't defeat their opponent, they might escape into the fog of war area from the opponent's perspective. As long as the opponent is also a player, they will be restricted by the mechanics. This situation is rare, but it does happen. The World Channel was buzzing with activity at that moment. World Channel, Endless Sea. Do you have a specific navigation destination right now? No. Our fleet doesn't have that either. The captain decides the direction by spinning a bottle. Why worry about all that? Let's just get the boat going. What if we never find another island? Don't worry. Our navigators are very reliable. They said they'll definitely find land within a week. And then a week later, they found themselves back on Origin Island? Get lost. Your language is too rude. I'm blocking you. Our captain bought a small boat, and most of the startup capital was spent on food, enough to last a year. You won't starve, but aren't you afraid of the weather? If the small boat encounters a storm, it will be too late to regret it. Sigh, if only I had a map. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the word map. A thought suddenly popped into my head. Perhaps it's time to actually write down the voyage notes he made up on the spot before. His 5 years of experience from his previous life were all in his mind. But he wasn't a monster with a photographic memory. It was impossible for him to remember every single detail forever. The safest way is to write them all down while your memory is still clear and compile them into a book. This book is called Navigation Notes. If all goes well, it will include ship information, island locations, fish data, player talents, hidden Easter eggs, and even various game mechanics. Write down everything Lin Yuan remembers. This is by no means a small project. It takes a lot of time and effort. But if it were to actually be made, it would be a magical tool comparable to the ultimate strategy guide. While others were still aimlessly drifting at sea, he already knew where the resources were, where the dangers were, and where the opportunities lay. Once this book is completed, its value will be immeasurable. Lin Yuan made up his mind and began to sort through his memories of his previous life. As he thought about it, drowsiness came over him, and he slowly fell asleep. Nautical calendar, January 1st, Year 1, 8:13. Location, near Siwan Island. The weather is sunny with a level 2 easterly wind and a temperature of 12 to 20 degrees Celsius. Lin Yuan slept until he naturally woke up. He opened the porthole, and the cool sea breeze rushed into the captain's cabin, instantly making him feel much more awake. He walked up to the fish tank and noticed that the little kraken seemed to have grown even bigger. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and joked, "Little Ku, did you sneak out to eat something last night?" Kraken shook its long, thin head, indicating that it had been obediently staying in the fish tank. Then it gently patted the tank wall with its tentacles. A few simple words immediately came to Lin Yuan's mind. "Hungry. I want to eat." Lin Yuan smiled helplessly. "Okay, got it. I'll go check if Sun Hao has cooked." After saying that, he turned and left the captain's cabin. But as soon as the door opened, a deafening snoring sound, like thunder, came from the backside. Chapter 31, The Ultimate Dark Cuisine, Black Truffle Mashed Potatoes. In the early morning, Lin Yuan climbed the ladder to the deck and immediately saw Lu Xuanzhu slumped by the helm, sleeping soundly as if in a coma. He was stunned on the spot. Did this guy really steer the ship here all night? Lin Yuan stepped forward and patted Lu Xuanzhu's face, but Lu didn't react at all. The Qinli was sailing steadily, and Shen Tian was also observing the voyage. There was no immediate danger. Lin Yuan simply lifted Lu up, preparing to take him to the captain's cabin to rest. Lu Xuanzhu was tall and strong, and when he fell asleep, he looked even more like a lump of iron. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was quite strong and managed to drag him from the ship's wheel to the bed. As soon as he lay down, Lu Xuanzhu suddenly sprang up like a spring, glaring and shouting. A ghost! His face was filled with terror as he looked around frantically, as if he had just crawled out of a nightmare. Even after confirming that he was in the captain's cabin, he was still panting heavily and grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. "Brother Yuan, I've seen a ghost." Lin Yuan frowned. "Don't talk nonsense." "Really?" Lu Xuanzhu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Last night, after you were all asleep, I was so tired that I was about to drop anchor when I saw a ship emitting a green glow in the distance. I looked through my binoculars and saw it was full of ghosts and skeletons." At this point, his face turned even paler. "I was just about to call you when I turned around, and there was a drowned ghoul with maggots crawling all over his face standing in front of me. I fainted on the spot." He paused, his expression contorted. "And I think I accidentally kissed it." Lin Yuan almost lost his composure. "Good grief, I almost had a close encounter with a drowned ghost." Despite his laughter, Lin Yuan quickly realized that the green light ship Lu Xuanzhu mentioned was most likely a ghost ship. But if the ghost ship had actually gotten close, last night's events wouldn't have been just a scare tactic. An attack would have been launched long ago. Therefore, this is more like a form of mental pollution caused by a ghost fleet. In other words, not only the captain will be affected, but the crew members may also be infected. Lin Yuan sighed. "I thought you were staying at your post and were so tired that you fell asleep here. Turns out you were scared unconscious." Normally, Lu Xuanzhu would definitely retort, but now he was completely out of it and looked utterly dejected. Lin Yuan stopped teasing him and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be afraid. The ghost ship and the drowned ghost you saw were probably just hallucinations. If they were real, we would have been attacked by now." Lu Xuanzhu breathed a sigh of relief, but then lowered his head, his face full of self-reproach. "I'm so useless. I actually fainted from a hallucination." Lin Yuan shook his head. If it were a real drowned ghost, Lu Xuanzhu could probably knock it down with a single punch. But this kind of mental impact couldn't be withstood by brute force. "All right, anyone would be stunned if that thing hit them in the face. It's breakfast time now. If you're not hungry, go take a nap. I'll take the helm." Lu Xuanzhu touched his stomach and gave an awkward smile. "Brother Yuan, I'm actually a little hungry. But I have a terrible headache, and I just had a violent episode, so I don't want to move. Could you get me something to eat?" Lin Yuan was speechless. "You're such a big person, and you expect me to serve you?" That's what he said, but he was going to get food for Little Kraken anyway, so it wouldn't be a hassle to bring some along. "Wait." Lin Yuan had just stepped out of the captain's cabin when he ran into Yaningli. She was holding a bowl of something dark and murky, and a strange smell wafted from afar, like rotten eggs mixed with mud. Lin Yuan frowned immediately. "What's in your bowl? Even if food is scarce on the ship, you wouldn't be eating mud, would you?" Yaningli, however, smiled happily. "This isn't mud. It's Sun Hao's culinary disaster. He says the main ingredient is potatoes." Lin Yuan stared at the black, pasty substance with a look of suspicion. "Is this edible?" Yan Ingli nodded. "That's what I thought at first too. But after I took a bite, I found it was really delicious. It smells bad, but tastes good, almost like stinky tofu." After saying that, she scooped up a spoonful and put it in her mouth, showing an expression of enjoyment. Lin Yuan noticed that when she opened her mouth, her teeth were all black. This scene is incredibly impactful. Either something weird was added to this food, or it's so outrageous that it smells like a disaster but tastes like a delicacy. Lin Yuan's curiosity was piqued. "Okay, I'll go take a look too." He walked into the kitchen and saw Sun Hao holding a dragon-slaying saber, busy preparing breakfast with sweat pouring down his face. Using a dragon-slaying sword to make mashed potatoes this scene is utterly absurd. Xia Yuanzhou had already arrived. He was holding a bowl of the same black dish when he brought it close to his nose, and his face fell instantly. He almost gagged. Seeing this, Sun Hao smiled and advised, "Xia, don't worry, eat up. This is something I thought about all night and made carefully this morning. It may look a little rough, but I assure you, you'll love it after just one bite." He added, "First mate Yin has already finished one bowl, and just now he came to ask for a second one. I wouldn't lie to you, would I? The first mate wouldn't lie to you, would he?" Xia Yuanzhou was skeptical, holding the spoon and struggling with a bowl of black mud for a long time before finally closing his eyes and stuffing a mouthful in as if going to his death. He didn't dare chew it properly and swallowed it directly. The next second, Xia Yuanzhou suddenly opened his eyes. "Tasty." His expression remained largely unchanged, but for that deadpan face, being able to utter those two words was already a sign of high approval. Sun Hao immediately burst into hearty laughter. See, Uncle didn't lie to you, did he? Xia Yuanzhou nodded and quietly began to eat. Lin Yuan witnessed firsthand how the two were conquered by this culinary disaster, and his doubts finally began to waver. He walked to the stove and looked at the pot of dark, mushy mashed potatoes. Chef Sun, what do you think of today's meal? Upon seeing him, Sun Hao immediately greeted him respectfully as Captain, and then introduced him earnestly. Captain, last night an idea suddenly popped into my head, like a recipe unfolding directly in my mind. I think this might be related to my awakened talent. He picked up a bowl of black mashed potatoes, his eyes full of confidence. I made this dish this morning following the recipe. I named it Supreme Black Truffle Mashed Potatoes. Sun Hao handed the bowl to Lin Yuan, his smile exceptionally sincere. Captain, it's really delicious. You should try some too. Chapter 32, The First Sea Fishing Trip Aboard the Senri. Lin Yuan stared blankly at the bowl of dark mashed potatoes in front of him. He clearly remembered that he had never bought any black truffles at the Saiwan Island market. That stuff is a high-end ingredient, ridiculously expensive. He stared at Sun Hao, his face full of suspicion. Are you sure there are black truffles in here? Sun Hao scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. No, I just thought this name sounded more sophisticated. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Isn't this just consumer fraud? Sun Hao remained unperturbed. Anyway, I only make it for you guys. I don't sell it to anyone else. Captain, you should try it too. Everyone says it's delicious. As he spoke, he served Lin Yuan a bowl. Then Sun Hao lowered his voice and said, Moreover, I discovered that as long as I make some terrible food according to the recipe in my head, where you eat the terrible food I make, my talent proficiency will increase. What's even more outrageous is that I can also gain attribute points. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression immediately changed. Goodness, the talent of Supreme Dark Cuisine actually means that you can become stronger by cooking. If Lin Yuan didn't have two god-level talents of his own, he would have been envious. Moreover, Lin Yuan knew very well that the strength of a fleet depended primarily on its crew. The fact that Sun Hao's food could make people stronger made it incredibly valuable. Even if this bowl of stuff only looks like mud, and it really is mud, he can still swallow it as long as it works. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, took the bowl, and without even picking up a spoon, poured the contents directly into his mouth. The next second, his eyes lit up. Holy crap! It's actually really delicious. The mashed potatoes are smooth and soft, melting like marshmallows. First, the sweetness of tropical fruits hits the tip of the tongue, followed by the intertwining of milk and potato flavors, and finally the spiciness of black pepper lingers in the throat, creating a full range of flavors. Lin Yuan didn't understand those fancy food terms, but he knew one thing. If he wanted to eat more after finishing a meal, it was truly delicious. So he drank 3 bowls in one go and then half a bottle of wine. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Yuan didn't forget to take a bowl back to the captain's cabin. In the captain's cabin, Lu Xuanzhu was fast asleep, snoring loudly. Lin Yuan first went to the fish tank and tilted the bowl to show Little Kraken. Breakfast is here. Little Kraken glanced at it. Its tentacles retracted, and its head shook wildly. I won't eat. Lin Yuan communicated with it using his consciousness. It's really delicious. You'll know once you try it. Little Kraken refused decisively. No, I want to eat fish. I want to eat fish. Lin Yuan was helpless. This little guy only recognizes fish now, but there isn't a single fish on the boat. Then you'll have to fish on the spot. Perfect timing. I can also try the bait Ding Pong gave me. Lin Yuan sighed. Okay, I'll go catch some fresh ones for you. Upon hearing this, the little Kraken immediately became excited, banging its head against the fish tank repeatedly and flailing its tentacles. Just then, the snoring behind me stopped. Lu Xuanzhu sat up in bed and mumbled sleepily, Brother Yuan, you're here. Lin Yuan handed over the bowl of mashed potatoes. Here you go, eat up. How does it feel to be served by the captain himself? Lu Xuanzhu was about to laugh when he looked down at what was in the bowl and his face turned green. Brother Yuan, if you have a grudge, you can hit me or scold me, but there's no need to poison me with this stuff, is there? Lin Yuan put the bowl on the bedside table. Eat it or don't. I'm going fishing. After saying that, He left the captain's cabin without looking back. Arriving at the storage compartment below deck, Lin Yuan searched for a long time before finally finding a fishing rod. Beginner fishing rod. Quality, average. Durability, 100%. Weight limit, 2 kilograms. Fishing success rate bonus, 0.5%. Description: the most common fishing rod, suitable for recreational fishing and decent for catching small fish. Upon seeing the attributes, Lin Yuan's vision went black. In his previous life, he used these beginner fishing rods to start fires. A 0.5% success rate bonus is basically negligible. What's worse is that it can only support a weight of 2 kilograms. If the fish is even slightly larger, the rod will be ruined on the spot. Using this broken rod to bait the rare fish bait given by Ding Peng? Isn't that a complete waste? Lin Yuan decisively put away the Ding family's secret fish bait, turned around, and went to the kitchen, where he asked Sun how to make some fish bait out of dough. Once he was ready, he went to the side of the boat, opened the side door, set up a stool, baited the hook, set up the fishing rod, and opened a can of beer. With the sea breeze blowing, it really does have that fisherman vibe. The most boring time is waiting for the fish to bite. Lin Yuan simply opened the World Channel and discovered that there were quite a few people fishing at sea these days. Is that angler still there? Hey bro, what's up? How's your catch going? I haven't had a single bite yet. Is my bait no good? My current catch: a bunch of seaweed, 3 shoes, 2 beer bottles. Basically, I can catch anything except fish. Me too. I feel like I'm feeding the fish instead of fishing. I guess I'll just consider it an act of charity. I did get some bites, but my fishing rod is terrible. I just saw a big fish get away, and I regret not buying a better rod. It's better to catch nothing than to catch a monster. Yesterday, one of my crew members caught some kind of fish and his arm was bitten off. The fish even got away. It's hard to say whether he'll survive tonight. Holy crap, that's terrifying. So, I'd like to remind everyone that it's best not to go fishing at night. Lin Yuan had only been watching for a short while when the fishing rod in his hand suddenly felt heavy. It's ready. He immediately turned off the control panel, gripped the rod with both hands, and focused intently. Unfortunately, the fish was very cunning. After taking the bait, it flicked its body and disappeared into the deep blue sea. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue. He didn't catch any fish, but he discovered an unexpected surprise. The fish bait that Sun Hao made on the spur of the moment turned out to be surprisingly effective. That's a bit outrageous. He originally thought Sun Hao could only make terrible food, but he didn't expect him to have potential in making fish bait. If we continue developing in this direction, we might actually be able to create something that rivals or even surpasses the Ding family's secret fish bait in the future. However, the surprise didn't last long. Lin Yuan's sea fishing trip lasted less than half an hour. It wasn't that he didn't want to fish, but that his fishing rod couldn't hold up. In the past half hour, the bait worked well, and there were 4 bites, almost catching a fish each time. The last time was the closest to success, but it was a big fish weighing well over 2 kilograms. Before Lin Yuan could even exert any force, there was a cracking sound, and the novice fishing rod broke in 2 on the spot. Even more outrageous, the fish not only escaped, but also dragged away half of the fishing rod. Lin Yuan stood by the boat, holding the remaining broken pole in his hand, his expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. What's this? Did the fish steal his fishing rod? But little Kraken was still hungry and refused to eat the food Sun Hao had prepared. The only fishing rod on the boat is now useless. Are we really going to just stand by and watch little Kraken go hungry? Just then, a bold idea suddenly popped into Lin Yuan's mind. Chapter 33. The Underwater Hunt of the Little Kraken. When Lin Yuan returned to the captain's cabin, Lu Xuanju had already finished the bowl of dark mashed potatoes, leaving his teeth stained black. He exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Yuan, what was that bowl of food just now? It smelled so good." Lin Yuan glanced at him. Chef Sun's culinary disaster. And why are you still lounging in the captain's cabin? Instead of taking the helm, are you planning a rebellion? Lu Xuanju was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'll get out of here right now. After saying that, he ran away in a flash. Lin Yuan watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but laugh. Others might betray him, but Zhu Zi was absolutely not. Teasing him was just a casual pastime. Once the captain's cabin quieted down, Lin Yuan went to the fish tank, took out the broken half of the fishing rod, and waved it in front of Little Kraken. Little Ko, I try my best. This broken fishing rod can't catch any fish at all. He paused, then a smirk appeared on his lips. Or, how about I just let you go into the sea and catch it yourself? Little Kraken got excited immediately upon hearing this. It was bound to Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan could sense its emotions and control its body. Rather than letting it starve in the fish tank, it was better to go to sea and take a gamble. Moreover, in terms of underwater combat ability, Lin Yuan himself is far inferior to the Kraken. Rather than going down there to take risks, it's better to let this natural sea hunter hunt for itself. Eating whatever it catches on the spot, it's simpler and more direct. The little Kraken's 8 tentacles lashed out wildly, splashing water all over the fish tank and landing on Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan smiled and wiped his face, then immediately told Lu Xuanju to drop anchor and furl the sails. The boat couldn't continue. Otherwise, Little Kraken would go out to hunt, only to return to find the boat gone, which would be quite a joke. After making the arrangements, Lin Yuan took the Little Kraken out of the fish tank and walked to the side of the boat. He whispered, "I'll go with you." The next second, he threw the Little Kraken directly into the sea. Lin Yuan couldn't control the Kraken while simultaneously manipulating his own body. So he returned to the captain's cabin, laid down on the bed, and instantly switched to the Kraken's perspective. The icy seawater enveloped my entire body. Kraken Jr. was almost ecstatic. It felt as if it had returned to its own world, and its hunger was temporarily forgotten. It tumbled and darted through the water, its 8 tentacles unfurling at an astonishing speed. After playing for a while, it finally remembered its business. Hunting. Soon, the target appeared. A mutated spotted fish, about 1 meter long and weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, looks very fierce. But to Little Kraken, this was a meal that could be eaten while swimming. Lin Yuan's consciousness merged completely with that of the Little Kraken. The 8 tentacles, which had been scattered, quickly converged behind him, suddenly exerting force like propellers. Whoosh! The Kraken shot out like a torpedo. Sensing danger, the spotted fish turned to flee. But as soon as it flicked its tail, 8 terrifying tentacles wrapped around it. Instant lock. The Kraken seeks to kill its enemies with a single blow. It prefers to toy with its prey. The spotted fish thrashed wildly, its strength considerable, its sharp teeth snapping wildly in an attempt to break free. But the Little Kraken's 6 tentacles were enough to subdue it, and the remaining 2 tentacles began to whip around. Snap! The spotted fish's head jolted violently at the first blow. Smack! 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 The tentacles lashed down like iron whips, each strike creating a turbulent spray in the water. The spotted fish's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Its skull was shattered, and blood and brain matter scattered everywhere. Hunt complete. The Little Kraken opened its large mouth at the base of its tentacles and swallowed the entire spotted fish whole from head to tail. Even more terrifying is that once the fish meat enters the body, it is quickly digested and turned into nutrients. Little Kraken's body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yuan was also shocked. This change wasn't present when it swallowed the black-browed Emperor. It seems that as the young Kraken grows, its digestive and absorptive abilities are also improving. At the same time, Lin Yuan, lying on the bed, also felt waves of warmth flowing through his body. Even though it was the Little Kraken that was feeding, the nutrients were also being fed back to him through the soul bond. This was a huge profit. The Little Kraken stretched out its thicker tentacles, as if announcing the return of the king of the sea. But it wasn't full yet. It continues its search for its next prey. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly crashed into us from the side. Bang! Caught off guard, the Little Kraken was knocked and rolled several meters away. Before it could regain its footing, the dark shadow charged at it like a cannonball. Lin Yuan finally saw it clearly. It was a large fish nearly 2 meters long, covered in armor-like scales. Its head resembled the face of a thunder god, large and ugly, with a pair of bull-horn-shaped protrusions on its forehead. Mad cow fish, a boss-level sea monster. This creature is bulky and its shape is completely unsuitable for high-speed swimming. Its tail muscles are extremely well developed, giving it terrifying, explosive power. The smell of blood from the killed spotted fish had clearly attracted it. This is no ordinary prey. This is a tough battle. Lin Yuan immediately put away his relaxed demeanor and focused his mind on controlling the little kraken. The mad bullfish was too fast. There was no time to dodge, so it had to take the hit head-on. In a very short time, the little kraken crossed its 8 tentacles in front of its body, forming a thick net of tentacles, and deliberately kept them at a distance from its body to cushion the impact. It's like a catcher opening their glove, ready to catch a baseball flying at high speed. But this ball is a crazed sea monster. Lin Yuan wasn't sure either. Whoosh! The mad bullfish, trailing a white stream of water, crashed into us. Bang! At the moment of impact, it was as if a torpedo had exploded on the seabed, with bubbles churning wildly and the water currents becoming chaotic. When the bubbles dissipated, it was revealed that the mad bullfish was tightly entangled by the tentacles of the little kraken. Caught it! But it's not over yet. The mad bullfish was far stronger than the spotted fish, and even though the little kraken had just grown a bit bigger, it could only barely suppress it. It went completely mad, its powerful tail thrashing wildly, whipping the little kraken around in the water. To lock onto its tail, the little kraken had to exert even more force. They focused on the tail, but forgot about the head. The mad bullfish suddenly struggled, its head breaking free of its restraints, and its gaping maw snapped open, biting down on one of the little kraken's tentacles. A sharp pain shot through me instantly. The feeling was like biting Lin Yuan's own arm. In the captain's cabin, Lin Yuan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly let out a scream. Underwater, the little kraken was firmly held in place, and the situation instantly reversed. If it doesn't fight back, it's really going to be devoured by the mad bullfish. Chapter 34 Little Kraken learns a new skill. At the critical moment, Lin Yuan's mind raced, and he immediately gave the order. Poisonous ink spray. The next second, the little kraken opened its mouth and spewed out a large cloud of black poisonous mist, instantly engulfing the mad bullfish's entire body. The mad bullfish was already tightly bound by tentacles, and now it was poisoned. Its will to survive was completely unleashed. The whole fish twisted wildly with terrifying strength, almost throwing the little kraken away. Lin Yuan knew very well that this was the last wave. If we can get through this, we'll win. If they can't make it through, little kraken will die here. He immediately focused all his mental energy on helping little kraken regain control. Hang in there. You must hold on. The tentacles tightened their grip, and the poisonous mist continued to corrode the mad bullfish's body. The mad bullfish's struggles went from frenzied to sluggish, and then to utterly powerless. Finally, it stopped moving completely. This boss-level sea monster was strangled to death on the seabed by the little kraken. We won. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. This is no ordinary sea monster. It's a true alpha-level mad bullfish. Ding Peng previously mentioned that the little kraken emerged from a chunk of flesh from a sea monster, and even guessed that the sea monster was also an alpha-level creature. Lin Yuan believed it at the time, but now that he has personally fought against a boss-level sea monster, he understands just how terrifying this thing is. In its early stages as a child, the kraken would have had no chance of winning against a boss-level monster. Either a miracle happened, or the sea monster wasn't a leader at all, but just a larger adult soldier. Even so, it's already quite absurd that a young kraken could defeat an adult sea monster. It truly lives up to its reputation as a king-level sea monster. Next comes the harvest time. Little kraken swallowed the entire mad cowfish without any hesitation. After it finished eating, its body visibly swelled up. Even more surprisingly, their appearance has also begun to change. A pair of devil horns sprouted from its head, instantly amplifying its imposing presence. Its once soft skin was now covered in dark scales, significantly enhancing its defense. Its tentacles remained agile, but their hardness had noticeably increased, resembling steel whips capable of shattering bones. If the little kraken looked somewhat like an ordinary octopus before, now, just one look is enough to tell that this is definitely not a friendly stunt. At the same time, Lin Yuan also felt a burst of intense heat explode within his body, washing over his limbs and bones like a flood. Without even looking at the attribute panel, he knew that his 4 attributes had improved again. More importantly, after this exchange of consciousness and their shared experience of a life-or-death battle, the bond between him and Kraken Jr. became even stronger. Just then, a prompt suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Kraken successfully devours the mad bullfish. Mastering the skill, Functional Burst, Performance Explosion, can unleash several times the strength and speed within a very short time, depending on the body's physical capabilities. Current physical strength can be boosted up to 10-fold. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. A 10-fold increase. That skill is ruthless. Previously, when the young Kraken swallowed the black-brow Ipper and mastered the poison spray, there was no notification. The fact that he received this message this time is most likely because his synergy with the Kraken has improved. The only slight pity is that one of the Kraken's tentacles was injured in the battle. Fortunately, it had just eaten and could go a week without food, so it could use this time to recover from its injury. Lin Yuan didn't dare leave it in the sea any longer. The stench of the mad bullfish's blood has already spread. Who knows what might be more terrifying next? He maneuvered the small Kraken to quickly locate the anchor position of the 1,000-mile. Then with a flick of its tentacles, its entire body shot out of the sea like a cannonball, heading straight for the deck of the 1,000-mile. At this moment, Lin was leaning on the gunnel smoking. He had just exhaled a puff of smoke when he saw the sea surface suddenly explode with a whoosh, and a dark object flew out, its target being the 1,000-mile. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a strangely shaped octopus with horns on its head. Lishan's expression changed, and he quickly threw away his cigarette to reach for his weapon. They ended up empty-handed. He then remembered that his personal weapon, that strange medical kit, was in the laboratory. Seeing that the strange octopus was about to fall, Lin panicked on the spot. Just then, Lin Yuan came out of the captain's cabin. He had broken free from Kraken's control, and seeing Lishan's alarmed expression, he spoke calmly. "Don't panic, it's not an enemy, it's my pet." Just as he finished speaking, little Kraken landed right on the deck. Lin stared wide-eyed, swallowed hard, his face filled with disbelief. "You keep this thing? You call it pet? You're kidding me." Lin Yuan walked over and picked up the little Kraken, which was twice the size it had been before, with a calm expression. "I'm not lying to you, but calling it a pet is a bit of an insult. To be precise, it's my partner, just like you." He paused, then added, "It has a name, Kraken. Kraken." Lin was dumbfounded. The legendary deep-sea behemoth, Kraken? This kid pulled off another stunt, and this time he pulled off a big one. He stared at the little Kraken and couldn't help but ask, "Is it really that legendary sea monster?" Lin Yuan didn't reveal the truth, but casually explained, "Kraken is the name I gave it. As for whether it's the legendary one, nobody can say for sure. Besides, nobody has ever seen what the legendary Kraken actually looks like." Lin was a bit confused by what he said, and after a while, he managed to stammer out, "Okay, then how come I've never seen it before? Where did it come from?" Lin Yuan said casually, "I put it in a glass bottle when it was small. It ate 2 fish in the sea just now, and that's how it turned out." This sounds outrageous, but Lin just can't find a way to refute it. The next second, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his gaze towards little Kraken became excited. "My biology lab has just been renovated, and I'm worried about not having anything to do experiments with. Captain, how about you lend me it so I can dissect it?" "Impossible." Lin Yuan refused outright, leaving no room for negotiation. "I said, the Kraken is a partner. No one can hurt it, much less dissect it." Lin immediately slapped his mouth and chuckled dryly. "Oops, I misspoke. I meant to take it to the lab for treatment because it was injured. Did I say dissection? You must have misheard me." Lin Yuan glanced at him sideways. "I heard it clearly." Lin gave an awkward smile. Lin Yuan was too lazy to argue with him, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "If you're really bored and want to dissect something, I'll catch a fish for you when I have some free time. Don't even think about Kraken." Lin stroked his chin. "Sure. Actually, you can give me a fishing rod and I can fish by myself. I'm so bored right now." Lin Yuan casually said, "The only fishing rod I have was broken this morning when I was fishing. If you're so capable, you can make one yourself." These words seemed to suddenly awaken Lin. "Yes. Why not do it yourself?" His medical kit was full of all sorts of strange tools. Making a fishing rod wouldn't be difficult at all. Having a fishing rod not only helps pass the time, but also allows you to conduct experiments when you actually catch a fish. Lin immediately became excited. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? After saying that, he turned around and rushed towards the laboratory below deck, his back view exuding excitement. Chapter 35 Advancement of Combat Power. Lin Yuan was speechless as he watched Lin leave excitedly. What's this guy so excited about? Just because he finally has something to do? Although Lin was the ship's doctor, after what had just happened, Lin Yuan absolutely could not hand over the injured Kraken to him. If he were to send it over, by the time they checked in a couple of days, it would probably already be cut into specimens. Fortunately, octopuses have strong regenerative abilities. Even severed tentacles can grow back. The Kraken, as the strongest variant of octopus, has even more outrageous regenerative capabilities. With some rest and recuperation, it shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yuan returned to the captain's cabin and put the little Kraken into the fish tank. Although it's called small, it's actually quite large. Its current size takes up about a third of the fish tank, and when its entire body sinks, the water level rises by several centimeters. Lin Yuan brought up the control panel. Kraken, rank, Emperor, development stage, late juvenile stage. Skills, flying headbutt, poisoning spray, functional burst, speed burst. The four-dimensional attributes are still a question mark and cannot be seen for the time being. However, new skills have appeared, and the growth stage has reached the late stage of the juvenile form. This means that we're not far from breaking through childhood. Once it recovers from its injuries, it can go back to sea to hunt again, and then it should be able to move on to the next stage. As for Su Yin, who has been imprisoned, it's about time she came in handy. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then switched to his attribute panel. Strength, 18 to 24. Constitution, 15 to 18. Agility, 16 to 20. Spirit, 18 to 28. Identity, Captain. Funds, 0 gold. Talents, God level Sea King, God level Wine Immortal. Title none. Combat Power Rating, Tier 3, 2 stars. Lin Yuan was stunned when he saw the result. His combat power rating actually jumped from Tier 2, 9 stars to Tier 3, 2 stars. No wonder the energy that surged into his body like a torrent was ridiculously strong. Lin Yuan knew that Kraken's growth would be reflected back to him, but he didn't expect the increase to be so dramatic this time. In particular, the mental attribute increased by 10 points, reaching 28. The reason is simple. He had just used his consciousness to control the Kraken in a life-or-death battle, and with the Kraken's growth feedback, the combined effect was explosive. Lin Yuan made a decision immediately. From now on, whenever conditions permit, he will try his best to personally control the Kraken every time it goes out to sea to hunt. There are risks involved, but the improvement is truly astounding. He is now fairly certain that Kraken's hidden talent belongs to the devouring type. After hunting and consuming marine life, it not only enhances its attributes, but also has the opportunity to learn special skills. Moreover, this devouring talent is clearly growth-oriented. Previously, when the Kraken ate, its physical changes were not obvious, and Lin Yuan didn't feel much feedback. But now it's completely different. It could digest its prey in a very short time, and its size, strength, and skills have all improved visibly. At the same time, a surge of heat would also flow through Lin Yuan's body, sometimes gentle, sometimes violent, directly strengthening his body. Although the underwater hunt just now was dangerous, the reward was absolutely worth it. Xiaoku, take good care of your injury. Lin Yuan conveyed a trace of concern through his consciousness. Kraken, however, didn't seem to care about its injury at all. It excitedly banged its head against the tank wall, as if to say that the injury was nothing. Only then did it lie down at the bottom of the tank to rest. After settling Kraken in, Lin Yuan told Lu Xuanju to set sail, and then went to the storage warehouse to confirm whether Su Yan was still alive. At this moment, the swelling on Su Yan's face had subsided considerably, but large bruises were still plastered to her face. She was breathing weakly and was practically half dead. Lin Yuan glanced at it and nodded in satisfaction. As long as they're alive, that's enough. Back in the captain's cabin, Lin Yuan sat down at the desk and opened a drawer. Inside was a blank captain's logbook, along with paper, a pen, and ink. These are all navigational supplies that come with the purchase of a ship. Ordinary low-tier ships may not have them, but the 1,000-mile is worth over 800 gold coins, so these kinds of accessories are naturally included. However, Lin Yuan did not intend to write a log. Who keeps a diary if they're a decent person? What he needs to do is to actually put the voyage notes that emerged last night on a paper. First, determine how to write it. This chronicle will cover a very long period of time, and it's crucial to avoid writing down whatever comes to mind. Therefore, it must be written chronologically, starting from the first year of the nautical calendar and continuing until the day of his death. Then decide what to write. Lin Yuan knew very well that he wanted to write this book as a game guide. He wrote down everything of valuable information he could recall. Future sea areas, dangers, resources, people, and eventually recorded everything that was useful. After figuring it out, Lin Yuan picked up his pen and began drafting the outline. When it was lunchtime, Sun Hao did something really demanding. Supreme Spicy Durian Stir-Fried Chicken Cubes. The name itself is enough to send chills down your spine. Even more outrageous is that, just like the Supreme Black Truffle Mashed Potatoes this morning, which didn't contain any black truffles, this stir-fried chicken stir-fry also doesn't contain any chicken. The name Diced Chicken is purely for the sake of making the dish sound nice. Moreover, Sun Hao insists on including the word supreme in the names of his dishes, as if it were a mark to prevent his culinary disasters from being counterfeited. At this moment, the people on the ship finally realized a cruel truth. They will most likely never be able to eat normal meals again. But the worst part is that this stuff actually tastes pretty good. Even though everyone knows Sun Hao's cooking is bound to be delicious, they still have to go through a mental battle before taking a bite each time. That's because his dishes always offer a completely new visual and olfactory experience. As long as your psychological defenses don't crumble, you can reap the satisfaction of your taste buds. In a sense, Sun Hao's terrible cooking added a lot of excitement to the monotonous life at sea. As for where these outrageous inspirations came from, Sun Hao's explanation is simple. They came from his god-level talent, supreme dark cuisine. Having ideas is one thing, but the fact that he can actually do them is the most outrageous part. Soon, Sun Hao gained his first loyal fan, Hiletian. Hiletian has always had a penchant for the unusual, finding even dissecting small animals fascinating, so his tastes are naturally quite extreme. He's always the first to pick up his chopsticks, and unusually, he raves about how delicious the food is. Yan Ingli also has good mental fortitude, and she was basically the second to start eating. Shen Tian had a harder time. She could only eat with her eyes closed and had to suppress her second personality. Otherwise, if Shen Meng came out, she might flip the table on the spot. After dinner, Lin Yuan and Yinning took a walk on the deck to digest their food. The two slowly circled the inside of the ship's side, mainly talking about Shen Tian. To be precise, it's about how to help Shen Tian grow up as quickly as possible without relying on her second personality. At first, neither of them paid any attention to Xia Yuan Zhou at the bow of the boat. This person is usually gloomy, speaks little, and has a low profile, almost like a transparent person. Until the next second, Xia Yuan Zhou manipulated the grappling hook, aimed at the undulating sea surface, and suddenly hooked it. With a whoosh, he actually managed to hook a treasure chest right out of the sea. Chapter 36 Legendary Item, Dragon Breath Mortar. In the game Endless Sea, various resources often float on the sea surface, and if you're lucky, you might even find a treasure chest. But seeing it is one thing, but getting it out is not so simple. The boat is moving, the waves are moving, and the floating objects are drifting. Any slight deviation in the sea breeze, boat speed, wave height, or angle could cause the grappling hook to miss completely. Even stopping the boat doesn't guarantee a successful shot. In his previous life, Lin Yuan's ship also had gunners with decent aim. However, for 5 whole years, they mostly hooked up basic materials, rarely any valuable items, and never even once found a treasure chest. Because with treasure chests, the system subtly increases the difficulty. They look like big targets, but the actual hit rate is frighteningly low. But who would have thought that on the first day of the server launch, Xia Yuan Zhou, who is usually quiet, actually hooked the treasure chest with a single shot? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. As expected of a legendary gunner, He practically rushed up to Xia Yuanzhou, his voice trembling with shock. "How did you hook it?" Xia Yuanzhou said calmly. "Aim, then pull the trigger." Lin Yuan almost choked on his words. Of course he knew to aim before firing. He was asking about techniques, predictions, and how to calculate wind direction, wave speed, and floating trajectory. Lin Yuan, barely suppressing his excitement, continued. "I mean, before you fired the shot, did you consider any other factors?" Xia Yuanzhou shook his head. "I saw a box on the sea that was glowing, so I tried it out." He spoke with such composure. That expression seemed to say, "Is this so difficult? Isn't it something you can do with just your hands?" Lin Yuan was speechless for a moment. Is this what talent is? The difference between people can sometimes be greater than the difference between a person and a sea monster. Yan Ingli didn't quite understand what finding the treasure chest meant, but seeing Lin Yuan's excitement, she followed him. She glanced at the wet chest on the deck and said, "Since it's a treasure chest, why don't we open it and take a look?" The treasure chest is actually not fancy at all. Soaked in seawater, the surface was mottled and blackened, covered with barnacles and green algae. It had shimmered faintly on the surface of the sea a moment ago, but dimmed after being hooked up. If Lin Yuan hadn't been so experienced, an ordinary person would never have recognized it as a treasure chest. Lin Yuan immediately recognized it as one of the most common sea-drifting treasure chests, the barnacle treasure chest, a common grade chest. Despite being a standard-class ship, getting a treasure chest on the very first day of the game is something countless fleets could never achieve in their entire lives. Lin Yuan nodded. "Go ahead. Yaningli, you seem to have good luck. You go first." Yaningli didn't hesitate and opened the box directly. The next second, golden light exploded. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted, and he blurted out, "Holy crap! Golden legend!" Golden light signifies a legendary item, and this is a regular level treasure chest. The probability of getting a legendary item from a regular treasure chest is even more outrageous than getting a gold item from a gacha pull, and there's no pity system to prevent it. Lin Yuan had opened many chests in his previous life, not to mention ordinary treasure chests. Even higher-level treasure chests mostly yielded only ordinary or medium-level items. But Yan Ingli got a legendary gold item on her first open. This person's luck stat is probably maxed out. Yan Ingli was startled by Lin Yuan. "Why did you suddenly shout?" Lin Yuan immediately urged her. "You got a legendary item from a common treasure chest. Quickly check what it is." Yan Ingli then realized what was happening. Although she was a newbie, she had watched the system's tutorial in the past few days and knew that item levels were divided into 9 tiers, with legendary items being extremely rare. She quickly looked down at the box. Inside the box lay a small, exquisite model of a mortar, which looked like a toy. Next to it were several black spheres, each about the size of a glass marble. Yan Ingli blinked. "What is this?" "A toy model." The next moment, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations to the player who has obtained Dragon Breath Mortar X1. Quality, legendary. Durability, 100%. Explosion radius of artillery shells increased by 40%. Shell power increased by 50%. Shell range increased 200%. Fire attribute bonus for shells, 50%. Accuracy improvement, 5%. Description, a powerful cannon. The Dragon Breath Mortar can imbue any shell with fire attributes. Its effectiveness is enhanced when loaded with exclusive Dragon Breath shells. The moment Lin Yuan saw the attributes, he almost stopped breathing. The blast radius, shell power, range, and fire attribute have all been greatly improved. In particular, the range has been increased by 200%, which directly makes up for the short range of the mortar itself. Before everyone could recover, Yan Ingli looked at the black balls again. The system prompt popped up again. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained 10 Dragon Breath shells. Quality, legendary. Explosion radius, 1 meter. Explosive power, 5. Attribute, fire. Flame spread radius, 10 meters. Description, this shell has a relatively small blast radius and power, but just one is enough to engulf an enemy ship in flames. Its power is even greater when loaded into the Dragon's Breath Mortar. Unpack. After unpacking, Items will return to their normal size and can be installed in specific locations. Yiningli then realized why the item was so small. It hadn't been unpacked yet. She had thought it was a toy a moment ago, but now her eyes were shining with excitement. Legendary artillery. It also comes with 10 exclusive legendary shells. She immediately looked at Lin Yuan. Should we unpack it now? We can install it after unpacking. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all. Of course, install it immediately. The mortar has a short barrel, a wide firing angle, and powerful shell impact, but its original drawback was its short range. However, the Dragon's Breath mortar directly increases the range by 200%, instantly eliminating this weakness. Even more terrifying are its special cannonballs. The explosive power of the Dragon's Breath cannonball wasn't exaggerated, but the flames spread over a range of 10 meters. If a single shot hit a wooden ship and the fire wasn't extinguished quickly enough, the entire ship could be burned through. Even ships with steel structures cannot be ignored. Unlike ordinary fire, this flame can burn for a long time even without any flammable material nearby. Ordinary people cannot approach the area covered by the flames. Once an enemy ship is hit, a large number of people must be diverted to fight the fire, and the firepower is immediately suppressed. On the first day of the game, Lin Yuan obtained the legendary Dragon Breath mortar and 10 exclusive shells. In addition, there's Xia Yuanzhou, a gunner with legendary aptitude. At this moment, the firepower of the immortal boat pirates took off. From this moment forward, they have the right to roam freely on this endless sea. Chapter 37, The Hungry Wolf Attacks the Player's Ship. The Dragon Breath mortar is not complicated to install. Lin Yuan held the unpacked cannon. As long as he got close to the right spot, a green area would light up on the ship's hull. He could put the cannon in and use it, just like equipping gear in a game. Once the Dragon Breath mortar was fully deployed, the atmosphere immediately changed. The red cannon barrel is shaped like a ferocious dragon's head, as if it could spew flames at any moment and burn through the entire sea surface. The Qinli originally only had 4 ordinary cannons, which were junk that came with the ship purchase. They could only fire ordinary shells, and not only did they not provide any bonuses, they were also prone to misfires or barrel explosions. But now, with the addition of this legendary Dragon Breath mortar, the 1000-mile has been completely upgraded from slingshot to a cannon. The combat rating jumped from Tier 2, 3 stars, to Tier 3, 5 stars in one go. It spanned a whole major phase. Placing it on the ships of players who have just left the beginner island would be like a game changer. Lin Yuan patted Xia Yuanzhou on the shoulder and pointed to the Dragon Breath mortar. Old Xia, from now on this will be your main weapon. Remember, if anyone dares to bully the immortal boat pirates, blow them to ashes. Xia Yuanzhou nodded with a serious expression and said, I guarantee it, Captain. Lin Yuan was very satisfied, and then glanced at the hook spear at the bow of the ship. So you're still planning to continue hauling supplies here? Xia Yuanzhou calmly replied, Of course. There's no shooting range on the ship, so a grappling hook is still a gun. Using it to move supplies can help me practice my accuracy and improve my skill level. Lin Yuan then understood. Xia Yuanzhou's talent is the Destroyer of the Throne, which is linked to firearms and weapons. Just as Sun Hao's cooking can enhance his talent, Xia Yuanzhou can become stronger by practicing with guns and cannons, even if it's just a grappling hook. What are now floating supplies on the sea that others can only dream of are now moving targets for Xia Yuanzhou. It's a good thing that can train people and gather resources at the same time, so of course we can't stop. Lin Yuan immediately made the decision. Okay, you can continue practicing. Put the things you hook into the storage warehouse, and if you can't move them, call Lu Xuanju. Xia Yuanzhou nodded, returned to the bow of the boat, and continued to operate the grappling hook. Lin Yuan returned to the captain's cabin and continued writing his voyage log. Time quickly came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He wrote for several hours straight, finally managing to organize the outline for the first 3 years. Feeling a bit dizzy, he grabbed a bottle of liquor and started chugging, but finished it all. The bottles of wine I bought on Saiwan Island before setting sail were completely drunk. Lin Yuan turned the bottle upside down, shook it, caught the last drop of wine, and couldn't help but sigh. Life won't be easy from now on. He casually tossed the empty bottle aside, then opened the communication channel to see what other players were talking about. Suddenly, A distress message appeared on the World Chat channel. Help! Someone please save us. Someone immediately asked, what's wrong? Someone is attacking our ship. Player or NPC? A player. I'm sure it's a player. Where? About 200 nautical miles southwest of Xiwan Island. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan's expression changed. Because the 1,000 miles set sail in the southwest direction, and One-Eyed Port is also in that direction. Although the 1,000 mile has not been sailing at full speed since the server opened, and even stopped for a while because of the Kraken Sea hunt, its current location is roughly within the range mentioned by the other party. In other words, the ship that attacked the player is likely nearby, and the Qianli could become the next target. Lin Yuan didn't rush to speak, but just kept staring at the channel with a cold face. Someone asked, you mentioned your location. Are you trying to get us to come and rescue you? The person seeking help replied, no. Then why did you ask about the location? Stay away. The channel fell silent for a moment. Soon, someone questioned, are you trying to lure us there and then steal our boat? The person pleading for help became desperate. My crew members have all been killed. I'm the only survivor. I'm hiding in the storage room calling for help. I have no reason to lie to you. Are all the crew members dead? How many were on the other side? One person. These words only fueled further criticism. One person? Are you kidding me? How can one person drive a boat, control the direction, and unleash firepower at the same time? Are you really playing an autopilot game? I'm not lying to you. The next second, the message from the person seeking help suddenly turned into one of terror. Oh no, he's here. His ship is called the Hungry Wolf. Stay away from him. That's all I can do for you. The news ended there. Hungry Wolf. Lin Yuan recognized the name. He had previously pretended to be a top-tier player with awakened god-level talents in the regional channel, and many people believed him. But then someone jumped out and said he was fake, arrogantly challenging him to a duel with his own Hungry Wolf account. That man's ship was called the Hungry Wolf. I never expected to run into this again. Moreover, judging from the person who asked for help, it is very likely that they were not lying. One person, one ship, yet capable of destroying other players' ships with ferocious firepower. This suggests that the Hungry Wolf is no ordinary ship. It likely possesses special ship talents and may even have combat skills. Its captain was clearly a typical pirate. The initial investment was entirely poured into ships and combat capabilities. Food, fresh water, and supplies were all obtained through plunder. A ship with such special abilities wouldn't normally cost 1,000 gold coins. The other party probably got a great deal. Lin Yuan felt a little regretful. In his previous life, he didn't know this information. Otherwise, how could anyone else have gotten this Hungry Wolf? However, if he really had to choose between the Kraken, the divine artifact Soul-Binding Stone, and the talent ship, Lin Yuan would still choose the first two without hesitation. 1 minute later, the world channel exploded again. Holy crap! Where did that person who called for help go? Could he really have been killed? Immediately afterwards, an arrogant message popped up. I am Jiang Shinying, captain of the Hungry Wolf. You all better watch out. And that guy who was acting like a big shot before, I still remember you. Now, do you dare to mess with me? Ha ha. The message was followed by a selfie. In the photo, Jiang Shinying is grinning, with a burning ship behind him and a gruesome corpse. The channel completely crashed. Is he showing off? He killed someone and is still laughing? This guy must be insane. Jiang Shinying immediately retorted. Who are you calling crazy? If you keep acting tough, I'll make you fly. Lin Yuan stared at the photo, his gaze growing colder and colder. Murder and robbery are one thing, but to dare to show off on a public channel is quite another. This person is beyond arrogant. Just then, Navigator Shun Tian rushed into the captain's cabin, her face pale and her voice trembling. Captain, something terrible has happened. Lin Yuan looked up at her. Shun Tian pointed to the sea outside and said in a panic, I see a ship on fire not far away. Chapter 38, let him see what a mastermind is. When Shun Tian rushed into the captain's cabin, Lin Yuan already guessed that something had happened. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Yuan rushed to the deck and rang the ship's bell. As soon as the clear bell rang, the entire crew of the Qianli immediately assembled. Lin Yuan stood at the bow of the ship, raising his binoculars to look at the distant sea. A ship was already mostly sunk, with wreckage floating on the surface, while a black and red sling boat was moored nearby. The ship was not large, even smaller than the Qianli, but it had a wolf-head ram on its bow, which looked quite ferocious. No need to guess, this is the Hungry Wolf. And its captain is none other than Jiang Shenying, who arrogantly exposed himself on the World Channel. At this moment, the other party seemed to have just finished looting and was busy moving supplies and had not yet discovered the 1,000-mile. If we turn around now, given the speed of the 1,000-mile ship, the other side will most likely not be able to catch up. Why did Lin Yuan run away? The 1,000-mile had just been fitted with Dragon's Breath mortars, and Xia Yuanzhou was the gunner on board. Besides, the enemy only had one awakened one. Even if he was somewhat skilled, could he possibly be stronger than their entire ship of gods? More importantly, Jiang Shenying not only seized the ship, but also killed everyone on board. The game has only been going on for a dozen hours, and this guy has probably already done it more than once. Perhaps his ship also has the rum that Lin Yuan is currently most in need of. Lin Yuan's face darkened. This person has become incredibly arrogant. Since we've run into them, let's show them what a real mastermind is like. Lin Yuan turned to the crowd and said, "Someone on the World Channel just said that players were attacking other players' ships in this area. It's now confirmed that the black and red ship is the Hungry Wolf, and the captain is Jiang Shenying." Letian was taken aback. "How do you know so much?" Lin Yuan sneered, "Because this idiot robbed the ship and then bragged about it in the channel. He killed a whole ship's worth of people, and he probably robbed other ships before." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yuanzhou turned and left. Yan Ingli hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Xia Yuanzhou said expressionlessly, "Give him a shot." Lin Yuan glanced at the Hungry Wolf, which looked as small as a bean in the distance, and then looked at Xia Yuanzhou. "Old Xia, stop messing around. That ship is at least a nautical mile away from us. How could ordinary shells possibly hit it?" Xia Yuanzhou pointed and said, "Use the Dragon Breath mortar, that's fine." Lin Yuan frowned. The range of mortars is already short. Even with the bonus from the Dragon Breath shells, it's impossible for them to hit that far, right? Xia Yuanzhou replied casually, "Range can be compensated for with skill." Lin Yuan laughed on the spot. "Good grief, he's narrow-minded." Xia Yuanzhou walked to the ammunition box, picked up an ordinary shell, and weighed it in his hand, then looked at the location of the Dragon Breath mortar. Lin Yuan asked again, "Don't we need to anchor and stop the ship? With the sea rocking like this, are you sure you can hit a target a mile away?" Xia Yuanzhou shook his head. "No need." Lin Yuan stared at him for a moment, then decided to take a gamble. Even if you miss, it's just a wasted shell. But if you actually hit, the satisfaction is huge. He patted Xia Yuanzhou on the shoulder. "Old Xia, since you're confident, I believe you. Don't use ordinary shells, go straight for the Dragon Breath shells, and give it a good thrashing." Xia Yuanzhou looked at him. "Are you sure? There are only 10 Dragon Breath shells. They're very precious." Lin Yuan grinned. "We're sure. We all believe you, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Letian sneered from the side. "Huh, don't believe a word of it. If he can hit that ship from here, I'll eat shit upside down." Lin Yuan almost lost his composure. "Letian, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word." Letian patted his chest and declared, "My word is my bond." Lu Xuanzhu immediately chuckled. "Then I'll go to the restroom now and prepare the goods for you." Lishan's face turned green. "Get out. I'd rather eat anyone else's food than yours." Shen Tian and Yan Ingli were laughing uncontrollably. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Lin Yuan quickly stopped them. "Shut up. Don't affect Lao Xia's performance." At this moment, Sun Hao also came over and patted Letian earnestly. "Little he, don't be afraid. Even if it's really shit, after Uncle's hands, it can be turned into a delicacy. I've already thought of a name. Old Sun Supreme Secret Recipe Mini Hamburger." Letian glanced at him sideways. "Uncle Sun, I always support your cooking, and you still come after me?" Sun Hao said seriously, "Silly child, I'm helping you." Everyone burst into laughter, but Xia Yuanzhou was completely unaffected. He stood before the Dragon's Breath mortar, his expression terrifyingly focused. He adjusted the angle of the cannon muzzle, raised his binoculars to confirm the position of the Hungry Wolf, licked his thumb, and held it up to feel the wind direction and speed. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched as he read it. He had only ever seen this kind of thing in outrageous tea dramas. But now, Xia Yuanzhou isn't joking. He was calculating. The rise and fall of the waves, the swaying of the ship, the changes in wind direction, and the arc of the cannonballs were all gradually imprinted into his mind. The laughter on the deck gradually subsided. Everyone held their breath and stared at Xia Yuanzhou. Finally, he got to that moment. The fuse was lit. Hiss! The next second, the dragon breath mortar roared. Bang! A deafening roar, like a dragon's cry, erupted as the cannon spewed forth a torrent of flames. The dragon breath shell shot into the sky, trailing a scorching tail of flame as it soared into the heavens. All eyes were on the cannonball. Only Letian stubbornly insisted. No need to look, it's definitely going to miss. Even so, he couldn't help but steal a glance. That one glance made his heart skip a beat. After the shell reached its highest point, it began to fall, drawing an extremely beautiful arc in midair. The direction and the landing point just don't seem right. No, it's absolutely perfect. Elishan's expression changed instantly. He chuckled dryly and moved closer to Lin Yuan. Captain Lin Yuan, my dear captain, is it too late to change eating shit upside down to drinking water upside down? Lin Yuan had no time to pay him any attention. He stared intently at the binoculars, his heart pounding in his chest. Did I win? Is it really going to be a win? The next moment, the image in the telescope suddenly lit up. Dragon's breath cannonballs struck the hungry wolf with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The flames exploded instantly, engulfing most of the deck. The black and red hungry wolf was instantly engulfed in flames, and chaos erupted on board. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Lin Yuan shouted, I got it! The deck of the Senri-class ship instantly erupted into chaos. Yay! Awesome! Old Xia is too strong. That was an amazing shot. Cheers echoed across the sea. Letian, who had just made that bold statement, looked as bitter as if he had just eaten a bitter melon. Chapter 39 Hungry Wolf Skill, Wolfpack Hunt. Lin Yuan immediately made a judgment when he saw that the hungry wolf was still burning. We can't delay any longer. If the fire continues, the supplies on board will also be destroyed. The best solution now is to take advantage of the enemy's firepower being suppressed by the dragon's breath cannons. Quickly close the distance and sink the ship. Once the ship sinks, the supplies will float to the surface and be classified as loot by the system. At that point, retrieving them with a grappling hook is much easier than retrieving ordinary drifting debris. Lin Yuan immediately gave the order. Full sails, full speed ahead, close the distance. Pillar, helmsman, sweetie, keep an eye on the hungry wolf. Old Xia, switch to regular cannonballs and keep firing. Everyone else, lower the sails. Letian, forget about eating shit for now, come help. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Although Letian looked grim, he knew this was not the time to throw a tantrum, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and get to work. Not long after, Shun Tian suddenly shouted, Captain, there's a stone man on that ship putting out a fire. Lin Yuan picked up his binoculars and saw that, sure enough, on the deck of the Hungry Wolf, a person whose body was made of stone was frantically putting out the fire amidst a sea of flames. Without a doubt, that man was most likely the captain of the Hungry Wolf, Jiang Shenying. His talent is probably rock-based, allowing him to petrify his body and withstand extremely high temperatures. Even more outrageous is his incredible strength. He can lift a wooden bathtub full of water and smash it into a fire, making him as strong as 3 or 4 people. If this continues, he might actually put out the fire on the Hungry Wolf. Just then, Xia Yuanzhou controlled the mortar, and a regular shell landed precisely, hitting the Hungry Wolf hard. Jiang Shenying finally couldn't hold back anymore. He abruptly threw down the bathtub, turned around, pointed his finger in the direction of the Qianli, and began swearing wildly. Although it was too far to hear, you could tell from his lip movements that he was hurling a lot of vulgarities. Lin Yuan ignored him completely. Seeing that the distance was about within the range of ordinary cannons, he immediately shouted, Pillar, hard to starboard. Turn back once you are parallel to the Hungry Wolf. Yes. Lu Xuanzhu turned the rudder with all his might, and the stern of the Qianli ship suddenly swung out, creating a huge white wave on the sea. Lin Yuan arrived at the rear of the cannon and quickly adjusted the muzzle. In terms of gunnery talent, he couldn't compare to Xia Yuan Zhou, but after 5 years as a pirate captain, his basic skills were by no means inferior. There are 2 ordinary cannons on this side. Without wasting any words, Yin Ingli stood behind another cannon and volunteered to take over. Bang! Bang! 2 shells flew out in succession, skimming across the sea and striking the hull of the Hungry Wolf hard, blasting 2 large, dark holes in it. Lin Yuan couldn't help but glance at Yin Ingli. My first time using artillery, and I actually hit the target? This woman truly lives up to her reputation as a multifaceted individual. Everything she does is outrageous. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yuan Zhou fired another mortar. The Hungry Wolf was in a terrible state. Its only mast was burned, it lost its maneuverability on the vast ocean, and its hull was first burned through by dragon breath shells, and then it was hit by multiple cannon shots. If the Hungry Wolf hadn't been a Class C special ship with high HP, high armor, strong firepower, and exclusive skills, it would have sunk long ago. Jiang Shining inspected the ship's condition, his face turning completely grim. The Hungry Wolf's durability is only 250, less than half. His anger had reached its limit. Jiang Shining's eyes turned bloodshot. He suddenly waved his hand towards the direction of the 1,000-mile and roared, "Hungry Wolf, activate the ship skill Wolf Pack Hunt." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 Hungry Wolf cannons on the side of the Hungry Wolf opened fire simultaneously. Bang! Bang! 2 spherical shells shot into the sky, accompanied by a piercing wolf howl. In front of the shells, the faint outline of a wolf's head, baring its teeth and flaming, appeared, exuding a murderous aura. On the Qianli, Lin Yuan and Yin Ingli were preparing to load the next round of shells when they suddenly noticed 2 shells flying straight toward them from midair. Lin Yuan immediately shouted, "Cannonballs coming! Zhu Zi, prepare to take cover." The crew members tensed up instantly. This was their first real naval battle. The shells were merciless. If they couldn't dodge them, their ships would be destroyed and their crews would die. The one under the most pressure is naturally Lu Xuanzhu, who is currently at the helm. Whether he can avoid those 2 shells depends entirely on him. His palms were sweating, and his pupils were trembling. But in the midst of his panic, he saw Lin Yuan on the deck. Lin Yuan didn't urge him or panic. He simply stood there, calmly watching him. There was only one meaning in those eyes. "I believe you." In that instant, Lu Xuanzhu seemed to be jolted awake. He gritted his teeth and roared inwardly. "Lu Xuanzhu, pull yourself together. We can't let Brother Yuan down." The next second, his expression suddenly changed. Beast transformation, raging wave, rhinoceros. Boom! Lu Xuanzhu's muscles swelled wildly. His bones grew taller, and his body rapidly transformed into a beast. In the blink of an eye, he became a humanoid rhinoceros monster that was 3 meters tall. The originally heavy rudder felt as light as a steering wheel in his hands. At that moment, he clearly felt that he had become stronger, and it's much stronger. Lu Xuanzhu smirked and, surprisingly, steered the ship with one hand, quickly turning the bow of the Qianli quickly around. Lin Yuan's lips twitched as he watched. Goodness, now they're even pretending to be pillars. But jokes aside, he felt mostly gratified. Under the control of the raging rhino form, the 1,000 miles changed direction at an astonishing speed. Originally parallel to the Geru, the ship quickly turned so that its bow was pointing straight at the Geru, forming a perpendicular angle with it. Following this trajectory, those 2 shells should have just missed the Senri. But the next second, an accident happened. The skill of the Hungry Wolf is called wolf pack hunting. How can 2 wolves be called a wolf pack? In midair, the 2 cannonballs, each bearing the flames of a wolf's head, split apart simultaneously. 2 wolves instantly turned into 8. Chapter 40, The Immortal Ship Pirates. Each member displays their skills. Lin Yuan finally understood why some people on the World Channel were saying that the Hungry Wolf's firepower was fierce. Lu Xuanzhu had already pushed the Qianli to its limits, and those 2 cannonballs could have been dodged. But who could have imagined that the Hungry Wolf's ship skill wolf pack hunt would cause the cannonballs to split in midair? The next second, 3 shells hit the Qianli. 1 bullet hit the deck, and 2 bullets pierced through the port side of the hull. Lin Yuan remained calm, and immediately ordered, "Sun Hao, he let Tian go and repair the hole in the hull." He knew very well that ship skills had cooldowns. To counterattack, he had to seize this opening. Yin Ingli immediately suggested, "Let Xia Yuanzhou fire another dragon breath shell." "No way," Lin Yuan said, rejecting the idea outright. Dragon breath cannonballs are strong because of their area of effect burning, which can suppress the firepower of ordinary ships. However, Jiang Shinying has a petrification talent, making him resistant to flames, and the Hungry Wolf can directly unleash ship skills, eliminating the need for crew members to operate the cannons. In other words, the strongest defensive capability of the Qianli has been countered by the opponent. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly darkened. They originally thought that having dragon breath cannons would make them invincible, but unexpectedly, Jiang Shinying, who managed to snag a C-class ship, appeared out of nowhere and whose talent happened to suppress them. It's not worth it to engage in a direct firepower battle. Then let's change our strategy. Lin Yuan decisively spoke up. "Fight by switching sides." Yin Ingli was taken aback. "Switch sides?" "That's right." Lin Yuan spoke quickly. "The mast of the Hungry Wolf is ruined, so it can't escape. Its skills are also on cooldown. Let's get closer now. And when we're close enough, you and I will jump onto the Hungry Wolf and fight Jiang Shinying in close combat." He sneered, "In terms of individual combat strength, he is no match for the two of us." Yin Ingli's eyes lit up after hearing this. She practiced her talent for most of the day and had been looking for an opportunity to try it out. With the plan finalized, Lin Yuan immediately looked at Lu Xuanzhu. "Zhuzi, do you know how to fight a boarding battle?" Lu Xuanzhu nodded emphatically. "I understand. Approach the Hungry Wolf at top speed. Once the distance is right, keep the two ships parallel. Yining and I will jump across." "Clear," Lin Yuan added. "After we board the ship, immediately steer the Qianli to keep going forward as far as you can. Wait for my message, then come back to pick us up." "Receive." At this moment, the bow of the Qianli was pointing directly at the Hungry Wolf, and it was moving forward at full speed. Due to the angle, the cannons on both sides could not fire for the time being. Everyone knows that this period is the most dangerous. Nobody knows how long the Hungry Wolf skill cooldown is. If they haven't gotten close enough, and the enemy's second round of wolf pack hunting has already cooled down, then the 1,000-mile ship could very well suffer another heavy blow. Lin Yuan and Yin Ingli stood at the bow of the boat, staring intently ahead. Just then, Shun Tian cautiously walked over. She watched as everyone else busied themselves while she stood alone on the deck. Though frightened, she mustered her courage and asked, "Captain, is there anything I can do?" Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. In his eyes, Shun Tian was like a younger sister. When assigning tasks, he would always subconsciously take care of her, not letting her do heavy work or put her in danger. But this world is too cruel, and Shun Tian cannot be protected forever. Lin Yuan looked at her seriously. "Sweetie, we're not sure if we can get there before the Hungry Wolf skills cool down. Every second is crucial. Can you make the ship go a little faster? Even just a little bit." He knew that Shun Tian would become the #1 navigator in the entire server in the future. Even though she was still in the early stages of development, she might already be able to touch upon the ability to control the weather. Shun Tian hesitated for a moment, then summoned the dark cloud. "Perhaps the black ball can help." Lin Yuan asked, "Are you sure?" Shun Tian nodded. "When I was familiarizing myself with the talent, I discovered that besides being able to release lightning, the black ball of fur also seems to be able to create wind. Maybe it can make the ship run a little faster." Yin Ingli also remembered and said with a smile, "Yes, it blew our room all over in one go back then. Maybe it really will work." Shun Tian smiled shyly. Lin Yuan immediately encouraged, "Then give it a try. Sweetie, your sister Ingli and I both believe in you." "Good." Shun Tian closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and focused her attention on the black ball of fur. The bond between her and the black ball of flesh is similar to that between Lin Yuan and Kraken. It's a soul-level connection that allows them to be controlled by consciousness. Soon, the black ball flew to the back of the sail and took a deep breath. Its body instantly expanded several times its original size. The next second, call! A strong gust of wind blew out. The sails billowed instantly, and the Qianliho surged forward. The black ball shrinks after being blew out, then inhales and blows out again in a continuous cycle. Whoosh! The strong winds suddenly erupted, startling even Lu Xuanzhu, who was at the helm. The two sails billowed as if they were about to burst, and the speed of the Qinli increased by a factor of 10. Lin Yuan stood in the wind, his hair disheveled, and could only shout at the top of his lungs, "Are you too sure?" Was this the same wind blowing when the black ball was in the room? Yiningli and Shen Tian were both a little embarrassed. It was obvious that the black ball of fur hadn't used its full strength. Otherwise, that room would have been blown to pieces long ago. Meanwhile, on the Hungry Wolf, Jiang Shining had been staring at the Qinli, and when he saw this scene, he was completely stunned. Damn it, is this some kind of ghost? The wind direction is clearly against them. So how can this lousy ship still accelerate? His face instantly turned ugly. According to his calculations, the Hungry Wolf's skills should have been ready to cool down just before the 1,000 miles approached. But now the enemy has suddenly accelerated, completely disrupting the timeline. They're trying to take me down with them. On the Qinli, the black ball of fur finally stopped, exhausted after a continuous high-intensity exposure to the wind. Shen Tian regained consciousness and was also visibly weak. Lin Yuan immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Sweetie, you've been a huge help." Hearing the praise, Shen Tian felt most of her fatigue disappear and smiled happily. "I was able to do this thanks to Captain Brother and Sister Ingli's encouragement." In this battle, every member of the immortal boat pirates played a role. Some are repairing the ship, some are steering, some are accelerating, and some are preparing to charge. As the captain, Lin Yuan felt only one word: exhilaration. Just then, the best time to turn around arrived. As if suddenly enlightened, Lu Xuanzhu began to vigorously steer the ship. The Qinli drew a beautiful arc on the sea, making a near-drift turn, and once again kept parallel to the Hungry Wolf. "The distance is enough," Lin Yuan shouted now. Yin Ingli's expression hardened, and she gently touched the phoenix totem tattoo on her shoulder blade with the tip of her right finger. The next second, as if she had pressed a switch, she pulled a blood-red long sword from the totem. The sword seemed to be formed from burning blood, its blade flowing and its flames surging, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. "Yin Ingli, when did you learn this move?" "It's so cool." Yin Ingli raised the corners of her mouth, her smile both smug and confident. "We didn't think I just slept on the ship all day, did you?" Chapter 41. Lin Yuan catches a powerful attack with one hand. Two figures leaped from 1,000 Mile and landed steadily on the deck of the Hungry Wolf. Jiang Shining looked at the mess on the ship and was so angry that his rock-like body trembled. "You two brats attacked me? You dared to destroy my ship? You'll pay with your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated, like a runaway heavy train, and crashed hard into Lin Yuan and Yin Ingli. "Rock flies and hits your shoulder." Jiang Shining lunged forward, his shoulders at the very front, his body like a boulder thrown by a catapult, his aura ridiculously fierce. Yin Ingli instantly realized that she couldn't take this attack head-on. She lightly touched the ground with her toes and immediately dodged to the right. But Lin Yuan stood still, motionless, with a smile on his lips. Upon seeing this, Jiang Shining, who was in midair, let out a sinister laugh. "Scared out of your wits? Go to hell." Yin Ingli turned around and saw that Lin Yuan hadn't dodged. Her heart tightened, and she was about to warn him. "Lin Yuan, little." Boom! A loud explosion occurred. A terrifying shock wave swept across the deck in an instant, almost extinguishing the remaining fire, which then reignited a second later. Yin Ingli was forced to steady herself by the blast wave, and when she opened her eyes again, she was completely stunned. Lin Yuan did not fly out. He stood still, extending only one hand, and forcefully pressed down on Jiang Shining's shoulder. He caught Jiang Shining's deadly attack with one hand. Jiang Shining's pupils constricted sharply, and his brain went blank on the spot. How could this be? With this move, he could even smash through a steel plate. But this boy in front of me actually blocked it with just one hand? He tried to pull his shoulder back, but found that Lin Yuan's hand was like an iron clamp, gripping it tightly, and he couldn't pull it out at all. At that moment, Jiang Shining felt a chill for the first time. What kind of monster is this kid? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. Uncle Divine Eagle, your strength isn't that great either. Jiang Xining's expression changed drastically. How do you know my name? Lin Yuan's smile became even more amused. Because I'm the fake big shot you're talking about, the one who pretends to be a grandson. This statement is like killing someone or destroying their spirit. Jiang Xining broke through his defenses instantly, and his stone fist slammed wildly at Lin Yuan, roaring continuously. Impossible. It's a lie. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yuan was clearly drunk, but his footwork was strange, and every punch he threw missed his body. Jiang Xining became increasingly disoriented as the fighting progressed. In his eyes, he was like a fool who had been played, unable to touch a hair on Lin Yuan's head no matter what he tried. In fact, Lin Yuan had already seen through Jiang Xining's strength, which was probably at the first tier 6 star. Lin Yuan is now at the 3rd level. They're 2 whole major levels apart. They still want to fight him head-on? Lin Yuan even casually activated the side effect of the wine immortal, synthesizing alcohol within his body to transform intoxication and enhance his attributes. This was originally intended as a backup plan in a crisis, but in this battle, he used it purely to practice his skills. Having had enough fun, Lin Yuan's eyes darkened. Drunken fist, first move. He threw a punch, his hand gesture resembling that of someone holding an invisible gourd. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Jiang Xining's forehead. Jiang Xining's heavy rocky body was blasted several meters away and crashed heavily onto the deck. When he staggered to his feet, there was a hole punched into his forehead, surrounded by cracks, and the flesh inside was stained with blood. Yan Yingli's eyes narrowed, and she immediately noticed the problem. He's not a real stone man. He's just covered in a thick layer of stone. Lin Yuan nodded and smiled. That makes things easier. The next second, he shot out. Fists rained down on Jiang Xining's entire body. Jiang Xining was completely powerless to fight back. With each punch he took, a hole appeared in the stone shell. His defenses were quickly breached. Lin Yuan glanced around and saw that there was still some water left in the wooden bathtub that Jiang Xining had thrown out not far away. He directly activated his Sea King talent, manipulating the water flow. The water condensed into several sharp water spikes in midair and shot out at the holes in Jiang Xining's body. Puff, puff, puff. The water splinter pierced the flesh, then dissolved into water and flowed out mixed with fresh blood. What's even more ruthless is that this water isn't fresh water, but seawater. The salt intensely irritated the wound, causing Jiang Xining to convulse in agony, his screams echoing across the deck. Yan Yingli, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back anymore. So, you called me over here so I could watch you put on a show? Lin Yuan immediately took a step back and extended his hand in a very gentlemanly manner. Of course not. He belongs to you now. Yan Yingli smiled slightly. I don't like stealing kills, but since you've said so... She raised her hand and flicked it, sending the blood flame longsword flying into the air. Blazing Blood Phoenix activated. The longsword hovered and spun, and the blood flowing from Jiang Xining's wound immediately turned into streaks of blood, which were forcibly drawn towards the sword. In the blink of an eye, the blood flame longsword swelled up, transforming into a blood flame giant sword. Yan Yingli pointed her sword down, her voice icy cold. Kill. Whoosh. The blood flame greatsword descended from the sky and pierced through Jiang Xining. With a final scream, the captain of the Hungry Wolf collapsed heavily onto the deck and never moved again. Lin Yuan immediately clapped. Wonderful, beautiful, elegant. Yan Yingli glanced at him and smiled faintly. You're great too. After the two finished exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yuan opened the fleet group chat and sent a message. Lin Yuan, Jiang Xining has already been taken care of by Yan Yingli and me. Lin Yuan, come pick us up. The message immediately caused a stir in the group chat. Lu Xuanzhu immediately replied, coming. Shun Tian excitedly flooded the screen with messages. Captain Brother, Yingli's sister, you guys are amazing. Shen Tian admires you so much. Sun Hao shouted, the immortal boat pirate crew is awesome. Yiletian stubbornly replied, it's so. It's all right. Xia Yuanzhou only replied with 2 words, impressive. Before long, The Qinli ship approached smoothly under Lu Xuanzhu's control. Xia Yuanzhou used a grappling hook to secure the hull of the Hungry Wolf, fixing the distance between the two ships. Lin Yuan and Yining jumped back into the Qinli, where they were greeted by the crew's unreserved cheers. Being praised like this by a group of legendary players made Lin Yuan feel a little smug. At this point, the Hungry Wolf's durability had reached its limit. Repairing it is not cost-effective, and the ship is too small to be used by the immortal boat pirates. Lin Yuan made a decisive decision. Sink the ship and take the spoils. He glanced at everyone and laughed. No need to go and move the supplies. The things will float up naturally once the ship sinks. Now, who wants to try firing the cannons? After he finished speaking, he added another sentence. If you can't hit them even at this close range, you might as well quit the immortal boat pirates. Everyone burst into laughter. He, Letian, and Sun Hao stepped forward, each operating a cannon, and unleashed a barrage of fire on the Hungry Wolf. The cannons roared, and the ship continued to break apart. Finally, the Hungry Wolf's durability reached 0, and it began to slowly sink. Jiang Xining's body sank into the sea along with his boat. For Captain, this might be considered a kind of homecoming. Soon, the Hungry Wolf was completely swallowed by the sea. Large quantities of supplies subsequently surfaced on the sea. Lin Yuan spotted the wine barrels immediately, and his eyes lit up. His mouth was practically watering, and he immediately pointed at the barrel and shouted, "Old Xia, hurry, hook that thing up for me." Chapter 42 was very fruitful. For Xia Yuanzhou, retrieving the supplies marked as loot by the system was as easy as playing gold miner. With a flick of the hook, one after another, it just wouldn't stop. And Lin Yuan finally got his hands on the wine barrel he had been longing for. He uncorked the barrel, and a sweet and intense aroma of wine instantly wafted out. Rum. It's top-quality rum. Lin Yuan could tell from the smell that this was definitely something good. His eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the black gold gourd, took a sip, and gulped it down. Sha, this is the taste. Cool. Of course, he didn't enjoy this all to himself. Having just won a battle and amassed a pile of spoils, it was time to celebrate. On the Qianli, everyone was drinking and singing, creating a lively atmosphere. As the sun sank below the horizon, its golden glow spread across the sea. Xia Yuanzhou finally managed to hook up all his spoils, which were piled high on the bow of the boat. This wave is a truly bumper harvest. Jiang Xining truly lived up to his reputation as a plunderer. He had stolen not only ships from players, but also from NPCs. Now all of these things had fallen into Lin Yuan's hands. After inventory, the newly received supplies were quite substantial. Timber increased from 10 units to 30 units, steel from 3 units to 15 units, and there were also 20 units of fresh water, 50 units of various foods, 10 units of spices, 2 units of whalebone, 1 barrel of fine rum, and 60 gold coins. Besides that, there's the real highlight. A high-quality item, the Hungry Wolf ship model loot. High-level item, 4 Hungry Wolf cannons, and a high-quality iron fishing rod. The most crucial element, of course, is the ship model of the Hungry Wolf. This item can only be obtained by sinking ships with special talents or skills. It looks like a scaled-down model, but its actual effect is ridiculously powerful. Simply place it in the trophy display case in the captain's cabin, and the 1,000 miles will gain the ship skills of the Hungry Wolf. In other words, from now on, the Qianli can also use wolf pack hunting. This was a game-changer for the entire ship. Lin Yuan immediately led his crew to remove the 4 ordinary cannons from the 1,000-mile and replace them all with the superior Hungry Wolf cannons. The moment it was changed, the Qianli's combat power rating jumped from Tier 3, 5 stars, to Tier 3, 9 stars. Now, Lin Yuan's claim that the 1,000-mile could roam freely in the current sea area was no exaggeration. Previously, their strongest trump card was the Dragon Breath Cannon, but it could be limited if they encounter a countermeasure. But now it's different. The 1,000-mile has added wolf pack hunting, which has directly doubled their offensive capabilities. This is what true security is. The gains from this battle were not limited to supplies. The strength of everyone in the Immortal Boat Pirates has also increased significantly. Lin Yuan's divine talent, Immortal of Wine, has advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2, and he has also learned a new skill, Drunken Fist Second Form. The intoxication effect can be stacked up to 3 layers, and the attribute bonuses provided by each layer are stronger than before. His strength increased from 24 to 26, his physique from 18 to 20, and his agility from 20 to 22. The other god-level talent, Sea King, has also accumulated considerable proficiency through these 2 battles and is not far from advancing to the next level. Lin Yuan knew that he needed to focus on nurturing it from now on. As for the crew, since most of them have legendary level qualifications, they gain higher proficiency and their attributes grow faster under the same training and combat. The most dramatic improvement was seen in Yaningli. She was already hardworking and had high comprehension. In just one day, her combat power rating actually jumped from Tier 1, 9 stars to Tier 2, 2 stars. Strength increased from 8 to 10. Physique skyrocketed from 16 to 23. Agility increased from 7 to 10, and spirit also increased from 10 to 11. It's important to know that Lin Yuan was able to improve so quickly because he had 2 god-level talents and was also bound to the Emperor-level sea monster Kraken, which provided him with growth feedback bonuses. Yaningli didn't receive any extra boosts. She relied entirely on honing her talent to raise her combat power. This rate of growth is simply terrifying. The second person to see a significant improvement was Xia Yuanzhou. His half-day with a grappling hook paid off. He was hauling supplies like crazy, and his skill level was skyrocketing. Next up are Sun Hao and Shun Tian. The most surprising thing is that the one at the bottom was not Lu Xuanzhu, who had the worst talent, but He Letian. Although Lu Xuanzhu's talent was average, he could improve his proficiency whenever he was at the helm. He spent almost all his time by the wheel, accumulating experience over time, and he did achieve results. He Letian was embarrassed. His talent was mainly enhanced by conducting medical experiments, but apart from humans and the Kraken, there were practically no experimental materials on the 1,000 Mile. He could only think about these 2 things in his mind at most. If he actually dared to take action, he would probably be thrown into the sea on the spot. However, his homemade fishing rod is almost finished. As long as he could catch marine life, he would have experimental material. The problem was he searched the entire boat but couldn't find a suitable main rod. Unfortunately, one of the spoils of war happened to be a high-grade iron fishing rod. This thing was like a godsend for him, a perfect solution when he was sleepy. So He Letian shamelessly approached Lin Yuan and said, "Captain, I contributed a lot to this battle. Shouldn't I be rewarded with something?" Lin Yuan glanced at him, his expression somewhat subtle. "A portion of the gold coins will be deposited into your treasure map reserve fund, and everything you eat, drink, and use will be shared by everyone. Giving you things is no problem. The key question is, what effort did you put in?" He Letian chuckled. "Didn't I patch up the holes in the ship?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Hao leaned closer. "Captain, Xiao only handed me a few planks of wood. He didn't patch a single hole. I patched them all myself. I'm not complaining or targeting him. I'm just stating the facts. Don't misunderstand." The scene fell silent instantly. Lin Yuan crossed his arms and looked at He Letian with a half-smile. "Is there anything else you want to say?" Even He Letian, with his thick skin, couldn't hold out any longer and had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. "Okay, I'll just say it. I want that fishing rod. The fishing rod I made is only missing a usable rod, so I could take this one apart and put it on." Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Why didn't you just say that earlier? Why did you have to go through all this trouble to take credit for yourself?" As he spoke, he handed over the high-quality iron fishing rod. "Take it. I'm still waiting for you to catch a big fish." He Letian paused for a moment, then took the fishing rod. Sun Hao quickly reminded him, "Aren't you going to thank the captain yet?" He Letian opened his mouth, but the word thank you seemed stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it no matter what. Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Forget it. Don't make things difficult for him. Nobody on this ship is just there to do nothing. Everyone has their own value. Just because they don't have it now doesn't mean they won't in the future. We're all members of the immortal boat pirates. We're family. There's no need to be so polite." Upon hearing this, He Letian visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't say thank you, but his eyes had changed. Then he gripped the fishing rod tightly and said earnestly, "Don't worry, He Letian, guarantee that I will catch a fish that will surprise all of you tomorrow. I will prove that I am useful on this boat." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xuanzhu, who was suppressing a laugh, said something. Don't make any promises yet. How about you make up for the shit you didn't eat before? Chapter 43, He Li Shan's Flesh and Blood Medical Kit, Gluttony. The atmosphere on the Qianli instantly changed after Lu Xuanzhu finished speaking. Some people were trying not to laugh, some were watching the show, and others were already itching to punch He Letian in the face. After all, while He Letian had been joking around, actually making him eat that stuff was really absurd. Lin Yuan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, I believe He Letian was just being sarcastic. Nobody on this ship really wanted him to eat that kind of thing. Lu Xuanzhu then added in a serious tone, Brother Yuan, to be honest, I really want to. He Letian was about to start yelling when Lin Yuan shouted, Enough! You two are at it again, aren't you? Weren't you just having a good time? Lu Xuanzhu, He Letian, after you finish washing the deck this week, you'll wash it next week. Lu Xuanzhu choked. He Letian sneered from the side, clearly gloating. Sun Hao then tried to compromise. How about I make something that looks and smells very similar to what Xiao He eats for dinner? That way, she won't actually have to eat it, and it will still be a form of punishment. Yin Ingli spoke the truth directly. Uncle Sun, that's not a punishment for He Letian, it's a reward. He doesn't care what it looks like at all. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on and pinched his brow, saying, That's enough. Let's turn the page and no one should mention it again. The captain spoke, and everyone finally quieted down. They carried the looted supplies into the storage compartment and went about their own business. That evening, Sun Hao, as usual, prepared a rather grueling meal that tasted strange, but was edibly a routine that had become commonplace on the Qianli ship. Fortunately, no one brought up He Li Shan's affair again during dinner. This day was fulfilling for everyone. For the first time, they engaged in direct combat with player ships, truly experiencing the danger and excitement of naval battles. Each person also began to find their place, no longer simply being pushed along by the waves. Lin Yuan was generally satisfied with the crew's performance today. Despite their commotion, they didn't let him down when it mattered most. After the meal, Lin Yuan returned to the captain's cabin and immediately checked on Kraken's injuries. To his surprise, the Kraken tentacles were recovering much faster than expected. At this rate, they would be fully healed in less than a week. After playing with Xiao Ku for a while, Lin Yuan sat back down at the captain's table and continued writing the voyage log until late night. The next morning, January 2nd, year 1 of the nautical calendar, 9:18 a.m., the Senri has already entered the Flying Feather Sea. This is one of the countless seas in the endless sea, and One-Eyed Harbor belongs to this area. Today, the clouds hang low, and the sea breeze carries a damp chill. At breakfast, Shun Tian reminded everyone that she could smell a storm. This perfectly matches Lin Yuan's memories from his previous life. A storm is indeed expected in the Flying Feather Sea over the next 2 days. However, the time before a storm is often the prime time for fishing. Just after breakfast, Lin Yuan stopped He Letian, who was in a hurry to leave. How's your fishing rod coming along? He Letian licked the rice crumbs off his lips as he replied, Almost done. I'm about to head back to the lab. After saying that, he looked out at the gloomy sea through the galley window and grinned. Today is a good day for fishing, isn't it? Lin Yuan nodded, indeed. I'm quite curious about the fishing rod you made. Can I come to your lab to take a look? Of course. He Letian agreed, exceptionally readily this time. You're the captain, the boss of this ship. You're the one who calls the shots. In the past, Lin Yuan would have retorted with every word he said. Now, his attitude is noticeably better. Lin Yuan knew perfectly well that the more you pressured He Letian, the more he would rebel. His tendency to contradict was simply a way of seeking attention. Giving him a little face occasionally would earn him respect, even if he didn't say it aloud. The two soon arrived at the laboratory that He Letian had mentioned. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Yuan fell silent. This place doesn't resemble a laboratory at all. There are no instruments or equipment. It's more like a horror-themed medical room. The candlelight flickers, casting long, distorted shadows, and an inexplicable sense of oppression hangs in the air. The most striking thing was the medical kit covered in blood and flesh on a shelf. The surface of the box throbbed, as if it were alive, and it even had a strange mouth growing out of it. It looked incredibly eerie. Lin Yuan couldn't help but complain. Brother Letian, can't you make this lab a little more transparent? People who don't know any better would think that 100 people died here unjustly. Letian frowned, his face full of confusion. Isn't this sunny enough? Looking at his serious expression, Lin Yuan suddenly found the flesh and blood medical kits on a shelf, much more pleasing to the eye. The most abnormal thing here wasn't the kits, but Letian himself. Fine, I respect your personal style. Lin Yuan was too lazy to argue any further. Where's the fishing rod? Letian raised his hand and beckoned to the flesh and blood medical kit. Tao Tai. The next second, the strange mouth on the medical kit suddenly opened, and a fishing rod was spat out from it. The fishing rod was clearly too long to fit in the box, yet it was forcibly ejected. Letian caught it in one go, his movements as practiced as if he were receiving a package. Lin Yuan's eye twitched. It's called Tao Tai. Yes. Letian nodded. It told me itself because we can communicate telepathically. As he said this, he closed his eyes, slowly inhaled, and revealed a smug, intoxicated expression, as if he were truly experiencing some mysterious power. Lin Yuan almost punched himself. Who would have thought that this heavily tattooed, seemingly intimidating ship's doctor would actually be so irritating in private? Letian realized he had overdone his performance, coughed twice, and quickly regained his composure. Actually, I don't know why it's called Tao Tai. Logically speaking, creatures with that name should be able to eat a lot, but it doesn't have a big appetite. As he spoke, he patted the flesh and blood medical kit, his tone smug. However, it has a very special ability. As long as I feed it the prepared materials and tell it what I want through my mind, it can assemble the materials in its own stomach according to my design, and then spit them out. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Letian continued, Of course it takes time. For example, this fishing rod, I fed it all the materials last night, and it's been 14 hours now. Lin Yuan immediately realized. So, the one in your hand is the finished product? Yeah, right. Letian raised his chin, looking proud. Lin Yuan was speechless. So Tao Tai has been assembling the fishing rod all along, and you're stealing the credit? Letian immediately objected. How can you say that? I came up with the idea. Could it have been made without my design? The core credit still goes to me. Lin Yuan was too lazy to argue with him, because the fishing rod in Letian's hand was clearly not ordinary. His eyes lit up, and he reached out his hand. All right, give it to me. Let me see it. Chapter 44 Seconds C. Fishing Trip. A system notification suddenly popped up. Congratulations to the player who has obtained the gluttonous brand Crimson Fishing Rod. Quality, excellent. Durability, 100%. Weight limit, 100 kilograms. Fishing success rate bonus, 5%. Chance of catching special fish species increased by 10%. Introduction, made by Tao Tai. Products from Tao Tai are guaranteed to be of high quality. Lin Yuan's eyes widened on the spot, and he couldn't help but swear. The Tao Tai can actually make high-quality items directly? This scarlet fishing rod is very light. Its shaft feels like it's wrapped in a layer of dark red flesh, yet surprisingly comfortable to hold. More importantly, it not only increases the success rate, but also improves the probability of catching special fish. If you use this thing for fishing, it would be like having a cheat code. Letian, on the other hand, remained calm and even a little smug. He said that this was still with low-grade materials. If the materials were better, the quality of the Tao Tai would be even more outrageous. After saying that, he reached out and touched Tao Tai, his tone unusually gentle. Well done, Tao Tai. The Tao Tai became excited, its fleshy, medical box-like body swaying back and forth on the wooden frame, and even sticking out its sticky tongue to lick Letian's arm. Lin Yuan stood to the side, his expression complex. At first, he was actually a little touched. While the scene is bizarre, it does have a certain monster and master bond feel to it, somewhat similar to his relationship with the Kraken. But the next second, the sticky liquid from the Tao Tai's tongue was splattered all over him. Lin Yuan's initial gedong, feeling of being touched, vanished instantly, leaving only nausea. Even more outrageous, Letian got more and more carried away with teasing, his voice even cracking up as he called Tao Tai little cutie, like he was coaxing a puppy. Lin Yuan finally couldn't help but interrupt. That's enough. I can't control how you guys usually play, but Don't let me see it, okay? He Letian didn't take it seriously, waved his hand to calm him down, and casually asked him if there was anything else he wanted to do. Since Tao Dai was free, he could process it now. Without turning his head, Lin Yuan picked up the scarlet fishing rod and walked out. He didn't want to do anything right now. He just wanted to leave this weird lab as soon as possible and go sea fishing. After bidding farewell to Tao Tai, he Letian caught up with him and reminded him that there was still no bait. Lin Yuan was prepared. He told Letian that if they ever needed fish bait, they could go to Sun Hao. Chef Sun was not only a good cook, but he could also make fish bait that looked quite professional. But today, he's going to use his most prized possession, the rare, top-grade Ding family secret fish bait. After preparing beer and bait, the two sat side by the open side door of the boat. The sea breeze made Lin Yuan feel refreshed. Last time he went sea fishing, he not only failed to catch a single fish, but also broke a fishing rod, making a complete fool of himself. This time, with a top-quality fishing rod and rare bait, he should be able to redeem himself, right? At first, Lin Yuan used the remaining bait from Sun Hao to test the waters. I cast a few times and the fishing looks good. He decisively switched to the Ding family's secret fish bait. He Letian, standing to the side, was like an old fisherman, constantly pointing and gesturing. Your casting angle is not quite right. The closing rhythm could be a bit more stable. Should we have lifted the rod after that last strike? Lin Yuan's temples throbbed, but to maintain his captain's composure, he only gave a few perfunctory replies and continued to focus on keeping an eye on the drift. An hour passed. There were plenty of fish, and some were biting, but he couldn't catch a single one. The atmosphere became awkward. He Letian couldn't sit still any longer. He just made a bold statement yesterday, saying that he would definitely catch a big fish that would shock everyone and prove his worth on the boat with his strength. Seeing that Lin Yuan had been holding onto the pole for a long time without any results, he immediately began to protest. Captain, you can't be the only one playing. I've been watching for ages. Let me try the rod too. Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed. He fished for an hour without getting caught, while the guy next to him kept talking the whole time. So he replied irritably, you can fish, but only after I finish this fishing session. I almost caught a fish, but it got away in the end. Lin Yuan felt even more aggrieved and could only reluctantly hand the fishing rod to He Letian. He Letian accepted it with a smile. The next second, he baited the hook, cast the line, and pressed the line down a series of smooth and fluid movements. Lin Yuan was stunned. This movement doesn't look like that of a beginner at all. He couldn't help but ask, have you ever fished before? He Letian shook his head. No. Lin Yuan didn't believe it. He Letian explained that he had only glanced at the fishing tutorial in the beginner's guide, and this was truly his first real-world experience. As he spoke, he became excited. I never knew fishing was so much fun. Why didn't anyone tell me sooner? I think I've fallen in love with fishing. The more Lin Yuan listened, the more uneasy he felt. Can you really achieve this level just by watching a tutorial? That's impossible for a normal beginner. Could it be that He Letian's awakened talent even enhances his fishing skills? As he was pondering this, He Letian suddenly shouted, I've got it! I got it! Lin Yuan's expression froze instantly. No way. He, with nearly 5 years of sea fishing experience, struggled for an hour without catching anything. Meanwhile, He Letian caught a fish in less than 5 minutes on his first fishing trip? Is this reasonable? The newbie protection period can't be this ridiculous. Lin Yuan started to get nervous. It's not that I'm afraid of losing, but I can't lose face as a fisherman. If He Letian catches a special kind of fish on his very first cast, how will he ever be able to hold his head high as captain again? He urged quickly, pull it up quickly, let's see what kind of fish it is. He Letian quickly reeled in the line, and the sea surface soon churned with splashes. A fish was pulled up. Lin Yuan took a closer look and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It is not a special fish species. It is a blobfish. This fish is not very big, only about 20 centimeters long, but its appearance is quite abstract and uniquely ugly. Lin Yuan finally released the pressure he had been holding in for so long and burst out laughing. Ha ha! He Letian, you're no good. You still have to watch me. But He Letian didn't think it was ugly at all. In his eyes, the more bizarre and abstract the creature, the more valuable it is to collect. He placed the blobfish into the prepared wooden bucket with satisfaction, and then handed the fishing rod back to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the fishing rod, rebaited it, and cast a line. Perhaps it really is a case of luck hitting rock bottom and then rebounding. This time, the rod tip suddenly sank shortly after the bait was in the water. The reel made a rapid sound instantly. Lin Yuan suddenly stood up, his eyes lighting up. This feels wrong. It's definitely not a small fish. He gripped the scarlet fishing rod tightly and shouted excitedly, "A giant! I'm sure it's a giant." Chapter 45, 5-star rare fish species. Take the bait. On the sea, the fishing line was taut and the fishing rod was bent into a bow. This fish was quite strong. An ordinary person would have been struggling to keep up. But Lin Yuan's strength attribute was now as high as 26 points. Let alone a big fish, even a real shark might not make him even flinch. He steadily reeled in the line, unable to suppress the smile on his face. It looks like a tuna, about a meter long and weighing over 70 kilograms. No sooner had he finished speaking than a plump tuna was hauled onto the deck. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt relieved. My dignity as a fisherman has finally been preserved. Although it wasn't a special species, it was big enough and impressive. As long as he caught a big one first, even if he Letian caught a mermaid next, he could remain calm. That's how fishermen are. I can tolerate going a whole day without catching anything, but it's frustrating when the anglers next to me are catching even a small fish. But as soon as I put one fish in the bucket, my mentality immediately becomes as calm as a rock. Lin Yuan flicked the tuna on the head, knocking it unconscious, and tossed it into the wooden bucket. He then glanced at the fishing rod in his hand and suddenly asked, "I've always been curious about what this fishing line is made of. We've never bought this kind of high-strength line on Shiwan Island." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Letian. "I noticed something was off when you opened the medical kit earlier, and there seemed to be similar threads inside when you opened the Taoyia's body. Could it be?" Letian was craning his neck to stare at the tuna in the bucket, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. He nodded upon hearing this. "That's right. What you see is a set of suturing equipment inside the Taoyia's belly. The material for the fishing line comes from inside." He took the fishing rod, baited it, and explained. "This thread is called dragon tenon thread, and it's no ordinary stuff. Have you ever heard of Frankenstein's monster?" Lin Yuan took a sip of wine and casually said, "I've heard of it. Frankenstein created artificial monsters by piecing together and stitching together stolen corpses." Letian smiled. "Then you can easily understand my talent. My talent is called the biochemical stitching maniac. The Taodai has a whole set of suturing equipment inside its body. I can use them to sew dead things together and create new biomonsters." At this point, he shrugged, a creepy excitement creeping across his face. "Of course, it's still in the theoretical stage. We didn't have suitable materials until that blobfish took the bait. Tonight, I can finally show off my skills." Lin Yuan's eye twitched. "Did I hear that right? You just called water drop cutie." Letian's actions were perfectly reasonable. "Yeah, isn't it cute? It's so cute that I want to get it right now." He added another sentence. "Don't misunderstand. This is my way of expressing my affection." Lin Yuan fell silent. Epilepsy. That's insane. Disemboweling someone is an expression of love. This kind of aesthetic and hobby is something no normal person could possibly have a conversation with. He quickly steered the conversation back on track. "So that dragon tendon thread was actually the suture you used to stitch up inanimate objects?" "Right." Letian answered decisively. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. Spending too much time with Letian means dealing with corpses and sutures. Yet this guy seems to enjoy it. However, since catching that big tuna, Lin Yuan has felt much less pressure. He then handed over the fishing rod to Letian. Then something outrageous happened. As soon as Letian took the rod, he started catching fish one after another. Lin Yuan couldn't bear to use the Ding family's secret bait for him, and only gave him ordinary bait made by Sun Hao. But even so, the small sea fish still jumped up one after another. They're not very big, but their frequency is frighteningly high. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched as he read it. If this is a newbie protection period, then the protection time is far too long. But upon closer inspection, Lin Yuan realized that the total weight of all the small fish Letian had caught was less than the weight of his own tuna, and he felt better. Just then, noon arrived. All players received a system announcement simultaneously. As of midnight on January 2nd, naval calendar, the overall player combat power statistics are as follows. Number of players with combat power at Tier 3 or above, 1. Number of players with combat power at Tier 2 or above, 4. Number of players with combat power at Tier 1 or above, 26,496,843. The announcement caused an uproar on the World Channel. Is the system malfunctioning? Someone reached level 3 in just one day? Are you kidding me? It's so hard to raise my combat power rating. I awakened my talent and practiced all day yesterday, but my progress was like an ant crawling. The one without talent has already left the channel cursing. I'm a bit better than you. I only gained 1 star. I dare say that everyone has hidden talents, and the higher the talent, the faster the combat power increases. Isn't that third-tier expert's aptitude too heaven-defying? There's only one possibility. He's cheating. Combat strength isn't just about talent. Acquiring powerful items also counts. Our fleet went ashore yesterday to open treasure chests, and I got a rare treasure, which immediately boosted my combat strength. So, that third-tier expert might have both talent and a divine artifact. This is even more terrifying. Lin Yuan looked at the discussions in the channel, and the corners of his mouth turned up in a crazy smile. The third-tier boss, chosen one, and suspected cheater they were referring to was him. While others struggled to level up, he effortlessly reached the 3rd tier as if drinking water. His feeling is awesome. Just then, Shen Tian called them over to lunch. Just as Lin Yuan was about to finish his work, Li Shen's fishing rod suddenly sank. The fishing line tightened instantly. The sea surface churned, and a strangely shaped fish was pulled ashore. Lin Yuan was completely unsettled after just one glance. This is no ordinary fish. This is a rare and special fish species, the magic eye anglerfish. Quickly, pack up right now. Lin Yuan was even more excited than Li Tian. In his eyes, this was no ugly fish at all. It was clearly a pile of heavy gold coins. Congratulations to the player for catching the demon eye anglerfish. Weight, 36.2 kilograms. Quality, rare. Star rating, 5 stars. Description, a unique fish species. It is said that eating its demon eye-like lure can enhance eyesight, even granting temporary night vision. Of course, it can also cause permanent blindness. The demon eye anglerfish has a bizarre appearance, but its flesh is quite delicious. Lin Yuan exclaimed excitedly on the spot. Holy crap, it's a 5-star rating. This is really a windfall. This sea fishing trip was a complete success. The ordinary sea fish weighed a total of 100 kilograms, the largest of which was the tuna caught by Lin Yuan, which was nearly 1 meter long and weighed over 60 kilograms. The rest of the smaller fish were mostly caught by Li Tian. Li Shen's catch rate is ridiculously high. Although the individual fish are not big, the quantity is astonishing. Perhaps this has nothing to do with talent. Some people are just born with the talent to fish. There's no denying it. The biggest surprise, without a doubt, was this 5-star rare magic eye anglerfish. Once we get a one-eyed port, we're sure to get a good price for it. Li Tian also proved his value on the boat with this one fishing rod. Fish that could be sold were kept. The rest were either given to Kraken as snacks or given to Sun how to be used as food. The sea breeze blew across the deck. The fish in the wooden bucket were still thrashing about, and Lin Yuan was already looking forward to whether the next catch would be an even more valuable big one. Chapter 46. Lin Yuan was struck by lightning. In the afternoon, a light rain began to fall at sea. At first, the rain was fine and dense, falling on the gray-blue sea, which was quite beautiful. Everyone on the Qinli ship ran to the deck to enjoy the view. But not long after, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder roared, and large raindrops pelted down. Those who had been enjoying the rain just moments before instantly lost interest and hurried back to their cabins. Seeing that the weather was not right, Lin Yuan immediately ordered Lu Xuanju to drop anchor and stop the boat. He walked from the wheelhouse to the captain's cabin, and as he passed the bow, he found Shen Tian still standing there, staring blankly at the rolling black clouds in the sky. Even more outrageous, the black ball of fur spread its body out like an umbrella, hanging above Shen Tian's head to shield her from the rain. Despite the torrential downpour, not a single drop of water got into Shen Tian's white pigtails. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then with a thought, he activated his Sea King talent, gathering the rainwater above his head into an umbrella shape and suspending it above him. He walked over to Shen Tian and asked in a low voice, "Sweetie, what are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed." Shen Tian snapped out of her daze and was about to speak when her gaze immediately fell on the water umbrella above his head. "Captain, what's above your head?" Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Broken. He had kept his Sea King talent a secret because there were too many gossips on the ship. Everyone thought he only had the Wine Immortal talent, and if he suddenly revealed his dual talents, it would inevitably arouse suspicion and might even uncover the secret of his rebirth. But when he saw Shen Tian standing alone in the rain, he didn't think much of it and just used it without thinking. However, Lin Yuan had no intention of continuing to hide things from Shen Tian. He bluntly revealed, "Actually, I have another talent called Sea King, which allows me to control water elements. Everyone thinks I can only control alcohol." As he spoke, he reached out and caught a handful of rainwater, which condensed into a glistening water ball. The water ball floated up and down as his palm turned, like a manipulated crystal. Shen Tian's eyes widened slightly, her face full of surprise. "Captain, you're amazing. You actually have a second talent. But why didn't you tell everyone?" Lin Yuan flicked his finger, and the water ball instantly dispersed, landing on the deck. He smiled and said, "You've all only awakened one talent. I was afraid you'd think I was an oddball, so I haven't told you yet. I'll tell you when the time is right." At this point, he looked at Shen Tian, "But I've only told you now. Just like you only told Yin Ingli about your split personality. The difference is, I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Okay, Shen Mei?" Shen Tian nodded almost without hesitation. "Of course." Then, somewhat embarrassed, she asked, "Does that mean that, out of everyone, the captain trusts me the most?" Lin Yuan nodded, "Yes." No sooner had the words been spoken than a voice suddenly came from below the bow of the ship. "I heard everything." Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Yin Ingli walked up the steps on the left and explained calmly, "Let me make this clear first. I didn't eavesdrop on purpose. My room and Shen's room are right below the bow of the boat. I just came out for some fresh air and happened to hear it." She paused, her gaze falling on Lin Yuan. "Since you've heard everything, why not just come out and explain? Lin Yuan, can you be as open and honest as I am about why you awakened dual talents?" Shen Tian immediately went to Yin Ingli's side, letting the black dumpling shield her from the rain as well, and hurriedly explained on behalf of Lin Yuan, "Sisteringly, don't be angry. Captain Brother is always reliable in his work. He must have his own reasons for hiding it." Yin Ingli shook her head and smiled. "I'm not angry. I just want to know." Lin Yuan knew very well that the secret of his rebirth must never be revealed. He remained expressionless and shrugged. "I really don't know. If I knew the reason, I would have told you already." Yin Ingli stared into his eyes as if she were interrogating a criminal. A moment later, she said, "Actually, I felt something was wrong yesterday. You were manipulating the water in the wooden bathtub." Lin Yuan said firmly, "At that time, I just wanted to do everything I could to kill Jiang Shenying." "I understand." Yin Ingli continued, "So when did this talent awaken?" Lin Yuan replied, "I awaken along with the immortal of wine." At that moment, he felt like he was being watched by a veteran detective, and any subtle change in his expression or eyes could give him away. Fortunately, Yin Ingli eventually looked away and gazed at the misty sea. "Okay, I believe you." Lin Yuan had just breathed a sigh of relief when he blurted out, "Of course it's true. If it's false, may I be struck by lightning." Yin Ingli's expression changed, and she was about to remind him, "In this awful weather, you'd better not release any poison." Boom! Before she could finish speaking, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. A burst of white light flashed before Lin Yuan's eyes, and he immediately fainted. He didn't know how much time had passed when he woke up again. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yin Ingli and Shen Tian standing around him with worried expressions. Although his whole body ached, and he was soaked as if he had just been pulled out of the sea, Lin Yuan felt a little secretly pleased to be cared for by two beautiful women. He covered his forehead, bewildered, and asked, "Was I really struck by lightning?" Shen Tian quickly shook her head, a little embarrassed. No, the lightning actually struck the black ball of lightning. You were just accidentally injured. Lin Yuan was taken aback. The black ball? Wasn't it above your heads? Are you all right? We're fine, Shen Tian quickly explained. The black ball said it was absorbing the power of lightning. It was also sorry for not telling us beforehand, and even more sorry for hurting you. It didn't mean to. Lin Yuan looked at the black ball of dough. Its dark cloud body was noticeably 2 sizes larger than before. Lin Yuan understood instantly. Sea fish and sea monsters are the food that allows the kraken to grow, while the power of thunder is the food for the black dumpling. As the black dumpling grows stronger, it should also benefit Shen Tian. Since it was an unintentional mistake, Lin Yuan did not pursue the matter. Afterwards, Yaningli helped him back to the captain's cabin and put him on the bed. Lin Yuan took a breath. I'm fine, I just need some rest. Thank you, Yaningli. Yaningli suddenly spoke up. I know you lied to me. Lin Yuan's expression froze. A sly glint flashed in her eyes, and her face wore a knowing smile. Lin Yuan was about to explain when Yaningli interrupted him. No need to say anything. Nothing can escape my eyes. But my intuition tells me that you lied to me not out of malice. She pulled the blanket over Lin Yuan, her tone unusually gentle. So don't worry, I will continue to trust you. Don't think too much now, get some rest, Captain. After saying that, she glanced around the room again and waved playfully. Oh, by the way, your room is a bit messy. Remember to tidy it up. I'm leaving now. Yaningli turned and left. Lin Yuan paused for a few seconds, looked at her back, and suddenly smiled. Chapter 47 Supreme Demon Egg Stew. It was still raining at dinner time. Lin Yuan's injuries had healed, and he even managed to catch up on the progress of the voyage log. He was in a good mood and went to the kitchen humming a little tune. As a result, he arrived first before anyone else. Sun Hao had just finished cooking when he saw the captain arrive and immediately greeted him. Captain, you're here so early today? You seem quite happy. What good thing happened? Lin Yuan chuckled, didn't reply, and asked directly, Chef Sun, is the food ready? All right. Sun Hao quickly put the Dragon Slayer saber aside and served him a bowl. Lin Yuan took the food, mentally prepared himself, and then scooped up a mouthful and put it in his mouth. The next second, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chef Sun, your food is as delicious as ever, and it looks as disgusting as ever. Sun Hao smiled for a why. As long as the captain likes it. As Lin Yuan ate, he asked, by the way, what's this dish called tonight? Sun Hao blurted out, Supreme Demon Egg Stew. Magic Eye. Lin Yuan paused, his smile vanishing instantly. He looked up abruptly, his voice changing. Chef Sun, tell me right now, the ingredient for this dish is not the demon eye monkfish. Sun Hao looked surprised. It's the demon eye anglerfish. Captain, how did you know? Was the name too obvious? Or did you taste it? Lin Yuan almost suffocated on the spot. Do you know that the demon eye anglerfish is a 5-star fish? It's worth at least 400 gold coins. It might be worth more than all the trade goods on this ship. Holy crap. Sun Hao then realized he had made a mistake and quickly explained, Captain, this ingredient was given to me by Letian. When I saw it, it had already been gutted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a wave of dizziness. Without a doubt, Letian must have dissected the anglerfish, studied it for a while, but was not satisfied, and then dumped the carcass into the kitchen. Sun Hao is innocent. The loss of 400 gold coins can only be deducted from Letian's treasure map reserve fund. We must hold him accountable for this. However, before settling the accounts, Lin Yuan looked at the bowl of rice in front of him and his heart was bleeding. 400 gold coins. This spoonful could be worth a gold coin. He no longer dared to swallow food whole, but began to savor each bite carefully, eating with utmost reverence. After finishing his meal, Lin Yuan stormed out of the kitchen, intending to go find Letian. But as soon as he stepped into the cabin, he froze. It was evening outside, and it was raining. There wasn't a single light in the cabin. It should have been pitch black. But in Lin Yuan's eyes, the entire cabin was as bright as day, as if it were equipped with 100 incandescent light bulbs. What's going on? He looked completely bewildered. At this moment, Lu Xuanzhu came down from the deck with a kerosene lamp, preparing to go to the kitchen for a meal. Seeing Lin Yuan standing there in a daze, he got a little uneasy. "What's wrong, Brother Yuan? What are you looking at in the cabin? Is there something there?" As he spoke, he shuddered. Could it be that the ghosts from the ghost ship have really come knocking on our door? "Brother Yuan, don't scare me." But in Lin Yuan's eyes, what Lu Xuanzhu was carrying was not a kerosene lamp at all, but a small sun, so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. Lin Yuan quickly squinted to block the light. "Zhu Zi, turn off the light." Lu Xuanzhu panicked even more. "No, Brother Yuan, this cabin is so dark, I'm scared." "Black." Lin Yuan grasped the key points. Yes, if it weren't dark, Zhu Zi wouldn't have been able to bring the lantern down. In other words, it wasn't that the cabin lights up, but rather that his eyes changed. Lin Yuan immediately understood. "Don't shine the light in my eyes, it hurts. Go to the kitchen to eat first, and come find me in the cabin after you're done. Remember, don't eat too much." Lu Xuanzhu nodded and ran happily to the kitchen. Not long after, he finished eating and came out. As soon as he entered the cabin, he yelled, "Holy crap. It's dawn? It's dawn in the time it takes me to eat? Oh my God, I have to get to the helm right now." Slap my ass. Lin Yuan was almost driven mad by him. "Zhu Zi, didn't you notice something was wrong?" Lu Xuanzhu said confidently, "I've discovered it. It was still dark just now, but after I ate a meal, it was already light." Lin Yuan pinched his philtrum, barely managing to stay conscious. "It's not dawn, it's food. Your food." Lu Xuanzhu slapped his thigh. "I get it. Uncle Sun's food was too delicious. I couldn't resist. I ate until I passed out, and when I woke up, it was already dawn." Lin Yuan slapped his forehead. "Pillar, restart it. You're completely hopeless." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanzhu became even more serious. "What's wrong? Is there poison in the food? I knew Uncle Sun looked honest, but he's not a good person. Brother Yuan, just say the word, and I'll throw him into the sea to feed the fish." "I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Lin Yuan was both amused and exasperated. "I've guided you like this, and you still haven't noticed? This meal has given us night vision." Lu Xuanzhu suddenly realized what was going on, scratched his head, and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh dear, look at my brain, Brother Yuan. Please excuse me." "That's right. Sun House Supreme Demon Eye Egg Casserole, made with the demon eye monkfish, has surprisingly special effects. After consuming it, you can gain temporary night vision." Lin Yuan's heart suddenly felt less pain. Even if this meal has special effects, it's definitely not worth 400 gold coins, but at least it's not just about filling your stomach. If you really encounter a naval battle at night, or an emergency in this kind of weather, night vision will definitely be useful. Lin Yuan ate a lot, and the effects were even more exaggerated, which is why the kerosene lamp was as dazzling as the sun. He estimated that a spoonful of the Supreme Magic Eye egg stew could maintain night vision for about 5 minutes, up to a maximum of half an hour. Eating more wouldn't prolong it. It would only make the field of vision even brighter. This can't be eaten as a regular dinner. It would be too wasteful. Lin Yuan immediately told Sun Hao about the situation, instructing him to save the remaining Supreme Demon Eye egg pot and cook another pot of ordinary rice. After dinner, Lin Yuan called He Letian into the captain's cabin alone. He absolutely did not want to go to He Lishan's laboratory again. As soon as He Letian entered, his eyes were fixed on the fish tank. He couldn't help but lean over and tease the Kraken inside, his gaze burning with an almost frightening intensity. Kraken was splashing water wildly, clearly disliking him. Lin Yuan immediately shouted sternly, "Get away from Kraken." That posture was just like an old ox protecting its young. Then, Lin Yuan began to calculate the cost of the demon eye anglerfish. When He Letian learned that the fish could be sold for at least 400 gold coins, regret finally showed on his face. When he heard that all his future treasure map reserves would be deducted before he could receive the 300 gold coins in compensation, he regretted it even more. Lin Yuan added coldly, "You should thank Chef Sunday. If it weren't for his special effect on this dish, you would have had to pay an extra 100 gold coins. The fact that he only deducted 300 is already being very lenient with you." Chapter 48, A New Storm is about to appear. He Letian looked completely bewildered. "But wasn't that fish I caught?" Lin Yuan sat behind the captain's table, exuding an aura of immense power. "It's true that you caught it, but everything on the boat except for the gold coins, is in principle everyone spoils. You dissected the demon eye anglerfish without saying a word, directly causing the whole boat to lose 300 gold coins. If you don't make up for this loss, who will? Lin was immediately speechless. 300 gold coins. Just hearing that makes my mouth water. Lin Yuan added slowly, but don't panic too much. With your skills, you might break even if you catch another special species. Upon hearing this, Li's eyes lit up again. Fishing is something he excels at. He immediately patted his chest and promised, "Okay, next time I'll definitely catch one that's worth more than the demon eye anglerfish." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. But Lin quickly thought of the crucial question. If I catch other special creatures in the future and want to dissect them, do I have to ask you first? Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. Of course, your hobby is something that normal people might not be able to handle. I can understand you because I know your talent is related to anatomy. But there are girls on the ship. If they see your bizarre actions, they'll be lucky to stay far away from you. Lin sighed. There's nothing I can do. That's just my talent, and I really do like it. I don't care what others think, but I do care about the first mate's opinion. In the future, try not to let Yin Ingli know about these things. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why you care about her? Lin chuckled. Yin Ingli is beautiful and capable. Isn't it normal for guys to care about her opinion? As he spoke, he winked at Lin Yuan. But don't worry, I understand. I'll never touch my brother's food. Lin Yuan's face darkened. That's not just a hint, that's a direct statement. Also, I have nothing to do with her, so don't talk nonsense. Lin put on the airs of a seasoned lover. Those who know. Don't rush. Girls like Yin Ingli are not easy to win over. You have to take it slow. Lin Yuan's head was throbbing from all the noise. But Lin didn't stop there and asked cheekily, since Yin Ingli is your target, can Shun Tian? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold instantly. Shun Tian is most afraid of you right now. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I'll break your legs. This doesn't sound like a joke at all. In Lin Yuan's heart, Shun Tian was like a younger sister. Lin, with his blonde, seaweed-like hair, was out of the question. Lin immediately raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'll stop making a fuss. I'm leaving. He had just turned around when he turned back and asked, by the way, can I dissect that blobfish? Lin Yuan waved his hand impatiently. Even Kraken would shake his head at that thing. Only you would treasure it and do whatever you want with it. Lin then left, satisfied. No sooner had he left than Shun Tian stood at the door of the captain's cabin and gently knocked. Her face showed obvious worry. Lin Yuan immediately waved. Sweetie, come in. Did that pervert bother you earlier? Shun Tian whispered. Brother Lin? No, he just grinned at me, so I lowered my head and moved away. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up. That was very well done. If he scares you again, tell me immediately. Shun Tian nodded, a slight smile appearing on her face. Yes, thank you, Captain. But the smile quickly faded. Lin Yuan sensed something was wrong and asked, if it's not about Lin, then why do you look so worried? Shun Tian bit her lip. Captain, do you remember what I said this morning? That I smelled a storm? Lin Yuan looked out the window. The rain hadn't stopped yet. The wind and waves were crashing against the hull, and the portholes were being pelted by raindrops. I remember. Didn't you predict it correctly? The rain has come. Shun Tian shook her head, her voice even lower. Not this one. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. Not this one? You mean there's an even bigger one? Shun Tian took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up her courage to speak. I think so. What's really bothering me is another storm. It's vast and intense. I can't pinpoint the exact time right now, but if my intuition is right, it'll arrive tomorrow. She paused, her face turning even paler. We may not be able to escape now. The captain's cabin fell silent instantly. Lin Yuan was a reincarnated person, but he couldn't possibly remember the weather every day. He had only heard about the extreme disasters in his previous life from chat channels and survivors. Moreover, in his previous life, after leaving Origin Island, he took the southern route and did not enter the Feather Sea. It took him more than a month to finally reach One Eye Port. He did remember that around this time, a terrible storm had broken out in the Feather Sea, accompanied by a violent sea monster, and many players had died in that area. He originally thought it was this very moment. Little did I know, the real storm was yet to come. Lin Yuan stood up from his chair, walked to Shun Tian's side, and gently pulled her into his arms. Since we can't escape it, we should face it. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm. Sweetie, don't be afraid. The information you provided is crucial. With advance warning, we can prepare. No matter how strong the storm, I will lead everyone through it. As Shun Tian leaned against him, the oppressive feeling that had been weighing on her heart seemed to dissipate little by little. Lin Yuan's words were more powerful than any words of comfort. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I won't run away then either. I'll face the storm with the captain. Lin Yuan raised his hand and rubbed her head. That's a good boy. Shun Tian blushed instantly, and she was completely at a loss for words. The rain grew heavier, and the wind lashed against the boat, as if some enormous creature was awakening in the depths of the night. Lin Yuan looked out the porthole at the dark sea, a cold smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Storm? Bring it on. Chapter 49 on this ship, I, Lin Yuan, have the final say. The rain outside was getting heavier, so Lin Yuan called everyone into the captain's cabin. Without wasting words, he immediately told everyone. An even fiercer storm is very likely to arrive tomorrow. He then quickly assigned tasks, getting everyone moving. After the meeting, the sound of hammering and banging immediately filled the Qianli. The crew braved the rain to reinforce the hull, seal the hatches, nail up every plank they could, and plug up every gap they could. The next morning, before dawn, everyone was awakened by the howling wind. The sky was as black as if ink had been splashed on it, with thick, dark clouds pressing down overhead. A fierce wind whipped up torrential rain, the raindrops stinging our faces like knives cutting through our skin. The storm has already bared its fangs. The Qianli ships sailed against the wind, attempting to break out of the area as quickly as possible. The crew quickly ate breakfast and then continued working. All the portholes were sealed shut, and all the doors except the captain's cabin were closed and reinforced with wooden planks. Every rope was carefully gathered up, and all loose items were stuffed into the storage compartments. The entire immortal ship pirates were on high alert. Lin Yuan placed the tank containing the Kraken on the captain's cabin floor and secured it tightly with ropes. Everyone wore tense expressions, but the little Kraken inside the tank was incredibly excited, as if the stormy sea was its true playground. Lin Yuan glanced at it and said half-jokingly, "Little Ku, just stay put for now. If the 1,000-mile can't hold out today, you'll be free." After he finished speaking, he inspected the captain's cabin, making sure that everything that needed to be taken away had been taken away and everything that needed to be secured had been secured, before turning around and walking onto the deck. The wind and rain lashed at him, but Lin Yuan did not retreat. Instead, a surge of excitement rose in his eyes, as if he were about to go to war. On deck, the crew members were all waiting for him. Lin Yuan shouted against the howling wind, "Guys, treat this storm as a test." Everyone looked at him. Lin Yuan continued to roar. "When the sea is calm, it's like a beautiful woman, and navigation seems easy. But don't forget, this beauty can turn on you faster than anyone else. A gust of wind might brush past your ear, and the next second she'll be a mad woman." The crew burst into laughter, which eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Yuan raised his voice. "When she turns her back, whether the sailors are tough enough will determine whether we survive or sink to the bottom of the sea. If you can survive this storm, then you can be considered truly qualified sailors. Cheer up. As long as we are of one mind, there is no storm we cannot overcome." "Good." The crowd responded in unison, instantly igniting their spirits. In this world, the player's true enemies are never people, but sea monsters, the ocean, and the weather. Especially extreme storms. Once all three erupt simultaneously, even the sturdiest ship can be torn to shreds like paper. Lin Yuan looked up and gazed into the distance. The dark clouds that were just on the horizon are now rolling in, like a giant black carpet covering the sky. Lightning tears through the heavens, and thunder roars so loud it hurts your eardrums. The dark blue sea surges wildly, with waves already over 2 meters high. But Lin Yuan knew that this was just the appetizer. A real storm could break at any moment. Perhaps it will happen in the next second. He glared at Lu Xuanzhu and barked, Shuzi, don't leave the helm even a step. Even if you die, die right there. Do you understand? Lu Xuanzhu roared. Understood. Oh, The next moment, he activated his ability. Beast transformation raging wave rhinoceros. His massive body instantly transformed, pressing down firmly on the rudder. Lin Yuan roared again. Everyone else, stay alert. Be ready to furl the sails at any time. Sailing against the wind is extremely risky, but if you push your way out a little further now, you'll spend less time suffering in the storm later. Just then, Hiletian suddenly seemed to have a fit, laughing loudly as he pulled out a scarlet fishing rod and actually started fishing in the wind and rain. Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately rushed over. Hiletian, are you crazy? Braving the wind and rain, Hiletian cast his fishing hook into the churning sea and exclaimed excitedly, Haven't you heard? The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Today I'll pay back those 400 gold coins. Lin Yuan immediately flew into a rage. Do you want money or your life? The storm is about to break. Pack up. Stop fishing. Hiletian, however, didn't take it seriously. Isn't this already a storm? How can it get any stronger? He continued, gripping his fishing rod. Beside him, a gluttonous beast with its tongue lolling out erratically in the wind seemed to be cheering on its master. This time, Lin Yuan didn't give him any face. He stepped forward, grabbed Hiletian's shoulder from behind, and threw him onto the deck. Bang! Lin Yuan pressed his elbow firmly against Hiletian's neck, his eyes icy cold, his murderous intent almost overflowing. He stared at Hiletian and said word by word, Do you know that your recklessness could kill everyone? I usually can't be bothered with you, but not now. If you dare disobey my orders, I'll throw you overboard right now. If you think I'm bluffing, feel free to try. So what if it's legendary talent? On this ship, dragons must coil up and tigers must lie down. We must listen to Lin Yuan. If you're not satisfied, then let's fight. With Lin Yuan's current combat strength, he is not afraid of anyone on the ship in a one-on-one fight. Hiletian was pinned to the deck, completely stunned. He had never seen Lin Yuan so angry, nor had he ever seen such a murderous look in his eyes. If anyone else had treated him like that, he would have fought back desperately. But at this moment, he was horrified to find that he was so overwhelmed by Lin Yuan's aura that he dared not move, like a rabbit pinned down by a lion's claws. Even his struggle seemed ridiculous. Lin Yuan grabbed his collar and said coldly, If you understand, then nod. Hiletian's face turned pale, and he nodded stiffly. Lin Yuan then let go and stood up. Everyone on deck watched this scene, but no one dared to speak. Lin Yuan turned and pointed to the raging sea, his voice booming through the wind and rain. What do you think you'd catch in this weather? Most likely a sea monster. I'm not afraid of sea monsters. We'll encounter this kind of weather often in the future, so I can let Hiletian fish. But today is different. After this storm, there's an even more terrifying tempest, and it's coming soon. Any mistake now could lead to our utter ruin. Before she could finish speaking, Shun Tian suddenly screamed, It's here! Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up abruptly. The dark gray sky appeared to have been torn open, and torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. A suffocating sense of oppression washed over us, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing everyone down into the deep sea. Waves over 2 meters high crashed against the ship one after another, and they kept getting higher and higher. The Chinley was forced to bob up and down on the giant waves, its hull groaning under the strain. Soon, the entire ship plunged into the trough of the wave. The next second, the sky beside the ship disappeared. Instead, a 10-meter-high wall of Songlong rose up with a roar. Everyone was stunned. Only Lin Yuan was the first to regain his senses, and he roared at the top of his lungs. Guys, reef! Chapter 50 The Thousand Mile is only 5 centimeters away from sinking. Everyone suddenly came to their senses, and no one cared about the previous conflict. They all rushed to their seats. The storm has completely subsided. The 2 masts were bent into bows by the fierce wind, as if they would break at any moment. The sails billowed like the belly of a monster, dragging the entire Chinli ship into the deep sea. Yan Ingli, Sun Hao, and Xia Yuanzhou gripped the foresail rope tightly, pulling back with all their might. It felt less like pulling a sail and more like wrestling with a runaway train. The veins on everyone's arms were bulging, and their teeth were practically grinding to powder. Fortunately, Shun Tian was also holding on. She manipulated the black ball of fur to spread its body as far as possible, like a giant black umbrella, shielding everyone's heads. But the downpour was too fierce. The rain poured down like a waterfall, and with the waves constantly crashing against the deck, the weight the black ball of fur was bearing had long exceeded its limit. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, and it doesn't have the explosive power of muscles. The fact that she's been able to hold on until now is entirely due to Shun Tian's willpower. Shun Tian kept her eyes closed, her fists clenched until they turned white, her face wet with a mixture of rain and sweat. She was trembling all over, but she didn't back down an inch. With the black ball of fur shielding them from the rain, Yaningli and the other two finally managed to fold up the front sail little by little. But the real problem is the rear sail. The rear sail was now billowing like a balloon about to burst. Lin Yuan stood alone beside the stern, wrapping the rope around his arm several times, struggling against the raging wind. "Ah!" he roared, his feet almost nailing themselves into the deck. Even though his strength attribute had reached 26 points, Ho Fan remained completely still. It was so close. It was really just a hair's breadth away. But Lin Yuan knew very well that if they dragged this out any longer, breaking the mast would be a minor matter. If the stern sail were completely caught in the storm, the entire Qianli would be capsized. Just then, bang! With a loud bang, the top sail at the very top of the stern split open. The gale tore at the fabric like a mad dog, and the hull of the Qianli ship creaked and twisted, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Lin Yuan suddenly looked to the other side of the rear sail. There's another rope over there. As long as someone grabs it and pulls on both sides together, the rear sail will have a chance to be folded up. The rain was too heavy, the wind too strong, and everything in the distance was a blur. Everyone else was tied down by the foresail and the spruce, and couldn't get away at all. Lin Yuan's eyes darkened. If all else fails, we'll have to break the stern and sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Just as he was about to make his move, a bloody thing suddenly pounced on him, opened its mouth wide, and bit down on the wildly swinging rope. Lin Yuan squinted at it. It's a gluttonous beast. The next second, He Letian rushed over and grabbed the rope tightly with both hands. He looked up at the dark sky and roared, "God, don't fucking look down on me. He Letian, will not die by your hand." After shouting, he turned and nodded to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at him, a smile playing on his lips. The two people who almost fell out before now stood together at the critical moment of life and death. This kind of unity is exactly what Lin Yuan wants. This storm actually washed away all the grudges. In retrospect, his decision to risk being resented and pin He Letian down was absolutely correct. If He Letian had actually caught a sea monster and then encountered this storm, the immortal boat pirates would probably be sunk to the bottom of the sea by now. Lin Yuan shouted, "I'll count to 3, then pull together. 1, 2, 3, pull." Both of them erupted simultaneously, with the Taodai biting the rope tightly and refusing to let go. The rear sail finally closed little by little. At the height of the storm, they managed to fold up the rear sail. Before everyone could even catch their breath, a new crisis loomed over them. Seawater and rainwater are pouring into the ship's cabins, and the water level is approaching the sinking line. Once it exceeds that limit, the Qianli can no longer be saved. Lin Yuan immediately ordered, "Everyone, grab buckets and scoop water. Zhu Zi, there's a water pump behind you. Pump it as fast as you can." Lu Xuanzhu immediately left the helm and rushed to the manual water pump. He gripped the control lever with both hands, and the massive rhinoceros man body pressed down with it. 1, 2, 3. The water pumps were running wildly, and jets of water were constantly spraying out of the boat. Others rushed into the cabin and frantically scooped water out of the cabin with wooden buckets. The rain was too heavy, and wave after wave crashed onto the deck. They were pumping water from above and scooping it out from below, but the water level in the hold was still rising. Just then, Lin Yuan saw Shun Tian collapse on the deck. The black ball of fur also collapsed beside her, as if it had completely exhausted its strength. Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately rushed over, picked up Shintian, and ran into the captain's cabin, placing her on his bed. He whispered, "Sweetie, you're amazing, and you've worked so hard. I promise you, when you wake up, you'll definitely see the sun." After saying that, he turned and rushed back down to the deck. There's no time to be soft-hearted now. The Qinli is still not out of danger. Everyone is still struggling on the brink of death. Lin Yuan rushed into the cabin, his eyes turning completely cold as he watched the water rise. "We can't hide it anymore. There's no need to keep hiding your second talent." He directly activated his Aquaman talent. The next second, the water in the cabin seemed to be drawn by an invisible force and began to converge in the same direction, condensing into a water column as thick as an arm. The water column rose like a snake, rushed up the wooden stairs to the deck, and finally plunged into the sea. Everyone was astonished. Lin Yuan can even control water. The problem is he can only control a maximum of 50 kilograms of water. This amount can only slow the rise, not reverse the situation. The water level in the cabin was still rising. They were only 5 centimeters away from the shipwreck line. Lin Yuan stared at the deadly water line, his heart sinking. Is it really all coming to an end? Just at this critical moment, a system notification suddenly sounded. "Congratulations to player Sea King for meeting the advancement requirements. Aquaman, only hidden. Level, God level. Current stage, first order to second order conversion. Unlock the new side effect, wind and rain hormone. Stormy weather hormone. In stormy weather, talent caps are increased, all attribute values are increased, and all secondary effects are enhanced. The more intense the storm, the greater the boost. We've come at the perfect time." A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. After his talent advanced, he could originally control a maximum of 100 kilograms of water. With the added boost from the wind and rain hormone, his maximum capacity doubled in this extreme storm. The water column, which was originally only as thick as an arm, instantly expanded to be as thick as a basin. The water in the cabin seemed to be forcibly pumped out, rushing wildly out of the deck. The water level is finally starting to drop. Chapter 51, Aftermath of the Storm. They persisted like that for half an hour. Just as Lin Yuan was about to be exhausted, he heard some good news. The strong winds, torrential rain, and huge waves are showing signs of weakening. This indicates that the most intense period of the storm has passed. Thanks to the combined efforts of all members of the Immortal Boat Pirates, they successfully survived. An indescribable excitement welled up in everyone's hearts. They felt incredibly proud for themselves, for the 1,000-mile ship, and for the Immortal Ship Pirates. It is also for my own good to have such a decisive, calm, and powerful captain. In their eyes, Lin Yuan possessed a maturity and experience far beyond his age, and was indeed extremely outstanding. But now is not the time to celebrate. The storm is not completely past. Even its tail end is stronger than an ordinary storm. No one dared to relax, even slightly, otherwise all previous efforts would be in vain. Currently, even without Lin Yuan using his Sea King talent, the crew can control the water level in the cabin by pumping and scooping water. He is very tired and should rest. But he still picked up the bucket and worked alongside the crew. Unbeknownst to everyone, beneath the surface of the Feather Sea, a group of dark figures were swimming towards the 1,000-mile. The sea, this woman of many temperaments, has finally calmed down her volatile temper. The rain wasn't as heavy or as torrential as before. The water in the cabin had been mostly drained by the crew, and Lu Xuanju only needed to pump it out occasionally with a water pump. At this moment, in the captain's cabin, the entire Immortal Boat Pirate crew was guarding Shen Tian. Finally, a soft, girlish voice rang out. "Everyone, you're awake, sweetie." Lin Yuan leaned closer. "Are you feeling all right?" Shen Tian nodded. Seeing that she wanted to get up, Yin Ingli quickly persuaded her to lie down. "Don't move around, get some rest." We made it through. The anxiety and unease that had been weighing on Shen Tian's heart like a dark cloud had dissipated, and she knew that they had weathered that fierce storm. Although she remained confident that everyone would pull through, the thought of the storm's terror still felt like a miracle. This is truly a miracle. The storm that just passed had maximum wind speeds reaching a devastating level 13. Moreover, its scope is so vast that it almost covers the entire Feather Sea. Even though it has long since disappeared, its lingering influence remains. Very few ships survived this natural disaster. Most incredibly, the Senri was in the eye of the storm at the time. That's right, we made it through. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over everyone, and he said with a relieved smile, "We worked together and defeated this enemy that seemed almost impossible to defeat at the moment. This miracle was created by us together. We can't do it even if there's one less person. You are all excellent, and as captain, I am proud of you." After hearing this, Yaningli patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and smiled. "Don't forget yourself, Captain Lin Yuan. You are the most crucial person. You are the one who united everyone. Without your decisive and efficient work style, your calm and composed command, and your formidable strength, how could we, mere novice sailors, possibly have overcome such a fierce storm?" Yan Ingli is so eloquent. This made Lin Yuan a little embarrassed. He raised the wine glass he had prepared beforehand, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Yan Ingli, you're absolutely right, especially those words praising me. Ha. However, you used to be novice sailors, but you are not anymore. Having weathered this storm, you can now be considered qualified, even excellent, sailors. Now that the atmosphere has gotten this good, and Shintian has woken up, let's all celebrate." "Good." Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Laughter and cheers filled the ship once again. Lin Yuan confessed to the crew about his dual talents, and gave a reasonable explanation for why he had kept his secret at the time. This is a good time. Letian and the others had recently witnessed Lin Yuan using his Sea King talent to save the 1,000-mile at a critical moment, and also to save everyone else. Instead of suspecting Lin Yuan, they admired their captain's strength even more. As for Shintian and Yaningli, they already knew, and Lu Xuanzhu wouldn't say anything more. Letian drank a few glasses of wine, and chuckled, emboldened by the alcohol. "Captain, the storm won't be as bad as it was earlier, so you shouldn't mind if I go fishing, right?" "Go ahead. I have no reason to pin you to the ground anymore," Lin Yuan joked, then added a reminder. "Although the storm has passed, things have not yet calmed down. I estimate the waves outside will be another meter or two high, similar to what they were like before it arrived. Remember to keep your weapon with you. Don't blame me if you catch a sea monster later. Don't worry." After saying that, Letian walked out of the captain's cabin in high spirits, carrying the tautai in one hand and the scarlet fishing rod in the other. "Everyone, go ahead and get busy," Shintian said understandingly, seeing that the others were staying to keep watch because of her fainting spell. "I feel much better now. I should recover quickly if I lie here for a while." Even when Yin Ingli offered to stay and keep her company, she refused. After saying goodbye to Shintian, the crew members left the captain's cabin one by one with clear goals in mind. Some returned to their posts, some repaired the damaged topsail, and some cleaned up the mess in the cabin. After confirming that Shintian didn't need any care, Lin Yuan, somewhat worried that Letian might actually catch some sea monster, went to the deck to keep her company and pretended to be a fishing master, pointing and gesturing from the side. This confidence came from the tuna that was nearly a meter long and weighed several tens of kilograms. He wanted to retaliate against the disgusting treatment Letian had given him. "It's not that I'm petty. I just want to strengthen the bond between brothers." After pretending to be a fishing expert for a while, Lin Yuan saw that Letian was too annoyed to talk to him anymore, and he was secretly pleased. "Now you know how annoying you were, right? Now you'll experience it for yourself. Ha. Lin Yuan didn't go too far. He stopped there and changed the subject, asking about something else. "Letian, did you do any experiments with the blobfish last night? Why don't you continue to give me orders?" Letian said sarcastically, "Oh, I just wanted you to experience how annoyed you were with me back then, so you can understand how I felt, right?" As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out a small packet of the Ding family's secret fish bait. "Here's a bag of rare-grade bait as compensation." "Rare-grade bait? Really?" Letian was full of surprise. He only knew that Lin Yuan had good bait, but he didn't expect it to be this good. "Really?" Lin Yuan explained. "Do you remember the girls I rescued from the Japanese? One of them was the daughter of a fishmonger, and this bait was their family heirloom." Lin had just been tormented by Lin Yuan. He glanced at Lin Yuan, his questioning gaze mixed with a hint of resentment. In this windy and rainy weather, the waves are 1 or 2 meters high, and even if a fish bites the hook, it's almost always a sea monster. I wonder if it's because the sea monsters all went away with the storm. Even Lin, the fishing saint, had been fishing for so long, but hadn't caught a single fish. He felt it would be better to try using Lin Yuan's bait. Lin accepted the bait and felt somewhat better after receiving compensation. He put the Ding family's secret bait on the hook and cast a line again. After it was all over, he started to keep everyone in suspense. Let me see if this bait works. If it works, I'll let you know. Chapter 52, Sea Demon Toad. 1. A swarm. Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me already, Lin Yuan urged. Actually, there's not much to say. Lin pursed his lips and said helplessly, because I'm just a blobfish, there are no other creatures for me to sew together. I simply dissected it to improve my skill level. That's it. Lin Yuan was somewhat disappointed. I thought you were going to pull out some weird creature that would really surprise me. If you want to see strange creatures, that's easy. Just promise me you'll let me experiment with all the fish I catch this time, and I guarantee you'll get a surprise, Lin said with a grin. Dream on. Let's see what we caught first. Hey, Lin suddenly perked up and tugged at the fishing rod. Your bait is really good. The fish took the bait right away. Don't rush. Check what kind of fish it is before you pack up, Lin Yuan reminded him. This awful weather. I'm soaked to the bone. I finally managed to catch one. I don't care about this or that. After a long period without a bite, the sudden arrival of this fish made Lin somewhat lose his composure. He suddenly lifted the fishing rod and saw a creature the size of a yoga ball being flung into the air by the hook. Lin Yuan focused his attention on it instantly and finally saw what it was. This creature was round and dark green all over, with its skin covered in a layer of bumps that kept oozing pus. At first glance, it looked a lot like a giant toad. It has a pair of huge eyes, an exaggeratedly large deformed mouth that takes up almost half of its body, and sharp claws on its limbs, especially its hind limbs, which look particularly strong. Holy crap, a sea monster toad! Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Deeply buried, terrifying memories were instantly dredged up from the depths of my mind by this ugly and disgusting thing. The sea demon toad is a nightmare for beginners. In his previous life, Lin Yuan almost lost his life for the first time because of this. The sea demon toad is an amphibious sea monster, a high-ranking soldier, whose main activity area is the feathered sea and its adjacent waters. At that time, Lin Yuan and his former crew members were exploring a deserted island. They encountered a sea monster toad enjoying its prey on the damp, shallow waters. Their prey was another fleet that had landed on the island before them. Lin Yuan will never forget that horrific scene. Blood stained the beach, and human remains were scattered everywhere, each corpse covered in gruesome wounds. The sea monster toad seemed like a creature from hell. It opened its huge mouth, picked up half of someone's corpse, and twisted its head from side to side. Organs and entrails of the corpse were scattered everywhere, and intestines lashed the air like ropes in a gale. Lin Yuan had only recently transmigrated into the game, and as a student, he had never seen such a bloody scene before. He immediately vomited up all the food he had eaten the previous 2 days. The sea monster toad quickly discovered them. Lin Yuan led his fleet in a desperate escape, narrowly avoiding total annihilation. This incident left him with a deep psychological scar, to the point that he has almost forgotten that he is no longer the Lin Yuan he once was. He shook his head, rallied his spirits, and returned to reality from his fear, then shouted, "Cut the fishing line!" Lin didn't react at all. His eyes gleamed, and a longing smile appeared on his face, as if the sea monster toad in his eyes was not an ugly and disgusting sea monster, but the treasure he had been dreaming of. Lin Yuan's lips twitched, and he was speechless. Helpless, he manipulated the seawater to condense into several water blades, which he used to stab the sea monster toad and the fishing line. Swish, swish, swish. The sea demon toad had quite a lot of blood, and it withstood Lin Yuan's water blade. At the same time, it opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth and stuck out its thick, long tongue. "It's so cute," Lin shouted excitedly. "Captain, hand him over to me." As he spoke, he raised the Taodai with incredible speed. The gluttonous beast bit down on the sea demon toad's tongue. Seeing this, Letian drew a semicircle in the air with his arm and threw the sea monster toad directly onto the deck. Clang! The sea monster toad was thrown face first into the dirt. Before it could retaliate, Letian swung the Taodai and kept smashing it on its head. The already weakened sea monster toad was smashed to death by Letian. Seeing that Letian had dealt with the sea demon toad, Lin Yuan poked his head out and looked at the sea around 1,000 Mile. He frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. A few meters below the surface of the sea, there appeared to be more than a dozen large and small black dots moving about. Oh no, there's not just one sea monster toad nearby. There's a whole swarm. Lin Yuan quickly realized what was happening, and he hurriedly turned around and ran to the captain's cabin, wanting to ring the ship's bell to warn the crew. Just then, a continuous rushing sound of water could be heard all around the Qianli. In an instant, dozens of sea monster toads let out strange cries and leaped onto the deck of the 1,000 Mile from all directions. Lu Xuanju, who was on the driving platform, screamed in fright upon seeing this scene. Brother Yuan, what happened? Weren't you guys fishing? What kind of trouble have you stirred up? My goodness, such a huge toad. Feeling it was too late, Lin Yuan condensed the rainwater into a water ball and smashed it onto the ship's bell. Thud! Upon hearing the commotion, the crew members began to rush from various parts of the Qianli. Lin Yuan has now completely broken free from the terrifying memories of the past. How can the naive and cowardly version of myself from back then compare to the version of myself now? Furthermore, after the Sea King advanced, Lin Yuan's attribute values were further improved. Strength, 26 to 28. Constitution, 20 to 21. Agility, 22 to 23. Spirit, 28 to 30. In addition, since we are currently in windy and rainy weather, the side effect of wind and rain hormones continues to exert its influence. Looking at the hideous sea toads, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a wild smile. He sculpted the rain into a water sword, charging into the monster horde as if it were nothing. Letian, carrying the Taotai, followed behind Lin Yuan, picking up heads. Other crew members also arrived one after another. Although Sun Hao is a chef, don't underestimate his cleaver, which is shaped like a dragon-slaying saber. The strikes are powerful and heavy, each blow a critical hit. Xia Yuanzhou, wielding a bolt-action sniper rifle, fired a shot and moved to a different position, moving with the agility of a ghost. Lu Xuanju, who transformed into a rhinoceros, was no less impressive, charging back and forth like a dump truck. Yaningli is like a Valkyrie. She brandished a blood-flame longsword, cutting through everything from the bow to the stern of the ship as if chopping vegetables. The sea demon toads have an average combat rating of Tier 1, 3 stars, which is nothing to the immortal boat pirates, but their sheer number is overwhelming. Some still manage to slip through the net and rush into the captain's cabin. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he thought of Shun Tian, who was still recovering inside. Sweet girl. A scream was heard. Lin Yuan rushed towards the captain's cabin like a madman. Damn it! If you dare touch Sweetie, I'll tear you to pieces. However, ha 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 ha! The scream stopped abruptly, followed by maniacal laughter. A crazy little girl with a ferocious smile was seen smashing the sea monster toad that rushed into a pulp with a lightning hammer. Then, laughing wildly, she ran onto the deck and smashed a whiny monster with a single blow. The other members of the immortal boat pirates were all dumbfounded. In no time, there wasn't a single sea monster toad left on the deck. All that remained were piles of minced meat from under the lightning hammer. Chapter 53, The Big One, is coming. Xin Tian has withstood terrifying storms, but she is currently completely defenseless against ugly and disgusting creatures. At that moment, she heard shouts of battle from the deck and assumed that everyone had encountered some enemy again, so she slowly got up and prepared to go out and take a look. When the sea monster toad rushed in, Shan Tian was slowly getting off the bed while holding onto the bedside table. Xin Tian was startled when she suddenly saw a huge, ugly toad monster covered in disgusting bumps baring its teeth and claws at her. Amid screams, Shin Meng took direct control of her body and stormed out of the captain's cabin. Dozens of sea monsters, nightmare level for beginners, were used by the immortal boat pirates as experience boosters for leveling up. After this battle, the overall strength of the immortal boat pirates has also been greatly improved. Yin Ingli, Xia Yuanzhou, and Shun Tian all made significant progress in their talents. The following only shows Yin Ingli's attribute panel. The attributes of others are omitted. Yin Ingli, Strength, 10 to 12. Constitution, 23 to 33. Agility, 10 to 12. Spirit, 11 to 12. Position, First Mate. Talent, Divine Blazing Blood Phoenix. Title None. Combat Power Rating, Tier 2, 2-star to Tier 2, 4-star. Yin Ingli's physical attributes improved so quickly mainly due to the secondary effect of her talent, Blazing Blood Phoenix. Blood Phoenix Blessing. This side effect allows her to gain double the Constitution attribute points. After advancing the talent level, new secondary effects are also unlocked. Blood Sacrifice consumes 10% of your maximum health to enter a blood rage state, increasing all attributes. The more health consumed, the greater the boost. Note, entering the blood rage state will cause continuous health loss. The amount of health consumed is fixed at 10% of her maximum health. This means that the higher Yin Ingli's maximum health is, the more health she consumes, and the greater her improvement will be. Xia Yuanzhou and Shun Tian's talents have also been upgraded to the second tier, and their combat ratings have both reached the second tier, 1-star. Xia Yuanzhou unlocked a new secondary effect, Precision Shooting. Precision Shot increases accuracy damage, headshot or hit on a weak point, by 50%. Moreover, the unique weapon that is talent mutated also changed. It has been transformed from a bolt-action sniper rifle into a cool-looking semi-automatic sniper rifle with even stronger firepower. Shun Tian unlocked a new secondary effect, Thunder Charge. Thunderous Charge. The black ball can generate and accumulate thunderous power within its body, is proficient in thunder-based skills, and its thunder-based skill damage is increased. By this time, the deck was covered with the remains and scraps of flesh of the sea monster toad, leaving almost no place to step. A nauseating stench permeated the entire Qianleho. Although the sea monster toads had all been killed, Xinmeng was still frantically swinging her lightning hammer at the air, and no one dared to approach her. She was about to give Lin Yuan a hard punch on the forehead. Lin Yuan casually caught the hammerhead that was thrown at him with one hand, and then softly called out, "Shun Tian, calm down, it's all right, you're safe now." Lin Yuan seemed to possess the secret to awakening Shun Tian, and his words were like an antidote. Just like last time, after regaining control of her body, Shun Tian murmured something softly as if waking from a deep dream, and then fainted again. Lin Yuan had anticipated this, and he skillfully caught Shun Tian's falling body. However, the other party looked even weaker than before. "The room that Shun Tian and I share is ready. Let her rest in her own bed," Yin Ingli suggested. Lin Yuan nodded, manipulated the water flow to create a path, and sent Shun Tian into the room she shared with Yin Ingli. After settling in, he returned to the deck, his face somewhat gloomy. At that moment, the Qinli seemed to have been hit by something huge in the sea and began to rock violently. Wow! A violent splash erupted from the sea near the starboard side, sending spray directly onto the deck of the Senri. Looking in the direction of the sound, a dark shadow broke through the rain. This is a monster 10 times larger than an ordinary sea monster toad. Sea Demon Toad King. Mid-tier boss-level sea monster. Combat power rating. Tier 1, 8 stars. It had previously led its people in pursuit of the humans who had fallen into the water after their ships were destroyed during the storm. Because they were delayed by eating, the group of sea monster toads fell behind the rest of the sea monster army. The Toad King, relying on his sense of the weather, continued to chase the next storm. During the journey, it was astonished to discover that a ship had miraculously survived the storm. So, the Sea Demon Toad King prepared to have his minions attack him. Unexpectedly, one of the scoundrels couldn't resist the lure of the bait, took the hook, and was thrown onto the boat, leading to the exposure of the scheme. That's why it had no choice but to send all its subordinates out ahead of schedule. Who would have thought that this would lead to the extermination of their entire clan? How could we swallow this insult? It vowed to chew everyone on the ship into mincemeat and then swallow them whole. Seeing that a monster was about to crash into the 1,000-mile, Lu Xuanju's professional instincts kicked in instantly, and he ran towards the driving platform like a mad dog. The others, seeing such a terrifying sea monster for the first time, were unsure whether to fight or flee. Lin Yuan was furious that these vile people had harmed Xintian so badly. His eyes flashed with malice as he raised his right hand high. Centered on his right hand, every drop of rain within a 3-meter radius flows towards the palm of his hand. In an instant, a spear formed from water appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. The spear was as thick as a bowl, and its tip gleamed coldly. Just as the sea demon Toad King was about to crash into the 1,000-mile, Lin Yuan hurled his spear. Whoosh! A loud blast of air exploded. The water spear pierced straight towards the Toad King's forehead. The Toad King's head exploded, and its brain splattered everywhere. The water spear pierced through its brain and body, speeding away into the distance. A wolf! The Toad King, the sea monster seeking revenge for his people, let out a shrill, eerie cry. That's how Lin Yuan gave it to him. It was done in seconds. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded and stood there in shock. Although the Toad King was dead, its massive body still crashed into the 1,000-mile due to inertia. Lu Xuanju happened to arrive at the wheelhouse at that moment, and he quickly turned the rudder to full speed. Boom! The Qinli was hit, but thanks to Lu Xuanju's timely turn, the damage was acceptable. Similar to sunken ships, sea monsters killed by players will sink into the sea and rise to the surface as loot. Lin Yuan waved to Xia Yuanzhou. Old Xia, keep an eye on the sea and see if you can use a grappling hook to retrieve the spoils. Xia Yuanzhou nodded slightly, pinched his nose, and waded through the blood and bits of flesh towards the bow of the boat. Staring at the blood and gore before him, Letian, who was in charge of cleaning the deck, broke down. Damn it! How am I supposed to clean this? Lin Yuan knew that the toad legs of the sea demon toad were a favorite alchemical material for alchemists and could be sold for a small amount of money in the monster shop. Unfortunately, half of the toad's legs were destroyed by Shun Meng's lightning hammer. He walked up to Letian and patted him on the shoulder. This toad leg is worth 10 gold coins. You decide what to do with it. Really? The Voyage log told me that, Lin Yuan said mysteriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Kraken's voice appeared in his mind. Hungry. I want to eat. The sea monster toad, after all, is a low-ranking sea monster, and for the Kraken, it's a tasty little snack. Kraken's appetite was whetted by their strong aroma. It made the kids cry with envy. Thinking that the Kraken is not far from evolving into the next stage of growth after its last underwater hunt, I realized that it is not far from that stage. Lin Yuan thought he could take this opportunity to let it eat more and evolve as soon as possible. Besides, Suyin, the sacrificial offering locked in the storage room, is probably about to give out, so we really need to hurry. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan brought over 2 wooden buckets and handed them to Letian. Collect 40 toad legs, and I'll consider it as you paying off your debt of 400 gold coins. Put them in this bucket. The other bucket contains the remaining remains of the sea monster toad, which I'm going to use to feed the Kraken. After you've done these 2 things, if you can find a relatively intact sea monster toad, I'll allow you to dissect it. Chapter 54. A Bountiful Harvest. Suyan, Sacrifice, Devour. Lin Yuan's words undoubtedly gave Letian a shot of adrenaline. He instantly became energetic, forgetting the dirt and stench, and enthusiastically got to work with 2 buckets in hand. While waiting for the Kraken snacks, Lin Yuan didn't sit idle either. He manipulated the water flow to create a path leading to the bow of the ship, and came to Xia Yuanzhou, who was operating the grappling hook, wanting to see what loot the sea demon Toad King could drop. First hook, a cat's eye emerald the size of an egg. Leader level sea monster green crystal. Quality, superior. Drop rate, 80%. Type, consumables, trade goods. Description, this item can be used to increase talent proficiency, or it can be sold for a good price by merchants. Lin Yuan doesn't plan to sell this, but he also doesn't want to use it himself. His combat strength is already the highest in the fleet, so it's better to give it to a crew member. To be fair, he planned to organize a small game that evening, and whoever won would get it. This not only creates a lively atmosphere, but also fosters team camaraderie. The second hook, a perfectly square piece of meat. Sea monster toad hind leg meat. Quality, superior. Drop rate, 60%. Type, food ingredient. Description, the most essential part of the sea demon toad king or queen. Food made from it can increase leg strength in a short period of time. It is a rare and top quality ingredient. The ingredients are good, but they are difficult to prepare. You need an excellent chef. The hind leg meat is definitely for Sun Hao. It's almost lunchtime. Who knows, he might be able to make some dishes with special effects. The third hook, an object wrapped in layers of fleshy membrane, through which one could vaguely see some kind of golden sand. Toad gold sand. Quality, rare. Drop rate, 30%. Type, trade goods, consumables, quest items. Description, the stone crystals inside the body of the sea demon toad king or queen are extremely valuable. It can be used in conjunction with the sea demon's eye twin pendant, complete. Delivering the item to the witch merchant at any port will trigger the Toad Queen quest side quest. Unlock the special dungeon Sea Demon Toad's Nest, complete the quest, and receive generous rewards. This task is of high difficulty. Please ensure your skill level is at least tier 2. A level 2 difficulty dungeon. Isn't that a piece of cake? However, we can't go yet. We can only wait until we reach One-Eyed Port to hand over the toad-shaped gold dust to the local sorcerer. The fourth hook. A pendant with an amber-colored, eye-shaped crystal set in a bone chain, but it is clearly only half of it. Sea Demon's Eye twin pendants, left half. Quality, relic. Drop rate, 0.1%. Type, equipment. Description, a special item with an extremely low probability of dropping after defeating the Sea Demon Toad King. Collect the right half of the Sea Demon's Eye twin pendant to synthesize the complete Sea Demon's Eye twin pendant. The combined effect, it can mark the enemy's weak points, but it requires Toad Gold Sand to activate. A family needs to be together, all together. It's clear that the Sea Demon Toad King dropped quite a few items. After all, for the average player, it's at least an elite monster, if not a mini-boss in the Flying Feather Sea. But to Lin Yuan, they became experience points. Moreover, he and Xia Yuanzhou were quite lucky. Even special items with extremely low drop rates have been obtained. Currently, it seems that in order for the twin pendants to become complete and useful, the Toad Gold Sand must be given to the port witch merchant to trigger the quest side quest. Then, you have a chance to get the other half by killing the Toad Queen in a special dungeon. The twin pendants are quite effective at marking enemy weaknesses. It is a perfect match for Xia Yuanzhou, whose main output method is precise damage. We can give it to Lao Xia then, so that its value can be maximized. This battle was disgusting, but thankfully the results were good. Lin Yuan temporarily put the green crystal on his person. He called Sun Hao over and told him to take the hind leg meat. Let's cook a good lunch and have a proper celebration to commemorate our victory over the storm and the Sea Demon Toad clan. Xia Yuanzhou took the gold dust and the pendant first. After finishing dealing with things here, Hiletian also completed his task. He was now covered in blood and emanated a foul stench, as if he himself were a sea monster toad. Even if they didn't achieve great things, they still put in a lot of hard work. Lin Yuan praised him for doing a good job. Hiletian placed the 2 buckets on the ground, pointed to one of them, and said proudly, 46 toad legs in total. 6 extra. How about that? I've finally paid off my 400 gold coins, haven't I? It's all paid off, it's all paid off. Lin Yuan nodded. This bucket contains Kraken's food. Hiletian gently kicked another bucket with his foot. Well done. Go take a shower now, Lin Yuan suggested. Hiletian sniffed his body and complained. How the hell did I survive this smell? I'm even disgusted with myself. Whoever wants to clean it can do it next time, but I'm not going to clean it again. After saying that, he left, carrying the 2 relatively intact sea monster toad corpses, full of complaints. Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head, then picked up the bucket filled with the remains of the sea monster toad and went to the captain's cabin. He poured them all into the Kraken tank. Chicken flavor crunchy. Kraken enjoyed his meal very much. Before Kraken could finish showing off, Lin Yuan received a system notification. Congratulations, player. Kraken can evolve to the next growth stage. Requirement. Sacrifice the soul of a human. Warn. The sacrificed will face utter death, with no possibility of resurrection in any way. Their souls will suffer endless torment, never to be reborn. The consequences are extremely, extremely, extremely serious. Please choose your sacrifice targets carefully. Lin Yuan smiled. What we want is for serious consequences. They wouldn't be satisfied even if the consequences weren't serious. As for the objects of sacrifice, there's nothing to be cautious about. Lin Yuan had already chosen someone a long time ago. He let the Kraken perch on his shoulder and then led him to the ship's storage compartment. Upon opening the warehouse door, one could see Su Yin lying on the ground, barely breathing, like an old dog abandoned by the roadside, about to be extinguished. The swelling in her body had subsided, but the storm had tormented her terribly. Su Yin's hands and feet were tied, and the goods in the storage room were not secured. The Qianlaho in the storm was like rice ears on a sieve, swaying left and right and bobbing up and down. One can imagine that Su Yin at that time was like a gasopon capsule in a gasopon machine, constantly bumping into walls and getting hit by flying goods. It was extremely painful and torturous. Lin Yuan grabbed Su Yan's chin and lifted her face so that she could see who it was. Su Yin was so weak that she couldn't even open her eyelids. She could only squint. But she still saw Lin Yuan because she realized the danger and struggled with her last bit of strength. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he gave a cold snort. Hee, Su Yin, you're about to die. But don't worry. Death is not a relief for you. Instead, it was the beginning of suffering. Upon hearing this, Su Yin was driven by her most primal survival instinct and suddenly found the strength to make a final struggle as she faced death, uttering sounds of groans and pleas for mercy. When Lin Yuan used her as a human shield, she took a punch to the throat from Takasuji Koji, and now her throat is ruined. Lin Yuan recalled the words Yang Qi had said to him when he was cruelly tortured and killed by Su Yin in his previous life. Seeing Su Yin like this, Lin Yuan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, Su Yin, look at you barking like a dog now, it's hilarious. After saying that, his eyes sharpened, and his consciousness immediately focused on Kraken. He wanted to truly experience the feeling of his enemy's soul being devoured by him. The recipient of his sacrifice has been identified. Soul devouring? Lin Yuan, yes. Chapter 55, Kraken Evolution. The Kraken devoured souls by first consuming them in a simple and brutal way, and then capturing their souls after death and sucking them into its stomach like jelly. Normally, food in the Kraken melts in your mouth, but Lin Yuan made a point of savoring it this time. Su Yan's meat tastes pretty good. It's tender and soft. No wonder she's a pampered young lady. She probably bathes in milk. These past 2 days, no one has paid any attention to Su Yin in the cargo hold, and she has a foul odor, but it's not a big problem. Compared to all of that, her soul is really not very palatable. Well, it's spicy with a hint of bitterness, and there's a touch of sourness at the end. Kraken's soul has been successfully devoured. Kraken. Rank, Emperor. Growth stage, early childhood transformation period. Skill, flying headbutt, poisoning spray, functional burst. Note, Krakens develop rapidly during their metamorphosis period. Please ensure they receive adequate nutrition. After the metamorphosis period, they can evolve into the next growth stage, the mature form. Congratulations, player! The Kraken has learned a new skill, Soul Intimidation, during its evolution. Soul Intimidation. During its metamorphosis, the Kraken begins to display its kingly nature. Its first absorption of soul deepens its understanding of souls, enabling it to intimidate all living beings at the soul level. The power of evolution swept across Kraken's entire body like a flash flood, causing muscle growth and cell division. Kraken's size hasn't changed much, but the softest part of its tentacles, the suckers, is now covered by a tighter layer of muscle, and its injuries have fully healed. If that tentacle were to strike, even steel would likely be deformed. Moreover, the Kraken gained 2 new tentacles, each with a sharp claw shaped like an eagle's talons growing from its tip. The head is longer and thinner than before, and the eyes have changed from 1 pair to 2 pairs. Originally, The eyes were oval-shaped, but now they seem to have been stretched into long, narrow, slanted eyes that grow diagonally upwards on both sides of the head. In this way, the only thing about Kraken that made him look somewhat innocent and cute also disappeared. Instead, he was fierce and imposing, exuding an invisible aura of dominance. Simply put, that's fucking awesome. Lin Yuan received growth feedback from the Kraken, and his 4 dimensions also improved. Strength, 28 to 30. Constitution, 22 to 25. Agility, 23 to 25. Spirit, 30 to 35. Combat rating, Tier 3, 3 stars to Tier 3, 5 stars. After the absorption ended, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to his body. He also felt a surge of restless energy within his body, flowing through his limbs and bones like boiling water, strengthening his muscles, bones, and cells. In less than half a minute, he was covered in sweat. It seems that even resentment and unhappiness are expelled from the body along with the sweat, leaving one feeling incredibly refreshed. Of course, the main reason I'm so happy is because I've finally gotten my revenge. Lin Yuan was finally able to focus on his dream, build the strongest fleet in the entire game world, and, as the captain of the fleet, rule the 9 major sea areas, become a godlike existence that everyone can only dream of, and become the one who sets the rules of the game. At this time, the storage warehouse contained nothing but trade goods. It was as if Su Yin had never existed in this world, and would never appear again. Lin Yuan sneered and slammed the warehouse door shut. He returned to the captain's cabin and put the Kraken in the fish tank. He felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. This dilapidated temple is no longer worthy of this living Buddha. Moreover, the Kraken should grow very quickly during its metamorphosis period, so we need to get a one-eyed harbor as soon as possible and get a larger aquarium. It's not enough to just be big. It also has to be luxurious. Perhaps we could buy a few more female octopuses to keep Kraken company. Of course, the last one was Lin Yuan joking. He's been quite busy lately, so he's going to sort out his thoughts and plan what to do next. He sat behind the captain's table and began to think. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the short-term goal remains to sail to One-Eyed Harbor. Once there, they sold the trade goods and prepared materials to build the Chongphone. In your spare time, you can deliver the Toad Gold Sand to the Witch Merchant, accept quests, unlock dungeons, and kill the Toad Queen inside. If you're lucky, you can synthesize the complete Twin Pendant. This is a relic-level piece of equipment that perfectly suits Xia Yuanzhou. Because of the prolonged stormy weather and the near-death experience of surviving a violent and extreme storm, the sailing speed slowed down, causing a delay of about a day. However, the voyage to One-Eyed Harbor is already more than halfway complete. If the weather is good, we should be able to reach our destination in 3 days at most. That will be about a week after the server launch, and the game's first server-wide event will be held around that time. Lin Yuan still remembers that the activity was a competition to see how many exploding starfish he could catch. The person with the most items will receive a generous reward. The exploding starfish is a mid-level soldier-class sea monster, and its combat power is even weaker than that of the sea demon toad. But catching them requires certain skills. Just like its name suggests, this thing can explode if you're not careful, and you could lose your life if you're not careful. The previous champion only managed to capture 11 bursting starfish, and it said that 2 crew members died while doing so, and the captain himself was also injured. Once the photo of the award announcement was uploaded, what should have been an enviable event turned into a public execution. It provided Lin Yuan with a year's worth of laughs. Now, as a reborn being, he naturally knows the techniques for capturing exploding starfish, which he can use directly when the time comes. Without going into too much detail, catching 100 of them would easily give other players a small shock. After winning the award, Lin Yuan can also take advantage of this opportunity to gain full server exposure and make the name of the immortal boat pirate crew known. After leaving One-Eyed Harbor, it will be a long journey to the next seaport. During this trip, you will pass by many strange and wonderful uninhabited islands. Lin Yuan's midterm goal during the expedition is to acquire as many resources as possible and improve the strength of his fleet. As for the long-term goal, it is naturally to compete for the next artifact, the Stormhorn. It can make ships travel faster and when it reaches the maximum level, traveling 1,000 miles a day is not a dream. Therefore, the storm horn was one of the artifacts that Lin Yuan was determined to acquire. These are Lin Yuan's short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals for this stage. With a goal, you have direction and won't be wandering around like a headless fly anymore. Regularly reviewing and planning is an essential task for any competent leader. Having cleared my thoughts and goals, I feel much better now. It was lunchtime. Lin Yuan was quite looking forward to seeing what kind of trick Sun Hao would pull off with the hind leg meat of the sea monster toad. Before I even reached the kitchen, I could hear a chorus of frogs. It was as if Letian, Yin Ingli, and Xia Yuanzhou had been possessed by some strange force, and every now and then they would involuntarily let out a frog-like croak. Xia Yuanzhou was rather shy, and his face would turn redder with each shout. But then again, the scene was indeed quite funny. Especially Letian. This idiot is really pretending to be a toad. He shouted as he squatted down and jumped. Strangely, he didn't seem to be using much force, yet he could jump very high. "What's wrong with you all?" Lin Yuan asked, suppressing a laugh. "We ate. Uncle Sun made it. And this is what happened to the food." Quack. Yining kept quacking, making it a bit hard for Lin Yuan to understand. But he still understood. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Yiningli, you'd better not say anything for now. Chef Sun's cooking sometimes does have some side effects. I still remember the first time I ate that mashed potato stuff. It turned my teeth black, and it took ages for the stain to fade." Yin Ingli burst into laughter after hearing this, but a croak would occasionally pop out during her laughter. Lin Yuan wanted to see what was so special about this meal that made people involuntarily croak like frogs. He entered the kitchen, looking as if he were facing certain death. "Chef Sun, give me a bowl." Chapter 56. The message in a bottle. Old Xia hooked up. Lin Yuan took 2 bites, and a transparent system notification immediately appeared before his eyes. Strength attribute permanently +2. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. He remembered that the description of the sea demon toad's hind leg meat only said that food made from it might temporarily increase leg strength, but it didn't say that it could permanently improve attributes. Could it be that the meal had an extra effect because it was prepared by Sun Hao? Lin Yuan wolfed down his food. Unfortunately, in the end, only 2 attribute points were added. It seems that no matter how much of this dish you eat, you only get the bonus effect once. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If eating 1 bite would permanently add 2 points to your strength attribute, that would be too outrageous. If that's the case, then the immortal boat pirates won't have to do anything. They can just wait for Chef Sun to fatten them up into powerful, chubby guys. "Your attributes have increased too, croak?" Lin Yuan asked Yin Ingli, croaking as he himself did. Quack. Yin Ingli nodded. "Goodness, Chef Sun is truly a master chef. He can make dishes with special effects from ordinary ingredients, and he can also add extra effects to dishes made with special ingredients on top of the original effects. Amazing, amazing." Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire it in his heart. He didn't want to talk right now, so he gave Sun Hao a thumbs up. Sun Hao smiled to Ly as he saw him, and said the same thing as before. "Captain, whatever you like is fine." This phrase has almost become his catchphrase. The side effect of the frogs croaking stopped after about half an hour. Although that half hour was really embarrassing, gaining a permanent boost of 2 points to the strength attribute was definitely worth it. It's important to understand that for players with lower aptitude, obtaining even a single attribute point is incredibly difficult. 2 points of strength attribute are even more precious. If they could, they would even trade half their lives for it. Lin Yuan had also heard of those extremely rare ingredients, which could even add 10 permanent attribute points when used to make dishes. If Sun Hao used them to cook, the bonus might be even greater. In the afternoon, the wind and rain finally stopped, and the sea returned to calm. The thick clouds had disappeared from the sky, and the sun finally peeked out, its gentle sunlight warming people. Everyone on board the Chinli felt as if they hadn't seen sunlight for most of their lives, and they cheered as they went up to the deck. Let the sun shine on you to remove the dampness from your body. Shun Tian also woke up not long ago, ate the meal Sun Hao made with hind leg meat, and after croaking like a frog for half an hour, she can now jump and hop around again, regaining her vitality. Xia Yuanzhou didn't like overly boisterous group activities, so seeing that the view was great, He went to the bow of the boat by himself and started playing with his grappling hook. The first few hooks were for materials, when suddenly he saw something shiny bobbing up and down with the sea. It's very small, not like a treasure chest. Squinting to take a closer look, I realized it was a bottle, and inside the bottle seemed to be a roll of yellowed paper. He was certain it was a message in a bottle. It's quite difficult to hook this thing because the target is so small. However, Xia Yuanzhou was willing to give it a try. The mark of a sniper god. This was one of the side effects that came with Xia Yuanzhou's initial awakening of the Destroyer of the Head. Once the secondary effect of the sniper god's mark is activated, everything in Xia Yuanzhou's field of vision will enter a slow-motion state, as if time has slowed down. This state can only be maintained for 2 seconds at present, and the time is even shorter before the talent is advanced. In addition to slowing down things within his field of vision, Xia Yuanzhou could also select a target and lock onto it, as if branding it, increasing the success rate of his hits. In game terms, Xia Yuanzhou is currently a good single-target damage dealer, but dealing with a group of enemies would be a bit tricky. This was the first time Xia Yuanzhou had used the secondary effect of his talent to hook drifting objects at sea. Before, he had always relied on intuition. After all, the goal of a message in a bottle is too small. So when Lin Yuan asked him how he hooked the drifting object, he said he hadn't thought much about it, and he wasn't lying to Lin Yuan. After the secondary effect of the sniper god's mark was activated, a blue light flickered in the corner of Xia Yuanzhou's eye. He quickly spotted the message in the bottle and decisively cast his hook. Whoosh! When a message in a bottle reached the crest of the wave, it was precisely hit by the grappling hook. At this moment, it was more than 50 meters away from the Qianli. Xia Yuanzhou retrieved the grappling hook and took the message in a bottle from the front of the grappling gun. He uncorked the bottle, tilted it upside down, and nodded. The papers inside fell into his prepared left hand. Upon opening it, I saw 3 irregular shapes drawn on the yellowed paper, one of which had a small red cross marked on it. On the right side of the paper, in the center, there's a crosshair with the letters E, S, W, and N marked at the top of the 4 arrows. Xia Yuanzhou quickly determined that the 3 irregular shapes actually represented 3 islands. And this piece of paper is a treasure map. He turned and left the bow of the ship, finding Lin Yuan still having fun with the crew on deck. Captain, I just hooked up a message in a bottle, and there's a treasure map inside. Xia Yuanzhou's tone was so calm that even the words treasure map sounded bland coming from his mouth. 2 seconds later, Lin Yuan realized that Xia Yuanzhou was indeed talking about a treasure map. What pirate could be so calm after getting a treasure map? Lin Yuan frowned slightly, looking at the yellowed paper in Xia Yuanzhou's hand with a mixture of belief and doubt. Old Xia, is this really a treasure map? Are you sure you didn't just draw 3 circles and put a red X on it to mess with me? Captain, it may not be a treasure map, but I would never dare to tease you, Xia Yuanzhou said honestly. Lin Yuan took the yellow paper from the other person and examined it carefully. 2 of the 3 irregular shapes on the paper looked familiar to Lin Yuan. When he realized that one of the 2 shapes represented Origin Island and the other represented One-Eyed Island, where One-Eyed Harbor was located, he immediately became uneasy. This really is a treasure map. Lin Yuan held up the paper and shouted excitedly. Of course, this is how a real pirate would react when he gets the treasure map. The other crew members were overjoyed upon hearing this and gathered around. On the treasure map, the shape representing One-Eyed Harbor, located on One-Eyed Island, is located in the lower left corner, while the shape representing Origin Island is located in the upper right corner. Between the 2, the smaller shape marked with an X represents the island where the treasure is hidden. But here's the problem. Lin Yuan did not display a nautical chart showing the real-time location of the Qianli. After departing from Saiwan Island, in order to sail as far out as possible from the storm, they raced against the wind and deviated from their planned course. He currently only knows the general direction of One-Eyed Harbor, but cannot determine the exact location of the 1,000-mile, and therefore cannot determine the direction of the treasure island. Searching aimlessly will only waste time. Does this mean we have to wait until we reach One-Eyed Harbor and determine the direction before we can go treasure hunting? At this moment, Shun Tian poked her head over. Captain, is this island in the middle of the location of the treasure? Lin Yuan nodded, then said regretfully, "That's right, but we can't determine which direction it's in from the 1,000 miles. Easy, Shin Tian said with a smile. If possible, let me try. All I need is a compass, ruler, and pen." Lin Yuan seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Yes, navigators are not only good at observing the weather, but also excel at map reading and navigation. Even if Shun Tian didn't know how before, after obtaining the position of navigator with her legendary talent, she could become self-taught. Just like Xia Yuanzhou could hook on drifting objects at sea simply by feeling them. Lin Yuan quickly responded, "Sweetie, everything you want is available in the captain's cabin. Come with me." Chapter 57, The First Biochemical Monster He Letian Stitched Together. In the captain's cabin, Shun Tian laid the treasure map flat on the captain's table. What lay before her was not a treasure map, but a mathematical problem of the century. I saw her holding a compass, drawing an arc here and there. Then he measured the distance with a ruler and occasionally did calculations on a piece of scrap paper. This move completely baffled Lin Yuan, the top student. A dozen minutes later, the treasure map was covered with dense lines, arcs and numbers drawn by Shin Tian with a pencil. Finally, she erased all the missing guidelines and markings and pointed to a small black dot on the diagram, saying, "Captain, the Chinli should be right here right now, with an error margin of no more than 5%. You're a genius." Lin Yuan couldn't help but praise, giving Shun Tian a thumbs up. Shin Tian smiled happily. Lin Yuan observed the position of the black dot, representing the Chinli ship in the picture. The good news is that they haven't sailed past Treasure Island yet, so they don't need to turn back. In this way, once the treasure is found, we can head straight to One-Eyed Harbor without wasting too much time. There's even better news. Their previous attempt to escape the storm and veer off course actually brought them closer to the Treasure Island. If we go at full speed, we can reach the island before dark today. However, in this game world, any place where treasure is hidden is dangerous. Experience told Lin Yuan that it was not convenient to explore at night. You can arrive at the destination first, rest for a night, and then go to the island the next day after you have had enough energy. Once the direction was determined, the Chinli ship set sail at full speed with its sails fully open. Lin Yuan ran to the bow of the ship and shouted in a somewhat childish manner, "Guys, let's go treasure hunting." He Letian arrived at his biological laboratory with a scarlet fishing rod in his hand. The fishing line on the fishing rod was previously cut by Lin Yuan with a water jet, so it needs to be repaired before it can be used. This is actually very simple for Letian. All he had to do was feed the gluttonous beast the damaged scarlet fishing rod and the materials needed for repairs. The raw material for making the scarlet fishing rod and line is dragon tendon line, which Letian has a lot of. He prepared a section of dragon tendon line and fed it to the gluttonous beast along with the scarlet fishing rod. Repairing old things is much easier and takes less time than making a new one. Taodai can restore a fishing rod to its original condition within half an hour. On the dissection table in the laboratory, there lay the corpses of 2 sea monster toads. During the waiting period, Letian focused his attention on them. Actually, after dissecting the magic-eyed anglerfish last time, he secretly kept the anglerfish lure. That is the unique luminous object on the head of the anglerfish that looks like a demon's eye. This part is arguably the most unique and valuable part of the anglerfish. Letian took out an anglerfish lure from the cabinet and placed it together with the carcass of the sea monster toad. Looking at these disgusting and ugly creatures and their parts, Letian's lips curled into a wide smile. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted like a mad scientist. Finally, I can finally create my own biomonster. Letian, am determined to create the most powerful artificial monster in the world. If possible, I would also like to assemble an army of artificial monsters. Do you think I can do it? Letian looked at Taodai. The Taodai jumped up in perfect unison. He grinned, stuck out his tongue, and barked loudly, making a show of support for his owner. Letian nodded in satisfaction, then focused all his attention on the stitched-together monster. The 2 sea monster toad corpses were relatively intact. He had finally managed to find them among the pools of flesh and blood. However, if you take it all out on its own, it's still missing some parts. Letian pieced together what he could and barely managed to sew together a complete sea monster toad using dragon tenon thread. Next, he sewed the anglerfish lure onto the toad's forehead. Finally, he carried the taotai and made it lick the stitches on the corpse with its tongue. This is a step that infuses the soul. After it was over, Lin held his breath. To be honest, he didn't know what the monster he would create the first time he used his biochemical stitching maniac talent would look like. It is even more uncertain what role and effect it will have. But one thing is certain. That is, no matter what Lin creates, the monsters that gain life through his stitching will be unconditionally loyal to him, and may even offer their lives for him at any time. This is the original side effect of the biochemical stitching maniac, the role of biochemical commander. However, after waiting for 10 minutes, there was still no movement. Just when Lin thought the suture had failed and his mood became increasingly depressed. Suddenly, a ghostly green light burst forth from the seam stitches all over the sea monster toad's body. Lin swallowed nervously, staring intently at it. Wait until the light disappears. The lump of flesh, pieced together from individual body parts, actually moved. Lin's eyes lit up. Suturing successful. Obtained biomonster. Sea demon 3-eyed toad. Combat rating. Tier 1, 5 stars. Description. The product of stitching together a sea monster toad and a monster-eyed anglerfish. When its third eye on the top of its head opens, it can emit a bright white light, disrupting the enemy's vision and allowing it to launch a fierce surprise attack. Talent. None. Skill. Solar Strike. Tongue Blade. Self-sacrificing bite. Tier 1, 5 stars. Lin actually casually sewed together a Tier 1, 5-star biomonster. This combat power surpasses that of most players today. Lin was overjoyed and rushed over with open arms, hugging the 3-eyed toad tightly. This kind of liking that transcends appearance cannot be faked. What others find disgusting and terrifying, Lin genuinely loves, especially the creatures he created. The 3-eyed toad, being held, also seemed quite intelligent. It let out a strange croak, seemingly quite pleased. It took Lin a while to calm down, release the other person, and look at Taotai. Sweetie, you'll have a companion from now on. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an unexpected scene unfolded. With a single, gaping maw, the 3-eyed toad transformed into a wisp of green light and was swallowed whole. Lin was stunned on the spot. It took him a long time to come to his senses, and then he roared furiously. Glutton, what's wrong with you? I painstakingly stitched together this biomonster, and it was my very first and most memorable one, and you ate it? The Taotai grinned, as if teasing its master, and exhaled another puff of green smoke. The 3-eyed toad then sprang out of the cloud of green smoke, completely unharmed. Lin did not form a soul bond with Taotai, so he could only try to understand it. He frowned slightly and guessed. Are you saying you can eat all the biomonsters I stitched together and then spit them out whenever you want? The Taotia's flesh and blood medical kit moved its body up and down, signifying that any size is fine. Taotai repeated the action it had just performed. Any number is fine. Taotai repeated the same actions as before. Lin laughed. Now I finally know why you're called Taotai. It turns out it's not that you have a big appetite. It's that you have a big belly. No, you're practically a Pokeball from Pokemon. Chapter 58, The Treasure Hunt begins. The 1,000-Mile arrived at the treasure island before nightfall. Lin Yuan went to the ship's side and observed through binoculars. Based on preliminary assessment, it can be determined that this is a rainforest island with lush vegetation. Lin Yuan memorized the outline of the island he could see directly in front of him. Then, he took out the treasure map and found the matching outline. This will help determine the exact location of the 1,000-mile ship on Treasure Island. This step may seem redundant, but it is actually very important. Only by determining the landing location can we find the treasure location marked with a small red cross on the treasure map as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if you just randomly choose a location to go to the island, not only will it waste time, but you might not even be able to find it. Lin Yuan was full of anticipation for the treasure hunt. But night will soon fall, and who knows what dangers lurk in this seemingly ordinary, tranquil island. The crew had a tough time today, so it will be best to let them get a good night's rest. After dinner, Lin Yuan called all the crew members to the captain's cabin. He held in his hand a cat's-eye green crystal the size of an egg. Next, I'd like you to play a game. The winner will receive this green crystal. It can increase your talent proficiency. Of course, you can also keep it to sell for money after you arrive in One-Eyed Harbor. The crew members clapped and cheered after hearing this. What game? Yiningli asked. I've thought about this game for a long time. Competing on strength or speed is meaningless. Comparing intelligence to the pillar is very unfair. Hiletian and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yuan continued. So, I think it still comes down to luck. He took out a die. Each of you tosses one number, and the one with the highest number wins. If the numbers are the same, the players with the same number continue to tossing until a winner is determined. Lin Yuan kept everyone in suspense for most of the day, and everyone thought it was some kind of game, but it turned out to be just rolling dice. It's indeed very ordinary, but also very classic. In the first round, Lu Xuanzhu and Yin Yingli both threw out 6 points, while the rest were eliminated. The second round will most likely determine the winner. Lu Xuanzhu was the first to throw. This time, he only made 3 points. Yin Yingli has a high chance of winning. Upon seeing the result, Lu Xuanzhu sighed in disappointment, seemingly having already accepted defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, Yin Yingli only threw out a little bit. In the end, Lu Xuanzhu became the winner of the game, and the green crystal of the boss sea monster level became his prize. You could say that fools sometimes have good luck, but this is for the best. Originally, Lu Xuanzhu was the least qualified person on this ship, and his talent proficiency was also the slowest to grow. The green crystal will allow him to catch up with the others. Nautical calendar, January 4th, Year 1, 811. Location, unnamed island, feathered sea, endless sea. Weather, sunny. Wind force, level 2. Wind direction, northwest. Temperature, 1,524. The weather is nice today, with not a cloud in the sky. Lin Yuan was making preparations for the treasure hunt. He took off the black and gold wine gourd from his waist, intending to fill it with wine. Firstly, it quenches thirst and relieves boredom. Secondly, drinking alcohol during battle can stack the intoxication effect. Thirdly, if there is no water on land, one can uncork the wine and control the wine to fight. During the process of receiving the wine, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that the capacity of the wine gourd had increased considerably, far exceeding what it appeared to hold. Normally, it would only hold 2 or 3 pounds, but today it seems like a bottomless pit, bubbling and bubbling, and it holds 10 kilograms. Lin Yuan speculated. As his talent as a wine connoisseur advances, changes are also occurring in places he cannot see. Take, for example, this black and gold wine gourd that was created through a talent mutation. Its capacity seems to increase as the talent advances. This did solve, to some extent, the problem of how to control water flow in combat when there was no water nearby. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. After the mission was completed, he gathered everyone on the deck to discuss who would be chosen to search for the treasure. Shen Tian was the first to volunteer to stay. I won't go. I have something to do on the ship, but I can't say what it is right now. But when you come back, Shen Tian will definitely give you a big surprise. I wish you all the best in finding the treasure. Lin Yuan agreed and asked Lu Xuanzhu to stay with her as well. Xia Yuanzhou then decided to stay as well, saying he wanted to familiarize himself with his new weapon. That weapon became a semi-automatic sniper rifle as his talent advanced. I might get off the ship, but I won't go far. I'll just practice target shooting on the beach, Xia Yuanzhou added. Lin Yuan agreed. In this way, a total of 4 people went to the island to search for treasure. Lin Yuan is one of them, and the other 3 are Yin Yingli, Hiletian, and Sun Hao. Before leaving, Lin Yuan asked Sun how to pack some Supreme Demon eye egg stews in a jar, because he knew that many treasures were hidden inside caves. Sometimes, it is also necessary to explore dungeons. This dungeon is essentially a copy designed specifically for the treasure. Only by clearing it can you obtain the final treasure. Whether it's a cave or a dungeon, the environment inside is extremely dark. They needed to carry torches, kerosene lamps, or other lighting items, which would be very inconvenient in the event of battle. At this time, you can eat a few spoonfuls of the Supreme Magic Eye Egg Stew to gain night vision and not be afraid of the dark. Before the operation, Lin Yuan emphasized again. Any place where treasures are hidden is extremely dangerous, because this game doesn't make it that easy for you to get the treasure. No one should let their guard down at any time. They should be armed and fully prepared. Also, we should keep some food, fresh water, and lighting in the storage space, because we might be gone for most of the day. With everyone ready, the treasure hunt finally began. Sun Hao carried the dragon-slaying saber on his shoulder. He Tian was carrying a Tao Tai, or rather, his poke ball. At this moment, the three-eyed toad is inside the Tao Hia's stomach, and no one knows that Tian has stitched up the biomonster. Lin Yuan and Yining were not holding anything in their hands. They were actually the two strongest among the four. On the beach, there are many very thick coconut trees. One of them is different from the others. The coconuts growing on it are blue. Lin Yuan knew about this kind of coconut. He uncorked the black gold wine gourd. With a casual wave of his hand, a water jet shot out with a whoosh. Snap! The blue coconut was hit by the water jet and fell to the ground. Lin Yuan walked over and picked it up. Blue coconut. Quality, average. Type food. Introduction. Coconut juice is refreshing and delicious. It can quench your thirst and cool you down after drinking it. And it can also increase your running speed for a certain period of time. Pick a few more if you see them. Without saying a word, Sun Hao ran to the blue coconut tree, swung his dragon slayer saber, and chopped the coconut tree down with one stroke. Rather than saying he was very perceptive and could tell that Lin Yuan wanted to pick more blue coconuts, it would be more accurate to say that he had a unique sense of smell for special ingredients. Including the one Lin Yuan had taken down earlier, they obtained a total of 16 blue coconuts. That's 4 for each person. They each put the blue coconuts into their storage space and then continued on their way. Entering the woods, it became much cooler. Occasionally, you can hear a few monkey calls. The 4 of them walked like this for 1 or 2 hours. As they ventured deeper, the environment became increasingly humid, and they were surrounded by towering trees that 2 people couldn't wrap their arms around. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by, swinging on a vine. Then, the rhythmic calls of monkeys echoed through the rainforest, sounding like they were laughing triumphantly. Lin Yuan initially didn't take it seriously, until he heard Tian burst into a tirade. Holy crap! That stinky monkey stole my precious, gluttonous treasure. Chapter 59, dividing the army into 2 groups. The monkey that snatched the Tao Tai in a flash was very large, but exceptionally agile. It swung on a thick vine, making strange noises like ooh. When everyone looked in the direction of the sound, its figure had already disappeared into the dense rainforest. Upon seeing this, Tian flew into a rage and prepared to give chase. Lin Yuan quickly stopped him. In situations like these, it is especially important to avoid acting rashly. The Tao Tai is no pushover. The fact that it could snatch it away in an instant shows that this monkey is definitely not simple. However, Tian was not the kind of person who could be persuaded. When his favorite pet was taken away, he insisted on chasing after it, just like a stubborn mule. He is currently in a very unstable emotional state, and I am not comfortable letting him go to Lin Yuan alone. However, it's unnecessary for 4 people to chase after a single monkey. The safest and most efficient approach right now is to split the forces into 2 groups. Of the 4, Lin Yuan and Yin Ingli are the strongest, so they definitely can't be grouped together. To balance the strength of each team, Lin Yuan ultimately decided to pair him with Sun Hao, and the 2 would continue their search for the treasure. Yin Ingli and Tian teamed up to retrieve the Tao Tai. Tian was already impatient and couldn't be stopped. Lin Yuan quickly informed them of the plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian broke free from his hand and hurriedly ran towards the place where the monkey had disappeared, muttering to himself. Helpless, Yiningli had no choice but to run after him. Lin Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs behind them. Be very careful. Remember to calm Tian down as soon as possible. The Flying Feather Sea is, after all, a beginner sea area. No matter how powerful that monkey is, its combat strength can never exceed the 2nd tier. Lin Yuan was relatively at ease letting Yin Ingli go with Tian. He also believed that Yin Ingli had the ability to handle this matter well. Don't worry, with Yin Ingli with him, nothing will go wrong, Lin Yuan reassured Sun Hao. Let's go. Let's continue our treasure hunt. Sun Hao nodded, muttering to himself. Xiaolu, please make sure nothing happens to you. The two overcame numerous obstacles and finally arrived at the location marked with a small red cross on the treasure map. The surrounding trees were dense, and Lin Yuan looked around but did not find any caves or dungeon entrances. Could it be a buried treasure? If that's the case, it would be much simpler, but this kind of treasure means that the contents inside aren't very good. Chef Sun, use your cleaver to cut through the grass and trees around here, and see if the hole is hidden behind these plants, Lin Yuan suggested. Easy. Sun Hao steadied himself, spread his arms, and was about to unleash something when he saw Lin Yuan standing beside him. He smiled and asked, Captain, could you move aside a bit? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan quickly dodged away. Judging from their stance, they're serious. Step back a little more. Okay, Captain, you can stand there for now. Seeing that Lin Yuan had almost retreated to a safe area, Sun Hao swung the Dragon Slayer saber in the air a couple of times with wide, sweeping movements, as if he was trying to find his rhythm. Then he shouted, Ah! Sun Hao, wielding the Dragon Slayer blade, seemed to activate Garen's E-skill and began spinning in circles. The surrounding vegetation was struck by the blades of energy wielded by Sun Hao, causing the leaves to scatter in all directions. In an instant, a strong, bitter smell of grass juice filled the air. By the time Sun Hao stopped and put away the Dragon Slayer saber, the surrounding vegetation had been almost completely cut down. Lin Yuan clutched a tuft of hair that had just been cut off by the blade's energy, his lips twitching. Chef Sun, you almost chopped off my beautiful hair just now, mistaking it for weeds. Sun Hao scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled sheepishly. Captain, whatever you like is fine. Lin Yuan hesitated, unsure of what to say. A small patch of his hair was shaved off, but fortunately, Sun Hao successfully completed his mission. Behind the vegetation, where only half of the tree trunks remained, Lin Yuan saw a building constructed of stone bricks. The building looks very old, with green moss and vines covering the stone bricks. From a distance, it looks like a meticulously designed tomb that has been neglected for many years. The building faces Lin Yuan directly, with an arched stone gate in the center. This stone gate has no doors. Instead, it is a magical tunnel of shimmering light, like a vertical vortex that flows continuously across the stone gate. This is the dungeon. Lin Yuan felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. The good news is that the treasure in the dungeon must be something good. The worry is that sometimes the dungeon levels in this game world are designed in a way that is extremely counterintuitive to human beings. Just because you're strong doesn't mean you'll definitely be able to beat the game. In addition to having ability, you also need to have brains. Only by constantly exploring and solving the dungeon's puzzles and mechanics can you clear the level and obtain the final treasure. What's that up ahead? It looks like a grave mound. Captain, shall we go? Sun Hao's previous imposing and domineering aura had vanished. He was frightened when he saw the eerie dungeon entrance not far away, and he could hardly speak. The contrast between the sight of an uncle wielding a dragon-slaying sword being so terrified is striking. It's no wonder he's timid. The dungeon exuded an indescribable aura of terror. It was normal for Sun Hao to react this way, since it was his first time seeing it. Elbow a few times we just got here, didn't we? Lin Yuan jokingly imitated Sun Hao's comical accent and continued. The dungeon is just ahead. Once we clear it, the treasure will be ours. Since we're already here, why don't we go in and take a look? The phrase, since we're already here, left Sun Hao speechless. The two walked forward. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance to the dungeon, boldly reaching his hand into the magical tunnel. He wasn't sucked in. Instead, a system notification popped up in front of him. The Suffering of the Dungeon on Monkey Island. Difficulty, 4 stars. Synopsis. A Christian who was taken in by the church as a child is influenced by the shadows. As she grew up, she abandoned her holy calling, and her thirst for power led her to open the forbidden door. She was obsessed with studying necromancy, but was instead consumed by this dark magic. In the whispers of the shadows, she brutally murdered the entire church. Those who watched her grow up, those who loved her deeply and whom she loved deeply in return. Her remaining sliver of consciousness was forced to witness everything. When she awoke, the disaster had already occurred. Looking at the mountain of corpses and the church stained with blood, she was overwhelmed by boundless self-blame and remorse. From then on, the past calamities tormented and cursed her like an inescapable nightmare. Ultimately, she fell and became a shadow witch. Completion requirements. Defeat the shadow witch at the deepest part of the dungeon. Hint: 1. This dungeon requires teamwork. Please ensure there are at least 2 challengers. The fewer the number of players, the higher the difficulty. 2. It is recommended that all challengers have an average combat power rating of at least Tier 1, 6 stars or higher before opening this dungeon. 3. Once you enter the dungeon, the communication system will automatically shut down until you leave the dungeon. 4. Upon entering the dungeon, the system will lock the player's current status, including but not limited to combat power rating, talent proficiency, etc. However, there will be corresponding rewards as compensation after clearing the dungeon. Current number of participants: 1. The minimum number of players required to open the dungeon has not been reached. Seeing this, Lin Yuan extended his other hand in invitation. Chef's son, what are you waiting for? I'm here, what are you afraid of? The 2 of us can handle this dungeon. Chapter 60, First Entry into the Dungeon. Overcoming his fear, Sun Hao suspiciously followed Lin Yuan's example and also put one hand into the magic tunnel. Soon, he also saw the system notification, and after reading it, he asked with a puzzled look, "This dungeon has a backstory?" "Of course, this game is very rigorous," Lin Yuan replied. "And don't think this backstory was just written for fun. There's a lot of information here. Let's put it this way. The shadows mentioned in this story actually exist in this world. However, that's not something we should be considering right now." That's right. As a major evil force in this game, Shadow will be mentioned many more times in the future. However, it is actually mainly active in another general sea area, only occasionally extending its reach into the endless sea. Lin Yuan's abilities were limited in his previous life, and in the end, he didn't even qualify to enter the next main sea area. Therefore, the word shadow was always very distant to him in his previous life. However, Lin Yuan's progress in this life is very fast, almost like lightning compared to his previous life. Perhaps in 2 years, or even this year, we will be able to explore the new main sea area. What exciting adventures will there be then? Thinking about this, Lin Yuan felt a strange sense of anticipation. But why do we need at least 2 people to get in? Sun Hao asked again. Chef Sun, have you ever played any MMO games? Lin Yuan asked in return. I've had some contact with them, but not much. Then you should know that raid dungeons are also known as team dungeons, Lin Yuan patiently explained. This dungeon is similar to a raid in an MMO game, requiring multiple players to cooperate. Generally speaking, the more people there are, the simpler it is. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of a mole infiltrating the team and dragging things down. In short, if we go inside, we must not move around, and even if we see monsters, we must remain calm. If they don't attack us, we shouldn't provoke them. After observing for a while, we'll gradually figure out the dungeon's mechanics. There's another mechanism inside. Sun Hao instantly donned a mask of pain. Does that mean blindly killing monsters isn't enough? You have to use your brain? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and smiled. What's the point of just hacking and slashing monsters and vegetables? The reward you get by using your brain is the one that gives you a sense of accomplishment. So, are you ready? Sun Hao took a deep breath. Come on. With the captain here, what do I have to be afraid of? Seeing that Sun Hao had gotten back into the zone, Lin Yuan brought up the system panel again. Current number of participants: 2. The minimum number of players required to open the dungeon has been reached. Please select the leader of the Dungeon Challenger team. Lin Yuan, me. The leader of the Dungeon Challengers has been confirmed as player Lin Yuan. Open the dungeon? Lin Yuan, yes. Warn. Currently, there are 2 challengers. Starting at this difficulty level is not recommended, as the failure rate is as high as 99%. If you fail, you will be trapped in the dungeon, never to escape. Please confirm again whether it is enabled. Lin Yuan, stop dawdling. Yes, yes, yes. The Calamity Dungeon on Monkey Island is now open. Good luck. As the system panel closed automatically, Lin Yuan and Sun Hao were sucked into the magic tunnel. The 2 were plunged into complete darkness, and a feeling of weightlessness that made them want to vomit arose spontaneously. When they felt their feet touching solid ground, it meant they had entered the dungeon. Sun Hao couldn't take it and vomited as soon as he landed. Following the sound of coughing, Lin Yuan groped his way to Sun Hao in the darkness and then gently patted his back. At the same time, he looked around and saw a yellow rectangular outline in front of him, glowing in the distance. But it was too dark to see clearly, so I didn't know what it was. It would be a waste to eat the supreme demon egg stew now, so he held back. Soon, Sun Hao stopped vomiting. Lin Yuan heard the other person say, "I'm fine." He then took out a kerosene lamp from the storage system. The air was filled with a musty smell and the stench of some kind of rotting organism. Using the flickering lamplight, Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings once more. Behind us was a solid stone wall. They had no way out. Ahead, beyond the reach of the light, lay endless darkness, with no obstacles in sight, not even the top of the dungeon. It is evident that the interior of this dungeon is terrifyingly large. Come on, let's go take a look ahead. Remember, stay close behind me and don't go anywhere else. Lin Yuan reminded Sun Hao again. After saying that, he held up the kerosene lamp and carefully approached the yellow outline he had just seen. This is a stone table covered with a layer of something resembling sand. Some kind of slender crystal is tightly embedded in the stone table along its contours. The yellow fluorescence that Lin Yuan just saw was emitted by it. The stone table on the side, closest to them, has 3 recessed shapes on it. They are triangles, circles, and rhombuses, respectively. Based on his years of experience sneaking into internet cafes to play MMO games after school, Lin Yuan was certain that the grooves on the stone table concealed the dungeon's mechanics. If this were a dungeon with several levels, to pass the first level, you need to figure out what these grooves are for. Lin Yuan moved the kerosene lamp outside and found a pebble on the ground. He picked it up and gently tossed it onto the stone table. As if a switch had been flipped, the sand on the stone table gradually floated into the air under the influence of some kind of magic, forming a 3-dimensional image, like a holographic projection in a science fiction movie. The interior of this magical holographic projection is hollowed out, and inside the cavity is a proportionally scaled-down stone table, except that it is made of sand. There are 2 small figures around the stone table. Lin Yuan deliberately waved his hand, and the little man actually waved back. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. He believed that, if he was not mistaken, this 3D sand table corresponded to the main cave where he was currently located, and it was real time. Upon closer inspection, it is not difficult to find that there are 3 other smaller auxiliary caves connected to the main cave. These auxiliary caves contain 3 different colored light spots, and they are moving. The leftmost color is red, the middle color is green, and the rightmost color is blue. 3 caves. 3 colors. There are 3 grooves of different shapes on the stone table. Lin Yuan chuckled softly, seemingly having found the key to breaking the deadlock. Let's go. Let's take a look to the left first. Lin Yuan led Sun Hao to explore the left side of the main cave, and indeed discover side cave. There's a hidden secret inside. 8 ghosts roamed the cave, emanating a palpable resentment. On their heads, one can vaguely see red triangles that look like marks. Lin Yuan's lips curled up slightly. He understood. He manipulated the water blade to stab one of the ghosts. Whoosh! Something strange happened. As one of the ghosts was instantly killed by Lin Yuan, the others also disappeared. He had thought that killing these vengeful spirits would drop some kind of triangular key, which could be placed in the corresponding groove on the stone table. However, nothing happened. Lin Yuan stood there and waited for a while. Sure enough, about 5 minutes later, the ghosts reappeared. He knew this meant he hadn't followed the correct procedure. If you don't follow the mechanics correctly, the monsters in the dungeon will respawn infinitely. Entering the dungeon will freeze the player's status, thus preventing players from taking shortcuts and try to level up or increase their proficiency in the dungeon. After these ghosts respawn, they return to their original locations and wander back and forth. It is roughly located in the 8 directions of the attached cave: east, south, west, north, southwest, northwest, southeast, and northeast. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the 3 different color highlights on the stone table, and it dawned on him. Only one of these ghosts can drop the triangle key. The clue is on the stone table. Chapter 61. First Dungeon Level Solved. Although Lin Yuan could kill all the ghosts in the cave at once, there was a high probability that one of them would drop a key. But experience told him that in the dungeon, brute force couldn't produce miracles. To successfully complete the dungeon, you must respect its mechanics and never underestimate it. Such reckless behavior will only lead to troublesome problems or even cause the system to malfunction, leaving you lost in the dungeon, never to escape. Therefore, unless there is absolutely no other way, Lin Yuan will not consider doing that. In this game world, following the mechanics is always the most efficient and reliable way to clear dungeons. Lin Yuan told Sun Hao about his discovery. As expected of Captain, you're so smart. I feel like we've got a chance this time. Sun Hao praised without reservation, his face full of admiration. Lin Yuan was very confident in himself. Having roughly figured out the mechanism, he discarded his small farmer mentality. Once you're confident, go for it. Lin Yuan pulled Sun Hao by the wrist to the ghost's blind spot to avoid being discovered by them. Then he suggested, Chef Sun, bring out the supreme magic egg casserole. Let's each have a few bites. Being able to see our surroundings clearly can significantly improve our efficiency. Sun Hao nodded and took out the can containing the supreme demon egg stew. The two of them took spoons and each ate a few bites. Because the night vision effect of the supreme magic egg pot can only last for a maximum of half an hour. One spoonful lasts about 5 minutes, and 6 spoonfuls provide the most comfortable brightness. After gaining night vision, Lin Yuan was able to see the entire main cave. It was indeed connected to 3 auxiliary caves, all located at roughly the same distance from the stone table. About 100 meters ahead of the stone table is a dark green magical barrier that emits a dim light. There are 3 huge talismans on it. Each talisman was covered with characters in an unknown language, emanating an ominous aura like a malevolent curse. 3 thick chains ran across the entire cave, passing through the 3 talismans respectively. What's behind a magic barrier is no longer visible. The barrier can only be removed after passing this first hurdle. Now that they had a clear view and knew that the danger was currently only in the adjacent cave, they no longer needed to tiptoe. Lin Yuan instructed Sun how to go to the stone table and, by observing the magic sand table on it, to report the location of the ghost that could drop the key. Sun Hao jogged over. The leftmost auxiliary cave, which direction is the red dot? Lin Yuan shouted. Because the space inside the dungeon is almost completely enclosed, sound can travel very far. Sun Hao heard it clearly, but he found that the stone table had returned to its previous state, with sand spread evenly on it. He then picked up a stone from the ground, just like Lin Yuan had done before, and gently tapped it on the stone table. The magical holographic image reappeared. Sun Hao's gaze fell on the part of the sand table representing the leftmost auxiliary cave, confirming the location of the red dot. East. Ugh. Lin Yuan opened the stopper of the black gold wine gourd, and a water blade materialized. However, this time his goal was very clear. Whoosh! The water jet whistled as it flew toward the ghost wandering to the east of the annex cave. Really? As the ghost turned into a wisp of green smoke, a triangular object emitting a red glow fell to the ground. However, the other ghosts did not disappear as before. Instead, they all became aware of Lin Yuan's presence. They simultaneously let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream, and then quickly drifted towards Lin Yuan. Drunken Fist, first move. With a series of cool and stylish moves, Lin Yuan sent the remaining 7 ghosts vanishing in a wisp of smoke. He walked over to the triangular key, picked it up, and smiled. A piece of cake. Lin Yuan went to the stone table to meet Sun Hao, and then placed the key in the corresponding shaped groove. Buzz. With a muffled thud, the stone table shook. At the same time, the chains on the magical barrier snapped, and the talisman it pierced turned to ashes. Captain, you were right. Sun Hao clapped and cheered. Did you feel a sense of accomplishment? Hee, Sun Hao said somewhat embarrassedly. Although I didn't discover this mechanism, I did feel a sense of accomplishment seeing it cracked. Of course, I admire and envy your intelligence, Captain. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he's also brilliant. He's practically a model of both wisdom and courage. Sun Hao knows how to flatter his superiors. Anyway, He was very happy to flatter Lin Yuan. Yes, once we defeat the final boss and obtain the treasure, the sense of accomplishment will be even more pronounced. The last king. The final boss is the final boss of the dungeon. We MMO players are used to calling them the final boss. I see. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Chef Sun, are you sure you've ever played an MMO? Sun Hao scratched his head. A little bit. I've only played a little bit. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether you've played it before or not. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Let's continue using the same method as before. You can still stay here and call out my positions. Okowo. After verification, the current method is indeed feasible, and the rest is simple. Lin Yuan quickly collected the green round key and the blue diamond-shaped key, and placed them in the corresponding grooves. The remaining 2 chains and 2 talismans broke and dissipated one after another, and the magic barrier also failed. Lin Yuan and Sun Hao successfully passed the first challenge. We're getting closer to the final treasure. To prevent the need for these 3 keys in later levels, Lin Yuan took precautions and stored them all in his storage space. The road ahead is clear. Let's take advantage of the good night vision and get through the next level as soon as possible. Sun Hao agreed. The two continued to explore further. Meanwhile, deep in the rainforest of this place called Monkey Island, today a new Monkey King has emerged in the rare monkey family. As is customary, the monkeys must present a gift to the new Monkey King. These gifts were either bananas picked on the island, fish caught, or game hunted. The best one is the blue coconut. However, one of the monkeys presented a medical kit covered in blood and flesh. It instantly became the most beautiful baby among all the rare monkeys. The flesh and blood medical kit was naturally the Taodai that had been stolen earlier. This beast pulled on the Taoye's tongue and wrapped it around the Taodai several times. Now the Taodai is unable to move. The Monkey King was overjoyed to receive this extraordinary gift. After all, the rare monkeys have lived on this island for thousands of years and have never seen anything so strange and unusual. The Monkey King treasured it and kept it in his den. The monkeys cried out in a loud, mournful voice, pledging their loyalty to the new Monkey King and celebrating his acquisition of the treasure. But in a corner where no monkeys bother, the old Monkey King was hunched over, covered in wounds, and looked extremely miserable. Chapter 62, The Old Monkey King and the New Monkey King. Only the strongest among the rare monkeys can become the Monkey King. The rare monkeys are also very realistic. They are loyal to and serve only the current Monkey King. They simply discarded the old Monkey King like trash, ignoring whether he lived or died. Looking at the new Monkey King being worshipped by all the other monkeys, the old Monkey King felt as if he had returned to the day he first became the Monkey King. As the victor, he never once glanced at the previous Monkey King who had been defeated by him. Fortune changes like the wheel of fortune. The once arrogant me, the me surrounded by monkeys, has now become one of the eliminated. It's like a top star under the spotlight, suffering a career Waterloo, going from a renowned figure to an unknown, washed-up third-tier celebrity overnight. How ironic. How did the Monkey King, whom I defeated, die in the end? A peaceful death, or... Oh, right. It seems to have gone mad. Unable to accept the reality, it jumped off the cliff at the northernmost point of the island and drowned in the sea. The old Monkey King wasn't sure if this was just his imagination or if it was actually true. After all, with a new Monkey King, no monkey cared about the previous one anymore. It simply couldn't stand it anymore. What he couldn't stand even more was that the cheers the monkeys used to give him had now been turned to the brat who had defeated him, stripped him of his status, and made him look foolish. Perhaps leaving quietly is the most dignified end for myself. Despite the excruciating pain, it left the rare monkey troop. Not long after I started walking, I heard a commotion rapidly approaching. The sound was a language it couldn't understand, but it could discern an emotion within it. An emotion of anger. In order to catch up with the rare monkey that stole the Taodai as quickly as possible, he let and drank all 4 blue coconuts in his storage space. Yin Ingli chased after her, exhausted and out of breath. Among her peers, her constitution is far ahead of others in the 4-dimensional attributes, but her weakness is agility. The physical condition mentioned here is related to blood volume and resistance, etc., not the physical condition of an athlete. Her agility attribute is not as high as Elysian's right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to catch up with the other person even after drinking the blue coconut. Moreover, Elysian's mouth never stopped moving the whole way. He was running wildly while spraying profusely. He was incredibly foul-mouthed, hurling insults at everything he could and couldn't. Many of the filthy words were the first time Yin Yingli had ever heard them in her life. Letian, stop running. Yin Yingli stopped, panting because she couldn't catch up anymore. She propped herself up on her thigh with one hand and waved the other in Elysian's direction before immediately putting it down. I can't do it anymore. Letian continued running forward as if he had lost his mind. At that moment, he noticed movement to his right and rushed into the bushes without hesitation. He saw a monkey in the grass and, thinking it was the one that had stolen the Tao Tai, pounced on it without a word, shouting, "Captain Yin, I found that beast." Upon hearing this, Yin Yingli quickly adjusted her breathing. She knew that the monkey that could steal the Tao Tai must be extraordinary. Letian has almost lost his mind and has no weapon at hand. If the two were to fight, Letian would likely be the one to suffer. Captain Lin Yuan entrusted the ship's doctor to himself. As the first mate, he had a responsibility to protect the crew, so he absolutely could not allow anything to happen to them. Yin Yingli gritted her teeth, drew the blood flame long sword from the totem on her collarbone, and strode forward. Parting the bushes, they saw Letian wrestling with the monkey he had mentioned. This monkey appeared to be stronger and larger than the one that had stolen the Tao Tai, but it was covered in wounds. The wound was severe, clearly not something Letian could have caused with his bare hands. This monkey is probably not the same one that stole the Tao Tai. But Yin Yingli didn't think much of it. In order to save Letian, she stabbed Jinho in the chest with her sword. This rare monkey is the previous Monkey King who just left the troop. It was severely injured by the new Monkey King. Otherwise, Letian, unarmed, would definitely not have been able to defeat it. To die in battle is far more honorable than that old monkey who jumped off the cliff. No, venerable elder. The old Monkey King closed his eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible smile of relief playing on his lips. Of course, it could also be because of the pain that made his mouth twitch. Who can know what the monkey's expression is like? Yin Yingli pulled Letian up from the ground. "Are you all right?" Letian wiped the sweat from his forehead with his arm. "After the fight, I felt I had vented my anger and my emotions had calmed down considerably. First mate, actually, I can handle this myself." "Don't talk big. You don't even have a weapon. How can you fight a monkey of this size with your bare hands?" Yin Yingli pointed at the rare monkey that had just been killed. He was injured, and he was much bigger than the one who stole the Tao Tai, and the Tao Tai wasn't even here. Therefore, this is very likely another monkey. Letian observed carefully and found that it was indeed as Yin Yingli had said. He spoke somewhat reluctantly. "So you mean we lost them?" Seeing that Letian, who had just regained his senses, was about to go berserk again, Yin Yingli quickly comforted him. "I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. I have a feeling we're not far from the Tao Tai, a mythical beast." At this point, Yin Yingli suddenly raised her index finger to her lips and blew a strong breath. "Shh, listen." Letian looked bewildered, not knowing what had happened, so he could only quiet down and listen carefully. He heard a large group of monkeys making a noisy commotion nearby, and assuming that Tao Tai had met with misfortune, he became increasingly agitated. "I hope that monkey didn't take the Tao Tai back to its lair. Has the gluttonous baby already been torn to pieces by these beasts?" "Lao Tu, can't you calm down?" Seeing that Letian was about to lose control again, Yin Yingli couldn't hold back and interrupted him, looking very angry. "I know you're worried about Tao Tai, but you've also realized that there's more than one monkey on the other side. If you continue like this, forget about saving Tao Tai. We might both be doomed. Sigh, you've affected my emotions too. Let's take a deep breath together, okay? Trust me, Tao Tai is definitely all right now, and I will definitely help you rescue it. Come on, come with me. Inhale. Breathe." Yin Yingli acted like a psychological counselor, patiently guiding Elysian's emotions. The results were pretty good. Elysian's restless and confused heart finally found an oasis. He used the cool pool water in the oasis to wash himself and calm himself down. "Have you calmed down? Do you feel like your brain has regained its ability to think?" Yin Yingli asked. "Yes." He was very grateful. Yining, the ship's first mate, is all thanks to you. It's good that you've calmed down. Yan Ingli stated her plan. If the Tao Tai was indeed brought into the monkey troop, it will be much more difficult to rescue it. If you see the Tao Tai later, you must remain calm as you are now and not get agitated. If anything unexpected happens, don't try to be brave if you're unarmed. Stay behind me. Do you understand? He nodded. He outwardly agreed, but it was absolutely impossible for him, a grown man, to hide behind a woman. We absolutely cannot hold the first mate back when the time comes. Let's go, let's check out the situation ahead first. And keep our movements small, Yin Ingli said in a low voice. The two began to carefully push aside the grass and trees and move forward. Soon, they discovered the rare monkey's nest. There were at least 20 monkeys there, seemingly celebrating something with great joy. The focus of the monkey's attention was on a larger, more robust monkey. Yan Ingli judged that this monkey must be their leader. Helishan's gaze swept quickly across the rare monkeys, searching for the Tao Tai. Suddenly, his eyes widened, because he saw the Monkey King raise the Tao Tai. The monkeys seemed to be cheering for this. Just then, some silly monkey, caught up in its celebration in the tree, accidentally fell down while hopping around. As luck would have it, it landed right next to Hiletian. The man and the monkey exchanged a glance. The air froze for half a second. Yan Ingli drew her sword and thrust. However, the monkey still let out some kind of warning cry. The monkey's cheers abruptly stopped. In a flash, their gazes instantly shifted from the Monkey King to this spot. Upon seeing two unidentified creatures suddenly appear and disrupt the celebration, each monkey's face darkened and its eyes flashed with ferocity. The sense of oppression in this scene is still very strong. Yan Ingli pulled Hiletian behind her. His other hand gripped the blood flame long sword tightly. Her gaze was calm and sharp. We are ready to face this fierce battle. Chapter 63, Calamity and Repentance, Part 1. On Monkey Island, in the Dungeon of Suffering and Calamity, Lin Yuan and Sun Hao have arrived at the location of the second level. Initial observations indicate that this area consists of two wide and long tunnels, one above the other. At the beginning of each tunnel, there is a circular platform that is 10 centimeters higher than the ground. Lin Yuan and Sun Hao have now confirmed that as long as they stand on these two platforms respectively, they can unlock the second level. Once activated, the passage between the two tunnels will be sealed off, and a monster called the Penitent will begin spawning inside the tunnels. The Penitent. Combat Power Rating. Tier 1, 4 stars. Synopsis. They were all once members of the church, but were brutally murdered by the cultists influenced by the whispers of shadows. The cultist, consumed by remorse, fell into the clutches of a shadow, who then resurrected these people using necromancy. However, her purpose in doing so was to make these innocent and tragic souls repent for the disaster she herself had created. Necromantic magic has corrupted these so-called resurrected people into monsters. The Penitent was deformed and emaciated, with his eyes gouged out, his tongue cut out, his mouth full of fine teeth, and a huge cross on his back. Their arms were nailed to crosses, and they relied mainly on ramming attacks on enemies. Lin Yuan is currently in the tunnel above, and Sun Hao is below him. Lin Yuan and Sun Hao, who were forcibly separated, must communicate with each other to get through this ordeal. However, as long as one shouts at the top of one's lungs, the penitents with keen hearing will hear it and attack him in groups. The two of them weren't necessarily unable to defeat this group of Tier 1, 4-star monsters. Unfortunately, if you can't figure out the mechanics, the monsters will keep respawning indefinitely. At that time, even the most powerful person will be worn down and die. Lin and Sun fought their way to the end of the tunnel and, taking advantage of the lull when the monsters respawned, began to review the battle they had just fought. Chef Sun, is the monster in your tunnel also a penitent? Lin Yuan asked. Yes. At the end of the tunnel, did you kill an elite penitent? That's right. Did it leave anything behind? I have one too. After I killed it, it left behind a transparent object emitting a green glow, and it was floating in midair. What about you? I also have a transparent object floating in midair here, but it emits a red light. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Generally speaking, this kind of thing should be able to give players some kind of key buff in MMOs. Only after consuming this buff can you proceed with the next mechanic. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan gently touched the green, transparent object floating in midair. Gain buff, repentance. Buff duration, 2 minutes. The system indeed displayed a relevant prompt. Lin Yuan continued to tell Sun Hao about his discovery. Chef Sun, touch the red transparent object in front of you, and see if you can get a repentance buff. Sun Hao did as instructed. However, he is somewhat different from Lin Yuan. That's strange, Captain. The buff I received wasn't repentance, but calamity. Countdown to the activation of the repentance buff. 2 o'clock. 1:59. Initially, the 2-minute duration of Lin Yuan's repentance buff was paused. Almost at the same time that Sun Hao triggered the disaster buff, he received a system notification. My repentance buff has started its countdown. Lin Yuan knew that this meant some kind of mechanism had begun. He hurriedly asked, "Does your buff have a countdown timer?" Was it only 2 minutes at the beginning? Yes. At this moment, Sun Hao's loud voice rose another notch. Holy crap. Captain, a new monster has spawned here, but it's not a penitent. A cold wind swept through the tunnel below where Sun Hao was. A cloud of black mist appeared out of thin air and quickly coalesced into an elite monster, the Confessor, the Confessing Bishop. Combat power rating, Tier 1, 6 stars. About it, it was once a bishop in the church. When that fallen believer was still an abandoned baby, it was it that made the decision to take him in. In fact, the bishop knew from the beginning that the baby was cursed by the devil. Otherwise, no one would just leave a newborn baby at the entrance of a church. But the bishop believed he could change the baby's fate, so he raised her himself and nurtured her with great care. But in the end, the story of the farmer and the snake still played out, and the cost was so devastating. A new monster has spawned. After hearing Sun Hao shout, Lin Yuan looked back at his tunnel, which was completely empty. Since the refreshed monsters are new ones instead of the previous penitents, it means they followed the correct mechanics. The process of obtaining the buff is correct. But why aren't any monsters spawning in my tunnel? Inside the tunnel below, Sun Hao wielded the Dragon Slayer saber and engaged in battle with the Confessor Bishop. After swinging the knife twice, he immediately realized something was wrong. The penitent bishop was enveloped in a dark green, transparent shield, and the powerful dragon-slaying blade had no effect on it. Sun Hao looked completely bewildered. Could it be that my knife has become dull from not cutting vegetables for so long? He slashed several more times, but still could not inflict any effective damage on the penitent bishop. Sun Hao even began to suspect that the problem lay with the calamity buff on him. This buff might not be a positive benefit, but rather a negative one. The strength of a Tier 1, 6-star Confessor is much higher than that of the Confessors. It can also unleash skills. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed several cursed ghost flames. Moreover, the attack frequency is very high. Sun Hao cannot sustain attacks, and sometimes has to resort to passive defense. If this monster had a health bar or something, that would be fine. With Sun Hao's skill level, he could take it down in no time. But now all his attacks were ineffective, and he didn't know what to do. Seeing that his repentance buff had only 1 minute left, Lin Yuan shouted, "Chef Sun, what's going on with your dish?" "Captain, don't even mention it. This monster that spawned is an elite monster, and all my attacks are ineffective against it." Sun Hao's voice clearly carried a hint of panic and exhaustion, and his breathing was not as steady as before. Lin Yuan knew that the other party had encountered a problem. Surely my repentance buff can't just be for show, right? A confession. A disaster. Why does the 2-minute countdown only start when these two obviously different and even contradictory buffs are activated at the same time? A series of questions arose in Lin Yuan's mind. However, time flies. As the countdown reached 0, a sigh of relief came from below. Damn it, that damn thing is finally gone. Chapter 64, Calamity and Repentance, Part 2. Sun Hao, take a break while we can. I feel like we've messed up the mechanics, and we'll probably have to fight monsters all over again later. Lin Yuan reminded him. Sun Hao planted the dragon-slaying saber diagonally in the ground, supported himself, and sighed deeply. "Hey, Captain, that's strange. That elite monster has a shield on its body, Why can't I damage it? Upon hearing the keywords shield and unbreakable, Lin Yuan seemed to understand something. Chef Sun, it seems you finally found a genuine MMO game. Lin Yuan pursed his lips, a helpless expression on his face, as if he empathized with Sun Hao's plight and had experienced similar torment many times himself. That's how this stupid game works. They give elite monsters or final bosses a B-level invincibility shield, so no matter how strong you are, hitting them won't work. To put it bluntly, it forces you to follow the established rules. Otherwise, it can't be bypassed. It's purely designed to annoy you. How do you even manage to play this kind of game? Sun Hao asked, puzzled. To be honest, MMO games have a kind of magic. Lin Yuan recalled those days, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. Work together with 2 or 3 friends, play pranks on each other, crack the mechanics together, and kill monsters and bosses together. Sometimes, to farm a single piece of junk equipment, they'd spend the whole night grinding, downing a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and returned to reality. Chef Sun, aren't we now good friends who fight side by side? In gaming terms, the two of us are like day buddies in a multiplayer raid. This means that since the raid has just been released, all players are unaware of its mechanics and need to constantly try and figure things out. Finally, defeat the final boss to clear the game. The first team to clear Day 1 often receives generous rewards from the official team and gains popularity, achieving both fame and fortune. Although Day 1 is very difficult, it is usually open to all players. I participated with my friends before, but we played all night and still couldn't even get past the first level. But we've already passed one hurdle, haven't we? Chef Sun, pull yourself together. I think we'll be able to crack the mechanism of this second level very soon. Inspired by Lin Yuan, a surge of energy welled up within Sun Hao. Yes, Captain. I promise I won't hold you back. It's an honor to fight alongside you. Lin Yuan felt ashamed. Don't talk like you're already prepared to sacrifice yourself. Sure enough, monsters spawned again in both the upper and lower tunnels shortly afterward. This time, it started with the penitents. This was not difficult for the two of them. Soon, they exterminated all the penitents. But they all stopped before consuming the buff. What exactly is the mechanism of the second level? Lin Yuan felt that he should not let his thoughts be constrained by what was in front of him, but should open his mind and give full play to his imagination. So far, the entire process from killing all the penitents to consuming the buff is correct. The key is after consuming the buff. If Sun Hao's Calamity buff cannot damage newly spawned monsters, then what about his own Repentance buff? Even if the Repentance buff can cause damage, once the second level opens, the passage between the upper and lower tunnels will be closed, so how will I get down? Lin Yuan, unleash your imagination. Unleash your imagination. Lin Yuan felt like his CPU was about to overheat, but he was certain that he was just one step away from cracking all the mechanisms of the second level. Assuming the Repentance buff can damage newly spawned monsters, how do I get down? Could it be? Lin Yuan had a flash of inspiration and immediately informed Sun Hao below. Chef Sun, listen carefully. You should consume the buff first, because since I didn't consume it, the buff's duration is paused. After you eat, return to the starting point of the tunnel where there is a circular platform. Stand on it. Once you're there, let me know in your loudest voice. I will drink a blue coconut juice beforehand, and I will immediately consume the Repentance buff after hearing your shout. With my agility attribute being higher than yours, plus the speed boost from coconut juice, I will reach the platform of this tunnel at top speed. If I'm not mistaken, when we both have the buff and are standing on the platform, our positions should switch. I'm not sure, but let's pray it's right. Chef Sun, did you hear me clearly? I heard you clearly. Sun Hao frowned and answered very seriously. Captain, I believe you are right. Okay, you can take the buff first. As planned, Sun Hao first consumed the disaster buff. Although he shouldn't have run too fast in theory, he drank the juice from a blue coconut out of caution, fearing he might slow the captain down. Then, he ran as fast as he could to the starting point of the tunnel below before the Confessor Bishop could respawn. Upon arriving at the destination, he took a deep breath, stood on it, and then shouted, Captain, I'm in position. This was exactly what Lin Yuan was waiting for. He immediately touched the green transparent object, gained a Repentance buff, turned around, and sprinted towards the tunnel's starting point. Whoosh! Lin Yuan had just drunk the blue coconut juice beforehand, and with the 25 points of agility attribute, he shot out like an arrow. The moment I stepped onto the circular platform, I felt a sudden dizziness. When I came to my senses, I was still in a long, wide tunnel, but it was different from where I had been before. "Chef's son," Lin Yuan called out. "I am here." The sound did indeed come from above. Lin Yuan guessed the mechanism correctly again. He switched places with Sun Hao. Just then, the penitent bishop appeared in the tunnel below. Lin Yuan used his Sea King talent to manipulate the wine and condense a water sword in his hand. Black mist surged from beneath the penitent bishop's robes, and his enormous body hovered in midair. It quickly approached Lin Yuan and unleashed several cursed nether fires. Lin Yuan dodged left and right, avoiding all of the opponent's attacks. Then, he thrust his water sword straight at the penitent bishop's shield. Still invalid? What went wrong? Or did the swapping of positions create a new mechanism? At this point, the buff had only about 50 seconds of remaining effective duration. Lin Yuan fought and retreated, shouting loudly. "Chef's son, its shield is still in an invincible state. Do you have anything suspicious there?" Sun Hao carefully observed his surroundings. He discovered that in the center of the tunnel he was in, there was a book floating half a meter off the ground. This is an evil, forbidden book of magic. It was half open, with black mist rising upwards, exuding an overwhelming aura of resentment. Sun Hao quickly asked, "Captain, there's a very strange book here. Were we here before?" "No." Lin Yuan seemed to see a glimmer of hope. "That should be the key to breaking the deadlock. Let's see if we can cut it down. We need to be quick." With over 30 seconds of buff duration remaining, Sun Hao dared not be negligent. He was nervous, but he didn't want to mess things up at the crucial moment. Sun Hao gripped the dragon-slaying saber tightly with both hands, aiming at the forbidden book. A heavy slash came down. Whoosh! The blade's energy whistled out, cleaving the forbidden book in two. Meanwhile, below the tunnel, with a muffled thud, the confessor's invincible shield shattered. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. You dog, your invincible shield is gone, isn't it? If the shield is gone, don't blame me for going all out. Go to hell. Chapter 65, Rare Monkey King Adra. Without the protection of the invincible shield, the confessor was like a lamb to the slaughter for Lin Yuan, whose strength rating had reached the 3rd tier, 5 stars. Lin Yuan shot out, his water sword piercing straight into the body of the penitent bishop. One strike, sold out instantly. The penitent bishop's body was broken into pieces. The rotten robe draped over it fell gently down. In his final moments, the bishop's true soul manifested. He knelt on both knees, holding the sacred text in his hands, his face aged yet kind. Lin Yuan walked over and asked coldly, "Old man, do you regret it?" "Child, I don't understand what you mean. That baby, the baby cursed by the demon. You saved her and raised her. Do you regret it?" "Oh, her." The bishop had a faint smile on his lips. "She was never a cursed baby. She was just like all those who crave power. However, her mind was corrupted by the whispers of the shadows." "But she killed you and everyone in the church," Lin Yuan reminded him. "That's right, but the one who brought this calamity was not her, but the shadow," the bishop said firmly. "No one can remain sane under the whispers of the shadows. My child, I admit you are strong, but you are not perfect either." Lin Yuan laughed dismissively after hearing this. Then it can certainly give it a try. Sylvie has said similar things. As soon as he finished speaking, the bishop's soul vanished in a gust of wind. Sivir? Is it the name of that fallen cultist? Something seemed to be supporting the penitent bishop's tattered robes. Lin Yuan kicked aside the robe with his foot and found an item underneath. The Cradle of Christians. Type, hidden dungeon item. Synopsis. The bishop found the fallen saint here when she was still an infant. There is a chance to obtain this after speaking with the bishop's spirit. It can be used in the final stage. Effect. Attracts the Shadow Witch's attention. How to attract the Shadow Witch's attention? To put it bluntly, it's about controlling the other party, right? Lin Yuan figured that, given the game's usual style, the Shadow Witch, as the final boss of the dungeon, would most likely also have an invincible shield, just like the Confessor. If that's the case, and a shadow which launches an attack, then before the final level's mechanics are broken, I and Sun Hao will only be able to passively evade. That item should come in handy then. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan put the cradle of the holy cult into his storage space. With the Confessor Bishop defeated, the second level was finally breached. The passage between the two tunnels was reopened, and Lin Yuan and Sun Hao reunited. "Captain, you truly are both wise and brave." Sun Hao flattered him as soon as they met. "You're not bad either," Lin Yuan said with a relaxed smile, not finding it difficult at all. "Let's continue. The night vision effect should be almost over." We waited until the next level to eat the supreme demon egg stew. In the meantime, if the night vision effect wore off, we'd make do with a kerosene lamp. Okay. Sun Hao nodded. The two continued on their way. Rare Monkey Island, deep in the rainforest, is home to rare monkeys. Yan Ingli, wielding a blood flame longsword, fought fiercely against 28 rare monkeys for nearly half an hour. However, only 6 were killed. Under the command of the alpha male, the rare monkey troop exhibits a level of coordination and tacit understanding that far exceeds the intelligence of its individual members. The tree where the Monkey King resides is perhaps the oldest tree on the entire rare Monkey Island. At 2/3 of the way up the ancient tree, there is a platform made of branches and trunk. This is the throne of the Monkey King. It stood atop its throne, overlooking all things, with the battle below spread out before its eyes. Rare Monkey King King Kong. Combat Power Rating, Tier 1, 8 stars. Introduction. Only the king of rare monkeys deserves the title of King Kong. Of course, it earned this title by stepping over the bloodied and mangled body of the previous Monkey King. The Monkey King is worshipped and served by all the rare monkeys. He can command the troop in battle, and his own strength should not be underestimated. The roar of the Monkey King King Kong was sometimes rapid, sometimes slow, and sometimes rhythmic, like a general strategizing and controlling the war. Meanwhile, the rare monkey troop adjusted its strategy, changed formations, cooperated with each other, and advanced one after another in response to the ever-changing roars of the Monkey King. Strong, highly capable rare monkeys were at the forefront. Meanwhile, the old, weak, sick, and disabled climbed up the branches and threw stones of all sizes at Yan Ingli and Hiletian. Yan Ingli had already realized that the Monkey King was commanding the entire monkey troop through some kind of war cry. She also knew the simple principle of to catch the thief, first catch the king. However, she was surrounded by the well-coordinated monkey troop and was unable to break through for a while. Her strength was gradually exhausted in the battle. Yan Ingli is about to be at a disadvantage. Hiletian had also been hit by a hail of stones, leaving him with a bruised and swollen face. Yan Ingli saw this and felt that things couldn't continue like this. To turn the tide, we have no choice but to take a gamble. A blood sacrifice. Yan Ingli directly activated the side effect of Blazing Blood Phoenix, blood sacrifice. She consumes 10% of her maximum health to enter a state of blood rage, which increases all her attributes. Yan Ingli's eyes turned blood red, as if she had activated a killing mode. Next, she manipulated the blood of the dead rare monkeys, condensing a portion of it onto the blood flame longsword, transforming it into the blood flame greatsword. The remaining blood of the rare monkeys transformed into countless blood spikes, flying in all directions. Whoosh whoosh. This area of effect attack was very effective. It disrupted the formation of the rare monkey troop in a short period of time. Ugh! The Monkey King let out a long, mournful cry in an attempt to reorganize the troop. Yan Ingli had no intention of giving the other party that chance. She roared, gripped the blood flame greatsword with both hands, and charged into the panicked troop of monkeys. Once the blood-red greatsword was swung, it stirred up a spray of blood. One cut, one monkey. Upon seeing this, Hiletian shouted excitedly, his face full of admiration. "First mate, you're amazing." Soon, Yan Ingli dealt with all the rare monkeys with higher combat strength at the forefront. Dealing with the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled hiding behind them is a piece of cake. The increasing number of rare monkey carcasses provided Yan Ingli with more and more blood. The rare monkeys that were perched on the branches throwing stones at them were pierced through one by thick, bloody thorns and fell to the ground. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Monkey King was truly astonished by Yan Ingli's bravery and strength. At this moment, what came to its mind was to quickly take the treasure and run away. The Monkey King, in a sorry state, was carrying the Tao Tai, which was entangled in his own tongue and unable to move, in one hand, while trying to grab the vines with the other. Yan Ingli pointed her sword. A blood-red spike shot out with a whoosh, striking precisely the vine the Monkey King was holding. Just as the Monkey King was about to swing away, he realized that he was not holding onto a vine, but rather air. How could the air withstand its body that is more than 2 meters tall? It fell from midair. During this time, whichever vine it tried to grab, Yan Ingli would cut it off with her blood thorns. Clang! The Monkey King Kong was in a panic, but all he could grab were the severed vines, and he finally crashed to the ground. It got up and ran away. Little did it know that this fall would allow the Tao Tai to break free from the restraints of its tongue. Chapter 66, The Glutton's Secret Weapon. When He Letian saw that Tao Tai was finally able to open its mouth, an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. He had a very frustrating time on this journey. Without Tao Tai, his fighting power was greatly reduced. The newly sewn-up three-eyed toad ended up inside the stomach of the stolen Tao Tai. Now that Tao Tai is finally free to move around, He Letian has finally waited for his moment to show his skills. Ouch hiss! He Letian was about to burst into laughter, but as soon as he made an expression, the injury on his face from being hit by the stone began to ache faintly. Forget about being handsome for more than 3 seconds. He didn't even manage to be handsome for a second. He Letian covered his face and gasped, instantly becoming much more obedient. At this moment, the Monkey King got up from the ground, trying to escape. He Letian, who was seething with anger, was not about to let it go. In addition, he was deeply moved and embarrassed because the ship's first mate, Yan Ingli, had risked her life to protect him all the way. He wanted to show his strength as soon as possible. This opportunity must be seized. Thinking of this, He Letian disregarded his pride and shouted, "You beast! Where do you think you're going? I've chosen you, three-eyed toad. Gluttonous beast, release toad." As soon as he finished speaking, the Tao Tai opened its huge mouth and released a wisp of green smoke. The next instant, a deformed monster with 3 eyes leaped out of the green smoke and crashed straight into the Monkey King. Caught off guard, the Monkey King was knocked to the ground. Yan Ingli's eyes widened upon seeing this, a series of questions arising in her mind. He Letian, am I seeing things? The Tao Tai spat out a toad the size of a yoga ball. It looks a lot like the sea monster toad we encountered before, but why does it have 3 eyes? What exactly is that thing? He Letian chuckled twice. First mate, that's a bio-monster I just created using my talent. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. At this point, he glared at the Monkey King and said fiercely, "Now let's all kill this stinky monkey." The battle just now had Yan Ingli's blood boiling, and her red eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Yan Ingli nodded, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Extremely happy to. After being knocked over by the 3-eyed toad, Monkey King Kong scrambled to his feet, still trying to escape, but his feet were entangled by the Tao Ye's long tongue. It tumbled down and fell face first into the dirt. After trying to break free, but failing, she had no choice but to turn over and use both hands to pull out the Tao Ye's tongue. The Monkey King's combat power had reached the first tier, 8 stars. If he used his full strength, he could indeed tear the Tao Ye's tongue off. But He Letian didn't give it that chance. He shouted, "First mate, turn around first. 3-eyed toad, unleash your skill, solar assault." As the 3-eyed toad opened its 3rd eye, a bright white light suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, the Monkey King was momentarily dazed by the flash. The next second, it felt as if a huge rock had crashed heavily into its chest. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3-eyed toad did not stop attacking. Tongue blade. It flicked out its tongue like a 10-meter-long cleaver and kept slashing at the Monkey King. Yan Ingli turned around and saw the Monkey King spitting blood. She praised He Letian. "Here you go." Then, she flew forward, carrying the blood-flame greatsword. Just then, something truly shocking happened. Driven to the brink of despair, Monkey King Kong pulled out a black, fleshy substance from somewhere. This fleshy substance throbbed like a heart, with black pus constantly flowing from its tracheal-like openings. The Monkey King resolutely swallowed it. A whoop! The Monkey King Kong let out a heart-wrenching roar, appearing to be in extreme pain. However, its body swelled several times in size almost simultaneously. Its body and face became distorted and deformed, and black pus flowed from all 7 orifices. Its combat power skyrocketed to Tier 2, Star 1. What does it eat? Lin asked, bewildered. I don't know. Yiningli gripped her greatsword tightly. For the first time, it felt a sense of crisis because of the monster's power. It hadn't felt this way when it encountered the sea demon Toad King. After it ate that thing, its strength increased dramatically. We must tell Lin Yuan about this. Perhaps his notebook contains something. First mate, but what do we do now? Lin swallowed nervously and said reluctantly, Run? It's too late. Now we have no choice but to fight it. At this moment, the mutated Monkey King grabbed the 3-eyed toad's tongue, pulled it over, and held it in his hand. Smack! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The 3-eyed toad was actually crushed into mincemeat by the Monkey King. This is beyond saving. 3-eyed toad, Lin shouted in a tearful voice, then burst into a tirade of curses. Damn it, this is the new monster I just sculpted. The corrupted Monkey King has completely lost his mind and is now only driven by the instinct to kill and fight. Its fists slammed into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Yiningli barely managed to resist by blocking with her greatsword. Lin was blown several meters away, and just as he got up, he was hit on the head by flying Tao Dai. He hugged Tao Dai tightly, seeing that his precious darling was all right. What did it matter if his head was hit? Tao Dai seemed to feel sorry for its master, licking Lishan's bruised and battered cheeks with its tongue. A miraculous thing happened. The seemingly disgusting, sticky, and smelly saliva of the Tao Dai actually had healing and analgesic effects. Lin suddenly realized that his face no longer hurt. Tao Dai pointed in the direction of the Monkey King with its tongue, then lowered its face and curved its big mouth downwards into a crescent moon. It's as if it's saying, Master, I'm so angry. This stinky monkey has tormented me so much today. I can't swallow this. Let's get revenge together. Lin understood the meaning of Tao Dai, but he was well aware of his current strength. Without the stitching of the bioengineered monster, what can a Tao Dai, this flesh and blood medical kit, do? Should we run over and smash it? However, the corrupted Monkey King is not a Tier 1, 3-star sea demon toad. Going there would be suicide. The Tao Dai shook its body as if to say, Master, don't look down on me. Then, with a burst of strength, it jumped into Lishan's arms and kept popping the handle on the medical kit back and forth. It means it wants its owner to carry it. Lin understood immediately and grabbed the handle on the flesh and blood medical kit body of the Tao Dai. Just then, the Tao Ye's body split and reassembled, and the red flesh covering its body began to wriggle and proliferate. In an instant, it transformed into a crimson chain sword, a mixture of flesh and blood and fragments of the box. Lishan's eyes widened in shock. Even when fighting the sea monster toad before, Tao Dai didn't turn into this state. It seems the Monkey King has really angered it. This time, Tao Dai pulled out all the stops. It's no exaggeration at all. This is truly his most treasured skill. Holding Lishan's scarlet chainsaw, his emotions reached a fever pitch, and he excitedly shouted, My gluttonous baby, you look a bit like a kimono box from Tokyo right now. You truly are Frankenstein's monster. You've stitched together everything that could be stitched together and everything that couldn't be. Now, I'm finally qualified to fight alongside the first mate. Tao Dai, let's attack. Chapter 67, Lin, Talent Advancement. Ahead, Yiningli had already engaged in battle with the corrupted Monkey King. After the Monkey King was corrupted by that black fleshy substance, his strength increased dramatically. Now it has thick skin and flesh, and its attacks are swift and fierce, each punch generating a powerful air wave. After the fierce battle just now, Yiningli was almost completely exhausted. Moreover, while activating Blood Rage mode boosts all her attributes, the trade-off is that her health continuously decreases. Now, it has dropped to 30%. The battle with the corrupted Monkey King was becoming increasingly difficult for her. The corrupt Monkey King uprooted the large tree beside him and then slammed it down heavily. The thick tree trunk blocked Yinlingli's view. She swung her greatsword down, unleashing a blood-red blade of energy. As the tree trunk was cleaved in two by the blade's energy, she finally pinpointed the Monkey King's location once again. What Yinlingli didn't expect was the corrupted Monkey King actually withstood the blade's force. Its mountain-like body crashed down on Yinlingli. After rolling half a circle on the ground, the Monkey King nimbly twisted his body and alternately pounded the ground where Yinlingli was standing. With this attack, no matter how high Yinlingli's health is, her chances of survival are slim. Mate! Yiletian arrived, wielding a scarlet chainsword. Seeing Yinlingli lying on the ground, unable to get up, he was completely enraged by the Monkey King. You play with my baby, kill my pet, hurt my mate, you stinky monkey. It's either you or me today. It's either me or you. I'll fucking fight you to the death. Yiletian vowed to vent his anger for Taodai. He vowed to avenge the dead three-eyed toad. Also need to prove your strength. To prove that they are not weaklings who can only hide behind the strong just because the bioengineered monsters are gone. Rather, they're reliable partners who can fight alongside the strong. Yeah. Seeing that the Monkey King had a hideous wound on his chest after withstanding Yinlingli's sword, Yiletian roared and leaped up. He flicked his wrist in midair, and a scarlet chain sword extended with a cracking sound of bones dislocating, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, aiming straight for the wound of the corrupted Monkey King. The Monkey King was unable to dodge in time, and was struck in the chest by the sword again. The crimson chain sword pierced deep into its flesh and began to churn within its body. In an instant, black blood spurted from the Monkey King's chest. Yiletian landed and rolled to dissipate the force, and the chain sword retracted to its original shape. He dared not give the Monkey King a chance to catch his breath, adjusted his body as quickly as possible, and then swung his sword again. This time, the chain sword was divided into several sections, which tightly wrapped around the Monkey King's arm like a barbed wire mesh. The corrupt Monkey King was completely enraged and roared as he swung his arm. Yiletian was completely unable to resist the opponent's strength and was thrown into the air along with the chainsword. The Monkey King tossed him around like a madman. Yiletian's body slammed against the tree trunk and then crashed heavily to the ground. Soon, he was covered in wounds. But he stubbornly refused to let the chain sword release the Monkey King's arm. The scarlet chain sword slowly retracted, digging into the flesh, seemingly intent on severing the Monkey King's arm. Yinlingli still had a breath left. She slightly opened her eyes and saw that Yiletian was about to collapse. With unwavering willpower, she shakily propped herself up with her greatsword, her bloodshot eyes burning like fire, and roared. You stinky monkey, you're not done yet. At this moment, her health had dropped to 5%, just in time to trigger the Blood Phoenix rebirth effect. Health is restored to 50%. Moreover, blood-red wings sprouted from Yinlingli's back. She seemed to have truly transformed into a Blood Phoenix, wielding the Blood Flame greatsword as she flew into the air, aiming straight for the head of the corrupted Monkey King. Thanks to Yiletian's tireless efforts, the Monkey King's arm was severed into several pieces by the scarlet chainsword, and black blood gushed out. A crimson afterimage streaked across the sky, and in the next instant, the Monkey King's head fell from its body. Yiletian lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, wiping the blood and dirt from his eyes with his arm. Only then did they realize that the afterimage they had just seen was actually Yinlingli. The corrupted Monkey King's headless body fell heavily to the ground, black blood gushing out like a spring from its severed neck. Yinlingli and Yiletian together defeated a group of rare monkeys, as well as a Monkey King corrupted by an unknown substance. Congratulations to player Yiletian on advancing his talent. Talent: God-level biochemical stitching maniac. Current stage: first order to second order conversion. Congratulations to player Yiletian on advancing his combat power rating. Combat power rating: Tier 1 9 stars to Tier 2 1 star. Unlock the new secondary effect, Stitching Master. Masterful stitching. Increased stitching efficiency results in biomonsters with higher attributes and stronger combat power. You've leveled up. The joy of his improved strength almost overshadowed the pain in Elysian's body. The Crimson Chainsword was reconstructed and disassembled, reverting to its original form as the gluttonous beast. It looks even weaker than Letian now. Clearly, transforming into the Crimson Chainsword is a significant drain on the Tao Tai. Even so, it did its best to heal its owner's wounds with the healing saliva on its tongue. Letian was deeply moved. At this moment, Yin Ingli landed on the ground, her blood wings disappeared, and she also retrieved the blood flame greatsword. She was panting heavily, half kneeling on the ground, but a faint smile played on her lips as if she was still savoring the exciting and thrilling battle that had just taken place. First mate, are you all right? You were absolutely amazing just now. Letian was speechless, unable to express the admiration he felt for first mate Yin Ingli at that moment. Yin Ingli came to her senses and smiled at the other person. You did a great job just now, not letting go even after being beaten so badly by this stinky monkey. Our immortal boat pirate crew is truly full of cowards. Etc. Yin Ingli noticed that the wounds on Letian's body that had been licked by the Tao Tai seemed to have healed somewhat. Her brows furrowed slightly. Did I see it wrong? Or does the Tao Tai's tongue have therapeutic effects? Oh, Letian chuckled as he got up from the ground. It's not the Tao Tai's tongue that has healing effects, but it's saliva. I only found out about it recently. It's been several days already, and you still haven't fully grasped your talent? Yin Ingli asked, puzzled. Don't tell me you just found your sword too. Was it transformed from a Tao Tai? That's right. Letian nodded, smiling awkwardly as he said, well, I've been trying to familiarize myself with my talents these past few days, and I haven't been slacking off at all. But the Tao Tai can't communicate with me verbally, and we've never encountered such a powerful enemy before, nor have we been seriously injured. Therefore, I only learned about its healing saliva and its ability to transform into that chainsword today. At this point, Letian walked over, carrying the Tao Tai. First mate, why don't you let Tao Tai heal your wounds too? It works really well. The Tao Tai opened its mouth, its tongue dancing happily in midair, saliva splashing everywhere. It seemed to really want to lick the beautiful Yin Ingli. Of course, the most important thing is to heal her wounds. After all, what wicked thoughts could an adorable glutton like Tao Tai possibly have? Yin Ingli had felt a dull ache all over her body, but seeing the Tao Tai's thick tongue and the saliva flying everywhere made her feel much better instantly. Isn't this also a form of therapy? A form of psychological therapy? She chuckled dryly and politely declined. I'm fine. I don't need the Tao Tai to heal my wounds, but thank you for your concern. Upon hearing this, Tao Tai's face immediately fell, looking somewhat disappointed. Chapter 68, A Sacred Relic Level Treasure. The Feathered Serpent God Totem. After a fierce battle, Yin Ingli and Letian didn't want to do anything else. They just wanted to rest. They sat in the shade of a tree, calming themselves down. Yin Ingli was a little worried about Lin Yuan, so she brought up the system panel and sent him a private message. However, the chat window showed that Lin Yuan was offline. Generally, once you've added someone as a friend, unless they're invisible or you've been blocked, you'll see that they're online in the system. Lin Yuan wouldn't disappear without a reason, so it's even less likely that he would block you. Actually, there's a third possibility besides these two, but Yin Ingli dared not think about it. That is to die in the game. Yin Ingli became even more worried, and she hurriedly opened the fleet's communication group. Group name, The Dark Sewers. Yin Ingli, to those of you staying on the ship, do you have any news about the captain? Lu Xuanzhu. There's still no news about Brother Yuan. What's wrong, first mate? Yin Ingli. Oh, it's nothing. Shun Tian. Hee. To be honest, Sister Ingli, are you worried about Captain Brother? Yin Ingli. Little brat. What do you know? Yin Ingli. If you have any news, give me a tap. Shun Tian. See. You're just worried about him. Yin Ingli didn't reply, as if she was avoiding something, and quickly closed the system panel. Even she herself didn't realize that when she realized how worried she was about Lin Yuan, a faint blush appeared on her face. First mate, what happened? Letian, who was standing to the side, sensed that something was wrong with Yin Ingli, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it, so he asked. Yiningli pouted. Lin Yuan's system status is offline, which is unusual. I'm worried about him. Impossible. Letian guessed what Yiningli hadn't said and immediately denied it. Don't worry, my buddy Lin Yuan is so capable. He'll be fine. When did you two become buddies? Yiningli asked, raising an eyebrow. She was somewhat surprised. Letian doesn't often praise people, and he had previously contradicted Lin Yuan several times, so there seemed to be some conflict between the two. How come we're brothers now? We always have. We've gotten along well since we first met. Letian could lie without batting an eye, without even blushing or getting out of breath. Really? I remember the first time we gathered, you guys seemed really tense, Yiningli said. Didn't you two almost get into a fight this morning? Yiningli easily saw through Letian's lie, and he scratched his head sheepishly. Oh dear, you can't fool the first mate about anything. Let's say we became friends after a fight. That's how we started being buddies. Does Lin Yuan himself know that you two have become buddies? Letian was stumped by the question and became incoherent for a moment. Yiningli said half-jokingly, you probably have some masochistic tendencies. After being beaten by Lin Yuan, your feelings for him actually increased. Letian really didn't know how to respond, so he had no choice but to change the subject. Well, anyway, the captain is so capable, there's no way anything could happen to him. First mate, you can rest assured. Yiningli took a deep breath and looked up at the sky through the gaps in the leaves. The outline of a cloud seemed to resemble Lin Yuan's. I believe in him too. He'll be all right. I feel like I've rested enough. Letian suddenly felt energetic, and he got up and walked towards the corrupted Monkey King. Yiningli quickly called out to him. Hey, where are you going? Letian chuckled. It's such a powerful monster. It's a shame to just leave its corpse here. Yiningli instantly understood what the other person meant. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, You're not thinking of sewing it up to be your pet, are you? It was corrupted by something that looked very evil. Letian waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal, and said confidently, First mate, don't worry. To be honest, my talent has just been upgraded to the 2nd tier. You'll see what true miracles mean in a moment. Yiningli couldn't persuade Letian, who was as stubborn as a mule. She knew that rather than fighting the opponent head-on, it was easier and more practical to prepare in advance for the possibility of another fierce battle with the resurrected Monkey King should something go wrong. Letian walked to the corpse of the corrupted Monkey King and knelt on the ground. He opened the Taoyue's medical kit, took out strangely shaped medical tools, and began to work on the corpse. He seemed very focused and serious. During the waiting period, Yiningli didn't want to be idle. She had actually noticed long ago that there was plenty of food on the ancient tree platform where the Monkey King had been standing. These things looked like offerings or gifts from the monkeys to their king. This battle was so intense that even the Blood Phoenix rebirth talent secondary effect was triggered, and it's now in a cooldown period of up to a week. Having put in so much effort, if Letian can really sew together a powerful bioengineered monster, then I absolutely cannot leave empty-handed. She wanted to climb to the ancient tree platform and bring everything on it back to the Qianli. Yiningli didn't just sit there daydreaming. Feeling that her body had recovered enough, she set off to the foot of the ancient tree. She leaped and bounded between two trees, quickly arriving at the throne platform of Monkey King Kong. Not far away, a small mountain of various tropical fruits and animal carcasses was piled up, with bananas being the most numerous. Of course, there were also plenty of blue coconuts that had been picked. These fruits could feed the entire fleet for at least a month. Yiningli picked up and threw away the meat she couldn't eat and put all the remaining food into her storage space. Aside from regular fruits, a total of 36 blue coconuts were obtained. It's pretty good. After the small mountain of food was cleared away, Yiningli unexpectedly discovered a totem painting laid flat on the platform beneath it. Its material appears to be the hide of some kind of animal, and it looks very ancient. The pattern drawn on it is not complicated, but it is very abstract. It can only be barely determined that it seems to be a group of people worshipping a certain god. This could not possibly have been done by those wild, untamed monkeys. Yiningli picked it up carefully. Feathered serpent god totem. Quality Relic grade. Effect: increases understanding of wind power and enhances control over wind. Synopsis: several years ago, a fleet of ships that landed on the island accidentally left this totem painting on the island. It is impossible to know which country or tribe these people came from or why they came to this island. At that time, there were no rare monkeys on Rare Monkey Island, only a group of ordinary monkeys. The ancestor of the rare monkey discovered this magical totem painting and gained power from it. It became the first Monkey King, King Kong. Over time, under the leadership of the first Monkey King, the monkeys on this island gradually evolved into the rare monkeys we know today. One of the totems of the Western Sea Gods in the Endless Sea. Collecting all the totems of the Western Sea Gods will have a magical effect. A relic-level treasure. Yin Ingli felt an indescribable surge of joy. No wonder the Monkey King's punches were so powerful. He must have obtained a portion of the power of the feathered serpent god totem. Speaking of the wind, Yin Ingli immediately thought of the navigator Shintian. Her black ball of hair can generate strong winds. This treasure seems to suit Shintian very well. She can be given it back on the ship. The platform where the Monkey King's throne is located is made of tree trunks. Such an ordinary and even somewhat simple place actually hides a treasure. Yin Ingli initially looked down on it, but now she doesn't want to miss any corner of this place. After a thorough search, she found various glass instruments in a corner, all of which were used in chemical experiments. These sophisticated devices and containers could not possibly have been made by a monkey. Yin Ingli felt that this isolated island was more mysterious than it appeared, and that more than one group of people had definitely been here. It might even be hiding some unspeakable secret. She stood on the throne platform, overlooking the surrounding rainforest. She really did discover something unusual, an archaeological site that proves people were once active here. Chapter 69, The Last Gate of the Dungeon on Rare Monkey Island. This so-called site is not a large ancient architectural complex. It consists of only a few dilapidated tents, and its time span is definitely not as exaggerated as tens of thousands of years. But this is enough to prove that someone has been here and stayed for a certain period of time. This brings to mind the chemical experimental equipment on the throne platform, and the eerie substance resembling the black heart of the Monkey King. Yin Ingli became increasingly suspicious that someone had conducted some kind of extremely evil experiment on this island. This experiment is most likely related to that black-hearted substance. After confirming that there was nothing else of value on the platform, she stored the feathered serpent totem in her storage space and then quickly jumped down the tree branches one by one. At this moment, Hiletian was still engrossed in sewing up the body of Monkey King Kong, so Yin Ingli did not disturb him. She went alone to the ruins she had just discovered. What secrets does this island hold? Yin Ingli couldn't help but ask herself. Monkey Island, within the Dungeon of Calamity. Lin Yuan and Sun Hao finally arrived at the third level. The night vision effect of the Supreme Magic Eye Egg Casserole has recently failed. Even without the aid of night vision, they quickly realized that this was Tail King Pass. Dozens of eerie green ghost flames were scattered around, but they still couldn't illuminate the entire area. Lin Yuan could only piece together the general outline of the place from the scattered images under the dim light of the green ghost fire. This place resembles the main hall of a Gothic palace buried underground, but the overall design language is rather dark. The design features sharp, outward-pointing spikes that are quite aggressive. The stained glass windows glowed with a dark red light, exuding an aura of death. The window paintings seem to depict scenes of believers massacring their followers under the influence of whispered shadows. Blood, mutilated corpses, and distorted, screaming faces are the main elements of these window paintings. In the very center of the main hall of this underground palace stands a huge circular altar. It is more than 3 meters higher than the surrounding ground. 8 spirit lamps floated in midair at equal intervals along the edge of the circular altar. In the flickering green firelight, a massive body was curled up on it, emitting a cry that sent chills down one's spine. Shadow Witch. Combat Power Rating. Tier 1, 9 stars. Brief introduction. Once a religious believer, he craved power and dared to break taboos. Under the influence of the whispers of the shadows, she murdered everyone in the church. Then, it degenerated into what is now. The Shadow Witch's cries sent chills down Sun Hao's spine. Captain, this is terrifying. This should be the final challenge. Let's take out the Supreme Demon Eye egg stew and have a few bites, Lin Yuan suggested. Sun Hao nodded in agreement. After gaining night vision, the two saw the entire underground palace. However, the terrifying atmosphere emanating from it did not lessen. Instead, it became even more eerie, especially the shadow which weeping on the altar. Generally speaking, the mechanics of the final boss level in a dungeon are the culmination of the mechanics of the previous levels. Sure enough, Lin Yuan found a stone table in front of the circular altar. It is almost identical to the stone table in the first level. There's a path on each side of the stone table. At the end of each road, there's a row of steps leading upwards. The staircases all lead to a pavilion in the same style as the underground palace. These two pavilions, as if copied and pasted, stand facing each other on the left and right sides of the palace. They are very large, at least 30 meters above the ground, making them the tallest auxiliary buildings in the entire underground palace. That's why they are so conspicuous. It's hard for Lin Yuan not to notice them. By this point, he already had a plan. Chef Sun, this level should combine the mechanics of the previous levels. See that stone table? When we jump down, you run towards it. I'll climb up to the pavilion on the right and see what's up there. I suspect that once we enter this underground palace, monsters will likely spawn, and the shadow witch on the altar will probably awaken as well. Therefore, you must be extremely careful. To speed things up, let's each drink a blue coconut before we move on. The cool coconut juice seemed to instantly fill me with energy. Chef Sun, are you ready? Lin Yuan asked. All right, let's begin. Sun Hao nodded firmly and said resolutely. Having honed his skills in the previous two levels, he has improved his adaptation speed to dungeon levels and is now fully in the zone. Very good. Full of energy, let's go. At Lin Yuan's command, the two jumped off the platform and entered the main hall, running towards their planned location with a clear objective. Just as Lin Yuan had predicted, as they broke in, the shadow witch on the altar suddenly straightened up. A broken crown emitting a dark green light floated above its head. Black thorns sprouted from the crack in the crown and pierced its forehead. What blooms at the tip of the thorns are not flowers, but scarlet eyeballs. Two winding black lines extend from the center of its lower eyelids to its jawline, as if they were tear stains etched on its face. The once platinum gold robes have now been eroded by shadows into a charred black, fluttering without wind. Its right hand holds a forbidden dark book, exactly the same as the one that appeared in the second level. Ah! The shadow, which let out a shrill scream, and a spherical shield of invincibility immediately enveloped it. The stone table was in front of the altar, and Sun Hao, who was moving toward the altar, felt as if his eardrums had been shattered by that scream. He had to cover his ears. The shadow which launched a frenzied attack. Swoosh! 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 It fired balls of dark energy at Sun Hao from the forbidden dark book in its hand. Fortunately, the boss fight is divided into several phases, and right now the shadow, which cannot leave the altar before her shield breaks. The stone table is right in front of the altar, which happens to be in its blind spot. In a moment of quick thinking, Sun Hao slid and rolled to the stone table, dodging the dense energy ball attacks. Bang! Ouch! Sun Hao looked up and bumped right into the stone table. He gasped and rubbed a large bump on his head. His gaze fell on the stone table, his eyes widened, and he shouted excitedly, Captain, there's still 3 grooves on this, just like in the first level. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was careful and brought the 3 keys from the first level with him. He replied to the other party, Okay, you hide there for now, and I'll meet up with you after I've quickly checked the pavilion. Lin Yuan took 4 or 5 steps at a time and ascended to the pavilion as if flying. It's spacious and beautifully designed. From a game designer's perspective, building such a huge and magnificent pavilion would be a waste if it weren't used to spawn some monsters. Lin Yuan's gaze quickly swept across the interior of the pavilion, and he spotted a platform in the center that resembled the one in the second level. At this point, Lin Yuan believed he had cracked about 80% of the Tail King's gate mechanism. However, after he stood on it, no monsters spawned inside the pavilion, suggesting that an activation process was still required. Remembering what Sun Hao had said, he hurriedly turned around and ran down from the pavilion to the stone table. Chapter 71 Repent? Go to Hell. The end of the Monkey Island dungeon arc. Lin Yuan dodged the Shadow Witch's attacks as he approached the stone table. He took the 3 keys out of the storage space and placed them in their respective slots. The stone table began to vibrate, and the 3-dimensional sand table was activated. At the same time, Lin Yuan heard a piercing roar from some kind of monster coming from above. Looking up, you can see the location of those 2 pavilions. So far, everything is going relatively smoothly. Although the mechanics appear complex and slightly modified, the solutions can be found by drawing inspiration from the first 2 levels, making them relatively simple. The first hurdle was that the highlights on the 3D sand table hinted at the key to breaking the deadlock. Therefore, Lin Yuan first focused his attention on the highlights of the 3-dimensional sand table. There is a highlight, of course, and it's red. But it's not in the monster spawn area, it's on the altar. Since the 3D sand table is essentially a holographic projection of the entire underground palace, it is not difficult to determine that the red dot represents one of the 8 spirit lamps on the altar. As Lin Yuan left the stone table and dodged the Shadow Witch's attacks, he threw a water blade at the nether lamp indicated by the bright spot. Pity. The damage is ineffective. Could it be that, like the book in the second level, some special buff is needed to break the nether lantern? Thinking of this, a confident smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Chef Sun, I've pretty much figured out the mechanics of the final level. There's a pavilion on each side above the main hall. I went to the one on the right. There's a platform in the center of the pavilion, just like the one in the second level, and there should be one on the left as well. But nothing happened when I stood on it. Now that the 3 keys are back in place, judging from the noise, monsters must be spawning up there. We'll each take charge of one side of the pavilion, kill the monsters, and then try standing on the platform. Whatever happens next, we will adapt accordingly. Okay. Sun Hao readily agreed. Without saying much, the 2 parted ways again, each heading toward the pavilion on one side. Lin Yuan went to the right, and Sun Hao went to the left. Upon reaching the pavilion, they discovered that the monsters spawning were the ghosts from the first level. Lin Yuan handled it with ease. Chef Sun, is it ready yet? Captain, you're too fast. Wait for me. There are only 3 left. After the 2 of them had killed all the ghosts, they shouted 1, 2, 3, and stepped on them at the same time. Several wisps of black mist began to appear in the pavilion, which then transformed into the second level's monsters, the Confessors and the Confessor Elite. Killing the final Confessor Elite also dropped 2 buffs, 1 red and 1 green. They each picked them up. Lin Yuan's actions this time were still one of repentance, while Sun Hao's were still one of disaster. On the data panel, the 2-minute countdown has started. Lin Yuan dared not be negligent and threw out his water blade to stab at the ghost lamp. But it still didn't work. Chef Sun, you give it a try. Okay. Sun Hao unleashed a slash of sword energy. Whoosh. Snap. The ghost lamp shattered with a crash. Seeing this, Lin Yuan ran while shouting. Quick, head to the stone table and see the next clue. It would be much more convenient if a third person stood in front of the stone table and loudly pointed out the highlights on the 3D sand table. This is why having one more person in a raid can significantly reduce its difficulty. Lin Yuan estimated that if the 2 of them ran down, there probably wouldn't be enough time. His eyes lit up, and he came up with a different approach. He uncorked the black and gold wine gourd, ran to the edge of the pavilion, and jumped down. Lin Yuan prepared to manipulate the wine and condense it into a water slide leading to the stone table. After jumping down from the pavilion, he was completely exposed to the Shadow Witch's line of sight, and she frantically launched energy balls at him. Furthermore, it's difficult to dodge when the body is falling, so doing this is actually very risky. But Lin Yuan couldn't care less about that now. If you can crack the mechanism in one go, then don't leave room for a second time. However, Lin Yuan was still too idealistic. After the previous water jet attacks, less than 2/3 of the 10 kilograms of liquor remains, and the remaining amount is extremely limited. He had to change his strategy and instead construct small sections of water platforms, leaving space to step on in order to make the most of the remaining wine. The slide that was originally envisioned turned out to be a series of water steps due to insufficient water. But it's not a big problem. Wherever there is water, it is Lin Yuan's domain. He executed a dazzling maneuver, as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, like an immortal descending from the sky on jade steps. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the stone table. He discovered that not only had the location of the bright spot changed, but its color had also changed from red to green. He was about to tell Sun how the location of the next ghost lamp so that the other party could break it, but then he realized something was wrong. The highlight used to be red, but now it's green. Is it possible that Sun Hao was able to break the nether lantern just now because the calamity buff was also red? If the color of the buff corresponds to the color of the bright spot on the correct indicator, then, thinking of this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He didn't completely waste the drinks. He even recycled some of them. So Lin Yuan threw out another water blade. Whoosh! Snap! Really? The pie are indicated by the green that has been shattered. Next, the bright spots on the 3D sand table change positions again, but they remain green. Since the mechanism has already been cracked, there's nothing difficult about it. Lin Yuan and Sun Hao worked together and miraculously shattered all the ghost lamps before the countdown reached 0. Yeah, the shadow which let out another piercing scream. The first time was because someone broke in. This time, it's because the invincible shield on my body disappeared. The shadow which went berserk, black liquid overflowing from her eyelids and flowing down the trail on her face. Its face was even more ferocious and distorted. Its mouth was open to an exaggerated degree, and its teeth were as black as charcoal, dense and sharp. Lin Yuan and Sun Hao both covered their ears. The shadow witch's resentment transformed in a black mist that rose from behind her, and she screamed in a shrill voice. Repent. You are guilty as well as they are. The screams finally subsided. What followed was, but what they showed were scenes of people being brutally slaughtered inside the church. Young people screaming in despair, elderly people kneeling and begging for mercy, even bewildered children. They all fell into pools of blood. The most terrifying thing is, all these images that were forcibly forced into my mind were from a first-person perspective. This is a mental attack from the shadow witch. Lin Yuan's mental attribute has reached 35. What could a mental attack from a Tier 1, 9-star monster do to him? Lin Yuan shook his head and regained his senses. But at this time, Sun Hao had already placed the dragon-slaying saber against his own neck. He cried incoherently, believing that he had killed all those people. Lin Yuan quickly deflected the dragon-slaying saber and slapped the other person. Chef Sun. Sun Hao seemed to wake from a dream, his moist eyes filled with confusion and panic. Lin Yuan was relieved to see that the crew members were unharmed. He glanced at the shadow witch, then his eyes sharpened. The sin is not ours, nor the people you killed. The sin is yours. You're so filthy, you old witch. Let me wash your face. After saying that, he leaped high into the air and used all his strength to condense all the remaining wine into a giant sword. This knife is unlike any other. High-pressure water jet. Whoosh! The giant water blade, gleaming with a cold light, instantly cleaved the shadow witch in two. The dead shadow, which became a mere backdrop. After landing, Lin Yuan struck a cool ending pose and said in a low voice, "Want to repent? Go to hell." To be honest, this scene was kind of cool. Sold out instantly. Another instant sellout. Sun Hao stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. He spoke in a daze. "Captain, forgive me for being speechless, but you are truly, truly, truly amazing." Lin Yuan chuckled softly. "I only used 80% of my strength." As the shadow which fell completely, the circular altar began to tremble. Before long, a huge dark gold treasure chest rose up in the center of the altar. Seeing the treasure chest, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that everything he had done was worthwhile. The moment of harvest has finally arrived. Chapter 71, Dungeon Treasure Chest. A bountiful harvest. Lin Yuan's high-pressure water jet seemed to have truly cleansed and purified the filth and sins on the Shadow Witch. At this moment, just like the previous penitent bishop, it revealed its true form and soul after being slain. Lin Yuan initially didn't want to pay attention, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that since he would encounter the Shadow Force sooner or later, he might be able to get some information about it from them. He approached the soul of the believer and asked in a deep voice, "Why were you targeted by the shadows?" The cultist, draped in a platinum robe, slowly raised his head. Where there is sunlight, there is shadow. After saying that, it completely disappeared. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Why is it that every time I try to get some clues or information, I only encounter a group of riddle-solving people? With such a huge treasure chest right in front of him, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. The joy of victory should naturally be shared with your comrades in arms. Lin Yuan called Sun Hao over and said with a smile, "Chef Sun, aren't you feeling incredibly accomplished right now?" These 3 challenges had left Sun Hao hoarse, but they couldn't hide his excitement. "Thanks to the captain, I feel very strong and accomplished now. Especially after seeing the treasure chest, I was even more excited. Things that are hard-won are always precious." Lin Yuan waved to him. "Come on, let's open it together." As the two lifted the lid of the treasure chest, their hearts leaped into their throats. The first 2 items. Dungeon Amethyst, X2. Quality, excellent. Success rate, 80%. Type, consumables, trade goods. Description, obtainable from dungeon chests after clearing high-difficulty dungeons. Significantly increases talent proficiency and is quite valuable. Once inside the dungeon, the player's status will be locked by the system, preventing them from increasing their talent proficiency by defeating monsters within a dungeon. Lin Yuan and Sun Hao managed to clear this dungeon together, relying on their own abilities. Therefore, both of these dungeon amethysts belong to them, both emotionally and logically. If each person gets one, the other crew members certainly won't have any objections. Lin Yuan gave one of the pills to Sun Hao, and then continued opening the box. Past Calamities Set 44. Quality, rare. Type, equipment. Success rate, 100%. Dress code, Captain. 4-piece set effect. Increases resistance to mental attacks. Description, this set includes 4 pieces, a pirate tricorn hat, a shirt, pants, and boots. It can be obtained from the dungeon chest after clearing the Calamity Dungeon on Monkey Island. A symbol of clearing the Calamity Dungeon. Just look cool. Lin Yuan held the set of past calamities in his hands, unable to put it down. Hee. Since only the captain can wear this outfit, I'll reluctantly accept it. Sun Hao hurriedly said, "Captain, I couldn't have made it through this dungeon on my own without you. It's only right that you wear them. You're already a handsome guy. I can't even imagine how dashing you'd look in them." "Chef Sun, you know how to talk." Lin Yuan felt very comfortable being licked by Sun Hao. He brought up the transparent panel, placed the past calamity set into the system inventory, and then clicked the wear button. As if by magic, the entire outfit was instantly put on Lin Yuan. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Lin Yuan does look much more handsome now than before. The pirate tricorn hat on his head looks old-fashioned, but it has a sophisticated aesthetic. The hat was engraved with some kind of rune, emitting a pale green fluorescence that flickered on and off like a breathing light. A silver necklace was inlaid around the edge of the hat brim, with a miniature skull anchor pendant hanging at the very front. The top features a stand-up collar and a fitted waist, while the pants are high-waisted and wide-legged. The boots have pointed and high toes, resembling the ramming head of a ship. The entire set boasts a unified aesthetic design, perfectly embodying a sense of mystery and sophistication. In short, it's incredibly cool. Wearing this outfit, you can tell at a glance that this person is definitely not simple. Coupled with Lin Yuan's absolutely top-notch looks, the past calamity set seemed to be tailor-made for him. "Captain, you're amazing. You look even more handsome in this than I imagined." Sun Hao clapped his hands in admiration. The clothes fit him perfectly, and Lin Yuan was very satisfied. "Finally, I have a decent set of clothes after playing the game for so long." There were other things in the treasure chest. Lin Yuan continued. Disorderly Disaster Cannon X1. Quality, legendary. Durability, 100%. Explosion radius of artillery shells increased by 20%. Shell power increased, 10%. Shell range increased by 300%. Cannonball curse attribute bonus, 100%. Accuracy improved by 10%. Description. The chaotic curse cannon can imbue any cannonball with a curse attribute. The explosion of the shell will release black mist. Enemy units that come into contact with the black mist will suffer a mental attack from the shadow, which can fall into a state of confusion. The effect is even better when loaded with dedicated randomized shells. If an enemy unit's spirit attribute value is below 15, it will enter a state of repentance and commit suicide under the painful mental attack. A spirit attribute value of 15 is actually quite high at the current stage of the game. A few shots from the cursed cannon and the entire enemy team would commit suicide. The scene would certainly be spectacular. The chaotic cursed cannon was still in its unpacked state, only the size of a palm, like a toy model, so Lin Yuan put it into a storage space first. If we're lucky, we should still have some suitable shells. Lin Yuan searched the treasure chest and found, sure enough, disordered shells X20. Quality, legendary. Explosion radius, 7 meters. Explosion power, 10 max 100. Attribute, curse. Diffusion radius of black fog, 10 meters. Repentant status assessment value, +5. Description. When used in conjunction with the chaotic catastrophe cannon, it can induce a state of repentance in enemy units with a spirit attribute below 20, causing them to commit suicide during a spirit attack. Not bad, not bad. In this way, the combat power of the 1,000-mile ship can be upgraded to another level. The last item. Taboo scripture. Quality, relic grade. Drop probability, 1%. Unique exclusive to the Plague of Suffering dungeon. Type, weapon. Description. A scripture imbued with shadow and necromancy, capable of unleashing powerful shadow rays. Damage is doubled when attacking undead monsters. This weapon is pretty good too. It can be said to be the nemesis of necromancy-type monsters. Lin Yuan had a premonition that the ghost fleet was about to take action.